Introduction asterisk. In a realm where ice meets fire, where beauty intertwines with heroism, a saga unfolds. The wild and ancient kingdom of Freljord stands proudly once more under the leadership of Ergou. Chapter 1. The Abyss of Howling. At the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Curry Kingdom, amidst the Kunlun Mountains, the biting cold wind howls through the snow-covered landscape. Get lost. I don't want to see you here. If you value your lives, vacate this place immediately. The soldiers of both nations face off as an officer from the Dragon Kingdom hurls insults at the Curry Kingdom soldiers. Damn it. These fools are here to stir trouble again. A robust Dragon Kingdom soldier, approximately 6 feet tall, exclaims from the back. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ergou? Another soldier, standing rigidly with his hands clasped behind his back, taunts him. I'm not afraid of anything. Ergou retorts angrily. Just give the word, and I'll be the first to teach them a lesson. Huh, let's see who can run faster then. As they converse, chaos suddenly erupts. A stone flies from the enemy ranks, igniting a fierce battle that escalates rapidly. The battlefield descends into turmoil, with stones raining down from the sky and a cacophony of curses echoing across the terrain. Soon, the fighting subsides. Guided by the principle of winning hearts with virtue, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers employ their diplomatic strategy of courteous persuasion, compelling the enemy to retreat in disarray, acknowledging their teachings. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers then withdraw in groups, filled with laughter and joy. Ergou's unit is among them, and as he walks at the rear, he inadvertently catches a glimpse of an oddly shaped stone on the ground. He halts, bends down to pick it up, and gently blows off the dust, revealing a lifelike sculpture of a monstrous creature exuding an aura of mystery. Ergou, what are you doing? Hurry up! The squad leader shouts angrily upon noticing his delay. This is no place for frivolity, surrounded by towering mountains. Beneath them lies an unfathomable abyss where a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. They must stay together for safety. Coming. Ergou quickly responds, pocketing the monster sculpture and hastening to catch up. At that moment, the squad leader's peripheral vision catches a blinding flash of light from the opposite slope of the valley. In horror, he sees a beam of red light rapidly coalescing at Ergou's chest. Damn it, those insufferable cowards. The squad leader reacts instantly. Ergou, get down! Yet, everything unfolds too swiftly. Almost as he shouts, a bullet whizzes through the air, striking Ergou before he can react. Thud! Blood sprays from the wound, blooming into a shocking crimson flower against the pristine snow. Ergou's body jolts violently, uncontrollably tumbling into the abyss below, his figure rolling down the steep slope, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ergou! Time passes, and Ergou awakens groggily, sensing a sharp pain in his nose. Upon regaining consciousness, he touches his aching nose, a metallic taste flooding his senses. He rubs it, discovering the wetness is blood. Holding his nose, he opens his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern his surroundings. A chilling wind sweeps from the depths of the shadows, akin to ghostly wails. Damn, where am I? Ergou struggles to sit up, surveying his surroundings. To his sides rise towering stone walls, slick with moss. Gazing upward reveals an expanse of boundless ice and snow illuminated by a bright moon. This is a fathomless chasm, reverberating with the sorrowful howling of the wind. Ergou attempts to recall. He remembers being shot and falling into the abyss, but this place is a mystery, and he wonders why he still lives. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberates in his mind, and the scene shifts to a realm of purple skies. I am Taotie, the fear of the void. Who? Ergou exclaims in astonishment, searching for the source of the voice. Before him looms a colossal beast, nearly 100 meters tall, its massive eyes resembling purple suns and moons, and its gaping maw could easily swallow him whole. Ergou is at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the presence of this creature, which seems an embodiment of ancient myth. My time has come, yet my powers shall not remain in the void. Today, I bestow upon you the divine ability of devouring, and I hope you will seek revenge on my behalf. The grand voice echoes across the universe, nearly shattering Ergou's eardrums. Ancient immortal path, devouring technique. Capturing souls, consuming thoughts, defying the heavens. All essence of existence shall enter your belly, defying fate with extraordinary prowess. As it speaks, the creature seems to exhaust its strength, and before it can utter another word, the purple realm collapses, gradually fading away. Simultaneously, The sculpture in Ergou's pocket disintegrates into dust. Devouring technique? Although Ergou is not well-read, he is quick-witted, shouting, "Hey, you brought me here, didn't you? Send me back." Yet, the only response is the thunderous roar of collapsing mountains as he plunges into an endless void of darkness. Crack, crack. After an undetermined period, Ergou, still in a daze, hears a peculiar cracked chewing sound echoing in the silence of the abyss, unsettling and eerie, as if something is savoring its meal. Ergou opens his eyes to see a flicker of light and a figure in the shadows of the cliff. Before he can feel joy, a strange odor wafts towards his battered yet resilient nostrils. It is a noxious blend, reminiscent of stinky tofu soup mixed with the scent of blood, provoking nausea. Ugh! Ergou retches, and before he can wipe his mouth, he senses something amiss, feeling the handgun at his waist as the scene sharpens before him. In the darkness beside the cliff, several flickering purple flames reveal a vaguely human face floating in midair. This face appears androgynous, with a slight, eerie smile that sends chills down Ergou's spine, fixated on him without a hint of movement. Ergou feels a chill run down his spine. This is no mere light or human, but a monstrous entity. His blood runs cold, and his grip on the gun tightens involuntarily, sweat pouring from his palms. Chapter 2. The Blood Battle. The mournful whispers of the wind echoed through the darkness, while the unique chill of the canyon gnawed at Ergou's body, causing his limbs to grow increasingly stiff. I'll be damned. Ergou could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere. Grasping his pistol, he rose to his feet and fired at the ghastly visage flickering in the ghostly light. The face emitted an otherworldly screech upon being struck, its features contorting in apparent rage as it drifted closer to him. In the dim illumination, Ergou discerned the creature's true form, drawing a sharp breath. It was a colossal, hairy humanoid spider, its body glistening with a greenish liquid. The good news, it was not a ghost. The bad news, he was likely to perish, and in a most gruesome manner, perhaps even reduced to a puddle of spider excrement. The monstrous arachnid was gnawing on his severed arm, the sickening crunch echoing in Ergou's ears. Angered by the intrusion, it scrutinized him with its 8 purple multifaceted eyes, its mandibles and forelegs quivering slightly. Clearly, the scent of Ergou's blood was far more enticing. With the pistol firmly in hand, he held his breath, crouching low and slowly shifting his position. His muscles tensed like a poised leopard, the pain and fatigue dissipating under the rush of adrenaline surging through him. The giant spider swallowed the last morsel of the pale hand, rubbed its forelegs together, and began to circle Ergou, both creatures revolving around an unseen focal point. Perhaps it was puzzled as to why the slender prey did not flee. Gradually, the spider lost its patience and lunged at Ergou with ferocity. Reacting instinctively, Ergou dodged to the side and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The resounding shots reverberated throughout the canyon, the spent shells clattering to the ground. While the spider was struck, its body punctured with holes from the bullets, oozing green liquid. Yet, it shrieked defiantly and charged at him with increased ferocity. Damn it! Ergou barely evaded, feeling the razor-sharp claws slice through his pants, the cold wind rushing in through the gaping tear. "Curse be!" he gasped, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he anxiously checked his pants. Seizing the opportunity as the spider reeled from its assault, Ergou aimed for its head and fired twice. The creature paused momentarily, but did not fall. It seemed to register the pain, flailing its limbs and screeching in a frenzy. Damn it! Ergou hastily attempted to fire again, only to find his weapon devoid of ammunition. As he glanced down in despair, a sudden rush of wind rushed past his ears. Ergou looked up just in time to see the spider's enormous maw lunging at him, its repulsive slime flying through the air. In a moment of desperation, he hurled a spent shell into the spider's gaping mouth. It bit down, but was unable to crush it, swallowing it whole instead. Without a second thought, Ergou rolled away, retrieving his dagger and retreating in search of an opening. "You'll eat anything, you bastard." "Anything?" The spider screeched angrily, momentarily wary of him, only hissing from a distance, unaware that Ergou was now out of bullets. He scrutinized the creature, searching for an opening to deliver a lethal blow, but its mandibles remained tightly shut, only parting during its attacks. This is the moment of truth. Sweat beaded on his forehead, visible as vapor in the frigid air. After a brief interval, the spider came to a halt, emitting a strange hissing sound. Just as Ergou pondered its meaning, The creature suddenly opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of green liquid, surging forth like high-pressure water from a fire hydrant. Ergou never anticipated the spider possessed a ranged attack. The viscous liquid barreled toward his face. Realizing it was too late to evade, he raised his arms in a futile defense, the noxious liquid splattering across his features. "Ah!" He screamed in agony, his face feeling as though scalding water had been thrown upon it, plunging him into darkness as he instinctively clutched his face. At that moment, he heard the rush of the spider's attack, the nauseating stench filling his nostrils. He understood that his life was precariously hanging by a thread. "Damn it, I've capsized in the gutter." Just as Ergou resigned himself to his fate, a peculiar sound echoed above him. Pop! Accompanied by this strange noise, a tangible chill surged toward the spider. The creature had no time to evade and was struck squarely on the head. Above Ergou, the terrifying maw was suddenly immobilized. "Now's my chance." Despite the pain, Ergou squinted through his agony, discovering the spider's mouth agape before him. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he lobbed a grenade into its throat and rolled aside with haste. After a heartbeat, the spider snapped its jaws shut with a resounding crack, ice fragments scattering across the ground. It shot Ergou a venomous glare before shrieking and lunging toward him once more. The spider's assault was swift as lightning. Just as its mandibles neared Ergou's neck, a grim smile crept across his face. "Die, you eight-legged fiend!" Boom! A muffled explosion resonated within the spider's abdomen, chunks of flesh bursting forth in a gruesome display, blood and viscous fluid raining down around him. "Huh! Who is the hunter? Who is the prey?" Ergou erupted into laughter, but soon found his strength waning, collapsing to the ground. Gripping his wounds, he wiped the blood from his face and gazed upward at the stone above, eager to see who had come to his aid. To his surprise, beneath the moonlight, a small creature the size of a grapefruit, adorned with white fur and two short horns, resembling a fluffy ball, stared back at him with wide, dark eyes and a tongue hanging out in a comical manner. With its 4 small paws and fluffy white coat, it bore a striking resemblance to a plump cat or a rounded dumpling, exuding an undeniable charm. Chapter 3. The fluffy ball Ergou couldn't help but smile, his tense mood easing as the pain in his face became less pronounced. Although he was unaware of how this little creature had emitted a frosty mist, its endearing appearance captured Ergou's affection at first glance. "Meow, meow, meow." Just like he would with any cat in the world, Ergou grinned at the white fluffball and asked, "Are you helping me?" He did not genuinely expect a response from this peculiar animal. To his surprise, the fluffball tilted its tiny head, its red tongue peeking out, and its large eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ergou was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a human-like expression from the creature. He rummaged through his pocket, retrieving his last morsel of food, and broke off half a biscuit, tossing it towards the fluffball with enthusiasm. Startled by the approaching foreign object, the fluffball quickly scurried backward on its short legs. When the biscuit landed and crumbled on the ground, it cautiously approached, sniffing the air. Tentatively, it extended its red tongue to lick the biscuit, smacking its lips in delight upon discovering the flavor. It let out a series of joyful chirps and began to feast. Watching the fluffball enjoy the biscuit made Ergou smile as he too consumed the remaining half. However, this meant that his food supply had been entirely depleted. After finishing the biscuit, the fluffball chirped at Ergou and wiggled its little rear as it retreated into the shadows. "Hey, you're leaving already?" Ergou felt a pang of reluctance, watching its swaying backside, and couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking it resembled a black sesame dumpling. Feeling fatigued, Ergou also began to experience waves of pain coursing through his body, especially his face. Despite knowing he should not succumb to sleep, he found himself drifting into a drowsy slumber. He sensed a vortex within him awakening, transforming the food he had consumed into warm energy, which gradually spread throughout his limbs. In this haze, Ergou could not rouse himself, as if he were being held down by an unseen force. Time lost its meaning, perhaps a second, an hour, or even a day passed in the boundless darkness. Suddenly, he felt something licking his face, the warmth intensifying until he abruptly opened his eyes to find a fluffy visage and a large red tongue before him. Coming to his senses, Ergou recognized the owner of this furry face. "It's you, Fluffball." He exhaled in relief, struggling to sit up and reaching out to the little creature. Upon seeing Ergou awake, the Fluffball joyfully bounced around, occasionally nudging its head against his hand and chirping merrily. The soft, warm sensation of the Fluffball was irresistible to Ergou, who found himself enchanted. The Fluffball purred contentedly, emitting a soothing rumble. Just as Ergou was about to scoop it up, the fluffball playfully dodged away, pointing with its front paw towards the ground not far from where Ergou sat. Ergou followed the paw of the little fur ball and noticed some round, small fruits scattered on the ground, which appeared to be a type of fruit. For me? Ergou inquired, pointing to himself. The fur ball let out a couple of chirps. Amused, Ergou thought to himself what a clever little creature it was. He picked up one of the small fruits. Holding it before his eyes, the darkness obscured its color. Gently, he tossed it into his mouth, and with a pop, he broke its skin, releasing a flood of juice. Suddenly, Ergou's expression changed dramatically, his face contorting as if it had transformed into a chrysanthemum. Sour. It was unbearably sour. It felt as if he had just sipped honey water and then bitten into a fresh bayberry. His features scrunched together. Instinctively, he was about to spit it out. However, he quickly restrained himself. Despite the sourness, his mouth was producing copious saliva after a long night of thirst and fatigue. Ergou swallowed the fruit, letting out a long sigh, feeling considerably refreshed. He glanced over at the little fur ball squatting beside him, which was panting with its tongue out, its big eyes sparkling with eagerness as it gazed up at him. In this cold, desolate abyss, having a few of these fruits was indeed a rare blessing. Warmth spread through Ergou's heart as he pushed the remaining fruit towards the little fur ball. The fur ball extended a tiny paw and pushed it back to him. "Oh, you little rascal, you've got some spirit. From now on, you shall stick with me. How about we call you Li Maoqiu?" "Bobo." Ergou chuckled, realizing how intelligent the fur ball was, often mimicking his actions. Yet, one thing puzzled him. Why were these fruits so damp? When he saw the fur ball expel a few more fruits from its mouth, reminiscent of a hamster, he was momentarily stunned. "I can't believe I just had imported fruit." After consuming the food, warmth surged within him, and fleeting memories of forgotten dreams came rushing back to his mind. Gluttony, void fear, devouring? Ergou furrowed his brow, contemplating the significance of the words the colossal beast had imparted to him in his dreams. These three terms seemed laden with meaning, yet he could not quite grasp their implications. He vaguely sensed that his body was undergoing some transformation, as the beast had foretold it would bestow upon him the gift of devouring. Feeling the warmth coursing through him, Ergou fell into contemplative silence. He had some knowledge of the mythical beast known as gluttony, which was reputed to have an insatiable appetite. Suddenly, he recalled the sculpture in his pocket. Reaching in, he felt only a handful of stone powder, standing dumbfounded in place. "Bobo." The furball interrupted Ergou's reverie, and he felt a weight on his head. Unaware of when it had climbed atop him, it showed no fear whatsoever. Feeling the warmth above his head, Ergou chuckled softly, cradling the furry ball and tucking it into the confines of his padded coat. The fur ball radiated warmth, akin to a hand warmer, soothing his chest. After resting for a while, when the pain in his body lessened, he tidied the remnants of the spider. This spider was of considerable size, yielding a fair amount of glistening, fresh spider meat, reminiscent of sashimi. Ergou sampled it, finding it sweet, with a flavor akin to chicken. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that he could not afford to be passive, for the darkness concealed unknown dangers. The abyss, unfathomably deep, spanned 100 meters in width. Yet its profoundness weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 4. Exploration. The base of the abyss was strewn with colossal boulders, forming a winding path. Ergou traversed this path, which gradually widened. As he rounded a bend, a vast, flat expanse unfolded before him. However, the howling wind, ever present, grew more audacious here. As if intent on consuming everything in its path, Ergou tightened his coat in an attempt to fend off the biting cold. His already broken nose was particularly sensitive at that moment, and the icy gusts sent sharp pains coursing through him, causing him to grimace. Due to the angle, a shadow was cast beneath the cliff. Ergou squinted, sensing a vague silhouette in the darkness, stirring a mix of excitement and unease within him. The figure remained motionless, devoid of response, lending an air of eeriness. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ergou took a deep breath, brandishing his dagger, and cautiously approached the shadowy figure. At that moment, a massive moon shifted slightly above the canyon, rendering the scene before him suddenly clear. Ergou staggered back in fright. He found himself momentarily unable to comprehend the sight before him, even questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Before him loomed an enormous bull's head, with broken horns glinting sharply in the moonlight. Its face was etched with deep grooves, its nose protruding, and its tightly pursed lips framed a pair of coppery, furious eyes glaring ahead. Beneath this bull's head lay a body of formidable strength, its muscular lines reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece. exuding a violent beauty that captivated every man and woman. Yet, it remained utterly still, leaving one to wonder whether it was alive or dead. Ergou fixated on the bull-headed creature, but after a lengthy pause, it showed no sign of movement, not even a hair on its head. Summoning his courage, he approached the bull-headed figure, and only when he was close did he realize its towering stature, towering half a body length above him. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the bull-headed figure, and upon making contact with its stone-like body, he observed that it remained utterly inert. With a fleeting glance, Ergou was astonished to discover that behind the minotaur, in the shadows where the moonlight could not penetrate, lay numerous frozen corpses, each in various forms. Upon closer inspection, he discerned werewolf-like beings with wolf tails, elongated-nosed figures resembling elephants, stout yet robust dwarves, and an array of peculiar creatures. Were it not for the biting cold and the stinging sensation in his nose, he might have thought himself ensnared in a dream. The frozen bodies bore diverse expressions. Some were filled with terror, others exhibited calmness, while a few appeared frantic or enraged. As Ergou navigated among them, an inexplicable eeriness enveloped him. Besides these humanoid figures, he also stumbled upon livestock resembling cattle and sheep, all of which were frozen solid, as if sculpted from stone. The lifelike quality of these frozen corpses gave Ergou the unsettling impression that they were all observing him from their various angles. As night descended, enveloping the surroundings in profound silence, Ergou found himself alone in this desolate expanse, overwhelmed by a strange and inexplicable aura, as if every breath he took was shrouded in a chilling presence. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to turn and depart from this uncanny place. He needed to seek out a water source urgently, for his face was in excruciating pain. Ding dong, ding dong. Fortune smiled upon Ergou. He hadn't ventured far when, after climbing a small slope, a vast pool of water appeared before him, tranquil and unblemished like a mirror used by a beautiful maiden. In that moment, the allure of this pool surpassed that of any unclad beauty. Ergou hastened towards it, but as he neared the edge, he stumbled and fell. Startled, he instinctively braced himself with his hands, protecting the fluffy creature he held, but he plunged headfirst into the water. Hiss! The shock of the icy water jolted Ergou awake, and a singular thought consumed him. Cold. Excruciatingly cold. How could it be this frigid? He quickly raised his head, his previously handsome visage now having endured the dual torment of acid burns followed by rapid freezing. Only someone with a thick skin could withstand such an ordeal. Nevertheless, he recognized that his appearance would likely hinder his prospects of finding a bride in the village. Shaking off the remnants of his nightmare, Ergou tended to his wounds, then began to circle the frigid pool. This was a vast cold lake, spanning half the width of the canyon and extending approximately a kilometer in length, with an overall oval shape. When he tossed a stone towards the center, it sank with a resounding splash, revealing its considerable depth. This place appeared to have once been a large pit. Yet, from where did this water originate? Cradling the fluffy creature in his arms, Ergou approached the far side of the cold lake and casually tapped the rocky wall. Why did the wall feel warm to the touch? Upon closer examination, he found that the entire expanse of the rock face was surprisingly warm. It seemed there might be underground lava nearby, melting the ice and snow, explaining the presence of water here. Pressing against the warm wall, the canyon felt less frigid, and with the fluffy creature nestled in his arms, Ergou continued to explore the distance ahead. Before him, a cave adorned with cobwebs gradually came into focus in Ergou's eyes. Could it be the legendary Silk Cave? The dark entrance loomed like a portal to the underworld. Ergou craned his neck to peer inside, yet saw nothing but darkness. Perhaps it was best to disregard it, he thought. This spider's lair must belong to that enormous spider he had encountered earlier. Although spiders were often solitary creatures, he decided it prudent to tread carefully as a newcomer in this domain. Navigating the uneven terrain, Ergou continued onward. After a brief while, he rounded a small bend and was suddenly greeted by an awe-inspiring sight. Before him stood an endless black mountain, its peak piercing the swirling mists, dominating the entire canyon passage. Standing at its base, Ergou felt insignificantly small. To his astonishment, the mountain was speckled with red, star-like glimmers, twinkling in the night as if a multitude of crimson eyes were watching him. As he approached, the mountain appeared even more colossal. The ground was strewn with black stones, and as Ergou drew nearer, he picked up a piece, which was riddled with honeycomb-like holes, unlike the solid rocks found elsewhere. Was this not slag? He examined the waste curiously. Such remnants were typically produced during steel refining processes. Moving even closer, he discerned that those flickering red points were not the eyes he had imagined, but rather unburned ore. Astonishingly, this entire mountain was composed of abandoned slag. Chapter 5. The Silk Cave. Could there be a colossal furnace situated above this canyon? Ergou shook his head in disbelief, glancing at the enormous moon, its ringed form clearly visible. The existence of such a massive mountain of slag baffled him. Regardless, he thought, he had secured a source of fire. Not wanting to dwell on the mystery any longer, he felt emboldened by his newfound illumination. The spider cave was now within reach, and with a stroke of luck, he could leave behind the hardships of his current existence and transform into a proud denizen of the mountaintop. Ergou carefully arranged some glowing slag to create a makeshift torch and approached the cave's entrance. He tossed a piece into the depths of the cave. The sound of its descent echoed back, revealing that the cave was not particularly deep and no other beasts could be heard. The entrance was about a meter high and 1 or 2 meters wide. Clearing away the cobwebs, he hesitated momentarily before crouching and slipping inside. To his surprise, the interior was more spacious than he had anticipated. There was no breeze within, and as he ventured deeper, the cave widened into a funnel shape. At the end, illuminated by the orange glow, he discovered a natural stone chamber measuring 2 to 3 meters in width. Most remarkably, the warmth emanating from the vicinity suggested the presence of lava, transforming this dark, damp abyss into a veritable paradise. Ecstatic, Ergou quickened his pace. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed in the air. A sound of cracking echoed beneath his feet. Curious, Ergou bent down to discover a chilling sight that sent shivers down his spine. To his horror, the ground of the cavern was densely scattered with numerous eerie white bones, brittle as ancient wood, resembling a small, chaotic graveyard. Taking a deep breath, Ergou reassured himself. Such sights were not entirely foreign to him, merely unexpected. After a meticulous inspection of the stone chamber, he found no other peculiarities. Except for a few pearlescent, egg-like objects nestled in a corner, firmly adhered to the ground by resilient silk threads. Spider eggs, perhaps? Those spiders lay eggs. These were indeed colossal, resembling eggs in appearance. A realization dawned upon Ergou. The monstrous spider that had attacked him earlier must be the mother of these eggs. How clever. It seemed to have left behind a few eggs as a source of nourishment for him, a gesture of goodwill. Shaking his head in amusement, he affectionately patted the small creature nestled in his arms, proclaiming, "Today, my dear, we are in for a treat." Without further ado, Ergou gathered a heap of molten residue and placed all the spider eggs into the fire. He had no notion of when these little creatures would hatch. Once he completed his task, the thrill of the adventure began to fade, replaced by the fatigue and aches from his exertions. He settled beside the fire, yawning widely as he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, stirring the small creature in his arms. The Fluffball stirred, sniffing the air before slowly opening its large, dark eyes. Nestled in Ergou's embrace, it felt an unprecedented sense of security, so much so that it remained undisturbed by Ergou's earlier caresses. It glanced at the spider eggs in the fire and then back at Ergou, blinking curiously. With a gentle nudge against Ergou's chest, the creature roused him from his slumber. Upon seeing the Fluffball and the spider eggs, a paternal smile graced Ergou's face. He used his dagger to shift the embers of the fire, revealing a perfectly roasted, charred egg. Cracking the shell, he uncovered tender, fragrant egg white. He sliced a generous piece, blowing on it to cool, before offering it to the eagerly waiting creature. With eyes narrowed in delight, the small creature chewed, its cheeks puffing up rhythmically. Suddenly, its expression brightened, ears perked up, emitting a joyful trill as it hastily swallowed the delicious morsel, forgetting its usual instinct to store food. "Careful now, don't swallow your tongue," Ergou cautioned, savoring the perfectly roasted egg, which was exquisitely smooth and flavorful, with a pool of rich broth lingering at the bottom of the shell. After satisfying his hunger with a hearty meal, Ergou sipped a warm bowl of soup, and his eyelids could no longer withstand the weight of drowsiness. Cradling his companion, Bobo, he lay down on the relatively smooth ground and drifted into a deep slumber, indulging in a dream of unparalleled sweetness, his snores resounding like thunder. In his dreams, the food within his belly transformed into pure energy, quietly repairing and strengthening his body. Upon awakening, Ergou felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with vitality. Glancing at the eggshell beside him, Ergou resolved to fetch some water and prepare a stew of spider meat. There were 6 eggs in total, yet he and Mauchio had only consumed 1. The scarcity of quality sustenance posed a significant dilemma, necessitating frugality. Outside, the icy boulders housed cattle and sheep, but he lacked the formidable dentition of the giant spider to contend with them. After ensuring Mauchio was settled, He alone grasped the eggshell and made his way toward the cold pond. Bobo. Not far into his journey, Ergou heard the call of Mauchio. Before he could turn around, Mauchio had nimbly leapt onto his shoulder. It appeared that Bobo had followed him out of the cave upon noticing his departure. Well then, we shall venture together. Ergou chuckled, tucking Mauchio back into his embrace. The cave was not far from the pond, and soon Ergou arrived at its edge. He washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and took a sip of water. Wait, was my sequence of actions incorrect? Mauchio looked at him with an expression that seemed to convey disbelief, as if questioning why this foolish creature was even more naive than he. You little rascal. Ergou felt a pang of indignation at being looked down upon. Just as he lamented his sluggish awakening, a strange noise suddenly emanated from above. He looked up, and his pupils widened in shock. A dark shadow was plummeting rapidly from a great height. Before Ergou could fully comprehend the situation, a heavy thud resounded as the figure landed beside him. Goodness! In a flurry, Ergou sprang to his feet. Noticing that the figure remained unresponsive, he cautiously retrieved his dagger and approached, only to be met with another surprise. There lay a breathtaking beauty in a flowing white robe, her bosom elegantly rising and falling. Her brow furrowed in pain, eyes closed. Having fallen from such heights, she surely had no hope of survival. However, what astonished Ergou even more was the long, bushy fox tail that protruded from beneath her skirt, revealing her to be a mesmerizing fox spirit, tragically fallen from grace. Chapter 6. A fox spirit falls from the sky. Ergou moved closer to inspect the girl, and it became evident that she had succumbed to death. Her body had long since frozen, having been turned to ice before her fatal fall. Before he could conduct a thorough examination, a peculiar sound pierced the air above him. Whoosh! A black shadow darted past, and Ergou caught a glimpse of a white tail before the shadow plunged into the center of the cold pond with a splash. The surface of the pond rippled as the figure disappeared into the icy depths. Ergou hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and swiftly removed his cotton coat, plunging into the water like a darting loach. The water was excruciatingly cold, and as he endured the biting chill, he swam quickly towards the figure in the depths. The pond was remarkably clear, and from a distance, Ergou spotted a flowing white robe drifting in the water, its owner's delicate limbs stretching gracefully, akin to a dancing death butterfly, slowly sinking to the bottom. As he approached, he wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, feeling her body stiffen. Yet the bubbles escaping her pale lips indicated she still drew breath. The girl, her expression contorted in pain, kept her eyes tightly shut, and the snow-white fur of her fox tail fanned out in the water, signaling her unconscious state. With all his strength, Ergou held the girl and swam to the surface, gasping for air once his head broke through the water. The frigid air rushed into his lungs, alleviating the burning anguish of suffocation. His arms slipped beneath the girl's armpits as he brought her to the shore. The cold wind sent a shiver through him, and he glanced down at the girl, who was already frozen, her wet robe clinging to her alabaster skin. Nearby, the little fur ball bounced about in a lively manner. Ergou peeled away the girl's drenched garments, revealing her exquisite form, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he gently placed her beautiful body into his own coat, hastily moving towards his refuge. Cradling the girl in his arms and clutching her wet robe, he hurried to the cave entrance, where his entire body had become stiff with cold. Upon entering the cave, he carefully laid the girl beside the flickering fire, his teeth chattering as he used stones to seal the entrance. Meanwhile, the little fur ball busily followed behind, diligently moving stones with its tiny bottom in the air. Ergou, touched by the creature's efforts, paused to kiss the little fur ball twice in affection. After assessing the drafty entrance, he realized there was little else he could do. It was certainly an improvement over before. The temperature inside the cave was significantly warmer than that of the abyss outside, yet Ergou continued to shiver uncontrollably. He surveyed his surroundings thoughtfully, realizing that there seemed to be only one solution: to share warmth with the enchanting fox spirit nestled beside him, lest he succumb to the cold. Surely he couldn't risk his life for another's sake. With determination, Ergou wrapped his cotton coat around both himself and the fox spirit. Given the coat's limited size, he had no choice but to hold her tightly. Although he had braved the cold wind for some time, the girl's body felt even colder than his. In this moment of youthful vigor, enveloped by the beauty of the fox spirit, her ice-like form stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Despite his attempts to remain focused, he concentrated on the present, directing his attention solely to the girl before him. The girl in a coma appeared to be no more than a few years younger than him, her skin delicate and flawless, a porcelain white. Although her eyes were tightly shut, the contour of her eyelids suggested a pair of enchanting, seductive eyes. Ergou felt an inherent sensuality emanating from the girl. Yet paradoxically, there was an inexplicable aura of purity surrounding her. His body soon became heated, a consequence of both his youthful vigor and the surging blood coursing through his veins. The sound of stones clattering echoed from the cave entrance, prompting Ergou to stretch his neck and glance around, discovering that Mao Qiao was once again engaged in building a wall. A warmth spread through his heart. Indeed, as time passed, the temperature within the cave gradually rose. After a while, Mao Qiao staggered inside, his once pristine white for now a dull gray, and found a flat stone to collapse upon, exposing his plump little belly and panting heavily. Ergou watched with a pang of sympathy, reaching out to pull the sooty Mao Qiao closer, tucking him against his calf. There was no alternative. The girl's ample bosom left no room for Mao Qiao. As Mao Qiao burrowed into the coat, he felt an indescribable warmth and comfort. Suddenly, an atrocious stench invaded his nostrils, a foulness unlike anything he had ever encountered before, nearly suffocating him. Struggling, Mao Qiao crawled out from the coat, lying on the ground and gasping in terror, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might perish from the stench. Ergou felt somewhat embarrassed upon witnessing this. It seemed he ought to find the time to wash his feet. Holding the girl in his arms, he lost track of time, feeling her velvety body gradually warm and soften. Once he regained his composure, he stood up, intending to dry the girl's soaked white robe, hoping to acquire an additional garment. Upon rising, he noticed Mao Qiao curled up on the ground, staring intently at him. Confused, he followed Mao Qiao's gaze downward and felt his face flush with embarrassment, hastily shielding his vital parts. "What are you staring at, you little rascal?" he exclaimed. Mao Qiao glanced between Ergou and himself, lost in thought for a moment before inexplicably letting out a sigh. "You little scamp." Ergou chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Chapter 7. The fire stick. At this juncture, the temperature within the cave had risen to over 10 degrees. Ergou, half naked, held the girl's white robe, leaping about like an Indian shaman, shaking and jiggling in a rather unseemly manner. Observing this, Mao Qiao mimicked Ergou, frowning and prancing around the fire, hands on his hips. "You little imp," Ergou teased, laughing. After drying the garment, he donned the girl's white robe. It was quite large, crafted from animal pelts, offering commendable warmth. The sleeves were adorned with the images of 3 creatures, a bird, a bear, and a sheep. The bird bore a resemblance to the mythical phoenix of Chinese lore, while the representations of the bear and sheep were decidedly more primitive in style. Ergou conducted a thorough examination, yet he could not decipher the mystery. He found it peculiar that the young girl's attire bore no floral or grass embroidery, but instead adorned these curious designs. Nevertheless, the garment exuded a delightful fragrance. Stealing glances at the motionless maiden on the ground, he noted her alluring scent, which compelled him to lift the fabric and surreptitiously inhale its aroma. With a satisfied sigh, he furtively glanced at the girl, who appeared increasingly flushed in her small dwelling, while smoldering embers occupied the corners, enhancing her radiant beauty. "What an enchanting vixen," he mused. As he gazed, a sense of unease washed over him. Her visage seemed to grow ever redder. Approaching her, he hastily touched her forehead and discovered it burning with fever. Panic-stricken, he recalled his class leader's words, "Hot water could cure myriad ailments. If I ever have a wife and she feels unwell, I shall ensure she drinks plenty of hot water," he resolved. Grabbing an eggshell, he dashed outside to fill it with water from the pond, returning with half the contents spilled. After heating the water, he gently lifted the girl, and the cotton garment slipped silently from her delicate form. Fortunately, the presence of 2 hills shielded him from further embarrassment. Her lips were tightly sealed, refusing to allow the water entry. Observing her increasingly flushed cheeks, he steeled himself, filled his mouth with water, and, using his tongue, pried open her lips to feed her. Once the water was administered, Ergou's face was even redder than hers. Meanwhile, a curious creature watched the peculiar tent he had erected, tilting its head in confusion. "Away with you," he exclaimed, clutching the eggshell as he turned to dispose of the spider meat. Remaining in that place any longer, he feared, would send him into a frenzy. Though the giant spider was colossal, it yielded scant meat, primarily from its legs and a bit from its abdomen. The innards held no allure for him. After carefully slicing the flesh with a dagger, he washed the spider shells and some silk to use as rope. He slung a relatively intact shell onto his back, while the slightly damaged one, containing his spoils, was cradled in front of him, with an eggshell strung with water hanging from him. He made his way back to his abode. "Why do I resemble a turtle so much?" he pondered. Upon returning, he sealed the entrance with the spider shell, using small stones to block any drafts. The cave was now remarkably warm and inviting. Having secured the entrance, he set about preparing a nourishing meal for the girl. He filled the eggshell with meat and eggs, cooked them thoroughly, chewed them into a paste, and then fed her mouthfuls mixed with broth. The girl, still in a stupor, consumed the liquid nourishment, her once furrowed brow gradually relaxing. I have done all I can. Whether you survive now lies in your hands. Ergou gazed at the delicate visage of the young girl, murmuring softly. The weather outside had been perpetually overcast these past few days, and visibility in the abyss was even poorer. Had it not been for Ergou's early reconnaissance of the surrounding realities, encountering a giant spider in complete darkness would have meant certain death. Within the cave, where day and night blurred into indistinction, Ergou generally refrained from venturing outside. As time passed, the girl gradually became capable of performing some swallowing motions in response to him. Her long eyelashes fluttered, indicating she might soon open her eyes. Yet they remained shut. A snow-white foxtail twitched unconsciously beside her. Ergou had once curiously stroked the girl's foxtail, eager to discern whether it was genuinely part of her or merely an accessory. Holding the soft, white tail in his hand, he felt a gentle warmth radiating from it, accompanied by a subtle fragrance infused with her essence that wafted into his nostrils. The girl, lying on the ground, restlessly squirmed, unintentionally letting out a series of gasps and soft moans, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of crimson. Alarmed, Ergou hastily tucked the fox tail into his cotton clothing, prompting her to cease her movements. It appeared that the tail was indeed authentic. Ergou wiped the sweat from his brow. After all, surreptitiously touching another's appendages was hardly a dignified affair. He was reluctant to eat the eggs, giving them all to his beloved son and the young girl, while he himself consumed only some broth and a few morsels of meat. Nevertheless, after each meal, he felt an overwhelming heat surge through his body as if he might explode. In those moments, he would engage in frenzied exercise, performing hundreds of push-ups without feeling an ounce of fatigue, only stopping to rest when drenched in sweat. This is truly bizarre. Ergou grumbled. I'm not some fool who has consumed a celestial elixir. At times, Ergou would wander around the abyss, and on one occasion, he and his companion, Mao Qiu, discovered some rock salt in a depression, significantly enhancing his culinary provisions. However, he refrained from delving deeper into the abyss, deciding it prudent to wait until the girl regained consciousness. Additionally, he stumbled upon a rather cumbersome firewood stick. This stick was exceedingly heavy, and despite Ergou's newfound vigor, it took considerable effort to haul it back to the cave to serve as a makeshift door prop. The flimsy door would always collapse whenever the winds howled through the abyss. A heavy sword without an edge, true skill lies in simplicity, he muttered, a rare phrase slipping from his lips, learned from the martial arts novels he so adored. He relished the tales of vengeance and the legendary characters within those stories. If this were to be used against someone, it might not kill them, but it could certainly crush them. Ergou exclaimed, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, I cannot wield it. Pleased with this suitable door prop, Ergou felt a greater sense of security as he lay in the cave. Chapter 8. The fox spirit speaks. On this day, Ergou, as was his custom, supported the girl's shoulders, resting her against him, and prepared to feed her the mashed food he had chewed. Ergou was about to speak when he froze in place. At that moment, a pair of sparkling, deep blue eyes were fixed upon him, motionless. The owner of those enchanting eyes was none other than the little fox, who had been unconscious for several days. Staring into those expressive eyes, Ergou found himself at a loss for words. Though he had envisioned the beauty of the girl's eyes, the reality surpassed his imagination, revealing the stark poverty of his prior thoughts. Her eyes resembled the moon in the sky, the vast, deep blue ocean, and the twinkling stars. The girl's blue gaze was akin to a tranquil pool in the abyss, clear and mysterious. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and with each blink, it seemed as if a subtle ripple danced across the surface of that azure lake. That blue was reminiscent of the purest horizon he had ever seen under the highland sky, exuding infinite clarity and brightness, as if it had been imbued by the sea, subtly hinting at the profound depths and vitality of the waves. When her blue eyes shifted slightly, it appeared as if colors were spilling forth, carrying an irresistible charm that captivated the soul. Why you reawake? After a prolonged silence, Ergou finally managed to utter these words. The girl, however, remained silent, her eyes blinking in a dazed manner, fixated on him. Her gaze was luminous, yet held a hint of allure. After a moment of intense scrutiny, she parted her soft, pink lips and weakly uttered a few words, none of which Ergou could comprehend. He wore an expression of sudden realization. How could he possibly understand the words of a fox spirit? You should eat first, it will get cold soon. Ergou extended his hand to feed her, but the girl, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned her head slightly away. Having grown accustomed to feeding her over the past few days, Ergou had not given it much thought until he noticed her reaction. Realizing that since she was awake, it would be inappropriate to offer her food that had already been in his mouth. He placed the eggshell beside him, then, with his sturdy arms, gently lifted the delicate girl and set her down against the stone wall. Turning back, he offered her the food. The girl, weakly extending her thin arm, seemed to struggle as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. As she pulled her arm from beneath her coat, it fell limply to her side, causing her body to lean precariously to one side. Seeing this, Ergou hurriedly stepped forward to support the girl, who was on the verge of toppling over. "Don't move. Let me feed you with the eggshell." Although she was no longer required to eat from his hand, caring for herself proved to be a challenge. After the meal, Ergou noticed her face was flushed, leading him to mistakenly think she had a fever. When he touched her forehead, it felt cool, but upon seeing her slightly trembling body, he suddenly remembered something. In the past few days, he had been the one to tend to her needs, but circumstances had now changed. Reluctantly, he lifted the girl in his arms and stepped out of the cave, opening the door of the spider shell. In the vast darkness, her body shuddered noticeably, and even her tail quivered, causing her to grip his hand more tightly. Ergou placed the young girl in a sheltered corner of the wall, turning his back to her, yet he did not leave. After a short while, the cheerful sound of flowing water reached his ears, causing his mind to wander. When the girl, blushing, rested her small hands on his shoulders once more, it startled Ergou himself. On that day, after they had shared a meal, Ergou noticed the little fox was intently gazing at him, a behavior she had exhibited over the past few days without uttering a word, making him feel quite bashful. "Ah, surely, she is captivated by my charm," Ergou thought with pride, considering himself somewhat of a dashing figure within the ranks. Observing her gaze more closely, he realized she was not fixated on him, but rather on the clothes he wore. In that instant, he understood. He had been wearing her garments, a rather peculiar situation indeed. Flustered, Ergou hurriedly removed the white robe and returned it to the girl. Her cheeks flushed deeper, accentuating her delicate beauty as she averted her gaze from his muscular physique. "Here," he said, while handing her the robe, turning away with an understanding nod. After a rustling sound, she quickly donned her clothes once more. "I'll fetch some food. You should rest a bit longer." Regardless of whether she understood, he offered an excuse and hastily exited, as if the place had transformed into a den of danger, where lingering for even a moment could invite peril. Once outside the cave, he noticed the moon had risen to its zenith in the gorge, a peculiar sight, as he had yet to see the sun. Contemplating his dwindling supplies, he acknowledged the presence of some cattle and sheep within the valley, yet they were frozen stiff, firmly bonded to the ground, making them difficult to manage. Where to go? To the water's edge, perhaps? There might be fish. Soon, Ergou arrived at the pond, stretching his neck to peer intently into the water. To his astonishment, he saw a grotesque figure peering back at him, albeit somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a dreadful thought struck him, and he cautiously leaned closer to the water's surface. There, reflected in the depths, was a hideously deformed visage, with a dark, split nose resembling that of a dog. Its face pockmarked and equally appalling, gazing back at him. In that moment, Ergou felt as if the sky itself were collapsing. An even greater despair than when facing the giant spider. The dagger in his hand clattered to the ground. "Goodness, is that me?" The figure in the water was none other than Ergou himself, his once handsome face now marred with scars and bruises, his nose darkened, resembling a mangy dog afflicted with skin disease, an unspeakable ugliness. No wonder she had been staring at him. It was indeed the spider. Alas, my once handsome visage. Ergou comprehended everything. His face had been disfigured during the battle with the spider. The dim light within the abyss had prevented him from scrutinizing the surface of the water until today, when he finally beheld his current visage. Sitting by the lake in a daze, he remained motionless, lost in thought. After a while, he abruptly stood up, seized a stone, and hurled it into the water with great force, exclaiming, "Damn it! Only beasts deserve beautiful women." Chapter 9. The Priestess. Upon throwing the stone, Ergou felt something unusual in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a cluster of mushrooms. These mushrooms resembled stones so closely that one could hardly distinguish them at first glance. He took the time to examine his surroundings and was astonished to find numerous mushrooms, gathering a considerable amount to bring back to the cave. Inside the cave, the little fox was busy grooming the furball. Upon seeing Ergou return, she regarded him with a cheerful smile, while the furball wiggled its rear, indicating for the girl to continue. Ergou was initially filled with joy, but when he saw his reflection in the little girl's big, watery eyes and recalled his own appearance, his spirits plummeted. He wished to sing a song, lamenting the contrast between her beauty and his ugliness, pondering how he would quietly depart once more tonight. If he were to remain this ugly, it would be one thing. He had endured 20 years of singleness, only to discover that his face was ruined at the moment he finally had an opportunity to shine. Sighing deeply, he ignored the girl and, feeling dejected, began to prepare mushroom soup by breaking an eggshell and sprinkling a bit of salt. The little fox, sensing his neglect, thought she had somehow displeased him. She nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment, her cheeks flushed, her large, sparkling eyes glistening as she timidly swayed her fluffy white tail. Ergou, oblivious to the fox's distress, stared blankly at the wall, his mind wandering, unaware of how long the soup had been simmering. After a while, he tasted the broth, finding it exceptionally delightful. Using his dagger, he pierced a mushroom, taking a bite and relishing its softness and tenderness. As he chewed, suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the bite mark on the mushroom slowly changing from white to green. His expression shifted dramatically. Poisonous. The thought barely crossed his mind when a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Ergou fell into a state of unconsciousness. In a hazy stupor, he lost track of time until a sudden rumble of thunder jolted him awake. He stood up and moved mechanically, finding himself at the entrance of the cave. The little fox and the fur ball had vanished without a trace. At this moment, within the valley, a multitude of peculiar figures had gathered, bustling about in haste, clad predominantly in blue robes. They were led by a tall woman whose expression was as cold as frost, exuding an air of aloofness. Her bosom was proudly encased in a blue bandeau, revealing a flat, alabaster abdomen, while a sheer skirt flowed down, her long, lustrous legs partially concealed. In the biting wind, she seemed impervious to the chill. However, her eyes appeared to be blindfolded, shrouded by a layer of blue velvet cloth. The woman chanted incantations, her words incomprehensible, while the group remained oblivious to Ergou, engrossed in their own tasks. A wave of confusion washed over Ergou, and just then, a thunderclap reverberated, rendering the figures even more vivid. Enlightenment struck him as he recalled a rumor he had previously heard. In certain unique mountainous terrains, a magnetic field could form, preserving scenes from a millennium ago. Whenever a storm brewed, these ancient moments would be resurrected. With this thought, Ergou closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, but suddenly, a chill coursed through him, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. For in that fleeting moment of closure, the blindfolded woman had materialized before him. With a crack, a bolt of lightning illuminated her pallid face, devoid of color. A sinister smile crept upon her lips, revealing a row of ghastly white teeth, while her dark, hidden eyes fixated on the paralyzed Ergou. His eyes widened in terror, an instinctive scream lodged in his throat. At that moment, snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, and as they fell, the figures moved like ripples, dissipating into the air. Startled, Ergou jolted upright, drenched in sweat. The small fox, who had been sleeping against the wall beside him, awoke with delight, rising to gently wipe the perspiration from his forehead. Suddenly, she burst into tears, collapsing into his embrace. The fluffy creature, upon hearing her distress, scampered over to Ergou's side, nuzzling him joyfully. Overwhelmed by this unexpected surge of happiness, Ergou gazed at the small fox and the fluffy creature in a daze. After a moment, the small fox, with her cheeks flushed, struggled to rise, her eyes brimming with tenderness as they met Ergou's. In her gaze, he perceived not disdain but rather concern and profound affection. A wave of emotion surged within him, compelling him to wrap his arms around her slender waist. The small fox shivered slightly, momentarily stiffening, before offering him a soft smile, and in that instant, the dim canyon seemed to brighten. At times, words may not be the most effective means of communication. A mere glance or a shared feeling can transcend countless spoken words. Between beauty and beast, perhaps true love does exist. In this desolate abyss, despite the language barrier, a mysterious bond had begun to blossom amid their trials. In the warmth of the cave, the small fox gradually leaned against Ergou, and they nestled together. A fragrant musk wafted from her, enveloping Ergou's senses. Enchanted by this intoxicating aroma, his thoughts began to wander. I shall kiss your forehead now, and if you do not object, I shall bestow upon your cheeks a gentle kiss as well, he declared, feeling his face warm with embarrassment. If you have no objections, then I shall proceed. The small fox, unable to comprehend his words, naturally expressed no dissent. Ergou gently cupped the little fox's face in his hands, and he found her gaze soft and tender, brimming with emotion as she looked at him. A wave of affection surged within him, and he pressed his stubbled lips fervently against hers. Although he had kissed that delicate mouth countless times before, this moment was unlike any other. When their lips met, it felt as if an electric current coursed through their bodies. The world around them fell silent, leaving only the sound of their breaths. Their lips were soft and warm, and his heart raced uncontrollably, as if a fire ignited deep within him, causing his cheeks to flush. It was a sensation both exhilarating and intoxicating, as if he had seized the entire world in that moment. Ergou's rough hand became restless, slipping beneath the little fox's garments, and a soft sigh escaped her lips, igniting a blaze of passion within him. His other hand wandered downward, caressing the little fox's pristine tail, and she writhed in his embrace like a fish stranded upon the shore, gasping for breath. Chapter 10. From fool to scholar. Just as Ergou contemplated taking things further, the little fox struggled to push him away. Her eyes, filled with tender longing, met his as she brushed her flowing black hair aside, then took his hand and led him toward the mouth of the cave. Ergou followed her in a daze as she stepped outside, releasing his hand and slowly walking toward a clearing, where she raised her arms to the sky and began to sing. Why had she suddenly started singing? Ergou sniffed his fingers, still tinged with a lingering fragrance. Though he could not comprehend the words, he found the melody quite enchanting. The little fox's voice was as clear as a gentle breeze and as melodious as a nightingale's song. At first, Ergou merely enjoyed the sound, but gradually, he sensed something amiss. Her voice grew increasingly resonant, echoing like a mountain spring flowing through every corner of the abyss. It danced like an ethereal spirit in the frigid air. In higher notes, it soared like an eagle ascending to the heavens, while in lower tones, it resonated like the deep, mysterious breath of the earth. Her song carried an ancient power, soothing restless souls, even silencing the winds that had never ceased their howling. Faint sighs, mingling with her melody, drifted from the horizon, reminiscent of anguished souls and the lamentations of history. As the little fox's song gradually slowed, the echoes in the valley lingered. She waved her right hand toward Ergou, and a milky white halo descended upon his head, only to vanish moments later. As the song concluded, the valley returned to normal, yet Ergou felt a peculiar change within himself. Like a fool, he examined his body, glancing between himself and the little fox, exclaiming, "Little fox, what have you done? You aren't plotting to murder your husband, are you?" The little fox approached him with a playful smile, lightly tapping his forehead. Ergou took her delicate, cool hand in his, warming it in his palm, and said, "Stop teasing me. What was that song you just sang?" "Look at my brain," Ergou exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "I completely forgot that in our tragic love story, neither of us can comprehend the other's words. I don't even know your name." "My name is Ali," the little fox replied, her crystal-like eyes gazing at Ergou, her voice melodious. "So, your name is Ali?" Ergou nodded, then with a mischievous intent, he pulled the little fox back towards the burrow, saying, "Ali, it's cold outside. We should return." "Wait." Ergou suddenly turned to the little fox, who stood there like a statue, stammering, "Why you? You can talk." Ali playfully wrinkled her nose, waving her delicate fingers before her now rosy lips, and sweetly replied, "It's not that I can talk, it's that you can understand my language." "I can understand your language?" "Yes." Ali's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "What I just sang was the song of wisdom's enlightenment from the priestess. Those who are enlightened by wisdom can speak our language." "One song can teach a language?" Ergou pondered, and indeed, he sensed a new linguistic system emerging in his mind, as if it had always been a part of him. "Indeed." Ali proudly puffed out her well-developed chest. "This is the glory bestowed upon us by the war god. Each soul priest has the right to use it only once in their lifetime, and I am the soul priest serving the war god." "Wait, I'm a bit confused. Who is this war god you speak of?" "The war god is the deity worshipped by the priests of Freljord. Her true name is Avarosa, and she shall forever be sung by the people of Freljord." Ergou stood frozen, momentarily unable to process this information. "You don't know the war god?" Ali looked at the dazed Ergou with curiosity. Just then, a cold wind swept through, and thunder rumbled in the sky, soon followed by delicate snowflakes drifting down. Ergou felt this scene was eerily familiar. He suddenly recalled it was the very landscape he had witnessed in his dreams. A tightness gripped his heart as he glanced into the darkness, where only shadowy silhouettes of enormous stones lingered. Ali hugged her shoulders and rubbed her hands, saying, "Let us go inside. It's too cold and dark out here. I'm scared." "Oh right, let us go?" Ergou gently urged Ali ahead of him, turning back to glance behind, an unsettling feeling that something was watching him creeping up his spine. "Ali, you mentioned you're a priestess, and the people of Freljord worship the war god?" Back inside the burrow, they sat down, and Ergou began to organize his thoughts. Avarosa shall live on forever. Ali's eyes gleamed with fervor. The war god has refined our battle songs, corrected our doctrines, allowing the Vastaya people to draw closer to nature and truth. The Vastaya people refer to all humanoid beings on the continent of Valoran. Ali gazed at Ergou with a look of disbelief, as if he were an alien. You don't know any of this? Ergou held Ali's icy hand and shook his head. I do not know. Somehow, I arrived here, unaware of the world outside. Ali nodded thoughtfully, realizing why she could not comprehend his language. It seemed he had encountered a rift in time and space. Having been transported from a secluded tribe, Ergou opened his mouth, intending to clarify that he was not from any tribe, but rather from another world. However, to avoid overwhelming the young lady before him, he reconsidered and chose to remain silent. Ali regarded Ergou, stating, "Since you are able to appreciate the Enlightenment battle song of wisdom, it indicates that you, too, are from the Vastaya, presumably belonging to the Dog clan. As your mentor, it is my duty to lead you into the embrace of the god of war." What on earth? Dog clan. Ergou, now well-versed in the entire linguistic system of Freljord, understood that dog referred to a canine. How could he possibly have transformed from a human into a dog? Ali gazed at Ergou with a glimmer in her eyes. Honestly, I was uncertain at first, but your appearance, particularly your nose. Ali paused. Indeed resembles that of the mischievous dog clan. She continued, however, most members of the dog clan are known for their poor character, troublesome, extravagant, and debauched. Yet you are not like that. You possess noble qualities, intelligence, and courage. You are the most virtuous beast man I have ever encountered. As she uttered the last sentence, Ali puffed out her chest, as if to bolster Ergou's spirits. Chapter 11. Battle Song. Ergou felt both elated and disheartened upon hearing her words. He never expected to be viewed so grandly in the eyes of the little fox. Yet, upon touching his face and feeling his flattened, dark, three-lobed nose, he felt a bitter sense of irony, wishing to lament to the heavens and earth. Oh, who can relieve me of this frustration? Seeing Ergou gaze upward, Ali assumed he was attempting to appear cool and smiled gently as she grasped his arm, continuing, "Later, I noticed you smacking your lips while eating, which is precisely akin to the dog clan. Furthermore, your ability to accept the baptism of the Enlightenment battle song further affirms your identity as a beast man." Beast man? Ergou asked numbly. Ali nodded, explaining, "In the kingdom of Freljord, a variety of Vastaya tribes exist, commonly referred to as beast clans." Then you belong to the fox tribe? I am from the fox clan, a noble of the kingdom. Ali replied with a cheerful smile. And the dog clan? Ergou inquired, feeling resigned. The dog clan is a vassal race of the fox clan. Does that mean I must call you my master? Ergou asked with a peculiar expression. The kingdom abolished slavery long ago. After a brief pause, Ali asked, "I have told you my name. What is yours?" "My nickname is Ergou, and my full name is Chungliang, but everyone calls me by my nickname." Ali teased, "I knew it. You must be the second eldest at home, which is why you are called Ergou, am I correct? However, you should be called Ergou the dog." Ergou felt as if he were in a quagmire, neither wholly pleasant nor entirely unpleasant, and he merely shrugged. "Close enough." Ali nodded, but remarked that your name lacked the essence of the Orsish clan. As your mentor, Ali patted her lofty chest and declared, "Let me bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, you shall be called Caesarly. What say you?" Ergou had no objections, but he inquired curiously, "Why Caesar?" Ali's face flushed, and she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "The oracle in the temple once foretold that my future husband would bear the name Caesar," her voice dwindling to a whisper. Ergou was touched. Gazing upon the little fox's rosy cheeks, which were as radiant as the most exquisite gesang flower. "Caesar, I am grateful for your care. Do you know? Though I was immobile in recent days, my consciousness remained alert. Your rugged exterior belies a heart purer than the celestial fragrance, and your character shines brighter than the sun upon the Titan peaks. During your unconsciousness, I pondered, if you were no longer with us, I too would not wish to endure alone in this abyss." Realizing that Ali's consciousness had remained intact while he himself had been in a stupor for several days, Ergou met her gaze. Outside the cave, snowflakes danced, while within, the warmth was akin to spring. The furry creature, sensing the moment, nestled nearby for a nap. Ergou gently lifted Ali's chin, gazing into her sparkling eyes, and could not resist leaning in for a tender kiss. The little fox closed her eyes, reciprocating passionately. But just as Ergou's hand began to wander, Ali abruptly pushed him away, breathless. "Caesar, the priest's crown must first receive the blessing of the god of war before it can be offered to another." "Ah, all right," Ergou replied, somewhat dejected. What nonsense, the god of war. The newly anointed priest silently cursed the deity countless times. With that, Ali curled her arms around her knees, sitting beside Ergou, gazing up at the cave's ceiling, where the shadows of two embraced figures danced. Allow me to traverse the silence, leaving no trace of fear behind. Let the world persist. Let the sea kiss the shore as before. Let the grass remain evergreen, allowing frogs to hide and people to bury their faces within, weeping for their beloved. Illuminate the daybreak, as if no pain remains. Oh, god of war, let me rest in your embrace. As Ali's melodious voice filled the air, Ergou's heart gradually found tranquility. Ali seemed enveloped in a sacred glow, while the furry creature blinked its large eyes, captivated by Ali's gentle song resonating within the cave. Caesar, this is the requiem you ought to learn now. With the enlightenment of wisdom, you have become a wind whisperer priest. The primary duty of a wind whisperer priest is to scatter the glory of the god of war and to soothe the departed souls. Wind whisperer priest? Indeed. A priest serves the god of war, is a master of the great elements, a sword in the hand of the kingdom, and the most formidable shield the kingdom possesses. Ali continued, explaining that the priests of the kingdom are classified into 6 distinct ranks: wind whisperer, soul priest, war priest, staff priest, grand shaman of Vian, and the cardinal in red. Each rank of priest must possess the corresponding song power and battle hymn to advance. So, priests are merely singers? Ergou pondered, bemused, realizing that he, a seasoned warrior, was now akin to a cheerleader. The chanting of battle hymns is not merely singing, Ali stated solemnly. The performance of a battle hymn requires the utilization of elemental power, also known as song power. Generally speaking, everyone harbors elemental power within them. It is merely that the average person cannot perceive it. Elemental users, such as priests, clerics, and mages, must meditate to sense and accumulate this power. Only with an abundance of song power can a battle hymn unleash its true potential. As a professional soldier, Ergou posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Can battle hymns kill? Upon hearing this, Ali furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, Caesar, the war god bestows upon us strength not for the purpose of slaughter, but for protection. Ergou secretly scoffed at this notion, thinking to himself, truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. If we cannot kill, how can we protect? Noticing Ergou's subtle expression, Ali patiently explained, while battle hymns may not harm enemies directly, they can bestow various supportive auras upon our warriors. Great, so we're just cheerleaders. Ergou mused, disappointed to discover that the ability to summon storms and thunder was akin to mere cheerleading. The true value of a priest lies primarily in assisting their allied warriors rather than engaging in combat directly. The lament is a fundamental battle hymn mastered by wind whisperers. And only upon mastering the spirit calling him and ascending to the rank of soul priest can one participate in battle. Upon becoming a soul priest, one can summon their magical companion and continue to advance to the war priest rank, thereby learning more advanced battle hymns, such as the hymn of stalwart resilience and the frenzy hymn, which enhance the endurance and combat abilities of warriors. Ergou, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, so, we're merely here to cheer on others. Don't priests have any offensive capabilities? Chapter 12. The innate soul singer Caesar, do not underestimate the priests. An army with priests is an entirely different concept from one without, Ali asserted gravely. Take the endurance aura as an example. A basic endurance aura can enhance a warrior's attack and movement speed by 20%, whereas a high-ranking priest can boost it by 40% or even more. And this is merely the effect of one aura. Ergou was taken aback. 40% increase in movement and attack speed? Wait, attack speed? Ali, sensing Ergou's curiosity, responded, what weapons do the soldiers here use in battle? Using swords and blades, why? Oh, nothing. Ergou realized that he had arrived in a land ruled by swords and magic. In this light, priests appeared to be quite formidable indeed. So, if I wish to become a war priest, I simply need to learn the hymn of stalwart resilience? Ali smiled, for the battle song was not merely a simple melody. A single misstep in a syllable could render it utterly ineffective. If you doubt this, try singing the requiem, he suggested. How difficult could it be? Ergou, unyielding in his skepticism, proclaimed that he too was once a legendary song deity. Ali merely chuckled silently, clearing his throat. Ergou began to sing the requiem that Ali had just performed. Strangely enough, despite his confidence in his ability, it felt as if an unseen hand were constricting his throat, causing him to unintentionally stray off key. By the end of the song, he questioned whether the unpleasant sounds emanating from his mouth could possibly belong to him. How could this be? Ali, with a playful smile, ruffled Ergou's hair, saying, my dear disciple, Do you think the advancement of a priest is a trivial matter? A significant portion of priests throughout the nation remain forever stuck at the rank of wind whisperer, unable to ascend. As your mentor, I, a young soul priest, am among the few true prodigies. Ali declared with a sense of pride. If you diligently pray to the god of war day and night, meditate, and with my guidance, once you master this requiem battle song, I shall assist you in becoming a soul priest. Ergou, still skeptical, believed that his unfamiliarity with the language of the beast men was the sole reason for his struggle. He resolved to sing in Mandarin to demonstrate his prowess. Clearing his throat once more, he grasped Ali's hand with heartfelt sincerity and unleashed his voice anew, like a gentle rain cascading deep within my heart. That feeling is so mysterious. I cannot help but lift my gaze to you, yet you reveal no trace. Though you remain silent, your presence is unforgettable. It is your gaze, radiant and beautiful. Ah, in this world of love, my heart is filled with joy. As his song echoed, Ali was profoundly moved by Ergou's voice. It felt as though a delicate stream flowed within her heart, traversing the most tender corners of her soul. As the final note faded, a resonant hum filled the air, and a blue halo abruptly materialized from the void, hovering momentarily before dissipating silently into the atmosphere. By the god of war, Ali gasped at the sight, covering her rosy lips with her small hand, unable to conceal her astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was a soul contract, a natural-born soul singer. Her expression shifted from shock to elation, as she cradled Ergou's uneven face in her hands and planted a fervent kiss upon his cheek. Caesar, you are indeed a natural-born soul singer, a talent that appears once in a millennium. Overwhelmed by this unexpected revelation, Ergou found himself somewhat bewildered. What? A natural-born soul singer? Ali, brimming with excitement, leapt to her feet, gesticulating animatedly as she exclaimed, Caesar, you are now a soul priest. You need not advance. You are a natural-born soul singer. Every natural-born soul singer in the history of Vastia has left their mark in the annals of history, just like the great lady Lysandra, who was also a natural-born soul singer. Although I am unfamiliar with the meaning of your recent song, the azure halo clearly embodies the essence of the spirit-summoning battle hymn. Your advancement and mastery over the elements will undoubtedly surpass that of the average individual. Oh, the melody I just performed was indeed the spirit-summoning battle hymn? I felt a bit dizzy afterward, as if I were on the brink of oxygen deprivation. Oxygen deprivation? What does that imply? Caesar, the dizziness you experience is a result of wielding elemental power. Typically, a priest can only chant 3 battle hymns in a short span, while a soul singer possesses a more abundant song energy, yet can manage no more than 5. Your initial use of a battle hymn is bound to induce such sensations of lightheadedness. Each battle hymn encompasses a radius of approximately 50 yards. And if the troops are positioned closely, it can bestow additional states upon nearly 1,000 warriors. Such destructive potential is indeed formidable. It is not merely a matter of doubling combat strength when it comes to disrupting enemy formations and undermining their morale. 5 battle hymns. By the gods of war. That translates to 5,000 warriors. Is it truly that extensive? I observed that Ergou pointed to the spot where the blue halo appeared, which was not particularly large. Ari's emotions gradually stabilized, yet her tone was still tinged with uncontainable excitement. For this spirit-summoning battle hymn is intended for forging contracts with magical beasts. Did you perhaps intend to establish a soul contract with me? With a playful smile, Ari looked at Ergou, fluttering her large, expressive eyes. Caesar, priests hold immense significance on the battlefield, which is why the spirit-summoning battle hymn of the soul priest has become a hallmark of those who venture into combat. This hymn grants the priest the ability to forge a mental contract with a magical beast, thereby securing a companion to protect them. However, a priest may only possess one magical pet at a time. Magical beasts? What exactly are magical beasts? You are unaware of what magical beasts are. Ari gazed at Ergou in astonishment. Your tribe's location must be exceedingly comfortable. Magical beasts refer to creatures endowed with magical power. They not only possess formidable physical strength, but also the capacity to unleash instantaneous spells. They are quite intelligent, with some high-tier magical beasts even capable of transforming into humanoid forms to communicate with humans. Does that mean my furball is a magical beast? Ergou eagerly inquired, lifting the furry creature nestled in his arms. Furball, with its large, dark eyes spinning curiously, emitted soft purring sounds as it gazed at Ari. Ari took Furball in her hands, gently pinching its small face. Furball's scientific name is Frost Snow Polaro Beast, a remarkable magical creature. Polaro beings are widespread across the Rune continent. They exhibit minimal aggression, yet possess an extraordinary ability to absorb magical energy and are immune to certain spell damages. Some unscrupulous merchants seek to capture Pomelo for the creation of magical equipment, but once a Pomelo perishes, it no longer retains such abilities. Chapter 13, Vastaya. Ari paused briefly and whispered, typically, elemental users seldom keep a Pomelo by their side, as Pomelo instinctively absorb the elemental forces surrounding them, which may impact the elemental user's abilities. Upon hearing Ali's words, the fluffy creature, adorned in a coat of pristine white fur and large ears, drooped slightly. Its mood visibly dampened. That was their own fault. They could not blame the latrine for their inability to produce waste. Ergou embraced the fluffy creature, squishing its face, and exclaimed with fervor, "I will keep this little one by my side." Ali narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Caesar, I quite like you this way. In truth, as long as it is not a horde of Poro, having a single Poro by your side poses no issue. However, Caesar, do you wish to claim this fluffy creature as your magical companion?" "This creature is not merely a pet. It is my son," Ergou replied, affectionately ruffling the creature's small head. The fluffy one squinted its eyes and nudged Ergou's large hand with its head. "A magical companion does not equate to a pet," Ali clarified, supporting her delicate face with her hand while casting her gaze upward, pondering aloud. Yet, acquiring a new magical companion might also be advantageous. A priest may possess but one magical companion, and the Frost Nova attack of this fluffy one cannot provide you with adequate protection. "Frost Nova?" Ergou inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Ali confirmed. "The magical attack of the Frost Snow Poro is Frost Nova. Compared to their brethren, the Flame Poro or the Poison Poro, their offensive capabilities are, in fact, rather feeble, merely capable of freezing foes for a fleeting moment, typically employed in moments of escape. Who claim that this fluffy one cannot protect me?" Ergou recalled the instant the giant spider had been immobilized by the Frost Nova, realizing it was the handiwork of his fluffy companion. He could not resist bestowing a couple of affectionate kisses upon it, eliciting joyful purrs from the creature. Observing this, Ali pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy evident, and continued her exposition. "The fluffy one is a Frost Snow Poro, immune to frost magic, while other magical attacks can only partially inflict damage. Additionally, the battle song you sang earlier, was it in the language of your homeland? It is truly miraculous. I wonder how the tongue of your homeland is able to channel elemental power. However, if the temple were to discover your actions, it could prove exceedingly perilous, as the temple strictly forbids the unauthorized use of battle songs outside of regulations. Historically, there was a priest who composed a song of seduction. Those who heard it were unable to resist its allure. Hence, the use of battle songs is under stringent control. It would be wise for you to recite the temple's sanctioned language." Ergou nodded in agreement, recognizing that the authenticity of the seduction song was of little consequence. What mattered was his challenge to the temple's authority. Such strategic resources must remain in the hands of the ruling powers. Creating battle songs at will bore similarities to allowing the populace to forge weapons, an endeavor fraught with the potential for the emergence of a rival regime. Thus, the creation of battle songs was met with severe repercussions. Consequently, Ergou followed Ali's lead, learning the Vastaya version of the summoning battle song, then singing the original version anew, only to discover the elemental resonance within his voice was woefully inadequate. He felt that even if he were to attempt a contract with the most rudimentary of water arrow rabbits, they would deliberate before accepting. How could this be? Ali furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Ergou was taken aback, pondering for a long while before explaining to Ali. "Perhaps it is due to my inability to invest emotionally." Ali rolled her eyes dramatically and admonished, "Caesar, you must constantly pray and maintain your love and reverence for the god of war. Always remember, you are a glorious priest of the kingdom." Ergou reciprocated with an exaggerated eye roll, thinking to himself, feudal superstition is deadly. Were Ali to discover that her beloved Caesar held such thoughts, she would surely be infuriated. A priest, particularly a naturally gifted soul singer, who harbors disbelief in the god of war that bestows upon him power, branding it as mere superstition, is nothing short of committing a grievous act of sacrilege. Ergou, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He suddenly recalled something of great importance. "Ali, do you know where we are currently trapped?" "This place is the Howling Abyss," Ali replied after a long pause, her tone tinged with complexity and melancholy. "The Howling Abyss?" Ergou inquired, puzzled. Ali nodded and slowly began to recount the grand history of the continent before them. "This land is known as Valoran, also referred to as the Rune Continent. The ancient history has long been sealed in dust, while the events of millennia ago were chronicled by the Vastaya." "The Vastaya?" a collective term for all humanoid beings, included humans, who were merely part of the monk tribe at that time, in a flourishing continent. Until 10,000 years ago. For reasons unknown, a colossal rift in time and space appeared on the Valoran continent, from which emerged a terrifying host. Wherever they went, villages turned into graveyards, cities into tombs, slaughtering and driving the Vastaya from their homeland. It was a cataclysm. Ali's eyes reflected fear as she spoke of the monstrous horde that crawled out, tearing apart every living creature in sight. These beings were exceptionally powerful, rendering the Vastaya's defenses pitifully inadequate. Yet, Avarosa, our god of war, emerged from the darkest of times, leading the Vastaya to stem the tide of death south of the Ironspine Mountains, preserving the spark of life. In this bleak epoch, under the shadow of death, countless geniuses arose, propelling the elemental forces of the Valoran continent to extraordinary heights. After enduring a protracted drain of resources, with the participation of other races such as the formidable dragons and giants, the scales of war began to tilt, until the last of the monsters was expelled from the Valoran continent. Thereafter, this conflict was named the First Void War. The first? Does that imply there was a second? Ergou interjected. Ali's face revealed a sorrowful expression as she continued. Indeed, the Void War from 10,000 years ago drained the Vastaya of too much power, leading to the extinction of countless races. For instance, the valiant ants and the formidable mantis tribe, both powerful insectoid races, were utterly annihilated under the scourge of the Void's despicable plague weapons, vanishing forever from this continent. Moreover, there exist the colossal olephant humanoids and the stout and valiant bill tribe bear folk, whose populations are inherently sparse due to their exceedingly challenging reproductive processes and enormous dietary needs. Following the devastating blows of the Great War, their numbers have dwindled further, teetering on the brink of extinction. However, amidst this calamity, one race has quietly ascended, the humans, who now dominate the continent. Originally part of the Vastaya as the Monkey tribe, armed with an innate aptitude for learning and bolstered by a substantial population base, they gradually mastered the formidable elemental power of magic through the crucible of war. Magic. Ergou found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. Once the Monkey tribe harnessed the might of magic, their ambitions began to swell. They grew increasingly dissatisfied with their standing within the Vastaya collective. Ultimately, 6 millennia ago, after meticulous plotting and preparation, they audaciously declared their independence, renouncing the Monkey identity and boldly proclaiming themselves as humans. Not only that, but they also derisively referred to their former kin among the Vastaya as beastfolk, a deliberate attempt to underscore their own nobility and uniqueness. Chapter 14. A Brief History of the Rune Continent Beastfolk. Ergou questioned, "Did you accept this designation?" Caesar and Ali responded with irritation, "As a priest, how can your views align with those loathsome humans? All life is equal. Is there truly a chasm between beastfolk, giants, tree shepherds, and the Monkey tribe, who have appropriated the term human? Compared to the term human, I believe they should rightfully identify themselves as Monkey tribe members. They are merely a band of rebellious children yearning to escape their mother's embrace. Beasts are integral to the druids, and a priest's magical companions are akin to family. Those who regard beasts with disdain will inevitably find themselves subjected to scorn from other beings." Ergou mused. "It seems rather tragic that you, as a mother, cannot even control your own children." "Very well, I concede, I was in the wrong." Ali glared at Ergou in frustration, then quietly lamented. Conflicts erupted between beastfolk and humans, yet the latter, wielding their potent magical prowess and reproductive capabilities, overwhelmingly vanquished the beastfolk, driving them into the present-day Freljord region, with some finding themselves adrift overseas. At that time, humans sought to eradicate the beastfolk entirely, but the priests intervened to prevent such a fate. In an era rife with magical upheaval amidst this frigid land, the priests also endeavored to develop their own form of magic, albeit at a grave cost, one measured in lives. The frozen tomb, extracting all elemental power from the priest, encasing all life before them in ice, while the practitioner would themselves become a lifeless ice sculpture. The fox tribe of Ur was indeed in the zenith of talent. For most other beastfolk were not particularly astute, rendering the emergence of priests a rarer occurrence. In an effort to thwart the advance of the human coalition numbering in the hundreds of thousands, the Fox clan sacrificed nearly all of their high-ranking priests, transforming the human forces and their sorcerers into statues of ice, which were subsequently ground to dust beneath the hooves of orc cavalry. The noble status of the Fox clan was thus attained. Following nearly a millennium of prosperity, humanity began to fragment, morphing into hundreds of disparate nations. Presently, the most formidable among them are the Noxian Empire and the Dalmatian Federation. Although they bear the titles of Empire and Federation, they are essentially alliances of various city-states, occasionally embroiled in internal strife. 3 millennia ago, a significant event transpired in Freljord. Ari gazed intently into Ergou's eyes, articulating with deliberate clarity that the void was once again descending, and right here in the heart of Freljord, at the howling abyss. Here? Ergou exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, the emergence of the void was abrupt. Had it not been for the temporary inability of the void creatures to surge forth en masse from the depths, the entirety of Freljord would have already succumbed. Once Freljord fell, it would not be long before the entire continent followed suit, given humanity's fragmented state after a millennium of disunity. The kingdom marshaled all its might merely to contain the void at the howling abyss, but it was only a matter of time before the void would breach this barrier. At that time, the most illustrious priest, known as the Frost Witch Lysandra, who was celebrated for her dual mastery of song and sorcery, harnessed her immense elemental power to cast the ultimate version of the icebound tomb, known as the Ice Age. This Ice Age sealed the entrance to the void completely and imposed multiple layers of seals upon this place, preventing direct sunlight from penetrating, allowing only moonlight to illuminate the abyss, continually infusing the great array with frigid energy. Lysandra herself vanished without a trace. It is noteworthy that the esteemed priest Lysandra, a genius in her own right, was blind. From that point onward, the kingdom bestowed an honorary title, Shadow Shaman, to particularly commendable priests who had made extraordinary contributions. To date, only a handful have been honored with this distinction. Suddenly, a vision of a woman materialized in Ergou's mind, gradually merging with the description of Lysandra as recounted by Ari. Could it be her? He pondered, recalling the sorceress he had seen in his dreams. Ari, oblivious to Ergou's puzzled expression, continued, the rift to the void lies beneath the abyss, in a complete subterranean world. This underground realm is an ancient site. Prior to its discovery, none were aware of its existence. Alongside the void creatures, some of Freljord's armies were also sealed within the depths. Beneath our feet lie the remnants of these armies and the descendants of the void. Why not allow the armies to retreat before unleashing magic? If that had been the case, the void creatures would have surged forth from the depths as well. Ari paused. And these great warriors were fully aware and consented to their fate. Ergou could not help but admire this beleaguered people and their valiant warriors. The underground world resembled a vast, frozen tomb. Within the depths of the canyon, the faint echoes of anguished cries may very well originate from the descendants of the heroes of Freljord. Ari's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As a priestess, she empathized deeply with the suffering of her kin. Otherwise, she would not have been chosen by the god of war to become a distinguished priestess endowed with elemental powers. At least, this was her belief. As for why Ergou became a soul singer, it could only be surmised that perhaps the god of war had dozed off during his slumber. Ergou embraced the sorrowful Ari, thinking to himself, with my wife in tears, I too am filled with sadness. Meanwhile, outside the cave, unbeknownst to the two, a flash of white light illuminated the scene as a resplendent portal, akin to a river of stars, emerged. A stoic, bald giant gradually stepped forth from its shimmering threshold. This place was indeed the Abyss of Wailing. Sighing, Ergou pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something and inquired of Ari, what brought you down from above? With gritted teeth, Ari clenched her hands tightly, her nails biting into her palms as she responded with fervor, it was the slave catchers from Liverpool. Liverpool, a city of Noxus, was notorious for its slave trade. These despicable captors stealthily navigated past the border by sea and attacked my humble town, resulting in the slaughter of my family during this brutal raid. As she recounted her tale, Ari staggered, nearly fainting, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Ergou held her tightly, tenderly wiping the tears from her palms, vowing in fury, those vile fiends. I swear I shall avenge you, Ari. Ari cast a grateful glance at Ergou, stifling a sob as she continued. While crossing the Bridge of Sighs, my sister and I fought desperately to escape, leaping from the bridge. Yet, I alone survived. Chapter 15. The visitor. As she spoke, Ari gazed at Ergou with tender eyes, softly saying, fortuitously, I encountered you, Caesar. Ergou shook his head, replying, you are a celestial fairy, Ari. Ari smiled through her tears. A celestial fairy? To my knowledge, such notions only exist in the mysterious eastern continent. In the eyes of the priestess, our meeting is a blessing bestowed by the god of war. Yet, her brow furrowed once more as she remarked, the maidens of Freljord are in high demand at the slave markets, particularly in the markets of Shurima. Like in the city of Kaffa, The foxskin maidens possess an innate allure, capable of being exchanged for a two-story villa complete with a sky garden in Shirima. The inhabitants of the desert harbor an insatiable greed for our kind, Ari declared with indignation. Thanks to the protection of our ancestors, the icy barrier over the Abyss of Wailing safeguarded me from plummeting directly to the depths below. Did you see those creatures encased in ice? Ergou nodded, intrigued. After all, anything that falls should, by all accounts, shatter upon impact. They are preserved by the icy barrier, which prevents foreign beings from disturbing the abyss. I believe the reason I was not frozen is due to the resonance between the elemental power of the priestly bloodline and the barrier's strength, which spared me from becoming an ice block. Ergou nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Ali, how formidable are the magicians in this world? Ali revealed a complex expression, stating that magicians in the Valoran continent are indeed formidable beings. Their magic can demolish sturdy walls like a surging tsunami. It can sweep away entire houses like a raging tornado, and it can engulf prosperous towns like searing lava. By the gods, I truly cannot fathom why such destructive forces exist in this world. Ergou furrowed his brow and remarked, there can't be many magicians of such caliber, can there? Ali nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there were more magicians like them among humans, the orcs would have been eradicated long ago. Moreover, the more powerful the magic, the longer the incantation required, and the backlash upon failure can be quite severe. Then let us strike them down while they cast their spells. Ergou had already regarded these magicians as hypothetical adversaries. It's not that simple. Ali shook her head regretfully. Powerful magicians often have formidable followers. However, she added, currently, due to the fragmentation of humanity and the changes in elemental tides, the number and quality of human magicians have significantly declined. Take the city-state of Liverpool, for instance. Located near Freljord, it is comprised of a band of marauders. The strength of this city-state depends on the prowess of its mercenaries. The number of magicians in this city-state could likely be counted on one hand. Magicians are exceedingly powerful and precious entities. Why not eradicate this nearby malevolent city-state? Surely the Freljord kingdom could eliminate a city-state that is not particularly strong? Although Liverpool is not large, they are immensely wealthy and can hire numerous armies. Furthermore, this city-state is nominally a vassal of Noxus, paying substantial tributes annually. Declaring war on Liverpool makes it difficult to ensure that all of Noxus will not intervene. Additionally, the cost of waging war is exceedingly high. In comparison to the disturbances we face, it is evidently more economical to endure the latter. Ali sighed. I understand the kingdom's position, but I still hope that it can eradicate this wicked city-state. Strike a decisive blow to avoid a multitude of lesser ones, Ergou scoffed. If the enemy has already breached our gates, it would be foolish to retreat. I believe this king should reconsider his position. Ali shook her head. The king has his own predicaments. Thus, in this era, are magicians merely like paper tigers, primarily serving as a deterrent? Ergou squinted. Paper tiger? That analogy is quite vivid, Ali pondered. Yet, it depends on the magnitude of the interests at stake, whether it is worth transforming this paper tiger into a real tiger. Ergou clicked his tongue, concluding, overall, when compared to human magicians, orc priests are still a tier below. But priests possess their own unique advantages. Ari, feeling indignant, remarked that when human mages cast their spells, even the slightest magical fluctuation or error could result in severe backlash, ranging from madness to death. However, priests are not subject to such dire consequences. Their spells may simply falter, resulting in temporary weakness at worst. Furthermore, priests possess magical beasts that resonate with their own intentions, and the formidable skills unleashed by these beasts rival those of human mages, with many spells being instantaneous. Ergou nodded, affirming that there are no worthless professions, only worthless individuals. Indeed, Lady Lysandra, the Shadow Shaman, undoubtedly surpasses any human mage in strength. In comparison to Lysandra, Ergou was more preoccupied with another concern. Ari, do you know how one might escape the abyss? Upon hearing this, Ari's expression dimmed, and she shook her head in disappointment, admitting she had never heard of anyone making it out. Despite Ergou's mental preparation, a shiver coursed through him as he grasped Ari's delicate hand. Remaining silent for a considerable time, do you think we can climb out? Ergou asked, glancing upward at the sloping rock face. Ari's eyes widened. Are you suggesting we climb out from the cliff? Yes. Ari examined her pale, slender arms, then glanced at the imposing arms of Caesar, which even he struggled to grip. Caesar, if one day we find ourselves utterly helpless, you must try to escape without worrying about me. Once you ascend, find a way to come back for me. Ergou turned to gaze at the enchanting Ari, whose shimmering eyes reflected his own image. I will never abandon you, he declared emphatically, his words resolute in any circumstance. Ari wished to say more, but Ergou's lips had already drawn near, pressing firmly against her soft mouth. The overwhelming masculinity enveloped Ari, leaving her mind in a haze, her body weak, as if she were melting into Caesar's embrace. Both were young and fervent, their passion ignited by a primal force that drew them ever closer, their breaths growing heavier. Suddenly, a hoarse voice interrupted from outside the cave. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for some hot soup?" The abrupt voice startled Ergou, who found himself unsure of what lay beyond in the dark canyon. Ergou exchanged a glance with Ari, positioning her behind him as he grasped his dagger, pushing aside the spider web at the cave's entrance, and cautiously stepped outside. Upon seeing the figure before him, a phrase sprang to mind: eradicate evil. Chapter 16. The wandering mage emerging from the shadows was a nearly 2-meter-tall bald man, devoid of eyebrows and adorned with a long beard. His upper body was bare, covered in purple tattoos, and he wore linen trousers. His hands were bedecked with multiple rings, exuding an unmistakable aura of violence, resembling a gangster. What on earth? This guy looks like a bandit. And why is he shirtless? Isn't it cold? Ergou pondered. Youthful traveler, if I appear rather uncouth, it is only because I have long been estranged from civilized society. Upon observing the vigilant gaze of Ergou, the tattooed bald man smiled and soothingly addressed him in a deep, mellow voice. I sincerely apologize if I have disturbed you. Indeed, Ergou thought to himself. He had been disturbed. Yet, compared to this, he found the individual before him utterly peculiar. For he noticed that the man's skin bore a striking resemblance to that of an avatar from a science fiction epic, entirely blue and reminiscent of an extraterrestrial being. The fur ball that had scampered out seemed to sense no malice from this towering figure, curiously circling him, as he was the third person it had encountered. "Oh, what a delightful little creature," the giant remarked with a slight smile, his eyes etched with the passage of time. With a flourish of his hand, he produced a red fruit and presented it to the fur ball, akin to a magical illusion. Ergou exchanged a glance with Ari. Astonishment reflected in their eyes. Could he be a sorcerer? The fur ball chirped joyfully, grasped the fruit, took a bite, and its round eyes sparkled with delight. Shortly after, it scampered up to Ergou's shoulder, offering him a taste. Touched by this gesture, Ergou gestured that he would not partake, yet he felt compelled to be courteous, as his son had consumed this stranger's offering. "May I inquire where you hail from?" "Ah, for this is indeed the Howling Abyss." Strangely, despite the bald giant's outwardly violent appearance, Ergou sensed a scholarly aura about him, akin to that of a neighborly uncle. Ari scrutinized the blue-skinned giant, and suddenly a thought struck her like a spark of enlightenment. Without waiting for a response, she exclaimed in delight, "Could you possibly be the wanderer, Master Rise?" The bald giant smiled gently. "Oh, it is truly exhilarating that you recognize me. I have roamed the wilds, detached from civilization for far too long." Ari, brimming with excitement, responded, "You truly are Master Rise? This is nothing short of a miracle. Praise the gods. It is an honor to meet you." Rise's face, adorned with purple tattoos, broke into a warm smile. "To meet two young friends is also my honor." Ergou glanced from one to the other, pondering the nature of this exchange. Honor? What exactly constitutes this honor? Sensing Ergou's bewilderment, Ari enthusiastically explained, "Master, I am Ari, the soul priestess from Freljord, and this is my apprentice, the innate soul singer." Kaiserly. Rise looked at the peculiar duo with mild surprise, never anticipating to encounter two beastly priests at once, especially so young, with one being a natural soul singer. Ari turned to Ergou, saying, "Kaiser, this is Master Rise. He is the greatest spatial magician of the entire Rune continent. The Rune Academy of Ionia was co-founded by him and Headmaster Kirin. The Academy stands as a sanctuary for elementalists across the continent, hosting the Olympic Elemental Conference every 5 years, during which all nations cease hostilities, contributing immensely to the peace of the realm. Over the years, the Master has remained elusive, rumored to wander through various ruins, practicing solitude and cultivation. Today, to encounter the Master here is indeed a privilege." Ergou was momentarily taken aback. A spatial mage? This is not merely an honor. It is an extraordinary stroke of luck. Could it be that I might return to Earth? Ali turned to regard Rise with reverence, inquiring, "Master, what brings you here?" Rise replied with a smile. "I have been wandering nearby and sensed peculiar spatial fluctuations emanating from this direction, so I came to investigate. But what about you? How do you find yourselves living here?" Ali was momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ergou responded, "Master, my mentor, the soul priestess Ali, was abducted by a nefarious slave-catching squad. They slaughtered my mentor's kin, and during the crossing of the Bridge of Sighs, she struggled and fell, fortuitously landing in a pool of water and narrowly escaping death. Upon hearing this, Rai sighed deeply. The Rune Academy does not intervene in the disputes between nations, yet if I ever encounter these brigands, I shall ensure they face retribution. Thank you, Master, Ali said, her eyes reddening. I found myself here through an accidental spatial rift. Master, could you send me back to my homeland? Just as Ergou voiced this request, he felt a sorrowful gaze upon him. Turning to look, he saw Ali's eyes even redder. Tears poised to fall like morning dew. Alas, what was I thinking? Ergou hastily added. However, I cannot return to my homeland just yet, as I have matters to attend to with my mentor. Only then did Ali's expression soften. Rise, with a hint of regret, remarked, my dear friend. I sense a spatial aura about you that does not belong here. Because of this, I cannot ascertain your origin and thus cannot assist you. Disappointment washed over Ergou as he suddenly remembered that they had been standing in the cold wind for quite some time. Let us converse inside the cave. It is warmer there. Rise smiled. Then I shall impose upon you. While I am not afraid of the cold, I do prefer warmth. Upon entering the cave, Ergou patted a stone, blew on it, and invited Rise to sit. He served some meat soup to Rise. I have not had a hot meal in ages, Rise said, bowing slightly as he accepted the soup. After tasting it elegantly, he remarked, this soup is exquisite. However, I must warn you to be cautious with the mushrooms within. If not cooked thoroughly, they can be deadly. Ergou smiled wryly at this and exchanged a glance with Ali, both sharing a moment of understanding. A flash of white light appeared in Rise's palm as he produced some fruit, distributing it to Ergou and Ali. Ergou, intrigued by Rise's ability to conjure items seemingly out of thin air, asked, Master, how did you come by this fruit? Can a spatial mage conjure whatever they desire? Rise, upon hearing this, explained, it is not as simple as that, young Caesar. The principle of conservation governs all things in the world. No one can create something from nothing. The reason I am able to present these exquisite snake-red fruits is due to the several spatial rings adorning my fingers, Rise remarked, displaying 4 silver rings on his left hand. These rings, though unembellished, are delicately crafted and possess an exquisite silver pattern that exudes an air of natural elegance and opulence. Chapter 17. Drinking wine many years ago, I encountered a group of enchanting elves. After assisting them with various tasks, they graciously gifted me some rare 7th-dimensional metals. These metals possess extraordinary spatial properties, which I utilize to forge for rings, thus granting me 4 portable sanctuaries. Ergou was awestruck. Spatial rings, the legendary artifacts. His gaze fixated upon the rings before him. He could hardly contain his excitement, as anyone would be eager to behold such remarkable treasures. Cyrus. Ari gently nudged the slightly flustered Ergou, who was becoming increasingly taken aback. Oh. Ergou wiped the drool from his mouth, chuckling sheepishly. These fruits are simply delectable. He continued to ravenously bite into the fruit, which, while undeniably tasty, felt somewhat insipid at that moment. Rise merely smiled in silence, observing him. After sipping a bowl of meat soup, Rise produced a scroll and stated, this is a teleportation scroll. During my travels, I marked numerous teleportation nodes for convenience. The nearest one is located at the edge of the Forgotten Forest. Once you arrive there, you can traverse the Dalmore wasteland to return to Freljord. Ari was elated. Promptly stepping back and respectfully accepting the scroll, thank you so much, Master. We truly require such a scroll. Your kindness is as boundless as the ocean. Ergou insisted on treating Rise to a meal. Rise, unable to decline, laughed. Then I shall impose upon you. Your provisions must be limited. Allow me to fetch some food for you. Upon hearing this, Ergou felt somewhat embarrassed. Rise exited the cave and soon returned with some meat, having cut the frozen shapu outside. In this world, sheep are referred to as shapu beasts, a more succulent creature. Ergou pondered, curious about how Rise managed to cut it without a knife. Dear friends, please stand aside. Ergou and Ari, intrigued, stepped aside. Rise began to chant a spell, and a magical array materialized before him. Blades of spatial energy surged forth from the array, slicing the enormous boulders within the cave into neat cubes, which then vanished into the depths of spatial black holes beneath the rubble. In no time, the entire cave expanded to twice its original size, transforming from a single room into a multi-room dwelling. Ergou and Ari exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. If sorcerers possessed such prowess, what hope would the orcs have? Ergou mused. Ergou expressed his heartfelt admiration, saying, Master Rise, your spatial magic has attained a divine level of power. I am truly ashamed. Having lived for over 1,000 years, I barely reached the level of a mage, and the distance to becoming a saint-level mage is unfathomable. In comparison to deities, I am but a jest. Were it not for my race's extended lifespan, with my talents, I would merely be a novice mage. Rise humbly replied. In the realm of the Rune Continent, mages are categorized into 6 major ranks: apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, archmage, and saint-level mage. It is not merely longevity that determines rank. Rise's accomplishments in spatial magic truly render him a remarkable figure. As Rise noted, the more potent the magic, the greater the backlash it entails. Given the formidable nature of spatial magic, there are likely fewer than a handful of mages on the Rune Continent who can claim mastery over it. Were it otherwise, Rise would not have achieved legendary status. As the guests settled in, the banquet resumed. With Rise's assistance, Ergou was able to showcase his culinary skills more effectively. The shapa meat was meticulously cut into small pieces and skewered onto bone sticks, crafted from spider bones by Rise at Ergou's request. Rise was always obliging and found it no trouble at all. The shapa meat was then placed over molten slag to roast. As the succulent shapa oil dripped continuously, a sizzling sound filled the air, and the meat skewers glistened with a unique brown sheen. A sprinkle of salt enhanced the aroma, wafting enticingly. Both Ali and Rise sampled the dish, and their eyes immediately sparkled with delight. They praised the creation, having previously found the preparation somewhat intricate, but now deemed every effort worthwhile. While roasting shapa meat is not uncommon in the Rune Continent, it is typically done whole. The flavor pales in comparison to Ergou's skewered shapa meat. As Ergou savored the skewers he had prepared, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He never anticipated that after so many days in this otherworldly realm, he would enjoy roasted shapa meat skewers, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Rise, having not tasted such exquisite food in quite some time, eagerly produced a large gourd. He claimed it contained his treasured monk wine, a rare find from a tree shepherd in the forest, sought after yet seldom encountered. In a fine mood, Rise poured himself a drink alongside Ergou. Ergou took a sip and found the wine rich and fragrant, with a delightful fruitiness that offered a unique flavor. He soon indulged in several generous gulps. Careful, young man, slow down. Rise, usually generous, suddenly grew stingy, calling out in concern. Ergou chuckled quietly, realizing that the seemingly scholarly Rise was quite the connoisseur of wine. It made sense. Alone in the wilderness during long, lonely nights, companionship with wine was indeed a splendid remedy for solitude. After a prolonged period of loneliness, and with Ergou feeling tense for many days, the two of them continued to drink, oblivious to how much they had consumed. The wine was sweet and refreshing upon entry, yet its after-effects were unexpectedly potent. It was unclear when it began, but amidst Ari's astonished gaze, the two conversed more and more, drawing ever closer until they were shoulder to shoulder, calling each other brothers. Caesar, my friend, you have no idea. I actually harbor a deep-seated aversion to spatial magic. It was my master who insisted I pursue this path, claiming I had a talent for it. And I had no choice but to comply. Rise slurred, his words tumbling out. Did you notice the tattoos adorning my body? Ergou, with bleary eyes, replied, indeed. Isn't that just the magic rune? A manifestation of immense magical power. I know you're impressive, no need to flaunt it. Rise's gaze drifted. No. My dear Caesar, within those markings lies a remnant of my youth. Hand-to-hand combat is my true passion. In my prime, I was known as invincible in the villages of Ionia. It's been years since anyone dared to challenge me. Ari covered her face, unable to bear the sight as Rise's masterly image crumbled in her mind. Enough, Ergou interjected, throwing down his bone skewer with a resounding crack. Come on, no magic required. You stand up. I'll spar with you. Elated by the challenge, Rise too stood, inadvertently shattering Ergou's precious egg shell used for soup. You've shattered my bowl. Ergou fumed. Chapter 18. The spatial ring. The following day, both awoke almost simultaneously, exchanging glances that culminated in a hearty laugh, startling Ari, who was dozing against a stone bed, cradling a fur ball. Bobo. The fur ball sprang up as if electrocuted. Ha ha ha. Dear friends, this is where we part ways. I must venture deeper into the abyss to explore. This is merely the outskirts. In the future, I shall visit you in Freljord. Not long after waking, Rise bid farewell to the two, setting off to delve into the depths of the abyss, searching for potential spatial rifts. Caesar, my friend, allow me to present you with a parting gift. With that, he removed a spatial ring from his finger. Ergou was taken aback. Isn't this rather extravagant? Rise smiled faintly, pressing the ring into Ergou's hand. You see, I have little use for it now. It merely contains a few runes that I no longer need. However, upon your return to Freljord, you will find these runes invaluable." Deeply moved, Ergou felt he had little to offer in return, and thus produced his last 2 hand grenades for protection. "This is a weapon from our homeland. A gift for the master. But be warned, its power is immense and requires careful handling." "Oh, what is this? How does one utilize it?" Ergou gritted his teeth, deciding it was worth indulging in the spectacle of noise, and led Rise outside, pulling the thunder ring and tossing it far away. He covered Ari's ears as she curiously gazed at him. 1, 2, 3, boom. A resounding blast startled Rise and the others. The power of this little device seemed comparable to that of a small explosive magic scroll, yet why was there no magical fluctuation? Rise pondered. Ergou lowered his hand, gently patting the startled Ari, and shook his head, saying, "Master, this is a weapon from my hometown, unrelated to magic. I only have these 2 left." Rise, feeling a twinge of regret, carefully stowed away the grenade, contemplating young friend Kaiser. "This item bears a striking resemblance to the ancient weapons documented in the Goblin Manual. I shall present it to Professor Heimerdinger. He is sure to appreciate it." Ergou shrugged, indifferent, thinking that since he had benefited from Rise, he would repay this kindness in the future. Little did he know that this seemingly casual act would irrevocably alter the course of the impending Third Void War, and the name of the Ember Weaver would echo throughout the 3 realms. After securing the grenade, Rise bid farewell to Ergou and Ari. And the mischievous little creature, Mauchio, playfully leapt onto Rise's head, resembling a cap. "Mauchio, come down," Ari said, her brows furrowing in annoyance. "Ha, no worries, cute little fellow," Rise remarked, amused as he petted the creature atop his head. Reluctantly, Ergou said goodbye to his benefactor, who was indeed a remarkable person. Rise's exit was strikingly impressive. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished like ripples in water, his voice echoing from the darkness. "Farewell, my young friends." Ergou had already learned from Rise how to use the spatial ring. Merely enveloping it with elemental force and a touch of mental energy would suffice. After becoming a priest, Ergou could sense the elemental power within him, which Ari referred to as the song power. Upon returning to the cave, Ergou eagerly opened the spatial ring. In an instant, he felt transported to another realm, a sensation akin to acquiring a third eye. Inside the ring lay a plethora of assorted items, a collection of colorful crystals, a row of dilapidated bookshelves, a chainmail vest, and jars filled with various seeds. Judging by the diverse jars, Rise must have dabbled in pottery at some point. In that moment, Ergou felt omniscient, as if he were a deity. With a mere thought, the positions of these items shifted, and upon returning to reality, he noticed a blue crystal had appeared in his palm. "What is this?" Ergou inquired, puzzled. "This is a high-level rune," Ari exclaimed. "In the continent of Valoran, a myriad of magical beasts reside, drawing their power from the runes within them." "Runes? Ah, these mystical symbols can store magic and enhance the wearer's mana recovery speed, among other things. Moreover, through the craftsmanship of rune smiths, runes can significantly augment the power of weapons. Is this little thing truly so useful?" Ergou pondered, gazing at the rune in his hand. The applications of runes are manifold. They can increase the purity of a wearer's spells and enchant weapons and armor, endowing them with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. In combat of equal standing, victory surely goes to the one who possesses a greater number and higher grade of runes. "Goodness!" Ergou exclaimed. "Doesn't that mean whoever possesses more runes is the one who is truly impressive?" Although theoretically sound, it is not entirely accurate that more runes equate to better outcomes, much like it is not necessarily advantageous to possess a multitude of weapons, as an individual's mental capacity is finite. Clothes make the man. It seems that regardless of where one goes, equipment is of utmost importance. Akali nodded in agreement. Indeed, both magical and armored equipment hold immense significance. The land of Freljord is rife with permafrost, where resources are scarce, and one must rely solely on physical prowess in battle. Only the most elite troops are equipped with a handful of weaponry. Ergou stowed away the magic crystals, contemplating the abundance within his space, preparing to craft a grand drum for Akali as her instrument in the future. However, he mused, she might not appreciate using a large drum, even if it could be enchanted with more runes. From his ring, he retrieved a chainmail vest adorned with elven motifs, sensing the elemental power within it. He inquired of Akali, "Is this rune armor?" Akali's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Yes, this is indeed rune armor. Wearing it can even shield one from a mage's attack." He handed it to her, saying, "Then you should wear it." Akali gently pushed the chainmail back, softly asking, "Will you always protect me, Kaiser?" With a serious tone, Li Ergou affirmed, "Of course. As long as I stand, no one can harm you." Akali smiled, illuminating the cave with her warmth. "Then I need only stand behind you. Thus you require it more than I do, Kaiser." Li Ergou's eyes glistened with emotion. He felt as though his large hand was becoming a tad too bold. And Akali blushed, remarking, "However, the most vital aspect for a priest is to enhance their singing power through meditation, rather than relying on external forces." Chapter 19. Devour Meditation? What is meditation? Li Ergou queried curiously. Meditation is a form of consciousness alteration. It enhances self-awareness and well-being by attaining a profound state of tranquility. In simpler terms, it involves halting all external mental activities to reach a state of selflessness through disciplined introspection. Isn't that just daydreaming? Li Ergou shook his head skeptically. Akali countered, "Not quite. On one hand, one must clear their mind, while on the other, they must be attuned to everything around them. Upon entering a state of meditation, one begins to perceive the elemental forces beyond oneself, gradually guiding them into the body to amass one's own energy. With time, this energy becomes increasingly abundant and refined. However, for novices, entering meditation is not an effortless endeavor. It may be beneficial to invoke the war god, persisting until extraneous thoughts are dispelled from the mind." Li Ergou, in distress, covered his face with his hands. After inquiring further details from Ali, he commenced his attempt at meditation. Meanwhile, Ali sought to provide Caesar with a tranquil environment and retreated alone to the pond for her ablutions. As a young woman, Ali placed great importance on her hygiene, and previously, Rise had assured her of the absence of danger in the vicinity. Seated within the modest dwelling crafted by Rise, Li Ergou crossed his legs, striving to achieve tranquility. Yet, he soon discovered, as Ali had indicated, that meditation was indeed not a simple task. At least not for him. Frustrated, he could no longer remain still, leaping to pace within the confines of the room. An idea struck him. Recalling Ali's mention that runes could aid in the restoration of magic, he decided to lay out a myriad of runes from his spatial ring within the room, hoping to find a shortcut through their assistance. The multicolored runes quickly accumulated into a dazzling array: fervent red runes, cool blue runes, enigmatic purple runes, resplendent yellow runes, and refreshing green runes intermingled, casting radiant light that wove a vibrant tapestry across the walls, illuminating the room in a dreamlike glow. Should a mage enter this chamber at that moment, the fervor in their gaze would surpass that of a groom beholding his bride on their wedding night. Clearly, the small gift Rise had mentioned was far from trivial. As the runes enveloped Li Ergou, he could indeed sense the presence of elemental forces this time. Amidst the dazzling light of the runes, he even experienced a fleeting illusion. "I have become a wealthy heir in a KTV booth." Gathering his thoughts, he concentrated his awareness on his lower abdomen. Gradually, Li Ergou unknowingly entered a meditative state, as an invisible force drew forth the elemental power from the runes, saturating the stone chamber with an almost palpable density of elemental energy, which seemed to verge on misting. Li Ergou resembled a small-mouthed bottle submerged in water, with the elemental forces akin to an overwhelming deluge. Were an outsider to witness the room brimming with elemental energy, they would surely lament the creator's unfairness. Yet, this situation was perilously dangerous. Typically, individuals absorb elemental power at a slow and measured pace, but Li Ergou's manner of consumption, akin to a whale's, was fraught with peril. As he felt the elemental energy entering his body, it swiftly reached his lower abdomen, and after several rotations, transformed into pure energy. Coursing through his limbs and body like water penetrating parched earth, Li Ergou was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the devouring force spoken of by the colossal beast was indeed at play, he had presumed it could only consume food, unaware that elemental energy could also be absorbed. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Elemental power was, after all, a more refined energy within this realm. Initially, Li Ergou relished this sensation, yet gradually, a sense of unease began to settle in. The devouring force seemed unable to endure the sluggish pace of absorption, and it gradually formed an almost tangible vortex within Li Ergou's body. This vortex spun ever faster, and as energy continuously flowed in and out, the bones of Ergou crackled audibly, and his muscles began to swell. As this energy fortified Ergou's physique, it simultaneously bolstered his spirit. He felt as though he might burst, his veins writhing beneath his skin like worms, while his skin prickled with a sharp, agonizing sensation. Once Li Ergou's body expanded to its utmost limit, it began to collapse at a visibly rapid pace, swelling and collapsing in a relentless cycle. Steam billowing from his head like a locomotive. Mao Qiao, who had been dozing beside Li Ergou, awoke to his pained cries. Startled, he opened his eyes to see Ergou in torment and frantically placed his front paws upon the bulging arm of Ergou. At that moment, the energy within Ergou, having no escape, seemed to find a release through Mao Qiu's paws, surging violently into the little creature's body. This provided Ergou a moment to breathe as his body began to swiftly realign itself. The energy, digested by the vortex, was relatively mild for Ergou but fierce for any outsider. Fortunately, the frost snow demonic beast, being an elemental black hole, was inherently insensitive to elemental forces, significantly mitigating the impact of the energy. Of the total energy, only about 20% was truly absorbed by Mao Qiu. Yet even so, Mao Qiu, like Ergou, struggled to cope, trembling throughout his entire being. Just as Mao Qiu was on the brink of succumbing, Ergou had already passed through the most perilous stage of bodily transformation, reclaiming his role as the primary outlet for energy. Post-transformation, Ergou was capable of absorbing even greater quantities of energy. When on the verge of bursting, any excess energy would be absorbed by Mao Qiu, thus continuing the cycle of transformation. The father and son duo incessantly consumed the purest energy of the continent, in a ceaseless loop. As time flowed on, the runes within the room shattered one by one, disintegrating into fine powder and dispersing into the air. The elemental forces within the atmosphere surged like a mighty river, roaring and rushing into the bodies of the man and the ball. After an indeterminate duration, the scene shifted. In the corner, a rune the size of a pigeon's egg shimmered with a green light. A robust young man approached, gently picking it up in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, it vanished into the air. The youth clenched his fist, feeling his heart race and strength surge, as if the tide were rising. Like thunder rumbling. With each clinch and release, it flowed naturally, akin to a small boat navigating the tumultuous waves of the sea, rising and falling with the fierce surges. It was an extraordinary sensation. The young man, known as Ergou, was unaware that his physique, infused with elemental power, could be likened to the vastness of the sea. However, the energies of this continent could no longer be absorbed or internalized by his body. Ollie, clad in thick garments, was grooming herself by the water's edge, a remnant left by Rise. Ergou stealthily approached and playfully covered Ollie's eyes from behind. How annoying, she remarked, yet her fluffy white tail swayed joyfully in response. As Ollie broke free from his grasp and turned to face him, she sensed an unfamiliarity in Ergou, as if he had changed in some subtle way. How about I show you something extraordinary? Ergou said with a mysterious smile. Something extraordinary? In Chapter 20, the bewilderment lingered. Ergou boldly strode toward a massive boulder, first placing his hands on his hips, then spitting twice into his palms before wrapping his arms tightly around the stone. His face flushed. A surge of warmth surged from his abdomen as he exerted himself, exclaiming with effort, "Huh," and astonishingly lifted the enormous boulder. The weight was immense, his feet sinking into the earth, displacing surrounding stones that rose dramatically. Ollie, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. What astonished her further was the sight of Ergou, as if the boulder were a mere pebble in his hands. A faint smile gracing his lips as he effortlessly tossed it into the water. With a resounding splash, the sound echoed, and the water erupted in a spectacular display. Surging several feet high, waves radiating outward in a frenzy that persisted. Before Ollie could recover from her astonishment, Ergou tilted his head, gesturing with his chin toward another massive stone, signaling the fluffy creature that was striking a pose with hands on its hips, swaying like a dignified lord, to approach. The creature, shaking its head, ambled towards a slightly smaller boulder, mimicking Ergou's stance, puffing its cheeks and exerting itself, only to find its entire body compressed into the ground. "Fluffy," Ollie exclaimed, rushing to intervene, but was halted by Ergou, who chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, the boulder lifted into the air with a resounding crash as it splashed into the pond. The fluffy creature leaped from the ground with excitement, tossing nearby rocks into the water, reveling in the joyous play. Ollie struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, feeling a slight dizziness. Ergou whistled towards the fluffy creature, which eagerly scampered over and climbed onto his shoulder. "Come, my dear, show your mother how to break stones barehanded." The creature responded with a chirp and, after surveying its surroundings, selected a suitably sized rock. In a flash, it darted forward, leaping into the air, and executed a powerful strike against the stone. A dull thud resonated as cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, and soon it shattered into countless fragments. Ollie gasped, exclaiming, "By the gods of war, Caesar, please urge the fur ball to cease its antics and enlighten me on the unfolding events." Ergou harbored no intention of concealing his past from Ollie. He revealed the entirety of his history and the means through which he acquired his formidable powers. Ollie, lend me your ear, he implored. After a moment of silence, Ollie nestled against Ergou's chest. Caesar, a philosopher once remarked that reality is but a reflection of thought. Whether thought precedes reality or vice versa is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you are here, I am here, and the furball is here. That is paramount. Ollie tilted her head upwards, her hands gently caressing Ergou's chest, her crystalline blue eyes gazing intently at him. I can feel you. Can you feel me, Caesar? Ergou, enveloped in the warmth emanating from Ollie, embraced her tightly, vowing, I shall never depart from you. An enchanting atmosphere enveloped them, a peculiar sentiment weaving between the two. Just as Ergou contemplated his next course of action, the world suddenly spun, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed with a dull thud. Simultaneously, the furball swayed as if inebriated, on the verge of losing consciousness. Caesar! Caesar! Ergou's body flushed a deep crimson, radiating heat akin to that of a burning ember. When Ollie touched him, he felt almost scalding. What further embarrassed Ollie was that a certain part of Ergou's physique stood erect, resembling the towering peaks of the Shurima kingdom, intimidating in its ferocity. Caesar! Caesar! Ollie cried out anxiously, but Ergou could only murmur incoherently, tearing at his garments, exposing his bare, robust, and ardent chest to the biting cold. It became evident that the energy within Ergou had not been fully tamed and absorbed. It existed in a precarious state of dynamic balance. At this moment, a sudden surge disrupted this equilibrium, causing the energies to wreak havoc within him. Had his body not been transformed, he would have perished long ago. The furball, having absorbed less energy and possessing a unique constitution, exhibited a milder reaction. Regardless of Ollie's frantic calls, Ergou showed no signs of awakening. Instead, his clothing diminished while certain areas of his body grew more pronounced. Ollie bit her crimson lip, her eyes darting in a flurry, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. There was a truth she withheld from Caesar. The exorbitant price of the fox girl in the slave market stemmed not only from her enchanting beauty, but also from the unique efficacy of her first night. Akin to the purification rituals of esteemed human priests, whimsically referred to as dispelling misfortunes, and even capable of remedying peculiar ailments afflicting certain elderly men. As the saying goes, a pear tree bows beneath the weight of the crabapple. The fox girl paired with an elder is indeed a scandalous union. Ollie lowered her head slightly, her face ablaze, her delicate fingers gripping her clothing tightly, her body trembling ever so slightly beneath the moonlight. Caesar, regardless of how fate unfolds, I hope you will always remember me. Snowflakes cascade gently from the sky, yet the two burning souls feel no chill. Ergou's entire being became rigid. He was bewildered by the inexplicable presence of his mentor in his embrace, clueless about how he had mysteriously returned to the cave, and even more perplexed by their scant clothing. With the warmth of soft jade in his arms, Ergou soon cast aside his confusion, for he had a new objective. A gentle sigh escaped his lips. His small movements quickly roused the slumbering Ari, who felt Ergou's rough hand wandering across her body. Although her initial intention was to resist, she seemed to playfully push him away. Caesar, we cannot proceed like this. Huh? Ergou was taken aback. Aren't you the one who climbed into my bed? What do you mean by that? Ari exclaimed, her embarrassment evident as she swished her large tail in indignation, playfully striking Ergou with her fists. After Ari's explanation, Ergou grasped the situation, and after touching his three-pronged black nose, he felt an unexpected shyness. Well then, Ari, allow me just one more time. I hardly felt anything back then, Ergou said, his face flushed as he playfully squeezed Ari's tail. Wait, Ari gasped, swiftly retracting her tail and retorting, Caesar, you mustn't keep touching my tail. Ari took Ergou's hands and knelt upon the stone bed, both expressing their sincerity. With a solemn expression, she spoke softly, Caesar, as priests serving the god of war, we must not let the desires of the flesh overshadow our reason, thus forgetting our sacred mission. A priest should renounce all desires, focus on inner cultivation, adhere to the precepts, abstain from alcohol, avoid leavened bread, consume only pure water and salted flatbread, and resist the temptations of women. Only in this way can we draw closer to the god of war and perceive his will. With a resolute demeanor, Ari declared, for the hero I envision in my heart, we must not engage in any physical relations from this day forth. What? Ergou felt a wave of despair wash over him as he gazed at Ari's pristine form and her solemn expression, plunging him into utter despondency. Chapter 21. White Cliff City in the Rune Continent. Three powerful nations stand as formidable entities, arranged in a triangular formation, the northern kingdom of Freljord, the western Dalmatian Federation, and the eastern Noxian Empire. A daunting mountain range known as the Iron Spine stretches like an impassable chasm between Freljord and the other nations, with only one passage. The Tukur Corridor, allowing entry and exit. At the end of this corridor stands the essential town of Juo Fortress, the gateway to Freljord. From Juo Fortress, one can journey westward through the prosperous lowland plains to reach Dalmatia. Along the road to Dalmatia lies the sacred ground of the fallen magic, the setting sun marshes. In the Freljord, the formidable city of Juggernaut Fortress stands sentinel at the easternmost edge of the Dalmatian Federation, accompanied by a grand city nestled against towering mountains. This resplendent city, constructed entirely of massive white granite, is elegantly built into the mountainside, frequently celebrated in the verses of wandering bards. In the embrace of the mountains, Whitecliff's city lies majestically, as if carved from stone, its pure visage reflecting the celestial light. As dawn gently graces the land, silver rays dance in the air, while twilight descends, enveloping the atmosphere in a deepening chill and lingering sentiment. Such is Whitecliff City, an embodiment of elegance, valor, and an indomitable fortress. Behind it stretches the territory of the Dalmatian Federation, where the vast and fertile Dalmatian plains are home to countless city-states, each nominally obedient to the decree of the Grand City, collectively forming a formidable alliance. Meanwhile, after several days of preparation in the howling abyss, Ergou exchanged a knowing smile with Ari. Ari, we are off. In recent days, Ergou had filled a clay pot within his ring with water and gathered as much food as possible, amassing dozens of roasted saplings. Furthermore, a steady stream of new knowledge had been cascading into his mind, which Ari explained was the effect of the priest's wisdom-imbuing battle song. This extraordinary battle song transfers the knowledge of the previous mentor gradually into the mind of the next apprentice. Thus, there exists an ancient saying in the Valoran continent: if you have questions, consult a mage. If the mage is perplexed, seek the priest. Regaining his focus, Ergou infused elemental power into a teleportation scroll, and with a flash of white light, the two vanished from their location. The experience of spatial teleportation is truly remarkable. Ergou felt a radiant flash enveloping him, followed by an abrupt sense of weightlessness, as if being drawn into a vortex. The fabric of space twisted and contorted. The scenery blurred into lines, and in an instant, they traversed dimensions, landing in an unfamiliar realm, his heart racing as if separated from time itself. When they reopened their eyes, the first sight to greet them was a uniquely designed crystal statue. This ancient and exquisite sculpture, imbued with an exotic flair, depicted a leopard alongside a voluptuous, scantily clad female knight. The nearly nude knight perched atop the agile leopard exuded a primal allure. Ergou's gaze became fixated. The artistic merit of the statue was extraordinary, towering 3 or 4 stories high, captivating his attention until a sharp pain jolted him from his reverie. Ouch! Ari, be gentle, he pleaded softly. Ari shot him a fierce glare. As he surveyed their surroundings, Ergou found it peculiar. They seemed to be in a place reminiscent of a gallery, filled with an array of sculptures, paintings, and artifacts of gold, silver, and bronze, rather than the forest edge as Rise had described. Although the teleportation node posed no issues, its location seemed to have undergone an inexplicable shift. Just as Ari was about to voice her inquiry, she was hastily silenced by Ergou. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed in the vicinity. My dear Lux, I recently received a sculpture from a foreign delegation that I believe you will adore, a resonant baritone declared. Oh, is that so? What kind of brother Jarvan is it? A cheerful feminine voice responded. You shall see for yourself. My arcane advisor has informed me that it harbors mysterious spatial magic, the man continued. Spatial magic? Then I must take a good look, hee. Lux exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The footsteps paused at the entrance. Ergou inwardly lamented his misfortune, fearing they might be mistaken for thieves. While he was unperturbed, it was best not to be discovered. Quickly surveying his surroundings, he spotted an antique cabinet in the corner, and with the agility of a cat, he silently tucked Ari and the fur ball inside. As the cabinet creaked shut, the pair outside entered the room. The deep, powerful baritone resonated once more, revealing the speaker as a robust man. What is it, Brother Jarvan? Lux inquired. Nothing of consequence. Merely the sound of this door seemed rather peculiar, Jarvan replied indifferently. Lux laughed. The royal archives of Whitecliff City are usually deserted. Who would dare to come here? Over time, odd sounds become quite normal. Jarvan nodded nonchalantly, perhaps. Ergou silently praised his luck, shushing Ari and the fur ball with a gesture. The fur ball, nestled in his arms, flexed its little paws, showcasing its non-existent muscles obscured by its long fur. Ari's azure eyes widened in alarm, and she instinctively broke into a cold sweat. If she was not mistaken, they were in White Cliff City, and the man outside was none other than Prince Jarvan IV of Dalmatia. Noticing Ari's unease, Ergou cast a puzzled glance her way, then peered through the cabinet's crack. He beheld a man and a woman in the storeroom. The man donned exquisite armor intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, clearly a high-tier runic weapon. His square jaw and stern demeanor exuded an undeniable noble authority. The woman, graceful with golden hair and azure eyes, exuded youthful innocence mingled with a subtle, imperceptible haughtiness befitting her elevated status. "Ah, how beautiful!" Lux exclaimed, her delight evident. "Is this for me, Brother Jarvan?" Jarvan nodded. "If you adore it, I shall have it delivered to your palace." "You are so kind to me, Brother Jarvan." Lux replied with a bright smile. Jarvan subtly acknowledged her words with a nod. As Lux approached the crystal sculpture and placed her hand upon it, she indeed sensed the profound magical aura emanating from within. As Lux remained intently focused on observing the statue, a plump mouse stealthily approached Ari from behind, baring its sharp teeth towards Ari's exquisite white foxtail. The fluffy creature, with its large ears twitching and big eyes blinking, immediately spotted the rotund mouse. With a swift movement, the fluffy creature leapt from Ergou's embrace, its reflexes sharp and nimble, accurately seizing the plump mouse. Under the grip of the fluffy creature's iron-like claws, the mouse emitted a pitiful squeak before a crisp snap resonated, and it limply hung down. Outside the cabinet, Prince Jarvan heard a peculiar sound and curiously glanced in that direction. Grasping his sword, Jarvan approached the cabinet slowly. Ergou, overhearing this, thought to himself that while he wished to remain inconspicuous, the circumstances were not in his favor. He readied himself to subdue Jarvan, confident that anyone within such close proximity would be swiftly overpowered by him. The fluffy creature, having discarded the mouse, appeared eager for action. "What is the matter, Brother Jarvan?" Lux inquired, noticing Jarvan's unusual demeanor. It seemed that the mouse was the source of the strange sounds Jarvan had heard earlier, which he had mistaken for a scuffle among mice. The good news was that they had not been discovered yet. The bad news was that they could not retort against the accusations directed at the mouse. Jarvan's footsteps halted before the cabinet, the clinking of his armor echoing as he placed his hand on the cabinet, ready to open it. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from outside. "Report to His Highness the Prince. We have captured a scouting party of orcs," announced a loyal soldier, kneeling on one knee. "Oh." Jarvan withdrew his hand and turned, inquiring. "Are they the hound warriors of the dog clan, the proud hunters?" The reporting soldier was momentarily taken aback before respectfully affirming, "Your Highness is indeed wise. They are indeed the proud hunters." Jarvan scoffed, a playful smirk on his face. "Lux, just wait. Once the Federation quells the internal strife in Kale, the entire Rohan plain shall surely belong to Dalmatia." "Brother Jarvan is always right," Lux replied sweetly with a smile. "Lead the way. Also, this is the royal repository, not a mouse hole. Eliminate the previous overseer and replace him," Jarvan stated coldly. "Furthermore, ensure that this statue is transported from White Cliff City to the Crown Guard's palace in Xiongdu. Any mistakes will not be tolerated." "Understood." The soldier bowed his head. Lux raised her chin, her beautiful golden eyes coldly scanning the kneeling soldiers. "Once we reach the palace, there will be rewards for you." Her tone and expression were entirely different from how she addressed Jarvan, as if she were a different person altogether. The soldiers' faces brightened. Serving the crown was indeed an honor. They stepped aside, and as Lux and Jarvan passed, they respectfully followed behind, leaving the room together. Before long, the anguished cries and pleas for mercy from outside reached their ears. Shortly thereafter, the sounds abruptly ceased, and a few soldiers entered, gingerly lifting the sculpture and locking the door behind them. Ergou stealthily opened the cabinet, surveying the treasure chamber, which appeared to be situated in a basement devoid of sunlight. The guards were presumably stationed at the entrance, and with no one in sight, he quietly exhaled in relief. "Damn it, the prince is quite the tyrant." Ergou muttered indignantly. "Is it really that easy to guard against the likes of us? The authority of the powerful is often built upon the lives of ordinary soldiers. Little did we expect to arrive in White Cliff City, only to find the Dalmatian prince here as well," Ari said, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "The prince is just a man with 2 shoulders and 1 head. Why should we fear him?" Ergou retorted dismissively. Ari elaborated, "Prince Jarvan, also known as Caesar, is a formidable combatant. He wields 2 legendary runic weapons, the Glaive of Adama and the Shield of Lan Zhao. Furthermore, we are within the inner city of the military stronghold, White Cliff City. Had we revealed ourselves just now, it would have been exceedingly difficult to escape. Ergou raised an eyebrow, declaring, in hand-to-hand combat, I fear no one. Not even a giant. Ari frowned, sensing that Caesar was being overly arrogant. She patiently replied, Ergou, the Rune continent is home to many powerful races and individuals. Brute strength cannot resolve every issue. Ergou scoffed, non-committal. Even against an opponent armed with a gun, he was confident he could subdue them at close range, let alone someone wielding a polearm. Ergou attentively pressed his ear against the wall, discerning the enemy's location. He signaled to Mauchio, who adeptly bored a small hole in the door. Mauchio slipped through and forcefully disassembled the lock, thereby opening the warehouse door from the outside. After Ergou and Ari quietly emerged, he melded into the shadows, returning shortly thereafter. Upon investigation, Ergou discovered a T-shaped corridor flanked by numerous similar rooms, with guards stationed at the T-junction entrance. They approached the intersection, where the guards were visible ahead. Ergou gestured to Mauchio, and they stealthily crept along the wall. Ari watched as Ergou moved forward, barely daring to breathe. His movements resembled those of a feline from the Rafi tribe, silent and graceful. Uncle Sam, our job is dreadfully dull. It's late at night, and there isn't even a ghost in sight. Watching over these underground treasure vaults day after day is utterly monotonous. One young soldier lamented. What is there to find amusing? Not even a rat can slip past us. Do you wish to risk your life? Replied a soldier named Sam. The young soldier insisted, an actual warrior should be battling on the front lines, not standing guard against rodents here. Sam chuckled derisively. If you had witnessed a true battlefield, you would not speak so lightly. The young man inquired curiously, Uncle Sam, what is a real battlefield like? There hasn't been a large-scale battle at the borders in quite some time. Sam shook his head. Enough talk. If we're discovered idling, we shall face punishment. Uncle Sam, what is this place? Be quiet. Young soldier. The young man scoffed and mumbled something under his breath, choosing not to speak further. Taking advantage of their conversation, Ergou and Mauchio stealthily approached. At that moment, the middle-aged soldier named Sam, with years of combat experience, sensed something amiss. He turned his head and caught sight of the silently advancing Ergou. His eyes widened, but before he could utter a sound, Ergou swiftly closed the distance and struck him with a palm blow, rendering him unconscious. The young soldier fared even worse. He had no inkling of danger before feeling a jarring impact on his jaw, as if struck by a bull. And then darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Ergou stripped the armor from the two men and signaled to Ali to move forward. They each donned a suit of armor before tossing the two unconscious bodies into a treasure chamber. He then retrieved some molten debris from his ring and tossed it into another room filled with paintings. Before long, thick black smoke began to billow forth. The smoke quickly spread, prompting Ergou to smear dirt on his and Ali's faces as he shouted loudly while moving. Soon, they reached the surface. The soldiers on the ground, alarmed by the sight of black smoke rising, were thrown into a panic. If the entire basement were to catch fire, the best outcome would be to send them all to the battlefield as cannon fodder. What are you doing? Without time to reprimand the two, the duty captain frantically roused the guards on the surface, urging them to search for water and rushing into the basement. Seizing the chaos, Ergou and Ali slipped into a corner, quietly escaping under the cover of night. They crouched low, moving cautiously along the walls for quite some time, until they finally stepped into an open square. As they raised their eyes, a magnificent castle loomed before them. The castle, perched precariously on the edge of a steep cliff, resembled a slumbering giant, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. This location, without a doubt, represented the pinnacle of Baichai City, with the entire city laid out beneath their feet. The night enveloped everything like a vast black silk tapestry, soft yet domineering. Under the shroud of darkness, Baichai City appeared as an ink-wash painting, with a few dim lights scattered throughout, resembling fragmented stars strewn across the night sky. As their gaze slowly shifted, the main structure of the castle came into view. It ascended along the mountain slope, each tier constructed from massive stone blocks, meticulously fitted together, showcasing the unparalleled craftsmanship of the artisans. These stones, weathered by time, bore the marks of age, silently narrating tales of past storms and tribulations. Looking up, the castle's pointed roof pierced the night sky, as if striving to break free from the confines of darkness and reach the vast cosmos. Against the backdrop of night, its silhouette appeared increasingly sharp and fierce. On the apex of the pointed roof, the flag of Baichai City fluttered in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound that seemed to resonate with the howling mountain winds. The emblem upon the city's banner flickers in the dim light, embodying the glory and heritage of this city, eternally fluttering beneath the night sky. bearing witness to the rise and fall of Baya City through the ages. Before the square, several wooden frames are set up, binding tall figures, their bloodstains glistening a dark crimson under the moonlight, accompanied by the occasional sound of blood dripping. "They are the warriors of the Dogmen tribe," exclaimed Ali. Ergou tugged at Ali, urging, "Forget about them. We must leave quickly." Ali resisted Ergou's strong pull, resolutely stating, "Caesar, the Dogmen are our kin. The priest will not abandon his suffering brethren. We must save them." Ergou, gazing into Ali's steadfast eyes, felt an unexpected agreement with her words, perhaps due to her role as a priestess. "All right, let us be swift," he replied, drawing his dagger and hastening toward the square. At that moment, all soldiers were preoccupied with extinguishing the fire, leaving the area deserted. Who knows what wrath the prince might unleash if the treasure chamber were to be consumed in flames. As Ergou approached the Dogmen, he couldn't help but admire their robust physique. These warriors boasted a profusion of fur, their long hair obscuring half their faces, with noses reminiscent of garlic and an air of leonine majesty. Their taut muscles gleamed in a bronze hue, each towering nearly 2 meters high. One of the Dogmen soldiers, noticing Ergou's approach, fixated his pale yellow gaze on him, coldly stating, "You are from the Dog tribe? The Dog tribe cannot appear in Baya City. If not as prisoners, then as traitors." Clearly, he did not perceive Ergou as a captive. Ergou felt both anger and amusement, surprised by the distinctiveness of his own visage. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes binding the soldier, as thick as a child's arm and soaked in salt water. The envoy of the war god, the innate soul singer, priest Caesar Lee. Chapter 23. Under the dark moon and high winds as the Dogman warrior landed, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall, but Ergou quickly steadied him. A priest? When did the crafty dogs also produce a priest? Despite being saved by this unremarkable dog tribesman, the Dogman warrior remained skeptical of his claims. Ergou, observing the man's incredulity, displayed his thoughts plainly on his face. "If you do not believe me, surely you must believe her?" He gestured toward Ali, who had removed her armor, revealing her snowy white fox tail and the priestly robe that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Her delicate features illuminated by the flickering fire nearby, casting a halo around her. Looking at himself, he indeed felt somewhat shabby and downtrodden. As expected, the Dogman warrior's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Ali. "The priestess of the fox noble? The war god will not forsake any of his citizens. Brave warrior," Ali exclaimed as she stepped forward. "Ari has once again begun to masquerade as a mystic," Ergou thought to himself with a slight scoff. The mighty warrior, Ringer, was visibly moved, tears brimming in his eyes. "I have encountered the esteemed priest," he exclaimed. "Oh, the suffering Ringer. How could you find yourselves captured here?" A glint of cold determination flashed in Ringer's eyes as he replied, "We were betrayed by a traitor, my lord." Ergou, observing the exchange between the two, swiftly interjected, "Enough of this nonsense. We must prioritize saving lives. We can discuss this later." With that, he thrust a small vial of water into Ringer's hands and rose to rescue the other warriors. Ringer, bewildered by how this compatriot had procured a vial of water, paid no heed and drank deeply from it. There were a total of 12 injured soldiers in the square, each bearing wounds of varying severity. As Ergou tended to their rescue, he pondered the pressing dilemma of how to escape. 2 paths lay before him. The first, to venture into the mountains. Given the current state of his ailing comrades, traversing the rugged terrain seemed implausible. The rear mountains of White Cliff City were steep, and even a healthy individual would find it exceedingly challenging to climb, let alone in their present condition. If the mountain paths were easily navigable, White Cliff City would not have been established at their base. The second option was to head into the plains. While the roads there appeared more manageable, it would likely render them sitting targets. "Damn it, we must go to that place," he declared. The Death Marsh, located not far to the north of White Cliff City, was an ancient battlefield shrouded in perpetual gray mist, obscuring visibility and preventing sunlight from penetrating. Those who unwittingly wandered into its depths often lost their way. The marsh teemed with beings cursed by necromantic magic, driven solely by a thirst for blood, aimlessly roaming like lost souls. Should they become ensnared by these relentless corpses, they would inevitably become fodder, destined to join the ranks of this decaying army. Moreover, the pervasive dark bogs were silent reapers of life. Despite the terrifying nature of the Death Marsh, it was the only place that could afford them a glimmer of hope. Ergou called the group together to unveil his plan, his tone resolute rather than negotiable. Ringer shook his thickly furred head in bewilderment, pondering why the noble fox would heed the commands of a vassal like Dag. Ari seemed to sense Ringer's confusion and elucidated, "Brave warrior of the mastiffs. Before you stands the kingdom's prodigious priest, a born soul singer, Caesar Lee. Furthermore, Priest Caesar is also an exceptional warrior. For the time being, we must heed his commands and cooperate. Since Priest Caesar had yet to report to the temple, he had not yet donned his ceremonial priestly robes. Ringer regarded Ergou with uncertainty. A born soul singer? Such a claim was quite audacious. Yet could this brash scoundrel with a face marked by pockmarks truly be credible? However, the fox noble before them was indeed authentic. So he led everyone in a brief bow, acknowledging the esteemed priest. "My lord, you lack a hibernation badge for your magical companion. Where might it be?" inquired Rengar. Since Ergou had not yet reached the temple, he too did not possess a hibernation badge for a magical pet, leading Rengar and the others to believe that his companion was nearby. Magical pet? Ergou intended to confess his lack of a companion. But in a bid to uplift the spirits of those around him, he uttered a harmless fib. "This is my magical pet." He gestured toward the fluffy creature perched on his shoulder. "Avalosu above," the warrior hounds exclaimed, rolling their eyes in disbelief at the sight of a seemingly feeble frost spirit beast. Soon, they realized that the fox noble priest they revered was, in fact, a priest without a magical companion. Ali's pet had perished during the battle in Moonstream Town. Consequently, the group, led by Ergou, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the burning castle to hasten towards the city walls. Upon exiting the castle, the inner streets of White Cliff City were eerily silent, far more so than within the boundaries of the realm, where a curfew would soon be enforced. This fortunate circumstance ensured that no one could detect Ergou and his companions. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers would be silently dispatched by the fluffy creature leading the way. Rengar, with his pale yellow eyes wide open, rubbed them fervently, unable to comprehend how this diminutive spirit had managed to incapacitate the soldiers. It was only when he approached closely and noticed the deep claw marks imprinted on the soldiers' helmets that he appeared stunned, as if struck by lightning. Could it be that this seemingly insignificant spirit left these marks? Ergou had no time to entertain Rengar's bewilderment. Swiftly, the group descended the stairs within the city, arriving at the base of the city walls. The walls of White Cliff City were steep and towering, but fortunately, there were steps leading up to the elevated heights. The city gates were heavily guarded by formidable warriors, prompting Ergou to decide to stealthily scale the walls before seeking an opportunity to descend from them. At that moment, dark clouds shrouded the sun, and the night was rife with perilous potential. Two soldiers stood watch atop one of the towers. "Hey, Jimmy, have you ever seen a woman from the Orc tribe?" one asked. "A woman from the Orc tribe? What's this, you fancy that sort?" The soldier scoffed. "You must be a fresh-faced country bumpkin. Everyone knows Orc women are the most intriguing." Jimmy, intrigued, pressed, "Oh, why's that? Have you seen one?" The soldier chuckled. "Indeed. Once, our troop captured an Orc priestess. She appeared to be of the Fox tribe. Those entrancing eyes, her fair skin, and those towering peaks, especially that furry tail beneath her skirt, it was quite a sight." "She had a tail? Truly uncivilized Orcs. You don't understand. A tail only adds to the allure." They exchanged crude laughter, reveling in their lewd banter. After a while, one of the individuals approached the edge of the city wall, intending to water the wild grass below. As Jimmy unzipped his pants and prepared to relieve himself, he suddenly caught sight of a soldier collapsed in the darkness beneath the wall. Doubting his own vision, he rubbed his eyes, only to lock gazes with Rain, whose eyes glimmered in the night. Just as Jimmy was about to shout, a long knife thrown by Rain pierced his throat, pinning him to a post. Chapter 24. The Colossus of Justice. Excellent blade work. Ergou murmured with admiration. The blade quivered against the post, blood spraying onto the face of a surviving soldier. After a brief moment of terror, he hastily rolled and sounded the horn atop the city tower. "Toot toot. Enemy attack. We are under siege." Although large-scale warfare had not occurred for many years, the soldiers of White Cliff City quickly rallied in response. A multitude of torches swiftly illuminated much of the city wall. Ergou, no longer concealing his intentions, felt a surge of determination. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he swung his arm, and the black staff he usually used to stoke the fire was firmly grasped in his hand. With a quick motion, he brandished his firewood stick and charged to the front. Just as Ergou set off, enemies from all directions surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a large number of soldiers reached the steps. Looking out, one could see a dense mass of figures stacked upon one another, completely blocking the once spacious steps, rendering it impassable. These soldiers, clad in uniform armor and wielding long spears like a forest, radiated a cold glint, their faces reflecting the arrogance and ferocity born of their overwhelming numbers. In Ergou's hands, the firewood stick became a moving black battering ram. leaving no foe unscathed in its wake. The air was filled with the sounds of agonized screams. Soldiers who encountered Ergou were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily against the city wall with a dull thud. Rain, following closely behind, couldn't help but feel a twinge of alarm. Was this truly a priest? Shouldn't a priest be at the rear of the warriors, unleashing battle songs? Where was this noble's battle song? Before Rain could ponder further, Ergou had swiftly secured the city wall, and the soldiers dared not advance, retreating in disarray. At that moment, a stout, bearded dwarf clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword rushed forward, bellowing, "Dwarf warrior, skip, go to hell." Ergou responded with a swing of his stick. The dwarf race, accustomed to working with iron, possessed innate strength, and he was almost amused to see a mere dog daring to challenge him in a contest of might. Though the dwarf warriors were known for their love of drink and fiery tempers, often scolding their soldiers when intoxicated, their robust physiques instilled a profound sense of security among their comrades on the battlefield. With a resounding crash, Ergou's firewood stick met the dwarf's giant sword, sending a tingling sensation through Ergou's fingers, surprising him. Meanwhile, the giant sword slipped from the dwarf's grasp, crashing onto the city wall, the dwarf's palm bleeding profusely. The walls fell into an abrupt silence, as the onlookers turned their gazes from Ergou to the enormous sword hurled by the dwarf, bewildered by the inexplicable strength displayed. Unperturbed, Ergou raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the dwarf's face. Like a bowling ball, the dwarf collided with the soldiers rushing from behind, rolling violently against the wall. Advance. Retreat means death. The dwarf shouted in a mix of shame and fury, his nose, now splattered with blood, reddened even further. Yet none dared to approach him again. Rain and several other hounds took up the rear, climbing up the wall. More and more soldiers gathered atop the fortifications, and Ergou observed from a distance that archers bearing quivers were also converging here. "Yura!" Ergou shouted, charging towards the edge of the wall, causing the soldiers of White Cliff City to scatter like bowling pins. Though Rain and his comrades bore wounds, their combat prowess remained formidable. They faced the Dalmatian soldiers, who were slightly shorter, and while they did not dispatch them with the ease of a master priest, they nonetheless dispatched the unfortunate soldiers with relative ease. Ergou carved a path, securing a rope, snatched from who knows where by the furry ball, at the edge of the wall, providing cover for the others to descend swiftly into the city. This border stronghold surely harbored formidable adversaries. Retreat was imperative. Standing resolute, Ergou wielded his black staff, casting a menacing gaze at the surrounding soldiers, instilling fear in all present. Thud, thud, thud. A tremor echoed from afar, and upon closer inspection, it was the sound of heavy footsteps. Dalmatia, Dalmatia. The soldiers of White Cliff City rallied, their spirits ignited by the rallying cry. Ergou, puzzled, turned towards the source of the sound, as a towering figure emerged from the shadows, gradually coming into view. Emperor Poloro. This giant towered over the walls, standing a staggering 10 cubits high, each step leaving a colossal imprint upon the soft grass. Composed of white granite, the presence of this stone giant compelled any onlooker to reconsider their own stature. Galio, Galio. As the giant approached, the soldiers grew even more fervent. Meanwhile, Jarvan and Lux, along with their followers, ascended the wall amidst the rising cheers. These followers, clad in resplendent armor, were far superior to the inexperienced gatekeepers. By this time, the central continent had entered early autumn. That night, dew stealthily crept up the blades of grass, while insects, with their final strength, desperately strained their throats. It seemed to be influenced by some mysterious force. With a wave of Jarvan's hand, accompanied by the soldiers' shouts and the giant's footsteps, everything came to a sudden halt. Ergou's hair had grown somewhat long, having not been cut for quite some time, obstructing his pair of proud and defiant eyes. He shook his head, casting a sidelong glance while grasping a black staff, indifferently observing the advancing Javan. With a forceful cough, he spat, and by sheer coincidence, it landed on Javan's armor, catching the downwind. "My apologies, it was unintentional," Ergou said in the common tongue of the continent, eyeing Javan, whose eyes blazed as if ready to unleash fire. It was quite deliberate. His gaze revealed a hint of mockery. Javan, the barbaric and coarse orc clad in intricately engraved royal armor, suppressed his fury and declared, "Lay down your equally crude weapon. I, Javan, in the name of the Prince of Dalmatia, command you, surrender at once." Beside him, Lux cast a disdainful glance at Ergou's rugged, blemished face, her expression reeking of contempt. Gazing upon Javan's lofty demeanor and Lux's derisive attitude, Ergou felt an aversion rise from the depths of his being. "Lay down my weapon? Surrender? Become your slave?" To hell with that. The crowd was taken aback as Ergou audaciously insulted Javan's mother. Vulgar orc. Javan's veins throbbed as he enunciated each word. I swear. I shall cleanse my humiliation with your blood. With a flourish, Javan brandished his spear, striking a cool pose, with this dragon spear in hand. On the city walls, a dense throng of soldiers surrounded them. The previously disheartened defenders regained their courage with the arrival of Javan's followers. They rallied behind him, their voices rising in fervor. Kill. 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 The fierce northern winds swept across the Rohan plains, and facing an unending tide of foes, alongside the looming stone giants upon the walls. Ari quietly approached Ergou, gently clasping his rough hand, her gaze as gentle as moonlight upon his face. Chapter 25. The battle hymn. Ergou turned to the beautiful Ari beside him. Her eyes reflected no fear, standing elegantly, as befitting a noble woman. He glanced back at the dozen or so hounds, who also stood resolute, emboldened by Ari's steadfast and graceful demeanor. A surge of emotion welled within him. Desperate to be expressed. Why speak of the Clown King? With a single sword, I can withstand 1,000,000 foes. In the vast sands, blood mists rise. I shall break the formation to pursue the deer. One stone stirs 1,000 waves. 2 fingers pluck a myriad of sounds. In the shadows of night, I evade under the moon. With a full bow, I traverse through the snow. Facing death, I fight with my back to the water, with a broken axe. I slay the Chelan. Alone, I shall sever the king of hell, my blood-soaked form draped in flags. Alone, I shall sever the king of hell, my blood-soaked form draped in flags. As the powerful song resonated, every soul present felt their inner fire igniting, a surge of heroic spirit awakening within them. Even Lux was captivated by the testosterone-fueled melody. As the final notes faded, Lux was the first to react. He was a priest. This was the battle song of the orcs. Just as Lux had stated, it was indeed a war chant. As Ergou's voice came to an end, the powerful resonance of the song reverberated throughout the surroundings. A crimson halo descended, enveloping all within a radius of several yards around Ergou. Those affected had their eyes turn a fiery red, their muscles surging, blood within them boiling with fervor. They could only think of seizing their weapons, either to slay others or perish themselves. It was the frenzy battle song. Ari exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. The frenzy battle song could enhance a warrior's strength by 50% and mitigate some magical damage. It was the most common battle chant used by priests. However, its side effects were severe, as it could lead to a loss of reason, compelling one to fight relentlessly until exhaustion claimed them. Ergou's eyes glowed crimson as he pointed his black staff at Jarvan, proclaiming, I am from Freljord, a natural soul singer, Caesarly. With this invincible thunderstrike, I shall strike you down, you bastard. Avarosan, Avarosan. The orc warriors shouted in unison, brandishing their long blades, swords, halberds, and any weapons they could grasp, aiming for Jarvan's head and hurling them with all their might. These blades transformed into streaks of light, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they struck down Jarvan's attendants with a series of sickening thuds, some even impaled and sent flying. Bursting into clouds of crimson mist, Jarvan raised his blue shield to protect himself and Lux behind him. The resounding clash echoed like a drumbeat in the hearts of the Dalmatian soldiers, instilling in these unbattle-tested warriors the grim realization that the battlefield was a realm meant for the bloodthirsty. Everything transpired with astonishing speed. None had anticipated that the seemingly weak orcs would strike first, while their own mages had not even had time to prepare a protective spell. Galio strode forth from the shadows, extending his hand downward with intent. Your opponent is me. Veins bulged on Ergou's forehead, pulsating like enraged blue worms beneath his dark skin. Unfazed, he leaped forward with the determination of an ant shaking a tree, propelled by an unrelenting resolve. As he moved, the air around him seemed to stir with an invisible force, generating a fierce wind that howled like a ferocious beast. Though his stature was diminutive, he bore an unnerving presence, charging towards Galio, that towering colossus, with the force of a cannonball. Bathed in the glow of the halo, Ergou radiated a red luminescence, resembling a shooting star as he hurtled toward Galio's colossal hand with the impact of a meteor. Galio, the 10-foot-tall stone giant, stood immovable on the battlefield, akin to an unyielding mountain. Despite his immense size, Galio moved with surprising agility, astonished that someone would dare to attack him directly. In his heart, his defenses were as impenetrable as the most unyielding rock. He could not help but sneer inwardly. Who would be foolish enough to challenge the hardness of stone with a mere fragile stick? Even if this opponent were a naive dog, he found their actions utterly ridiculous. A pure display of overestimation. Even though the adversary was a dim-witted dog, he considered their foolishness to be exceedingly profound. With a thunderous crash, the entire battlefield trembled. Ergou, wielding the black dragon, collided fiercely with Galio's palm. Ergou felt his body tremble violently, nearly losing grip on the black dragon. As he was sent reeling backward, the weapon vibrating intensely, emitting a resonant hum. The frenzied battle song had augmented Ergou's strength by 50%. Had it not been for his enhanced physique, his arm might have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, Ergou was propelled back to his original position, while Galio's descending palm was similarly deflected. Onlookers were left in utter disbelief. How could a towering stone giant, standing 10 feet tall, be repelled by a mere dog? This dog warrior is formidable. A silver-armored warrior beside Jarvan exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jarvan snorted softly, a complex expression flickering in his gaze. Let us not forget, he is still a priest. Priest? The crowd turned to Ergou in puzzled contemplation, recalling his identity as a priest. A priest who does not hide behind warriors nor summon magical beasts, but boldly wields a heavy iron club? A strange sound erupted, drawing everyone's gaze upward. They were astounded to see Galio's finger, as solid as a stone pillar, developing fissures from Ergou's strike, resembling grotesque scars that rapidly spread across the stone giant's digit. As the cracks widened, small fragments of stone began to fall from his finger, clattering to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a severed finger plummeted from Galio's hand, striking the earth heavily and sending dust billowing into the air. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. All were stunned by the spectacle, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Yet no sound escaped their lips. After what seemed an eternity, the stillness was shattered by Galio's deep, thunderous roar. No! Galio's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Ergou, perched on the city wall, his gaze intense enough to seem as if he wished to devour him whole. His chest heaved violently, an aura of fury surging forth from him. Then, raising his other hand high, accompanied by a howling wind, he struck down upon Ergou with the force of a thunderbolt, as if aiming to crush this audacious little insect that dared to challenge his might. The soldiers were sent tumbling by the gusts of wind, some even toppling from the city walls, resulting in a cacophony of wails. Beneath the fervent battle song, Ahri had already begun to weave a melody of awakening, a requiem, among the multitude of hounds. This was certainly not the moment to lose one's wits and charge blindly into the fray. Thus, Rengar made a composed decision, taking advantage of the chaos to quietly lead his comrades down from the ramparts. Ahri felt a sudden lightness in her body as she gracefully descended to the ground, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a wriggling white bottom before the diminutive figure vanished into the murky surroundings. At this moment, Ergou, sporting a tousled mane, was propelled by the fierce winds, dragging a long staff that sparked as it sliced through the air, speeding towards Galio's head. Galio raised his arm, swinging down with great force, but Ergou stumbled and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he managed to grasp Galio's arm, clutching onto the crevices of stone. Roaring in frustration, Galio could not comprehend why this insignificant pest was such a nuisance. With a motion akin to brushing off dust, he attempted to swat Ergou away from his arm. Ergou felt as though he were adrift upon the colossal stone arm, devoid of any foothold, and thus executed a roll, leaping towards the ground. Galio, spotting Ergou's landing, lifted his foot, prepared to stomp down with tremendous force. Regardless of the orc's strength, there was no chance he would emerge unscathed from such a blow. A hint of smugness appeared on the stone visage of Galio. Chapter 26. The Great Escape. Galio was oblivious to whether his blood pressure had soared due to his fury, but he perceived a flickering white point before him. Insignificant, yet alarming as it hurtled toward his eye. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. Bang! A heavy impact resonated as Galio felt as if his eyeball might shatter. Accompanied by a cry of agony, he clutched his face in pain. His foot missed its target, instead crashing through half of the city wall of white cliff, sending soldiers scattering in all directions, resulting in countless casualties. Javan, enveloped in a golden aura of energy, effortlessly deflected a flying stone with a wave of his hand. His expression grim. After being flung by Galio, Ergou plummeted to the ground. Shortly thereafter, a small white fur ball landed on his shoulder with a series of delighted giggles, its tiny fists clenched, dusted with white stone debris. Galio remained unaware of the identity of his assailant. Had it not been for the stone composition of his body, that blow from the small creature might have resulted in a shattered eye. Even so, Galio's eyelids could no longer shield him. Henceforth, he would face significant troubles with his sleep. With the furball perched on his back, Ergou fled without a glance back. Run. What are you waiting for? Only then did Rengar and the others emerge from the unprecedented, blood-stirring battle scene that had captivated them moments before. Ergou was indeed struggling to suppress his impulse to plunge into the crowd, fully aware of the paramount importance of maintaining a calm demeanor on the battlefield. The collapse of certain sections of the walls in Abyss City had thrown the Dalmatians into disarray, with only a few individuals managing to retain their composure. They yearned to pursue, yet found their path obstructed by their own comrades, helplessly watching as Ergou and his party made their escape. Light shall guide your way, Lux declared, stepping forward to grasp her staff. With a gentle closure of her eyes, her fair hands rose slowly, and radiant light began to coalesce around her like fireflies. As her lips parted to softly chant an ancient incantation, the brilliance intensified, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. A dazzling sphere of light blossomed in her palm, expanding rapidly, its fierce radiance surging outward from her center. Wherever the light reached, darkness receded like a tide, transforming the once dim space into a realm as bright as day. Suddenly, Lux opened her eyes wide, their depths shimmering with resplendent light. With a vigorous push of her hands, the luminous energy morphed into a torrent of brilliance, roaring forth toward its target like a great dragon. The very air along its path crackled and sizzled, imbued with a cataclysmic force that enveloped everything ahead in an endless glow, hurtling straight toward Ergou. Ari, with her keen senses, detected the tumultuous magical elements in the air. Turning her head, she beheld the radiant beam hurtling toward Ergou. Kaiser, be careful, she warned in alarm. In an instant, the flash, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy, struck Ergou from behind. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Lux wore a triumphant smile. This was a pre-prepared magical scroll, requiring no lengthy incantation to activate, an exceedingly rare item, intended to showcase her prowess before the crowd. As Ergou was completely engulfed by the ultimate flash, the spectators believed he was as good as dead. Your Majesty, you truly live up to being the esteemed disciple of Master Brand. Only you could so swiftly subdue that grotesque and savage dog. They praised exuberantly. Lux lifted her swan-like neck, brimming with pride. Even Jarvan's expression softened in approval, just as the crowd erupted in jubilant celebration and flattery. Ergou suddenly rolled over and sprang back to his feet, sprinting away with fervor. Farewell, venomous Lux. Farewell, simpering prince. Lux, from a distance, heard Ergou's taunts, her face darkening with fury. It turned out that the chainmail vest given to Ergou by Rise had absorbed the impact of the strike. At that moment, the vest felt like a searing lump of iron, and Ergou, in a frantic scramble, tore it off while continuing his escape. By the gods of war, my dear Kaiser, Ari gasped, feeling as if she might faint from the relentless onslaught of stimuli that had overwhelmed her small heart. Ergou rushed forward and swept up Ali in a warm embrace, planting a deep kiss upon her lips. Ali blushed a deep crimson, her large tail swishing playfully as she playfully punched Ergou. Yet, he remained undeterred in his stride. Prince Jiwan, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of fury rising within him. All personnel, heed my command, he bellowed. Silver Knights, captains lead your teams, let us charge forth. In a short while, amidst the encroaching night, Ergou and his companions spotted the flickering flames of torches illuminating the vast fields. Abyss City was not far from the death marshes, but given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely they would reach even halfway before being overtaken by their pursuers. Reinhardt slowed his pace, and Ergou turned back, puzzled. Have you stepped in something foul? Hurry, run, he urged. Gasping for breath, Reinhardt replied, My lord, this one do, we will be caught. Allow me to leave a few brothers behind. Ergou recognized the gravity of the situation and waved his hand dismissively, gently setting Ali down. You all must go. I shall remain with Mauchio. No, I want to be with you, Ali exclaimed, her face flushed. Ergou shook his head. Listen, Ali, on the battlefield, you must obey me. I am not seeking death, do you understand? Ali gazed at him with watery eyes, while Ergou's expression conveyed a blend of tenderness and cold resolve. The tenderness was reserved for the woman he cherished, while the coldness was reserved for their foes. Ensuring safety for those behind him was a unique romance that belonged solely to a man in the throes of war. All right, I will wait for you, Mauchio chimed in, his belly rumbling in response to Ergou's determination. Reinhardt's whiskers twitched, glistening with dew as he anxiously said, My lord, your valor rivals that of the war gods. Yet we shall not be a burden to you. The dense grasslands here will serve as our finest hunting grounds. Just as Ergou was about to speak, Ali interjected, Kaiser, let Reinhardt select a few to remain and assist you. The battle prowess of the Mastiff warriors will be enhanced in the plains. Even true Lionkin warriors would not dare confront them easily here. Upon hearing Ali's words, Ergou nodded in agreement. Reinhardt was overjoyed. After witnessing the priest's formidable combat style, he held a deep admiration for him. It would be an honor for any warrior to fight alongside such a distinguished leader. You, and you will stay. The rest will care for the injured and head northward. At that moment, a breeze swept across the plains, dispersing the clouds that had obscured the moon, revealing a sprinkle of starlight. Following the stars, it became quite simple for everyone to discern their direction. Kaiser, I shall wait for you ahead, Ali said, her crystal-clear blue eyes gazing tenderly at Ergou. Ergou smiled widely. Do not worry, even if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly outrun them. The Rohan plains were a fertile expanse, yet due to sparse human habitation and its strategic significance, vast tracts of land lay fallow, overgrown with wild grasses. In a place where the foliage flourished, reaching even waist-high, Ergou and his party of 6 concealed themselves amidst the dense grass. Ergou cast a curious glance at Lingar. Since they had taken cover, there seemed to be a subtle transformation in Lingar and his companions. What could it be? It was their demeanor. The very essence of their presence had undergone a metamorphosis. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves grew nearer, and soon a troop of cavalry emerged from the White Cliff City, with the illustrious Javan clad in full armor leading the charge. These were no ordinary steeds. They belonged to the house, infused with the blood of magical beasts, making them larger, more formidable, and capable of greater endurance in their swift pursuits. The contingent was neither sparse nor numerous. Alongside Javan's elite silver knights, there were nearly 100 light cavalry, with a distant formation of infantry whose numbers remained obscured. As the cavalry approached, Lingar and a few soldiers, stirred by excitement, felt their facial muscles twitch, their beards quivering lightly, and if one listened intently, faint clicking sounds could be discerned from their throats. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Ergou witnessed Lingar and his companions spring forth like predatory lions, their blades glinting menacingly. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the scene, 5 figures vanished into the boundless wilderness as if nothing had transpired. The house continued its relentless advance, and had it not been for the splattering of warm blood, the preceding events would have surely been dismissed as mere illusions. It was the prideful hunter. The cavalry of White Cliff City fell into disarray, particularly those clad in light armor, vulnerable with their necks unprotected. The sound of slicing air echoed once more, and this time, Ergou observed intently, catching glimpses of shadowy figures darting through the air. This was the distinctive hunting style of the Mastiff warriors. However, Lingar's group exhibited a significant flaw. Despite their swift movements, they were ineffectual against heavily armored foes. Furthermore, Ergou noted that each of their strikes required a build-up of energy, akin to a spring in an open terrain. They would likely find no time or opportunity to execute their attacks. Yet now was their moment to showcase their prowess. Blood dripped from Lingar's beard, and with each landing, they swiftly scattered. From a distance, while the grass trembled, onlookers could not discern their precise positions, granting ample time for Ari and the wounded to retreat. Javan's gaze was steely as he commanded, "All troops, hold your positions. Ignite all torches. Archers, prepare." A burly soldier at his side, displaying a rather dull-witted demeanor, protested. "Your Highness, won't igniting the torches reveal our location?" Javan regarded this subordinate, Brill, a warrior of considerable talent, yet lacking in intellect. "Do you believe we remain concealed without lighting the torches?" The cadence of war persisted, and once more, the sounds of death echoed as 2 more vibrant lives succumbed to the embrace of the Grim Reaper that night. This time, however, the archers were prepared. Illuminated by the flickering torches, a relentless rain of arrows was unleashed upon the shadows and the grass, the outcome of which remained uncertain. The sheer density of the arrows rendered Ringer and his companions ill-suited for a direct confrontation with such a sizable force. 2 among them were struck and injured by the barrage, compelling them to retreat further into the distance, where they continued to wait for an opportune moment. Ergou understood that their objective had been achieved. They did not need to slay numerous foes. Merely casting the specter of death upon their adversaries was sufficient to slow their advance, if not halt it entirely. The prideful hunters were composed of elite mutt warriors, totaling 12 in number, the creme de la creme among their kind. Indeed, it is said that 10 dogs are equivalent to 1 mutt, and the occurrence of mutt warriors within the dog clan was exceedingly rare. Naturally tall and possessing combat capabilities that surpassed those of ordinary members of their clan. They could even rival the lion and tiger kin. Yet, their fate was intertwined with their lineage, resembling the royal lion clan of the Ryan family. They were fated to endure a life of battle from birth. Nevertheless, for the Mutt warriors, this was not an unfavorable destiny. The prideful hunters, being the elite of the elite among the Mutts, commanded fear and respect across the plains of Rohan. Ergou mused to himself, having stumbled upon a treasure, that he must find a way to recruit these warriors. In contrast, Javan's mood was far less pleasant. The veins on Javan's forehead throbbed visibly. Everything that transpired today seemed to unfold against him. Royal city ablaze, criminals on the loose, and even their pursuit thwarted. "Miss Lux, I require your assistance," he implored, glancing at Lux, who had enveloped herself in a protective light shield since the chase began. With a sweet smile, Lux replied, "Certainly, Your Highness." In truth, a more powerful mage stood beside Javan, yet in a bid to showcase Lux's worth, he sought her aid instead. Lux turned, grasped her staff, and began to chant an incantation. As she cast her spell, luminous orbs soared into the air above the surrounding grasses. With the illumination of this area, the Mutt warriors found themselves utterly exposed in the darkness. The arriving cavalry swiftly encircled the Mutt warriors, gaining the tactical advantage from above. This is the power of a mage, Ergou contemplated, recognizing the ability to alter the natural environment. Rise possessed such power, and this young lady named Lux did as well. This haughty woman was not only capable of summoning orbs of light, but could also unleash rays akin to lasers. If the opportunity arose, she must be dealt with first. What Ergou did not realize was that formidable spells like Final Spark could not be cast continuously. As a novice mage merely touching the threshold of her craft, Lux found her magical reserves nearly depleted after executing Final Spark and the luminous orbs. Otherwise, the potency of mages would indeed be overwhelmingly formidable. Chapter 28. The Battle Rengar and his companions exhibited formidable combat prowess. Yet their capabilities paled in comparison to the cavalry of White Cliff City, who were not mere city defense infantry. The cavalry possessed the distinct advantages of steeds and long spears. Faced with the onslaught of these spears, Rengar's group had no choice but to evade. Their power to charge diminished, and under the glaring light, the movements of the Dogmen warriors appeared far less agile. In a short while, injuries began to manifest, with blood trickling down the shoulder of one Dogman soldier. Even when they managed to break free from the encirclement, the perilous light orb pursued them relentlessly, akin to a parasite, soon bringing the cavalry back upon them. Despite the enemy suffering continual losses, the Dogman warriors were also accruing new wounds atop their pre-existing injuries. Ergou realized he could no longer bear to watch. If this continued, these valiant soldiers would surely perish. He gestured subtly towards the cavalry surrounding Rengar and his companions, while the little fur ball scuttled away with a wiggling rear, swiftly making its way through the shadows. Ergou then drew his black dragon horn from behind, letting out a fierce shout as he dragged it along the ground, leaving a deep mark on the grass. The sound of his battle cry drew the attention of those present, and amidst the chaos, a cavalryman inexplicably fell from his mount, leaving a small fist imprint on the temple of his helmet. Uther, the commander of the Silver Knight Order, observed this and spurred his steed forward, brandishing his massive hammer as he charged at Ergou. Uther wielded an enormous hammer, said to be laced with trace amounts of mithril, rendering it exceptionally hard and weighing several dozen pounds. He raised his iron hammer, his body enveloped in a silvery aura of fighting spirit. "Demacia," Uther proclaimed, not wasting words, as he brought the hammer down with ferocity towards Ergou's head. Ergou, undaunted, swung the black dragon horn to meet Uther's hammer in a direct clash. Uther rejoiced. Few dared to confront his colossal hammer head-on across all of Demacia. Following the discussions surrounding the victory of the dog priest over Galio, many speculated about the dubious circumstances, particularly given Galio's eye being crushed, which clearly was not the doing of this dog priest. The true instigator remained a mystery, with conjectures pointing to his yet-to-be-revealed magical companion. However, the nature of this companion eluded everyone's understanding, even if it were indeed the dog priest's doing. Uther felt little trepidation. After all, breaking a stone pillar was well within his capabilities. Boom! The earth trembled, and dust filled the air as Uther's hammer, propelled by the force of his charge and that of his steed, collided fiercely with the black dragon horn. In an instant, orange-red sparks erupted like fireworks, and Uther felt an overwhelming recoil surge through his arm, akin to striking an indestructible steel plate. The force was overwhelmingly powerful, causing his hands to ache intensely, with the hammer trembling violently in his grip, nearly slipping from his grasp. Simultaneously, he was abruptly thrown from his mount, crashing heavily onto the grassy ground. Uther lay there, dust choking his nostrils, when a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, awakening him to the realization that Galio's fingers might indeed have been shattered by the mysterious Doug before him. With this thought, a flicker of seriousness and vigilance crossed Uther's gaze. By Damasia's honor, what monstrous being is this hideous Doug? Ergou, too, was taken aback, never expecting that even with his extraordinary power, he would encounter a human capable of withstanding his strike. It seemed that, in this land brimming with possibilities, he had underestimated others. The enigmatic black dragon, composed of materials unknown, bore no marks from their fierce clash. Knight, you are no ordinary foe. Ergou tilted his head, glaring at Uther, clad in shimmering silver armor. Uther snorted disdainfully, his right hand clutching the hammer trembling slightly. Lux waved her wand, sprinkling some fragrant powder into the air, seemingly concocting yet another spell. Ergou felt a wave of frustration. Among this group, the most irksome was the golden-haired girl. If her chainmail had not absorbed a blast from a laser cannon moments ago, he might have found himself with a gaping hole in his side. At this moment, the chainmail gifted by Rise had been rendered useless after taking a hit, and he would need to replenish its magical energy before it could be utilized again. Ergou's peripheral vision remained fixed on Lux, wary of what devious trick she might be plotting next. In reality, he need not fret excessively. Her current capabilities were limited to supportive magic. Bree stepped forward from the group, standing alongside Yozel. Bree, a berserker, was larger than the average human, leading Ergou to suspect that while others may have evolved from monkeys, the berserkers must have descended from gorillas. Bree wielded a pair of axes, eager to test the mettle of the individual before him. In terms of brute strength, Yozel did not measure up to Bree, who was renowned within the group as a formidable powerhouse. However, a squad of warriors should not be entrusted to the command of a mere brute. Orc, come and test the might of Bree the Wolf Slayer. Bree shouted as he brandished his massive axe, enveloped in swirling red mist, charging toward Ergou. This blood mist frenzy was unique to the Berserker clan, akin to the Orcish battle song, yet drawing not from song power, but from the Berserker's own blood. With axe in hand, Bree swung down violently from above. Observing the axe's momentum, Ergou chose not to meet it head-on. Instead, he deftly dodged to the side, swinging his staff towards Bree's waist. Unperturbed, Bree adjusted his swing, angling his axe downward in a bid to strike Ergou's side. Prepared to engage in a fierce contest, Ergou let out a startled cry, dropping to the ground to evade the whistling axe that soared past him. However, his own attack was abruptly halted. Damn it, a desperate outlaw? Indeed, Bewley was a reckless outlaw, a fact underscored by the gleaming silver armor he donned, which contained a trace of mithril, providing exceptional defense. Although Ergou bore the brunt of Bewley's axe, likely suffering grievous wounds, Bewley would not pay with his life. It was a grave mistake to lie prostrate before an enemy, and Ergou quickly rolled back to his feet, re-establishing his confrontation with Bewley. Bewley mocked him. Strong Doug, has your war god only taught you cowardice? Your mother taught you that last night in bed. Ergou retorted with a response equally laced with vulgarity. Infuriated by the insolent reply, Bewley swung his axe toward Ergou. Come on. Chapter 29, The Clash as Bewley charged at him. Ergou swiftly scooped up fresh earth from the ground and flung it into Bewley's eyes in a flash, blinding him. Regardless of who he was, a stony slab, a watermelon knife, 3 blows were all it took to fell him. Caught unawares, Bewley's eyes stung painfully, rendering him unable to open them, and panic surged within him as he wildly flailed his axe. Ergou, quick as a flash, parried Bewley's axe with his weapon, the Black Dragon, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. A sickening crack echoed as Bewley's ribs shattered. Seizing the moment, Ergou stepped on Bewley's arm, wrested the axe from his grip, and, to the astonishment of onlookers, did not take Bewley's head but instead swung it with all his might toward Lux. Lux stood behind Jarvan, flanked by his guards. No one anticipated that Ergou would suddenly strike. He had long awaited this moment. The golden-haired girl not only held a grudge against him, but the staff she wielded filled him with dread, akin to a gun pressed against his temple on the battlefield, stripping him of any sense of safety. Thus, whether for revenge or the safety of his comrades, he was determined to eliminate her first. At that moment, the closest to Lux was Prince Jarvan, who, in a flash, thrust his spear forward, intercepting the hurtling axe with a resounding clang that altered its trajectory. The axe grazed Lux's luminous shield before disappearing into the shadows. The shield shattered in response, crumbling under the force of Ergou's full-on assault. As fragile as the delicate skin of a young maiden, Lux's exquisite face paled instantly, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Yet, Ergou did not pause. The instant the axe was launched, he charged toward Lux. He recognized her elevated status among the group, realizing that Jarvan was formidable. If he could seize Lux, their chances of escaping would significantly increase. Without allowing the gathered crowd a moment to react, Ergou faced the illustrious Prince Jarvan IV of Demacia, who stood confidently before him, wielding his spear, the Adamara. This legendary weapon, forged during the founding of Demacia to combat dragons, was also known as the Dragonbreaker. Clad in resplendent armor and mounted upon his noble steed, Jarvan exuded an undeniable charm, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms era. In stark contrast, Ergou felt like a mere soldier emerging from a muddy pit. You may be Lu Bu, but I shall be Cao Cao. Not only seeking your demise, but coveting your beloved as well, he thought with fierce determination. Beneath him, Xiangpa peeked out, eager to witness who dared challenge the might and beauty of the most esteemed prince in Demacian history. In Xiangpa's gaze, Ergou's unkempt hair resembled wild grass, haphazardly piled atop his head, while his linen garments, tattered from the previous night's ordeal, made him appear akin to a beggar. Most striking, however, were the pockmarked scars on his face, reminiscent of a volcanic surface, and his nose, dark and unkempt, marred his appearance. Yet, if there was a redeeming quality in his visage, it lay in his wild, piercing eyes, deep and unfathomable. They glimmered with an inscrutable intensity, akin to a famished wolf, fixated on its prey. Should a passerby happen upon this scene, they would surely perceive Ergou as a brazen bully, while Jarvan would be hailed as the gallant prince defending a delicate princess. With a resonant hum, the Dragonbreaker echoed like a dragon's roar as Jarvan spurred his steed, directing its formidable might towards Ergou. Even before their clash, Ergou sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the spear. The power of the Dragonbreaker, infused with the strength of dragons, could surely subdue a weaker spirit, inducing surrender in the face of its ominous resonance. Yet, the resilient Ergou was undeterred. The black dragon, radiating an aura of slaying dragons, met the Dragonbreaker with a fierce collision. The black dragon trembled slightly, as if it too was invigorated by the challenge. The two warriors exchanged blows, the sounds of their combat resounding like thunder. After several exchanges, Ergou felt dwarfed by Jarvan's stature. In a sudden surge of audacity, he delivered a sharp kick to the belly of Jarvan's steed, causing the horse to rear in pain, throwing Jarvan off balance. With a disdainful snort, Jarvan dismissed the maneuver, proclaiming it mere child's play. He leaped from his mount, encased in heavy armor, landing with a resounding thud that sent dust swirling into the air. I am the Emperor of Boros. How do you bear such encumbrance without collapsing? Ergou seethed at the sight of his own disheveled appearance. Gripping the black dragon tightly, he swung it towards Jarvan's head. In response, Jarvan raised his shield, which he had carried on his back, to deflect the incoming blow. The black dragon struck with a dull thud against the shield, echoing the ferocity of their confrontation. The lawn shield is capable of deflecting attacks from adversaries, and Ergou felt a peculiar softness despite the strikes landing upon it. With a sudden thrust, Tangyuan plunged his dragon spear from beneath the shield, catching Ergou off guard, resulting in a gruesome gash across his abdomen. I relish a challenge, Tangyuan declared, shaking the fabric from his spear as he stood resolutely against the fierce northern wind, gazing down at Ergou with an air of disdain. Following the conclusion of the frenzied battle song, an inescapable weariness enveloped Ergou, exacerbated by a most untimely growl from his stomach. The sound resonated like thunder, and he had never fathomed that his belly could produce such a thunderous noise. Upon hearing the resounding growl emanating from Ergou, Tangyuan regarded him with the same contempt one might reserve for a savage. You wretched fool. Ergou silently cursed Tangyuan's ancestors, as an invisible vortex began to form around him, drawing the attention of onlookers to this bizarre spectacle. In the midst of Ergou's rising fury, the air surrounding him began to move in an uncanny manner. Initially, it was but a slight ripple, akin to the gentle undulations upon a tranquil lake. Yet, in an instant, the intensity of this motion escalated, morphing into an invisible whirlpool. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a blinding red light suddenly streaked across the sky, reminiscent of a lightning bolt cleaving the heavens. Subsequently, a vivid crimson halo descended slowly from the firmament, as if guided by an unseen hand, settling firmly around Ergou. Within this circle emanated a mysterious and fervent energy, igniting a thirst for blood and carnage within the hearts of those present. It was at this juncture that a member of the crowd finally reacted, exclaiming in astonishment, "It is the silent battle song." The crowd was collectively struck with disbelief. After all, the silent battle song is exceedingly rare among priests. allowing the practitioner to unleash its power without reciting complex incantations, a feat of unimaginable difficulty. To witness such a display from this wild creature was astonishing. However, it was evident that Ergou struggled to control the extent of the battle song's aura, which inadvertently enveloped Tangyuan as well. Tangyuan's eyes turned a fiery red, his muscles bulging beneath his armor, and he gasped for breath. The bloodlust surged within him uncontrollably. Yet the martial techniques he had mastered allowed him to maintain a defensive posture with a calm demeanor. Avalon, Ergou bellowed, wielding his staff as he dragged it across the ground, leaving a lengthy mark behind, and charged once more at Tangyuan. As before, Tangyuan raised the lawn shield before him. The ensuing clash produced a thunderous sound, echoing like a morning bell heralding the dawn of the day. Chapter 30. The captive. The frenzy augmented Tangyuan's strength, yet it did not enhance his weapon. Under the immense force, the lawn shield seemed to reach its limit in absorbing the impact. Overwhelmed by the force, Tangyuan struggled to maintain his footing, ultimately kneeling on one knee. This is the game of the brave, a melody of war. The battle song is a reward bestowed upon the valiant by the god of war. Thus, the defenders must inevitably succumb to the onslaught of the attackers, who are equally bolstered by the frenzied battle hymn. Ergou is not one to linger. With a swift step forward, he aims to shatter the proud prince's skull with a single blow. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Should Prince Javan perish here, none present would survive. The guards desperately rush to his aid, yet their efforts are futile, as they cannot quench the immediate thirst for salvation. It seems Javan is destined to become Ergou's next victim. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant flash ensnares Ergou's hands with a glowing ribbon. Though he soon breaks free, another fireball swiftly hurtles toward him, which he narrowly evades. In that moment, Javan seizes the opportunity to escape from beneath the staff, thus sparing his life. Instantly, a multitude of arrows descends like a swarm of locusts, embedding themselves into Ergou's explosive muscles, piercing his taut flesh. From the crowd's recesses, the incantations of magic can be heard. Following the source of the light, Ergou spots Lux upon her steed, her hands still poised in the act of casting. Another mage, concealed among the throng, fervently utters his spells. The fireball moments ago must have been conjured by this individual. Blood streams from Ergou's wounds, and adorned with arrows like a porcupine, he disregards the pain and charges toward Lux. He resembles a wounded beast in a frenzied dash. And though the arrows have not struck his vital areas, the agony brings tears to his eyes as he fixates on his target. At that moment, an even larger flame hurtles toward him, but Ergou appears oblivious, racing headlong into the inferno. Boom! He collides with the flame in a resounding crash, as if to rend the very fabric of space. In an instant, countless sparks scatter like arrows released from a bow, exploding into resplendent fireworks across the night sky. These dazzling sparks shine with a fervent glow, seemingly imbued with life itself. The fierce flames surge in tumultuous waves from the point of impact, consuming all in their path. Having retreated some distance, Ari feels an unbidden tightness in her chest. She halts and gazes toward the west, where the flames suddenly rise. The people of Dalmatia hear the screams they longed for. The roaring fire is sufficient to incinerate a prehistoric elfin. Lux exhales, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to a mage concealed in the shadows. He returns the nod, a silent greeting exchanged. As a fellow disciple of Brand, it is evident that he has mastered fire magic far beyond Lux, the noted apprentice. Only a sorcerer of such strength can dismantle the invisible barriers that separate the classes. From a distance, several figures from the Rengar tribe witnessed the unfolding scene and let out a furious roar, attempting to rush forward to rescue the esteemed priest. However, they were swiftly encircled by the advancing infantry, rendering them momentarily unable to move. In stark contrast, the creature known as Mowgli appeared unperturbed, continuing to engage in his nefarious activities with relentless zeal. As the Dalmatian soldiers observed their comrades inexplicably collapsing around them, they exchanged bewildered glances, hesitant to advance. Master Prometheus, your mastery of magic must surely be approaching that of an intermediate mage, remarked one soldier. The mage known as Prometheus smiled graciously, attributing his prowess to the guidance of Mentor Brand. You are too modest. Just as the Dalmatians reveled in their camaraderie, a thunderous shout interrupted their jubilation. Avarosa! The battle cry of the war god shattered the smiles on the faces of the Dalmatians. The voice was hauntingly familiar, emanating from the accursed yet indomitable Doug. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the flames, hair frizzled into an explosive style, a grimy visage, and with arrows still lodged in his body. His attire tattered and stained with dried blood, revealing the sinewy, sun-kissed muscles beneath. His target remained the young Lux, who stood nearby. By the might of Demetia, Lux's eyes widened in terror, paralyzed by fear, forgetting to flee as the grim reaper approached her, emanating a foul stench. To Lux, this figure appeared as a dark sorcerer, leaping forth and extending his malevolent claws towards her delicate neck, panting heavily, his breath washing over her face. Lux desperately grasped his arm, yet it felt as if she were clutching steel. "Move, and I shall crush you," Doug snarled, his teeth bared. The sight of his grotesque visage rendered Lux momentarily immobile with fear. "None shall move," Doug proclaimed as he mounted his steed, his left hand gripping Lux's throat. Feeling her warm back quiver within his embrace, Garen intervened, still adorned with blades of grass and dirt, his voice laced with fury. "You vile orc. If you dare harm Lux, no matter where you flee, I vow to hunt you down and slay you." Doug scoffed. "Prince, we are merely travelers yearning to return home." As he spoke, he bared his teeth and removed the arrows from his body. "Now, grant us 15 steeds. Once my companions and I have safely departed, we shall return Miss Lux to you. Additionally, I kindly request your archers to lower their weapons. I fear they may inadvertently injure her." He gestured towards the archers, aiming their bows at them. "And that fire mage." Doug glared menacingly at him, causing Master Prometheus to nearly tumble from his mount. Garen's expression darkened, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Just moments ago, the pressure on Ren and his companions eased significantly with the assistance of the fuzzy creature. By the time the cavalry discovered the formidable frost spirit, they had already suffered considerable losses in silence. Demetia is home to 5 prominent families: the Light Shield, the Crown Guard, the Loran, the Duran, and the Buvel. The Light Shield family is royal, while the Crown Guard family, second only to them, wields command over the military, serving as the kingdom's sword. Lux, as the youngest daughter of the Crown Guard family, is poised to potentially become the future queen of Demetia. At this moment, Lux found herself ensnared by the throat by an unattractive figure named Doug, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. They could not fathom how events had spiraled into such chaos, underestimating the Doug priest before them. Observing both sides frozen in place, Ergou shouted, "Rhaegar, select a few hounds. Bring them to me. Anyone who dares to harm you is intent on ensuring this beautiful lady meets her demise." With those words, who would dare to act? Rhaegar approached one individual, delivering a swift strike that sent him sprawling to the ground, then kicked him again before mounting a hound and advancing towards Ergou. Others followed suit, echoing his actions. Meanwhile, the Damatian soldiers exchanged glances of disbelief, their eyes fixed on the silent, stern-faced Prince Jarvan, none daring to move. Chapter 31. The Swamp of Death. Ergou's hand gripped Lux's delicate neck with a vice-like hold, inciting Jarvan's fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. "Doug, you had better honor your promise. Otherwise, even if you hide in the depths of the howling abyss, you will not escape Demetia's retribution." "Bah, I have no intention of going to that accursed place." Ergou laughed heartily, stating, "Furthermore, I do not fancy this green tea. You may keep it for yourself." While the meaning of green tea eluded him, it was clear it was not a compliment. If glares could kill, Jarvan would have already slain Ergou countless times over. Rhaegar and the others, mounted on their hounds and leading several more, approached Ergou. As Ergou tugged on the reins, the hound reared up, causing Lux to tumble into his embrace. "Within the span of an hourglass, should I see anyone behind me, I will instantly snap this young lady's neck." "Haha, giddy up." They stirred up clouds of dust as they sped towards Ari and her companions. Jarvan turned to his attendants beside him, his countenance darkening. The attendants felt a burning shame as the so-called Silver Hand Knights of the Dragon team allowed a few captives to escape their grasp. No need to leave any survivors. Archers and mages, aim for their heads and fire. "Yes, your highness." The Silver Hand Knights roared in unison. Ergou and his companions hastened towards the Swamp of Death, acutely aware of the cold arrows aimed at them and the mages preparing their spells. Had it not been for Lux, serving as a human shield, and their singular focus on engaging him in a duel, he feared he would not escape unscathed. As for how he had just escaped from the inferno, he owed a debt of gratitude to his benefactor, the wandering mage Rise. Thanks to Rise's spatial ring, which was filled with numerous large water barrels, he was able to catch Lux off guard. As for his scream, it was merely a ruse to mislead the enemy. While running, Ergou suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, nearly toppling from his horse. Renekton, alarmed, rushed forward, exclaiming, "My lord, are you all right?" Ergou waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, damn it. Just hungry." Upon glancing at Renekton and the others, whose tattered clothing belied their apparent wealth, he turned his attention to Lux in his arms. With a mischievous grin, he inquired, "Miss Lux, Do you have any food? Lux, still dazed by her predicament, found herself embraced by a man. And with each jolt of the galloping horse, they rubbed against each other, her senses overwhelmed by his intense masculine presence, igniting a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Vile beast, release me at once, Lux demanded angrily. Ergou chuckled, Princess Lux, if you don't share, I might just take matters into my own hands. He reached toward her, prompting Lux to recoil in fright, almost falling from the horse, only to be pulled back firmly into his embrace. I have. Though Lux feared the worst, she was not keen on being manhandled by the rogue before her. As she gazed at the swiftly galloping steed, she contemplated throwing herself off to escape. If you leap off and perish, I shall strip you bare for the pursuing soldiers to see, a devilish whisper echoed in Lux's ear. You cannot die. Ergou thought with a cold smirk. I rely on you for my safety. Lux loathed the demon before her, yet reluctantly retrieved a delicate pouch from her waist, adorned with several gleaming magic crystals. Upon opening it, a chill emanated from within, revealing a precious enchanted container. Lux handed Ergou golden fruits from the pouch, resembling jujubes, which he seized and devoured with gusto, chewing as if it were the most exquisite delicacy, and upon finishing, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. Delicious. A hint of honey. Lux watched in dismay as her cherished snacks were consumed ravenously by Ergou. They were rare desert dates, sweeter than honey. In no time, the pouch was emptied, and Ergou claimed it for himself. You and all your possessions are my spoils, he declared, unfazed by Lux's furious gaze. Having indulged in the sugary dates, Ergou felt rejuvenated. In the distance, the first light of dawn graced the sky, and the vast plain began to stir, resembling a colossal green carpet unfurled beneath the heavens. At the edge of the horizon, a group of individuals caught sight of the silhouettes of Ari and her companions. Ergou approached, and Ari immediately noticed the frustrated expression on Lux's face. Kaisa, how could you have captured her? Ergou revealed a hint of a smile, saying, without our dear Miss Lux, we would have likely been eliminated by now. A sharp cry echoed as Rengar looked up at the screeching falcon overhead. Lowering his gaze, he stated, My lord, their falcon has spotted us. We must depart immediately. Ergou nodded, instructing, Rengar, you lead the way and take care of the injured. Let's move. Ari glanced at Lux cradled in Ergou's arms and subtly pursed her lips. Ergou noticed Ari's little expression and felt a surge of pride within. Ari, come, sit behind me. As for this noble lady, we cannot release her just yet. He extended his large hand, guiding Ari to seat herself behind him. Ari wrapped her arms around Ergou's waist, and for a moment, he found himself enveloped in the warmth of her presence, feeling a bit lightheaded. As for the black dragon, it had long been discreetly returned to the confines of his spatial ring. The steed beneath Ergou, a house, was considerably larger than the warhorses he had seen back on Earth. With a lineage of magical beasts, it possessed a carrying capacity far superior to that of ordinary horses. Though Ergou was quite robust, he still fell short compared to heavy cavalry. The physique of the main battle orcs was often even more formidable. If it were an elephant warrior, only certain large terrestrial magical beasts could support their weight. The glory of the elephant knights existed only in the annals of ancient times. Not long after setting out, they spotted pursuers in the distance. Gradually, Ergou realized they had unwittingly entered a thick fog. Ari, with a mixture of anxiety and delight, remarked, We are about to enter the swamp of death. Chapter 32. The fog. Ergou and his companions journeyed northward, leaving the borders of White Cliff City behind. As they delved deeper, the surrounding fog thickened, obscuring the path they had traversed. Wandering aimlessly like this, you will soon find yourselves ensnared in the swamp, completely swallowed by this mire. Lux crossed her arms, a slight smirk gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Is that so? Then you shall lead the way. Ergou retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Ari shot him a disapproving glare, while Lux could be somewhat spoiled. She was merely a young girl. Your Highness, in order to rescue our compatriots, we had no choice but to capture you. However, our two nations have not seen conflict in a long time. Why have your soldiers laid in ambush? Lux tossed her golden hair with an air of arrogance, replying, What? Are you interrogating me? Ari chuckled lightly. We are looking out for your well-being. Do you not wish to return early to meet Prince Meanway? Lux frowned. I am not privy to military matters. I am merely a humble apprentice mage. My goodness, is a mere apprentice mage truly this formidable? Ergou exclaimed, recalling Lux's powerful laser cannon. Lux proudly puffed out her chest and declared, My mentor, the sorcerer Brand, is the real powerhouse. He alone could vanquish you all. Your priests are utterly insignificant in the eyes of Dalmatian mages. Initially, Ari had felt a modicum of sympathy for Lux, but upon hearing her haughty tone, she became somewhat displeased and retorted, "If it weren't for the magical scroll in your possession, I doubt you would be capable of casting such potent spells." Lux, caught off guard by Ari's revelation, felt a flush of embarrassment and stubbornly replied, "At least I do not rely on the strength of beasts." At that moment, Rain heard faint sounds, reminiscent of hooves. Turning to look, he indeed spotted a fireball faintly glimmering in the sky. "My lord," Rain addressed Ergou, "it seems they are pursuing us." "Brother Jarvan, over here." "I'm here," Lux shouted in relief as the fireball appeared, akin to a beacon of hope. Ergou raised an eyebrow, seizing Lux, saying, "There's no choice, my lady. They leave us no escape, and I cannot abandon you as a shield. Let go." With a resounding thud, Ergou knocked Lux unconscious, and under Rain's guidance, they ventured deeper into the fog. Rain possessed an animalistic keen sense of observation and direction, skillfully leading the group through the mist like a seasoned guide. "Rain, you are quite impressive," Ergou remarked in astonishment. "You flatter me, my lord," Rain replied modestly. "As mountain folk, it is only natural for us to possess a better sense of direction. Generally speaking, the outskirts of the Death Marsh are relatively safe. As long as we do not lose our way, this place serves as a refuge for us." Ergou nodded, asking, "What do you mean by generally speaking?" Ari interjected, "The Death Marsh is a battlefield left from ancient wars, and there are legends that the core area of the marsh is remnants from even more ancient celestial conflicts, thus harboring many terrifying creatures whose means of attack are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals." Ergou gazed into the deeper mist, where it seemed an endless expanse of the unknown and peril lay concealed. He took a deep breath and nodded slowly, indicating his understanding. The group trudged along the muddy path for quite some time, the ground becoming increasingly treacherous with each step. It felt as though the earth clung to their feet like thick glue. A flicker of doubt arose in Ergou's mind as he instinctively cast a glance toward Rain, pondering, "What manner of path are you leading us on? Growing ever more difficult?" Sensing Ergou's gaze, Rain explained, "My lord, once we pass this stretch, we will enter our territory. If we were to emerge now, we would still encounter checkpoints and obstructions set by Dalmatian soldiers. Although this path is muddy, we have traversed it many times without incident." Ergou nodded, and unbeknownst to him, he had already been regarded as the leader of the group. Suddenly, a series of cawing cries from crows shattered the stillness of the desolate marshland, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The others looked up, spotting a few small black dots in the sky, which circled and gathered ominously above their heads. "Bad omen," exclaimed Raingal. "There may be corpses nearby." The crows, with their crimson eyes, stared intently at Ergou and the others, as if they were eyeing their next meal. "Damn it," Ergou said in irritation, "bring me a bow and arrow." One of the nearby mastiffs handed him his bow. Ergou effortlessly drew the powerful bow, took a brief aim, and released an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air with a sharp sound, tracing a swift arc before striking a crow. The bird flapped its wings frantically before plummeting into the muddy bog, splattering murky water everywhere. "Master, what remarkable archery!" the group admired sincerely. Hitting a circling crow from such a distance was indeed an extraordinary feat. Ergou chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing at all." Little did they know, he was aware that the crow he had aimed at and the one that fell were not the same. It was merely a stroke of luck. However, rather than deter the crows, Ergou's shot seemed to ignite a frenzy. Increasing numbers of crows flocked from all directions, creating a dense mass that darkened the sky like a black cloud. The crow that had fallen was quickly consumed by its kin, feathers and blood splattering in the mire. Ollie tugged at Ergou's sleeve, feeling a surge of fear. In the shadows of the night, phantoms began to emerge, their raspy voices filled with sorrow. They traversed through time and space, wandering aimlessly in search of what they had lost. An eerie melody floated from afar, husky and hollow, resonating not through the air but directly within the minds of the group. Chapter 33. The harbingers of doom. That haunting melody, akin to ghostly whispers, echoed repeatedly in their minds. In the sky, the crows assembled like a dark torrent, forming a suffocating cloud. Simultaneously, an overpowering stench began to permeate the air, and the surrounding fog thickened ominously. Lux, just awakened from her stupor, could not suppress a scream. Her trembling finger pointed straight ahead. The group followed her gaze, and through the dense fog, they beheld a grotesque sight. Numerous decaying corpses, moving slowly yet resolutely towards them. The unfortunate Lux, having just regained consciousness, was nearly rendered unconscious again by the horrifying scene before her. In the sky loomed a blood-soaked scarecrow, drifting like a kite severed from its string. Its hollow eyes fixated on the gathered crowd, and its gaping mouth grotesquely dripped with repulsive flesh, reminiscent of a rusty saw. The scarecrow, with an eerie semblance of a smile, addressed the onlookers in a chilling tone. "I know you fear me." The eyes of the crowd seemed to darken, tainted by the ominous presence of crows filling the sky. Lux could not suppress her trembling, despite her awareness of the inescapable dread surrounding her. She yearned to distance herself from this terrifying creature. The swamp beneath her feet was as sticky as tar, ensnaring the hooves of the horse. The fear of death surged within her like a tidal wave. She attempted to conjure her magic in self-defense, yet the overwhelming terror clouded her thoughts, rendering her unable to recall even a single complete incantation. "Damn it! What on earth?" Ergou exclaimed, eyeing the advancing corpses. A flash of light flickered beside him as he firmly grasped his black dragon gun. The beastmen warriors stirred, eagerly preparing their weapons, their pale yellow eyes brimming with disdain for death. What manner of desperados were these? Suddenly, Lux realized that her long-held pride was merely a facade, sustained by the protection of others. The individuals before her, however, relied solely on their physical strength and the weapons in their hands. When Ergou first joined the ranks, he had been frightened by the tales of seasoned soldiers, who warned that the troops were filled with abundant yang energy capable of suppressing the Yin, leading to their encampments often being situated in graveyards, urging him to be cautious during his watch. Initially, Ergou felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, his squad leader had scoffed at him, saying, "Look at you trembling. What on earth are you afraid of? If you ever encounter one, just shoot it to see if it has any holes." At present, Ergou found himself unable to shoot the approaching corpses, but he could wield his club to test whether their heads would detach. However, the swamp beneath him was becoming increasingly soft. If he did not change his position soon, he risked being entirely engulfed. As the mire grew more treacherous and muddy, an array of bizarre creatures began to emerge from the depths below. With a fierce shout, Ergou leapt from the horse, raising the black dragon gun and swinging it forcefully at the head of an encroaching corpse. The corpse, already in a state of advanced decay, shattered upon impact like brittle wood, releasing a noxious, dark green liquid that splattered everywhere as its body collapsed heavily to the ground. Ergou wiped his face, disdainfully brushing away the liquid that had splattered upon him, and then turned to the crowd, shouting, "It's just two shoulders bearing one head. What is there to fear?" The skin of these undead soldiers was a ghastly shade of ashen gray, emaciated and tightly clinging to their bones, as if time had drained them of all vitality. Their muscles had long since decayed, exposing stark white skeletons, yet they persisted in their movements. Their steps were heavy and rigid, each stride imbued with a peculiar rhythm, as though manipulated by invisible threads. The weapons they wielded had lost their former sharpness, blunt swords and broken spears, yet they still emanated a menacing aura of death. The stench of decay emanating from them, mingled with the scent of blood and resentment, was nauseating. They emitted low, guttural growls from their throats, as if lamenting the bitterness and agony of their past lives, vowing to drag all the living into the abyss of death. "If we don't get killed, we'll die from exhaustion," Ergou bellowed. "Rain-Gayer! Where's Rain-Gayer? What in the world is happening?" Rain-Gayer nimbly dodged the attack of a rusted blade, his expression grim as he replied, "My lord, we may have encountered the harbinger of doom that wanders the marsh." Lax, startled, screamed, "Harbinger of doom? The legendary harbinger?" Ergou shielded Ali and Lax behind him, asking without looking back, "What exactly is a harbinger of doom?" Ali raised her hand, pointing to a blood-soaked scarecrow surrounded by a flock of crows in the sky, saying, "It is that scarecrow up there. They say it was once a human sorcerer who fell from grace and became an undead mage. As long as there are corpses, it can summon an endless army of the undead. How did it end up like that? There are many legends about it, but it is certain that it is a necromancer who practices dark magic." Ergou nodded, recognizing that the Death Marshes were indeed an ancient battleground, a prime location for a necromancer. However, the Harbinger of Doom typically only roamed the core area of the Death Marshes. It was perplexing why it had come here today. At this moment, Lax was gradually calming down, no longer gripped by fear. She began to softly chant a spell, while Ali was earnestly attempting to summon a magical beast. Listening to Lax's incantation, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Ergou's mind. He turned to Ali and asked, "Ali, they are all undead, aren't they?" Ali paused slightly, replying, "Yes, why? I recall you mentioned that the Soul War Song, or the Requiem, can soothe restless spirits, correct? Are you suggesting?" Ergou nodded, effortlessly striking down a rotting corpse that had lunged too close, exclaiming, "Hurry and try it, Ali." Upon hearing this, Ali's demeanor turned serious as she assumed a proper stance. She gently closed her eyes, regulating her breath, as if isolating herself from the horrific surroundings. Subsequently, she slowly parted her rosy lips and began to chant that mysterious and ancient battle song. Allow me to traverse the silence, leaving no trace of fear. Let the world persist. Let the sea embrace the shore as it once did. Let the grass remain evergreen, so that frogs may hide, so that one may bury their face within, weeping for their beloved. Let the daybreak rise brightly, as if pain were no more. O God of war, permit me to slumber in your embrace. As the final note faded, a dazzling milky white halo abruptly descended from the heavens. Chapter 34, The Soul Singer. As this brilliant halo drifted down, surrounding Ali within a 10-meter radius, the previously expressionless and hollow-eyed corpses unexpectedly bore serene smiles, as if they had found release. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, devoid of any movement, no longer struggling to rise. The crowd was momentarily jolted, their faces lighting up with joy. However, before they could revel in their elation for long, a vast tide of corpses surged forward, uncertain whether they sought to devour the living or sought their own liberation. Reluctantly, Ali resumed the chant of the battle song. The scarecrow's lifeless eyes suddenly flickered with a glint of red, fixating intently on Ali, as if concocting some nefarious plot. The tide of corpses met the battle song's halo as snowflakes encounter sunlight. Yet, while the radiance and warmth of Emperor Poyo were boundless, Ali's power was finite. As Ali prepared to chant the battle song for the fourth time, her lips began to pale, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Ergou casually glanced back and noticed something amiss with Ali. He grasped her small hand, feeling its damp chill. Alarmed, he recalled Ali's warning that depleting one's magical or singing power bore severe consequences, possibly even death. Ali, rest. Allow me to take over. Ali's head spun slightly, but she protested. But you have never learned singing? I have listened to it so many times. I've already mastered it. As Ali attempted to continue speaking, Ergou interrupted. No more words. Just watch. Naturally, Ergou was unfamiliar with any soul requiem. Yet he gauged the essence of the lyrics and sought a similar song in Chinese. Each night, within the realms of my dreams, I behold you. I feel your presence. This is how I know you persist, transcending the vast distances and the spaces that lie between us. You come forth to reveal that you have not departed. Regardless of the distance, regardless of your whereabouts, I trust that the heart continues to endure. Once more, you have opened this door, and you reside within my heart. My heart shall forever persist. Love can touch us once and endure for a lifetime, remaining indelible until our departure. Love is that genuine moment when I cherish you. A moment I hold steadfastly within my existence. We are eternally intertwined, regardless of the distance, regardless of your location. I believe the heart continues to endure. Once again, you have opened this door, and you dwell within my heart. My heart shall forever persist. You are here, and I fear nothing, for I know my heart will continue. We shall remain thus forever, with you safely nestled in my heart. My heart shall forever persist. As the battle hymn of Ergou resounded, the powerful bass of the male voice starkly contrasted with Ali's melodious soprano, each possessing an equally penetrating quality. As the battle song progressed, the surging elemental fluctuations had already surpassed Ali. Once the entire hymn concluded, the tumultuous elemental waves suffused the entire marshland. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a halo, tenfold larger than Ali, gracefully descended from the heavens, accompanied by a swarm of foul crows. Buzz. As the halo descended, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more, leaving only the labored breaths of the survivors and their bewildered expressions. Riengar's visage was fraught with turmoil. Initially, he believed Ergou to be a follower of Ali, only to later hear Ali claim that he was also a priest. To his astonishment, this priest's magical companion was a frost snow poro, and both the priest and his companion exhibited immense strength and formidable combat prowess. Just as Riengar had completely forgotten that this person's primary role was that of a priest, Ergou astounded him with an overwhelming melodic force he had never encountered before. Meanwhile, Lux was engulfed in confusion from this priest's song. She sensed an elemental power even more potent than that of her own mentor, who was already a sorcerer. Could it be that this individual before her had reached the level of a holy mage? Demetre above. How could this be possible? Riengar silently vowed to follow this individual. Ergou paused briefly before erupting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I am truly a genius. Hearing this, Riengar felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, quietly questioning his earlier decision. Lux, meanwhile, displayed a look of disdain. Before Ergou could revel in his moment of triumph and share his thoughts, the jarring laughter of the scarecrow floating above pierced the minds of the onlookers. Caw caw caw. A born soul singer. As the crowd exchanged glances, Ergou remarked in confusion. Why does the voice of this scarecrow seem to resonate directly in my mind? Ali's expression turned grave. The harbinger of doom employs mental communication. His psychic power is exceedingly formidable. Perhaps we can engage in direct mental discourse? Ergou, bewildered, gaped in astonishment. After the scarecrow uttered that statement, it ceased all movement, merely staring at the assembly. Ergou, puzzled, turned to Ali, questioning its intent. Does this mean we can leave? After a moment of contemplation, Ali whispered to Ergou, Lingel and Lux, let us attempt to converse with him, to see if communication is possible. What do you think? Does he appear to be a rational individual? He seems utterly deranged. How can we communicate? Ergou shot a sidelong glance at the scarecrow. For reasons unknown. Ever since the scarecrow discerned his identity as a soul singer, Ergou felt an unsettling scrutiny in its gaze, akin to that of a lascivious man observing a beautiful woman, which made him uncomfortable. Lux scoffed dismissively. The line between genius and madness is exceedingly thin. The thoughts of a genius are beyond the comprehension of a fool. Perhaps he does not wish to trouble us. Ergou cast a sidelong glance at Lux, sensing her intent to provoke. Just a moment ago, the genius seemed inclined to devour you. Do you truly believe you can comprehend that? Lux was indeed seeking to irritate him, harboring lingering resentment over being taken hostage by him. Ali interjected, I believe Lux has a point. In the eyes of such a being, we are akin to ants. Our existence, to him, may merely be a fleeting thought. Ergou shrugged, expressing no dissent. Lux, on the other hand, held her head high with a sense of triumph. Ali ran her fingers through her hair, displaying a genuinely amicable smile. Stepping forward, she executed an impeccable noble curtsy towards the scarecrow hovering in midair, addressing him with respect. Esteemed Mr. Phoenix, we have no intention of disturbing you, and for that, we sincerely apologize. I have always felt a sense of injustice regarding your past, and I have long admired your prodigious talent. If there is anything we can do to assist you, please let us know. Thus, it was revealed that the scarecrow was named Phoenix. His solitary form floated in the air, with straw occasionally cascading down, his frail body appearing as though it could disintegrate at any moment. Assist me. The sinister voice emanated as if from the depths of a dark abyss, laced with endless mockery and skepticism. I have not savored a delectable soul in ages. Is there anyone among you willing to aid me? Damn it, what an imbecile. Ergou muttered to himself beside Lux, just like some foolish blonde. Lux shot a furious glare at Ergou, about to retort when suddenly a voice erupted in their minds, as if a blade were lodged in their throats. A frantic sound that seemed capable of tearing their very nerves apart, echoing like a demon from the depths of hell. Let me consume your souls. Chapter 35. The burial ground. The scarecrow glanced at Ergou, a grim smile etched upon his face, truly a robust orc, although regrettably, not aesthetically pleasing. Ergou, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, exclaiming that his appearance was of no concern to the scarecrow. The scarecrow, however, remained unfazed, fixating on Ergou with an odd grin. As time ticked away, a sense of unease began to envelop the crowd, anxiously anticipating what offensive maneuver the scarecrow might employ. Yet, after a prolonged silence, confusion reigned as they exchanged looks, uncertain of what was transpiring. Just as the crowd contemplated a hasty retreat, a sudden flash of crimson ignited in the scarecrow's eyes, and a wave of euphoric psychic energy surged into their minds, declaring, I have found you, my love. The scarecrow then opened its mouth, crafted from woven straw, expanding relentlessly, its corners splitting without a hint of concern. It evidently felt no pain. Only the broken straw danced in the wind. Subsequently, it thrust its frail arms into its own mouth, extending through its throat into its abdomen. The spectators below observed in horror, feeling a nauseating sensation in their own throats, as if something were also intruding within. Gradually, the scarecrow withdrew a fractured, rusted sword. The hilt had turned entirely black, obscuring its original form, while the guard was adorned with the skull of a goat, engraved with intricate and ancient patterns. Though the blade was broken, the passage of time still radiated its once formidable sharpness. This shattered sword emitted a faint purple glow, having been imbued with multiple enchantments by the scarecrow. With palpable excitement, the scarecrow hurled the broken sword towards a nearby swamp, exclaiming frantically, Arise! Deathswing! The sword pierced the air with a shrill sound, embedding itself forcefully into the marshy ground. Deathswing? Ali's azure eyes widened in disbelief, her face betraying her astonishment. Ergou, too, found the name vaguely familiar. though he could not recall when he had first heard it. As the sword plunged into the earth, a tempest erupted, an immense magical circle materializing upon the land, with purple necromantic runes commencing their slow rotation, enveloping the area in a chilling aura. No wonder Fethix has come here. This is an ancient battlefield. The very site where Death's wing fell, Ali murmured to herself. Ergou, however, could scarcely afford to ponder such revelations. He had no desire to plummet into another abyss. Grabbing Aishi, he shouted to the others, "What are you all still doing? Run." At last, the group snapped back to reality, hastily fleeing. A scythe-like beam imbued with the essence of death crashed into the ground before them, cleaving a deep fissure. Such a grand spectacle could hardly go unnoticed. "You have slain my audience, so you shall remain as my new spectators." "Ha ha," echoed the scarecrow's manic, ghastly laughter in their minds. Ergou turned angrily to gaze at the scarecrow suspended in midair, his grip tightening around the black dragon. This old tortoise was indeed formidable. The center of the magic circle began to collapse incessantly, with copious amounts of soil tilting inwards. Even those at the edges felt the tremors beneath their feet. As the pit grew deeper, a colossal, decayed claw emerged, its bony fingers and gray membranes seemingly proclaiming to all, the wing of death, has returned. Ergou felt dwarfed beneath this gigantic appendage, scarcely reaching the height of a single phalanx, while Galio of White Cliff City appeared as a mere child before it. Another dragon claw broke through the surface, and as both claws pressed down with tremendous force, they left deep imprints in the ground, revealing a massive head reminiscent of a western dragon lizard, along with the distinct cold blue flames of the undead in its eyes. As the entire dragon head surfaced, an ear-splitting roar, brimming with wrath, echoed through the heavens and earth. Following this, the wing of death unfurled its enormous wings, the tattered membranes stirring up a tempest as it soared into the vast gray sky. Cackling with delight, the scarecrow regarded the revealed skeletal dragon as if it were an extraordinary treasure. The onlookers were utterly petrified, at a loss for thoughts in that moment. Ergou swallowed hard, cursing inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The scarecrow's gaze shifted from the imposing form of the wing of death, casting a contemptuous look at the group below. "Go forth, wing of death. Savor the treats I have prepared for you." Panic surged through the hearts of the crowd. As Lux's recently calmed, nerves tightened once again. Ergou glanced at the others, although a flicker of fear passed through the eyes of Rain and the others. Their firm grips on their weapons revealed the courage buried deep within. In contrast, Ari's expression was peculiar, her gaze vacant as tears streamed down her cheeks. Obeying its command, the dragon swept down amidst the raging winds, its immense claw casting a shadow long before it touched the ground. It traced an elegant arc through the air, skimming the earth like a terrestrial aircraft carrier, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards the group. Mauchio nimbly leaped onto Ergou's shoulder, the fetid winds causing the little creature's fur to flutter like willow strands. Clutching a hammer nearly its own size, seemingly scavenged from somewhere, it appeared quite comical. The hammer gleamed white and unblemished, indicating it was no ordinary item. Suddenly, with a thunderous shout, Ergou raised the black dragon and charged through the muddy terrain, splattering mud as he rushed towards the dragon. Before anyone could react, his black staff collided fiercely with the descending claw of the dragon, producing a resounding boom that shook the very earth. Mud and water erupted, shrouding Ergou from view. Lux stared in shock, her eyes wide as her small hands covered her crimson lips. Reinhardt and others were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the adult who dared to take the initiative. Just as they were about to rush forward, Ari shook her head, effectively halting them. Amidst the perplexed gazes of the onlookers, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Ergou, appearing as insignificant as an ant before the colossal dragon. Firmly embedded in the ground, as if he were a nail, half of his body already sunk into the earth. With a sinister grin, Ergou raised his head, droplets of water cascading from his hair, creating ripples in the air. "You ought to trim your claws, great lizard." Chapter 36. The crowd gaped in stunned disbelief, as if their mouths could accommodate several fists. "Idibaluo." Through sheer repetition, Reinhardt had unwittingly adopted Ergou's catchphrase. The notion of contending with a dragon, even if it were a skeletal undead one, seemed utterly preposterous. Lux, still shaken, gingerly touched her neck, where remnants of Ergou's inky fingerprints lingered. Meanwhile, the furball perched on Ergou's shoulder had vanished without a trace. The dragon's unexpected resistance to the assault clearly exceeded its expectations, prompting an enraged roar as another claw came hurtling towards Ergou, swiftly evading the dragon's talon. Ergou used his black staff to brace against the incoming strike, leveraging the force to extricate himself from the muck. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, tumbling to the ground. "How am I supposed to fight this?" Desperately, Ergou rummaged through his scant knowledge, seeking strategies to vanquish a dragon. However, Deathwing offered him little time for contemplation. Its tail, resembling a scythe, swept in with ferocity. Left with no choice, Ergou once again raised his staff in defense. But this time, the dragon employed superior combat techniques. Its tail swung like a battering ram, harnessing tremendous inertia as it struck Ergou's staff with overwhelming force, sending him skidding across the ground like butter on a hot skillet. With a fearsome roar, the dragon bared its serrated white teeth, lunging at Ergou. Suddenly, two resounding thuds echoed from the dragon's head, akin to the beat of a drum. Although Deathwing had lost its wits, it was momentarily disoriented by the impact. Ergou looked up to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the furball had ascended to Deathwing's head, wielding a hammer and relentlessly pounding on its massive skull. As Ergou beheld the oversized hammer, even larger than the furball itself, he couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. "Neza?" he mused, recalling an old acquaintance. The dragon, once soaring in the skies, could have effortlessly dispatched him with magic, but now that it had engaged in close combat, it was no wonder that father and son had resorted to underhanded tactics. Though Deathwing's head was formidable, it could not withstand the relentless assault from the furball indefinitely. The dragon began to thrash its head wildly, causing the furball to lose its footing and slide down its enormous cranium as if on a slide. The furball seized a small protrusion of the cervical vertebra, swinging in midair like a pendulum. Ergou hastened towards the colossal dragon, his strides quickening. "Take that," he shouted. Upon witnessing the audacity of the diminutive Ergou challenging him, Deathwing could no longer contain his seething rage. Throwing his head back, the dragon unleashed a torrent of blue-cold fire. Startled, Ergou promptly rolled into the mud, evading the oncoming fireball. A gentleman acts with his hands, not his words. Like a clay figurine, Ergou, during a brief pause in Deathwing's magical assault, scrambled closer to the dragon. As the dragon tilted its head back to unleash another fireball, Ergou summoned all his strength. At the very moment the dragon lowered its head, he struck with a massive black staff weighing over 100 pounds, delivering a powerful blow to the dragon's chin, forcing its gaping maw shut. The blue fireball erupted within the dragon's mouth, bursting forth from the crevices of its head. The dragon emitted a mournful wail, not anticipating that mere moments after its awakening from a 10,000-year slumber, it would encounter such formidable adversaries. Seizing the moment of the dragon's lament, Ergou leapt upward, climbing onto the dragon's head while also lifting the furball suspended in the air. The dragon, sensing the presence of one large and one small figure upon its neck, felt a profound humiliation. Its tattered wings flapped in fury, propelling both Ergou and the furball skyward. Ergou had never experienced such a sensation before. The fierce wind made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. The dragon ascended vertically, at times flipping him headfirst, then swaying side to side, while Ergou clung to the dragon's body, swaying like a leaf. Stowing his black dragon horn within his ring, Ergou wrapped his arms around the dragon's spine, climbing as one would up a tree, intertwining his legs around it. In the distance, the scarecrow noticed Ergou's spatial ring, its eyes gleaming momentarily. The furball clung to Ergou's neck like a koala, nestled against him. The dragon twisted and turned, yet could not shake off these two bothersome flies in its eyes. It felt akin to riding a roller coaster, with Ergou being flipped headfirst one moment and spinning 360 degrees the next. Had it not been for his prior training, he would have surely succumbed to nausea. After slightly acclimating to the aerial environment, Ergou finally managed to free one hand, delivering a formidable strike to the dragon's massive spine. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed as bone met bone. Although Deathwing no longer felt pain, the cataclysmic force reverberated through its entire body. A subtle sound of cracking bones resonated. And if this continued, it would not be long before this newly emerged dragon would find itself cleaved in two. Surprisingly, the scarecrow seemed indifferent to the dragon's fate, merely spectating from above without intervening. In contrast, Ali, below, appeared exceedingly anxious, because she knew this was a legendary dragon. This heroic dragon, enshrined in the annals of the sacrificial rites, had devoted its life for all the people of Vastaya. Now, its tranquility was disturbed, its broken body manipulated by a necromancer, deprived of the glory it so rightfully deserved, and instead enveloped by foulness. This was certainly not the final resting place of its deathly wings. Unable to endure any longer, Ari's eyes brimmed with tears as she extended her hands towards the sky, embracing the dragon, and opened her voice in song. Turn the pages of history. Watch over the melodious years, the myriad stars by the grassy fields, stained with the blood of knights, symbolizing glory and courage, the destiny that binds us together. I need you, my companion, to continue writing the legend. As the tides of the sea ebb and flow, let us forge an unbreakable vow. Chapter 37. The Soul Ferryman. A brilliant halo descended from the heavens, transforming into a slender ribbon, one end piercing towards Ari, the other embedding itself into the body of Deathwing. This ribbon intertwined the two, and a faint blessing resonated in the air. The once frenzied body of Deathwing grew calm, its crimson eyes regaining clarity. Ergou observed the extraordinary sight before him, bewildered by the once ferocious dragon now resembling a docile kitten, and he lowered his clenched fist. The dragon descended gracefully from the sky, landing steadily before Ari, bowing its head to allow Ergou and Bobo to slide down its neck. A deep, smooth voice resonated. Esteemed Priestess Ari, your companion, Deathwing, is honored to fight alongside you. Thank you for rescuing me from endless darkness and granting me freedom. It is fate that brought us together, Deathwing. Ari approached, caressing the immense head of the dragon. You have endured too much suffering, my companion. I'd borrow. Ergou's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a dragon egg. Even he, despite his dullness, understood that Ari had summoned Deathwing as her magical pet. Ari now possessed a dragon companion. In a fit of excitement, Ergou bit down hard on his arm, leaving a row of deep teeth marks. Ouch, that hurts. Confirming he was not dreaming, he joyfully hoisted the fluffy creature onto his neck, jumping around like a walking crab, solemnly performing the Indian dance he'd done in the cave, albeit this time without being bare-bottomed. Throughout the history of the priesthood, the number of dragon priests could be counted on one hand. Lux, observing this dramatic scene, felt her thoughts slipping away. The power of the summoning song was overwhelmingly potent, transforming a once ferocious beast into a loyal companion in the blink of an eye. Rengar and the others were elated. The title of Dragon Priest alone was enough to command respect across the plains of Rohan. After a brief moment of elation, Ergou gradually regained his composure. He raised his gaze to the tattered scarecrow, which had remained eerily silent, merely grinning and observing the crowd. Yet, Ergou understood that the quieter the adversary, the more perilous they became. Gradually, the others began to notice this unsettling truth. Now, with Ergou's side vastly outnumbering their opponent, the situation had completely reversed from when they first encountered the scarecrow, which now stood alone and isolated. A chilling laughter echoed in the minds of the onlookers, the scarecrow's voice dripping with madness. What a delightful surprise. Especially you, mighty priest. I am curious how you acquired such divine power and overwhelming elemental force, yet your application of it is as naive as that of an infant. Ergou cast a sidelong glance at the scarecrow, inquiring, would you like to know how to attain such strength? Oh, how does one gain it? The scarecrow replied with feigned interest. Call me daddy. Seeking death. The scarecrow's hollow eye sockets widened, and the straws adorning its form bristled with evident rage. With a sudden sweep of its hand, a massive shadowy scythe materialized, crashing down upon them. As a master of dark magic, the scarecrow's methods were saturated with violence, death, and terror. Only magic could vanquish magic. Ergou's physical attacks would be of little use against such onslaughts. The Deathwing lifted its head and unleashed a fireball, which collided with the scythe, erupting into a dazzling display of magical fireworks. The scarecrow coldly regarded the dragon, declaring, Deathwing, it was I who resurrected you from the realm of the dead, and you dare to defy me? You merely imprisoned my soul, yet now I possess true companions. 1,000 years ago, I may have feared you, but now, a millennium has passed. How much power do you have left? The Deathwing exhaled a plume of smoke, saying nonchalantly, burning away your dry straw will suffice. Ha ha ha. The scarecrow cackled. While I cannot shatter your skull, there are others who can. It revealed its withered right hand, if one could even call it a hand. Encased within was a faint glow, a vague figure flickering within, resembling the scarecrow in some aspects. Fear this, it exclaimed, pointing at Ergou, as a beam of light shot straight towards him. It became evident that the scarecrow had been biding its time for this grand attack. The magic unleashed was sudden, lacking the telltale signs of incantation, unlike Lux's laser cannon. Upon witnessing the ethereal glow and hearing the scarecrow's words, Ari, connecting the dots to its identity as a necromancer, suddenly envisioned a terrifying possibility. She shouted in panic, Caesar! Run! But alas, it was too late. Soul ferrying. The dreadful dark magic struck terror into Ari's heart. This is an exceedingly malevolent magic, allowing its wielder to forsake their corporeal form and inhabit the body of another. The enchantment before us is likely the fabled soul fairy. At this moment, a fervent ecstasy surged within Fethix. His current vessel could hardly manifest his full potential, and he yearned for a more suitable corporeal shell. Ergou, possessing a robust physique and the identity of a soul singer, bore within him vast elemental powers, yet remained oblivious to their utilization. With little threat looming, he prepared to unleash the spell. It seemed as if the dark deity Gulalar had bestowed upon him a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As anticipated, a beam of light struck Ergou's brow, and almost simultaneously, his eyes dimmed, causing his body to collapse limply to the ground. Ari, in terror, covered her mouth with trembling hands, tears welling in her eyes. She could scarcely believe her deductions and clung to a glimmer of hope. With a sharp crack, the scarecrow's form fell to the earth, and at that moment, Ergou lifted his head. His eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he rose gracefully. His right hand brushing against his left shoulder, his right foot retreating behind his left in a flawless gentlemanly bow, addressing the assembly with poise. Greetings, my dear friends. Chapter 38. The land of saints. In the expansive central region of the Valoran continent lies a vast, desolate desert, devoid of human presence. Throughout the passage of time, the relentless ravages of war have gnawed at every corner of the continent. Yet, this desert remains a natural bastion, quietly serving as a buffer zone amidst the tumult of conflicting powers. To the north, the Iron Spine Mountains rise and fall, an endless sea of verdant forests undulating like waves. To the south, the winding Shurima Strait, where the ocean crashes against the shores, playing a grand symphony. To the west, the Rohan Plains extend their vast expanse, fertile pastures resembling a lush green carpet meticulously woven by nature. To the east, the bustling city of Liverpool, alive with the vibrant pulse of trade, suffusing the air with prosperity. Amidst these diverse landscapes lies a stark and desolate land. Fierce winds howl, swirling clouds of yellow sand in wild abandon. This land is known by its unique and somber name, the Darnmo Wastes. The Darnmo Wastes possess an extraordinary beauty. Gazing afar, one can behold towering peaks, their summits perpetually cloaked in glistening white snow. Between the mountains, fathomless dark ravines crisscross the terrain, resembling wounds torn into the earth, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Above the wasteland, the Senna River flows ceaselessly, its waters surging like a vibrant ribbon weaving through the landscape. Each morning, as dawn breaks, it bathes the entire wasteland in a golden hue. By evening, as the sun descends, the afterglow blankets the land in a crimson sheen, intertwining with the distant mountains to compose a breathtaking tableau. The climatic conditions here are exceedingly extreme. In winter, the pure white snow falls gently, enveloping the world in silence, save for the howling wind that sweeps across the vast plains. In summer, the sun blazes fiercely, rendering the heat unbearable, as the saline and alkaline earth twists the air with waves of heat. On a day in May of the year 507 in the era of Dalmatia, nearly 5 centuries had elapsed since the great war between humans and beasts. A solitary traveler arrived at this place. His countenance appeared woeful, garbed in tattered clothing, with parched brown skin clinging tightly to his bones. His eyes were sunken, his once lustrous hair now a disheveled gray, and his emaciated form was draped in a ragged black cloak. In his hand, he clutched a fragile lavender staff, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a small boy, bearing a resemblance to the man, darted out from behind him, saying, "Father, I am thirsty." The boy could not have been more than 6 or 7 years of age. The arduous journey was far too taxing for him. The man managed a bitter smile. "My dear, we have no water left. Come here, let me hold you. Perhaps that will make you feel better." The little boy wrapped his arms around his father and looked up, asking, "Where is mother? She always has water to drink." A fleeting shadow of anguish crossed the father's face. "Mother has gone to heaven." The boy, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded slightly and suddenly remarked, "If we die, can we go to heaven?" The man hesitated momentarily. "Yes, my child." The boy's face lit up with a smile. "Then we can see mother again, right, father?" Tears streamed silently down the father's cheeks as he embraced his child, sitting quietly on the ground, awaiting the arrival of death. 3 black dots emerged on the horizon, and soon 3 colossal eagles began to circle overhead, a harbinger of death. The boy, filled with delight, pointed to the eagles. "Father, look, birds." The father remained silent, offering no reply. Gradually, overcome by extreme fatigue, both fell into a deep slumber, and if fate did not intervene, they would never awaken again. "Mother, mother!" In his dreams, the boy beheld his mother. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "You're awake." A lively and cheerful voice rang in his ears, and a beautiful face came into view. It was a charming little girl, her chestnut hair woven into braids, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. A perfectly shaped nose adorned her pure little face, and her eyes radiated uncontainable joy. "Where's this?" the boy asked, feeling the jolting beneath him. "This is our carriage." As the curtain swayed gently, a delicate hand, pale as jade, reached out. A stunning young woman lifted the curtain and smiled at the boy. "You fainted by the roadside, and it was Malata who found you and brought you aboard." The little girl beside her flashed a sweet smile at the boy. It was then that the boy recalled his predicament and hurriedly inquired, "But what of my father?" The enchanting young woman expressed her apologies, stating, "I am truly sorry. By the time we discovered your presence, he had already passed away." As she spoke, she handed a bundle to the young boy, saying, "This is a memento your father left for you." After a brief pause, she added, "Do not let others see it. I fear it may bring misfortune upon you." Upon receiving the bundle, the boy opened it to find an aged, yellowed tome, a legal code that appeared to have seen better days. "My name is Malata. What is yours?" the curious girl inquired. "I am called Felix," the boy replied softly. "Then," she said, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons, "from this moment forth, we shall be good friends." As time passed, young Felix gradually learned that Malata and her mother belonged to the Romani people, with her mother being a dancer. Malata's father had abandoned them when she was still a child, leaving for distant lands with another woman, and since then, she had never laid eyes on him again. With the increasingly frequent battles among the city-states within Noxus, Malata's village resolved to migrate as a precaution against unforeseen calamities. The group laboriously traversed the Darlmo wasteland until, one fateful day, they arrived at a vast valley where they established their own settlement. Gradually, streets emerged, and a square took shape, with a church rising at the heart of the village. The inhabitants busied themselves with digging irrigation channels, planting crops, and tending livestock. By the summer of the 5th year, the entire settlement shimmered in golden hues, bustling with herds of cattle and sheep. Thus, it transformed into a prosperous village, earning the name of Ping's Town. In this village, everything adhered to the prophet's guidance. Every 10 days, the townsfolk gathered at the church for communal worship to express gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the God of Light. Any actions contrary to the tenets of the Church of Light faced severe judgment from the tribunal, including the study of any magic outside of light magic. Those who practiced such arts referred to themselves as saints and designated Ping's Town as the land of saints. Felix cherished this town and held steadfast faith in the light. Yet, he found himself disheartened by his lack of aptitude for light magic. His frail physique hindered him from becoming a competent warrior, leading to prolonged periods of frustration. During these moments, Malata would seek him out, exclaiming, "Felix, let us play. The flowers are blooming on the hillside. Oh, what a magnificent sea of blossoms. It is simply breathtaking. Come, Felix, join me. Are you unhappy again because you cannot master magic?" She would ask. "It matters not. I believe you are far more capable than I. I can barely pronounce the incantations, while you can cast luminosity to light our way home at night. Do not lose heart. In my eyes, you are already remarkable." Though Malata consistently offered words of encouragement, Felix's strong sense of pride prevented him from accepting the role of an unremarkable apprentice, one who scarcely qualified even as such. Felix is a taciturn and prideful individual, a characteristic linked to his lineage and the treatment he received in Ping's Town. Hark, listen to my song. His abode lies within the alley of fireworks. His mother, once a courtesan, spent her days at the threshold, offering fleeting smiles. As night enveloped the world in shimmering lights, the comings and goings were nothing short of absurd. Whenever other youths sang this tune in his direction, Felix would clench his fists until his knuckles turned white, gritting his teeth as he charged at them. Yet, time and again, he found himself the most grievously beaten. One day, the young Felix sat by the window, idly chewing on a blade of grass, when he suddenly recalled his father's relic, which he remembered as a tome of arcane knowledge. Compelled by a strange impulse, his heart racing like a thief in the night, Felix cautiously opened his father's keepsake. "Death is with you," read the bold, dark crimson letters emblazoned on the title page. Chapter 39, Beauty is a Sin. There are countless paths in this world, each person destined for their own. Felix is a prodigy in the art of necromancy, akin to forcing a fish to fly. Only when this fish returns to the sea can it truly revel in the joys of the water. Felix swims through the vast ocean of necromancy, his talents far surpassing those of his father, who would undoubtedly take immense pride in his son if he were still alive. As time flowed, the flowers on the back mountain bloomed 7 times, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaomei blossomed into a graceful young woman, while Felix matured into a delicate young man. The summer riverbank square became the favored retreat for weary souls after a long day of toil. Here stood taverns serving barley wine, a refreshing breeze from the mountains, and maidens skilled in song and dance. On an ordinary summer evening, Felix spotted a large crowd gathered at a distance, encircling a girl dancing. This maiden was nothing short of an angel. Her slender figure stood tall and graceful, adorned with a string of bells on her delicate feet as she danced upon the smooth cobblestone. With every spin, her youthful visage flashed before the onlookers, her expressive eyes casting a lightning-like gaze upon the crowd. The audience erupted in cheers as she performed, her rounded, pristine arms raised above her head, striking the hand drum with a resounding thud. Her bare shoulders, framed by cascading locks, appeared even more radiant. Clothed in a green bodice, perfectly smooth, her skirt displayed a riot of colors, occasionally revealing her slender legs like fleeting glimpses of beauty. She was an ethereal sprite, a celestial fairy, a goddess of beauty. Felix. The maiden noticed the approaching Felix and, with gleeful exclamation, rushed toward the somewhat gaunt young man, disregarding the envious gazes of the crowd. In the midst of their burning jealousy, Malada's delicate hand, soft as if devoid of bone, grasped Felix's. Xiaomei, Aunt May mentioned that you did not have dinner. What happened? Merida pouted her crimson lips, claiming she was simply too plump. Felix glanced down at Merida, chuckling as he shook his head. The youth in the village cast hostile glares at Felix. It was evident to all that Merida harbored an affection for this young man, making Felix the adversary of every young man in the town. The townsfolk were already predisposed to dislike this outsider, and now, having captured the affections of their beloved, they regarded him with even greater disdain. Yet, the admiration for Merida among the villagers was not as pure as they fancied. As a gypsy maiden, Merida inherited her mother's exquisite beauty and developed an alluring figure, but she also bore the stigma of promiscuity. Despite her impeccable conduct, both women whose looks paled in comparison and men who yearned for her stubbornly believed that Merida would inevitably follow the path of her kind, granting them the justification to disparage her, while men could simply spend a few coins for a fleeting encounter. Naive Merida paid no heed to the gossip. She diligently honed her dance skills, unwavering through both biting cold and sweltering heat, aspiring to sustain herself through her art. However, Merida failed to comprehend that beauty itself is a form of wealth, and the more exquisite one is, the more it becomes an irresistible treasure. Upon returning home with Felix, Aunt May had prepared a meal. The dinner table was set with simple black bread, accompanied by green peas and vegetable soup. It was perplexing how such ordinary fare could nourish Merida into such a captivating figure. When Aunt May first arrived in Ping's town, there were no adult males in her household, and they had only been allocated a minuscule plot of land. Once their meager savings dwindled, Aunt May had to seek employment as a maid in the mayor's household, which was undoubtedly linked to her remarkable beauty. Since coming to Ping's town with Xiaomei and young Felix, Aunt May had not returned to her previous occupation. She desired a brighter future for her children. Nevertheless, the town was never short of scandalous rumors about Aunt May. Before long, she was dismissed, clearly a consequence of her striking appearance. The mayor's wife would not tolerate such a beauty lingering before her husband. Following this, Aunt May took up sewing, crafting all of Merada's splendid garments. Merida signaled for Felix to remain quiet, tiptoeing into the wooden cabin and covering her mother, who was bent over her work, from behind. Guess who I am? Aunt May's slightly weary face brightened with joy. I guess it's a chattering sparrow in a floral dress. Oh, stop it, Mama. Merida teased. My dear Xiaomei, why did you run out without having dinner again? Mother, I wish to join the church's dance troupe, and I must diligently manage my physique. Once I become a member of the troupe, you shall no longer toil as you do. I will be able to buy you delicious treats. Aunt May revealed a comforting smile, gently tucking a strand of her long hair behind her ear. Then I shall await your good news, little May. Felix lowered his head in a fit of shame. His frail body was incapable of performing strenuous tasks, and he could barely tend to a small patch of land. Uncertain if the yield would suffice for their needs, he yearned to learn magic and join the guard of the tribunal, yet light magic seemed ill-suited for him, with efforts yielding minimal results. Although he possessed an extraordinary talent for necromancy, it had been strictly prohibited decades ago, and discovery would lead to annihilation at the hands of the various churches. Felix pondered, is necromancy inherently malevolent? Why does everyone shun it? Without the aid of necromancers, could the void have been vanquished a millennium ago? Could humanity have achieved overwhelming victory against the beastmen? Regardless of intent, necromancy had become the sworn enemy of human mages, and those who dared to wield it faced execution upon the cross. Felix's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Aunt May noticed his distress. Felix, dear child, come and eat. I plan to request a new plot of land from the mayor tomorrow. After all, little Felix has grown into a young man, and we deserve a larger share. From now on, we rely on you for sustenance. You must eat well to have the strength to work, Aunt May said with a smile. Chapter 40. Shattered dreams. The June breeze swept across the wheat fields, the golden stalks swaying heavily. Felix arrived to inspect the fields. Gazing at the expanse before him, the gloom in his heart dissipated. He removed his straw hat, comfortably sitting in the shade, enjoying the wind and watching the waves of wheat roll in unison, alongside the ever-smiling scarecrow he had crafted with Mulata. Soon, noon arrived, and the three returned home, their faces aglow with joy. Mother, I have been selected by the church's choir and dance troupe. Felix, you will have more farm work ahead. Aunt May, the wheat will soon be ripe. At that moment, the dilapidated wooden house shimmered with a light, a radiance known as happiness. Father, I must take Mulata as my concubine, by any means necessary. From within the lavish brick residence of the mayor, a young man's voice echoed. Harry, this may prove to be a difficult endeavor. Your father has always fulfilled your every wish, but the prophet's son, Rebo, also desires to wed the beautiful maiden. Oh, who wouldn't wish to marry such a captivating woman? The mayor squinted, revealing a look of fascination, but he quickly became aware of his indiscretion and hurriedly adjusted his expression, continuing, It is an unavoidable circumstance, Harry. You already have 4 wives. I believe you do not truly require this girl. The youth named Harry was somewhat exasperated, but Rebo has 7 wives already. If it weren't for the church's explicit decree that girls under 18 cannot work or marry, I would have long since claimed Mulata for myself. The mayor helplessly shrugged his hands. You understand, my child, even the regulations are imposed by that bunch of scoundrels. Oh God, please forgive my impertinence. I do not mean you. Even the rules were established by the prophets. We cannot wrest a woman from the church. Harry's face flushed crimson with rage as he seized a teacup beside him and smashed it to the ground before storming out. Scoundrel! The mayor was also somewhat vexed by his enduring position as the second-in-command in the town. And now the disrespect from his son had once again undermined his dignity as a father. Meanwhile, in another grand mansion at the town center, a different scene unfolded. I thank you, father, for bringing Mulata into the troop, a young man exclaimed with delight. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table waved his hand dismissively. Besides his authoritative demeanor, there was a glimmer of wisdom and cunning in his eyes. Rebo, she possesses talent in her own right. However, once she joins the dance troupe, she essentially becomes one of ours. If you desire her, it will be a trivial matter. The young man named Rebo beamed with joy. Thank you, father. The man at the head of the table was none other than the prophet of Ping's town. He waved his hand again, instructing, after the summer harvest, remember to visit your uncle's homes frequently, and do not neglect the daily training at the judgment hall. Yes, father. In the blink of an eye, the summer harvest arrived, and the farmers busied themselves once more. The church hastened to rehearse the miracle play, ensuring that everyone would have an impressive performance to enjoy on harvest day. Upon joining the dance troupe, Mulata worked diligently, and the others gradually set aside their prejudices. She truly was a remarkably hard-working and talented young woman. A young man clad in splendid armor entered the church hall. Greetings, Lord Rebo. The members of the dance troupe bowed in unison. Rebo nodded, his expression serious. The Lord remembers your dedication. Please continue your rehearsals. After saying this, he sat down to observe their practice. With the captain of the knights from the judgment hall seated below, the performers exerted themselves even more fervently. Rebo was a rough man. He did not particularly enjoy such refined performances or the affected manner of speaking, yet this did not prevent him from appreciating Mulata's graceful figure and beautiful visage. Rebo was an impassioned knight, but alas, his affections often failed to endure for long. This was evident from the eyes of his several beautiful wives, who lacked any notable background. As for those wives with connections, out of respect for their fathers-in-law, he indeed lived up to the teachings bestowed upon him by God. Rebo cast a knowing glance at the head of the troop, who promptly called forth Mulata, with Rebo following suit in silent understanding. They had conferred in advance. Little May, this is Captain Rebo. I trust you have heard of the troop leader's esteemed reputation. Mulata, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, shyly replied. I have met the esteemed captain. The captain, with an air of confidence, raised his chin and puffed out his chest, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, declared, Little May, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. On behalf of my father, the great prophet, I commend your work highly. Thank you for your praise, sir. After this, she fell silent, clearly aware that her summons was not solely for commendation. Mulata was innocent, yet not foolish. Indeed, Raibo exchanged a subtle glance, prompting the troop leader to inquire, "Little May, are you devoted to God?" "Of course, esteemed troop leader." "Then, would you be willing to do anything for God?" "As long as it falls within the tenets, I am willing." The troop leader continued, "Little May, the doctrine instructs us to love everyone in the village and to be courageous in making sacrifices for them, correct?" "Indeed." "Then, do you consider yourself more important or Captain Raibo?" "I cannot compare myself to Captain Raibo, esteemed troop leader." "Precisely. However, Captain Raibo currently lacks a wife, which is detrimental to his daily work and mood. While our troop may manage without a dancer, who will protect us if we lose our captain?" Mulata comprehended the troop leader's implications and was also aware of Raibo's character, particularly his attitude towards his wives. Most importantly, she had long harbored feelings for the lean, stubborn youth, Fedix. "Little May, you must understand. Your background is not pristine. It is Captain Raibo's kindness that has led him to instruct me to select you for the troop. Marrying the captain will not only ensure your comfort and security, but will also allow your mother to retire from her arduous labor. In the village, no one would dare speak ill of you. This is indeed a tremendous blessing." Mulata's pride suffered a severe blow, and tears welled in her beautiful eyes, threatening to fall like pearls. "Esteemed troop leader, cannot I enter the troop on my own merit?" The troop leader, seeing Mulata's tearful countenance, felt a pang of compassion, but, with Raibo present, gritted his teeth and resolutely replied, "Without Captain Raibo's endorsement, the troop would not consider you." Mulata could no longer contain her tears, which fell in gentle cascades. Chapter 41. The Grim Reapers scythe upon returning home. Fedix discovered Mulata's once bright eyes now swollen and red, a clear indication that she had recently wept. "Little May, what troubles you?" Fedix rushed forward, concern etched upon his face, as he grasped Mulata's hand and inquired. Xiao Mei slowly shook her head, her eyelids drooping as she murmured, "It's nothing, brother. I was simply dismissed." Fedix's brows knitted together in confusion. "Dismissed? Is there anyone in Ping's town more suited to dance than you, Xiao Mei? Have you encountered some trouble?" he inquired. Mulata's eyes reddened, and she leaned against Fedix's shoulder, weeping pitifully. Fedix, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently patted Mulata's frail back, his heart aching in rhythm with her sobs. "Is it Ruebwa?" he asked coldly. Mulata, sniffling with tear-streaked cheeks, looked up in surprise. "How do you know?" Fedix tenderly caressed Mulata's face. "You have no idea how beautiful you are, Xiao Mei." At his compliment, a flicker of sweetness blossomed in Mulata's heart, momentarily distracting her from her troubles. Just then, Aunt May entered with a serious expression. Upon seeing the two at home, she forced a smile. "I have bad news to share. Our family did not receive any new land." After a pause, she continued, "However, there is some good news. We won't have to do any extra farm work." With a sigh, she managed a weak smile. Fedix clenched his fists, thinking this must be the doing of Harry and his crew. Struggling to maintain his composure, Fedix comforted Aunt May. "Aunt May, I recently discovered a piece of uncultivated land on the back mountain. Although it is a bit far, once cleared, it could yield a good harvest. Furthermore," he mused, "I've made some breakthroughs in my magic, perhaps." His voice trailed off as he contemplated whether the guild would accept someone like him, an outsider. From a young age, he had always been an oddity in the village, enduring bullying in silence. To achieve even a modicum of success in light magic, Fedix had toiled immensely. While others succumbed to slumber, he immersed himself in magical studies, and before dawn broke, he was already engaged in his daily meditations. At last, he could not only summon light orbs, but also cast binding and confinement spells. With his current abilities, he could potentially join the mage team in the Judgment Hall. Yet, considering Mulata had not been accepted, he felt that hope was futile. Seeing the downcast expressions of the two, Aunt May forced a cheerful demeanor. "Let us eat first. You must be hungry. I'll prepare some soup." At the dining table, no one had much appetite. Fedix absent-mindedly consumed a few bites before retreating to his room, where he opened the necromancer's Bible. Only while studying necromancy could he forget everything and immerse himself in the realm of magic. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. When Fedix emerged once more, Xiao Mei and Aunt May were already asleep. With no fatigue weighing on him, he decided to take a stroll through the wheat fields. In this world, three things bring Fedix solace: the presence of Xiao Mei, the arcane art of necromancy, and the wheat fields surrounding his home. The fields lay in tranquil silence, and the harvest was imminent. The night sky, at times, is not merely a void of black. Under the bright moon, it reveals a deep shade of violet, rendering the night even more serene, illuminated by the celestial bodies above. As Fedix traverses the quiet path, the proximity to his wheat fields grows ever closer. Suddenly, a crimson hue catches his eye on the horizon, accompanied by a pungent scent of smoke. A wave of profound unease washes over him, compelling him to dash towards the fields. As he nears, the red intensifies and the smoke thickens. Upon reaching the wheat fields, his eyes are engulfed in the fiery blaze, turning a deep crimson. Even the scorching stalks that fall upon him elicit no sensation. With a thud, he collapses to the ground, his mind a blank slate. In his peripheral vision, a shadow flits past. Phytix, as if jolted by an electric shock, springs to his feet. After a brief incantation, a chain of light hurtles towards the shadow, ensnaring it in place. Suppressing his wrath, Phytix races towards the figure. Kill him. A deep voice resounds. The familiarity of this voice momentarily stuns him. An arrow whizzes towards him, and he hastily sidesteps. Despite his efforts, a bolt strikes his arm. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have already succumbed to death. More arrows rain down upon him, each aimed at his vitals. It is clear that his assailants intend to leave no witnesses. Unable to endure any longer, Phytix unleashes a swift spell, conjuring a dark shield that deflects the incoming projectiles, countering with a scythe-like strike of death. Renowned for its formidable power, this dark magic eclipses the might of spells of the same tier. The sounds of flesh tearing and blood gushing fill the air as one foe is cleaved in two, the upper half crashing to the ground. The severed remains a grotesque sight, with blood gushing forth like a breached dam. The victim's eyes widen in terror and despair, hands clawing desperately at the earth, leaving trails of crimson upon the rough terrain, seeking a sliver of hope in this dire moment. It is necromancy. A voice trembles with fear. Phytix squints, recognizing it as Rebo's voice. Phytix, how dare you steal the secrets of necromancy and slay those of the church? You are doomed. Rebo cries out in terror. Phytix narrows his eyes dangerously. You know it is I, and yet you seek to kill me? After years of grievance and injustice, the storm within Phytix erupts at last. As an outsider, Phytix has endured relentless bullying since childhood, with only Aunt May's family offering him kindness. This has inadvertently attracted even more trouble. Despite possessing extraordinary magical abilities, Phytix has been looked down upon, which is a torment for someone as proud as he. Now, having just reached adulthood, the young May has caught the attention of the two most notorious ruffians in town, who have even dismissed her beloved dance with callous disdain. The balance of power in this town requires a thorough upheaval, and he is indeed the most formidable individual. Amidst the shadows and flickering flames, Phytix's face oscillated between darkness and crimson as he raged. You shall all perish. Stand your ground. I will summon help. Seizing the chaos, Rebo mounted his horse and galloped away without a backward glance. This is dire. May and Aunt May. Phytix suddenly awoke to the reality, eager to pursue. Yet he was hindered by the remaining soldiers with what appeared to him as childish attacks. Phytix, showing no mercy, became like a true harbinger of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the remaining soldiers. Meanwhile, May and Aunt May were resting at home, neither asleep, but rather pondering their future livelihood with dismay. Mother, let us find a new place to live. Malada's gentle voice broke the silence. Aunt May sighed, stroking Malada's chestnut hair, and replied helplessly, where can we possibly go? The beauty of a gypsy's hair color brings with it profound troubles. With a resounding crash, the door was violently kicked open, and several sword-wielding warriors stormed in, seizing them. Search. In her nightgown, Malada struggled fiercely. What are you doing? The leading warrior, eyeing Malada's fair skin, swallowed hard and sternly declared, we are here under the prophet's orders to arrest you. Take them away. Chapter 42. Confrontation. When Phytix arrived at the cabin, drenched in blood, the place was already ablaze with light. Malada and Aunt May had been bound by the judgment squad and stood outside the house. Phytix, you have descended into the depths of dark magic and slain the knights of the church. Your only fate now is death to atone for your sins, the prophet proclaimed, standing resolutely at the forefront. Phytix, enraged to the point of laughter, drew the hidden arrow from his sleeve, blood dripping from its tip. Prophet, why do you not inquire what your dear son has done? Where do you think this arrow came from? The prophet's face remained impassive as he coldly responded, heretics, die. Those who rebel die. With a palpable aura of menace, he issued Phytix a death sentence. Malada's face turned pale as she struggled against her bindings, crying out, Phytix, run. Get out of here. The knights held Malada tightly, and the prophet revealed a chilling smirk, declaring, no one in Ping's town can escape without my permission. The prophet swiftly intoned incantations, determined to impart upon this naive provincial youth the true essence of magic. Binding light. A brilliant beam surged toward Phytix, far more radiant than the light magic he had previously unleashed. This formidable shaft of light could easily subdue even the mightiest of magical beasts. Phoenix let out a disdainful snicker. He would not resort to his rudimentary light magic against the esteemed prophet. With a resounding crash, the forces of light and darkness collided, erupting in a dazzling display of violet fireworks, reminiscent of the terrifying void wormhole from over 7 millennia ago. The prophet was taken aback, astonished by the sheer power contained within Phoenix's seemingly casual spell. Brave knights, the moment of your loyalty's trial has arrived. The prophet invoked a magical scroll, enveloping some of the knights in a protective shield, bolstered by the ethereal white glow encasing them. These valiant swordsmen charged toward Phoenix with renewed courage, as though divinely protected. Phoenix unleashed necromantic magic upon the advancing knights. Binding magic, you say? I can wield that too. Death's embrace. Dark tendrils shot forth from Phoenix's fingertips, targeting not the limbs, but rather the throats of the unblessed knights. The Death's embrace, akin to a noose wielded by the Grim Reaper, silently drifted toward them, tightening upon contact with flesh, as if a blood leech had latched on, threatening to sever their windpipes. No one anticipated that this youth, often the subject of ridicule, harbored such a fearsome lethal magic. The knights, shrouded in their luminous shields, rushed forward, desperately striking at Phoenix with their swords. Yet, to their despair, the dark shield enveloping Phoenix proved impervious to their attacks. Phoenix ruthlessly harvested the lives of these valiant souls, the sounds of their choking and rupturing vessels sending shockwaves through the remaining knights, who, in a frenzy akin to wild beasts, swung their blades at Phoenix without regard for their own mortality. The dark shield began to shimmer erratically, like a blood-red butterfly fluttering in the wind. Phoenix remained unperturbed, his stoic visage betraying no hint of panic as he continued to recite the whispers of demons. With a piercing thrust, the knights gazed in disbelief as their own chests and abdomens were impaled by their comrades' blades. As they turned, their final fleeting glances revealed former allies, now devoid of life, yet animated by some sinister force, wielding their swords and plunging them into their own bodies. The fallen knights collapsed, only to rise again, their gory wounds seemingly unable to hinder their relentless advance. Soon, a host of expressionless, fearless soldiers surrounded Phoenix. The knights were taken aback by the scene before them, exchanging glances, each hesitant to take a step forward. As the undead soldiers advanced, the knights retreated. Malata observed the unfolding chaos in terror, unable to fathom that the usually amiable Phoenix harbored such a ferocious side. Phoenix, cease this at once. Malata pleaded, desperation lacing her voice. I implore you, do not take any more lives. Just leave this place. Phoenix resolutely shook his head. No, I will take you and Aunt May away. The prophet, awakening from his stupor, suddenly remembered the potent card he held. He brazenly seized the sword from a nearby guard, pressing it against Malata's delicate neck, where crimson droplets began to seep, blooming like plum blossoms on her alabaster skin. Phoenix, surrender now, or I shall slay her. Phoenix clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. If you dare harm Malata, I will unleash upon you the most vile of necromantic spells, ensnaring your soul in the flames of hell for eternity. You shall wish for death. The prophet felt a chill run through him, yet maintained an unruffled facade. Humph, one life for two. It is worth the gamble. He pushed the sword tip forward an inch. How dare you? Phoenix bellowed. Go ahead and test me. The prophet retorted, his bravado thinly veiled. Suppressing his rage, Phoenix took a deep breath, and amidst the glint of countless blades, he fixed his gaze upon the prophet and spoke calmly. Hand over little May and Aunt May, and I assure you no one will be harmed. We will leave immediately. The prophet let out a derisive laugh. Do you take me for a fool? Why not sever your own tongue? Do so, and I shall allow your passage. Is that a promise? I swear it by the name of God. With a hum, Phoenix grasped the sword from a fallen foe, lifted his own tongue with his left hand, and without hesitation, brought the sword down with a single stroke, instantly filling his mouth with blood. Cold sweat beaded on Phoenix's forehead as he cast aside the severed piece of his tongue, his gaze fixed intently on the prophet. Phoenix! Malata cried out, tears streaming down her face. The prophet was taken aback by Phoenix's unwavering resolve, astonished that a magician would so readily sacrifice the most vital part of himself. Chapter 43. The arrival of the crows. The dust of the wheat fields had yet to settle, as Phoenix and his companions traversed the night, their senses overwhelmed by the acrid scent of scorched grain. The remnants of wheat lay scattered, crackling underfoot as they walked through the fiery furrows, as though traversing a purgatory. Yet through this inferno, they might yet find their spring. Father, will you truly let them go? Ruabwa called out in indignation towards the prophet. The prophet's visage flickered between pale and flushed before he sighed. I have sworn before God, I shall not torment them any further. To Ruabe's surprise, the prophet proved to be a man of his word. Rebo paced anxiously upon the ground, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Father, you said you would no longer trouble them, correct?" Rebo reiterated, seeking affirmation. The prophet paused momentarily, comprehending Rebo's intent, and after a brief hesitation, he slowly nodded. After all, as a prophet, losing face was indeed a significant concern. Rebo waved his hand, summoning his attendants to prepare for departure. "Wait," the prophet called out, handing him a hextech pistol while whispering, "Felix is not an ordinary young man. Do not engage him immediately. If the situation arises, make use of this weapon, understood?" Rebo nodded knowingly and then set off. Felix, at that moment, was in a rather dire state. Although he was a formidable necromancer, he lacked the ability to conjure healing magic. "Felix! Felix!" Xiaomei cried out as she witnessed her family's wheat fields consumed by flames, realizing Rebo's malicious intent. Tears welled in her eyes as she and Aunt May supported Felix. Walking along the path by the fields, Felix strained to keep his eyes open, weakly gesturing towards the back mountain. Only by retreating into the mountains could they find a place to hide until he regained his strength, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. Felix harbored no trust for the church. Once distanced from the crowd, the light would prove more sinister than the dark. Indeed, before the trio could escape the crimson wheat fields, the sound of approaching hooves drew nearer. Before long, they found themselves surrounded. "Felix, you have slain many in my judgment hall. You darkened demon, do you still wish to escape unscathed?" Felix glanced around, noting the absence of the prophet, and cast a derisive look at Rebo. Rebo perceived the scorn in Felix's gaze, anger surging within him. Just as he was about to advance, he recalled his father's words and commanded, "Seize this tongue-tied necromancer." At the command, the knights surged forward on their steeds. A necromancer devoid of a tongue was no different from a knight without hands. Felix let out a weak scoff, and a flurry of scythes and shadows erupted from his fingertips. Though he could no longer speak, it was customary for mages to craft magical scrolls. While mages of other disciplines required costly ingredients and exquisite parchment infused with elemental blood to create scrolls, a necromancer needed only their own blood, and Felix, at that moment, was not lacking in that regard. What ensued was yet another one-sided massacre. Save for Rebo's immediate attendants, every knight that charged forth met a gruesome demise. Cold sweat trickled down Rebo's brow. Had he been among them, he would have surely met his end. A shiver coursed through him as he met Felix's gaze, feeling an overwhelming aura of malevolence. "Felix, brother, I shall step aside. I shall step aside," he hastily proclaimed. Some knights beside him glared at Rebo in shame and anger, disgraced by their commander's cowardice. As Ripple cleared the path with the remaining few, Felix cautiously passed by them with Xiaomei and the others, the dark shield unwavering. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Felix refrained from taking lives unless provoked. Throughout the encounter, every life he claimed was that of an aggressor. After Felix had walked past, Ripple's once humble gaze transformed into a fierce glare. He drew the hextech gun bestowed by the prophet and bellowed, "Die, Felix." The sound of the gunfire was not thunderous, resembling more the discharge of a magical projectile. The glowing magic bullet pierced through the dark shield, leaving Felix defenseless against its assault. The projectile hurtled toward his chest, instantaneously breaching his body. A dull thud echoed as a gaping wound erupted from his torso, blood and flesh splattering across the ground. Concurrently, the tremendous force shattered his shoulder, bones and mangled flesh mingling in a grotesque display. Coughing violently, Felix convulsed in agony, a guttural cough escaping his throat as torrents of blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes brimmed with despair and pain, his lips quivering, yet he could utter not a single word. He attempted to raise his arm in a final struggle, but it felt as if weighed down by lead, helplessly collapsing beside him. Xiaomei, confronted by the sudden chaos, was momentarily stunned. She watched helplessly as Felix fell, and after a brief pause, she knelt beside him, weeping uncontrollably. "Felix, Felix, we are almost there. We will get there soon. Please get up. In autumn, we will go see the rapeseed flowers together, all right? Wake up, Felix. Get them away." Ripple's harsh voice broke through. Auntie May, her eyes brimming with tears, stood defiantly in front of the others, her unruly chestnut hair cascading over her face. "What do you want? No one is allowed to pass. To hell with you." In Auntie May's incredulous gaze, Ripple thrust his sword through her chest and then kicked her aside like a discarded sack. "A gypsy horde dares to obstruct my path." After losing so many subordinates, Ripple had finally claimed a life from the opposing side, regaining his former bravado. "Mom!" Malata cried out, witnessing Auntie May's fall. For a moment, she was paralyzed with grief, unsure whether to weep for the one on her left or right, the two closest to her lying before her. To be beautiful, one must also bear filial piety. Just as expected. Ha! Ripple dragged the now dazed mulatta, tearing her clothing with a swift motion. The stark whiteness of her skin contrasted sharply against the vivid crimson of blood and the golden fields, a sight both haunting and poignant. Within Phaedix's chest ignited a flame of wrath, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Ripple, catching sight of Phaedix's gaze, commanded his subordinates, "Lift his head. Let him witness. Witness this splendid scene. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me." Ripple. The sun failed to rise the following day, and the overcast sky seemed poised to unleash rain to cleanse the blood-soaked ground and the malevolence hidden within. Xiaomei had long since perished beside Phaedix, a dagger embedded in her chest. Though her body lay tattered and torn, a faint smile graced her lips. She rested upon her beloved, finally free from separation. The blood beneath Phaedix stained the earth, transforming the wheat field into a canvas of crimson. In the distance, several figures hurried forth, carelessly heaping the corpses together, dousing them with kerosene before igniting them with a resounding crackle, departing without a backward glance. How tragic it was, so many lives extinguished. Who could argue otherwise? It was utterly unexpected that Phaedix, this lad, was indeed a necromancer. Damn him. Yet, Mulatta's skin was truly delicate, huh? You were quite fierce yesterday, weren't you? Beneath the consuming flames, some souls found liberation, while others stubbornly wailed in despair. The fire raged on, and the blood beneath Phaedix coalesced into an intricate design. Amidst the wheat field, only a solitary scarecrow remained, its skeletal frame shrouded in darkness. The scarecrow's eyes abruptly flew open, reflecting madness and slaughter. Fear it. Days later, the town of Pings lay desolate, steeped in the pungent stench of blood and decay. Phaedix stood at the heart of the village, surrounded by bodies so tortured they were unrecognizable, enveloped in a profound silence. A crow cawed twice from his shoulder, flapping its wings as it soared into the distance, leaving Phaedix's solitary figure to be wholly consumed by the shadows within this wasteland. This place became the lair of the harbinger of doom, Phaedix. No one knew what had transpired in those days. Years later, it would bear a new name, the Gate of Sorrow. When the righteous emissaries of the Church of Light arrived, the harbinger of doom had already retreated with his crows to the swamp of annihilation, becoming a terrifying legend of that accursed marsh. Chapter 44. The Withering of Death. Ali's eyes widened in terror. The figure before him was unequivocally not Caesar. He could scarcely fathom that such a horrifying necromantic magic truly existed in the world. In reality, the execution of this magic was no small feat. The ever-shifting battlefield made it nearly impossible to prepare a spell requiring extensive incantation. And what if, perchance, a toad leaped forth and intercepted the spell? To whom could he appeal for redress? Historically, a necromancer named Jinyu had met such misfortune and was ultimately crushed underfoot. Nonetheless, Phaedix's spirits were high in this moment, reveling in the surging elemental power coursing through his form. For millennia, Phaedix had possessed formidable mental fortitude, and now, endowed with such vast elemental might, he set his sights on the wings of death, seemingly eager to test the extent of his newfound prowess. Ali is profoundly pessimistic about the current circumstances. The present-day Phaedix, it seems, has reached at least the level of a mage, and it is highly likely that he has 1 foot already in the realm of the Saint-Tier magicians. Once one attains such a level, it can be said that they have stepped into the divine domain, wielding powers that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. And what of Ali's side? A newly ascended soul priest, an apprentice who has yet to reach the novice mage status, and a cadre of injured hound soldiers. The recently awakened Deathwing. In its prime, Deathwing would not have feared anyone on the continent. But as I mentioned, you should not betray your master. Phaedix gracefully caressed the furball perched upon his shoulder, smiling as he addressed Deathwing. The dragon exhaled a breath of fire, offering no reply. Furball, come back. That is not Caesar, Ali exclaimed anxiously, glancing at the furball on Phaedix's shoulder. The furball tilted its head in confusion, looking at Ergou and then back at Ali, utterly perplexed. Phaedix stroked the fur's fluff, smiling. I am he, and he is I. Is that not so? The furball, somewhat bewildered, sensed an unfamiliarity from Ergou, yet the familiar scent lingered. Seizing the opportunity as Phaedix turned away, Deathwing transformed, flapping its enormous wings, summoning a tempest as it soared into the sky. Phaedix smiled, gazing up at Deathwing, showing no concern for those on the ground. A dark shield enveloped Phaedix, a thick, impenetrable magical barrier capable of resisting both physical and magical damage. Roar! In the sky, Deathwing unleashed a torrent of flames towards Phoenix, vaporizing moisture and distorting the air around it. From a considerable distance, one could already feel the searing heat. Phoenix raised his right hand slightly, and a flock of crows took flight from the ground, boldly charging towards the dragon's flames as if drawn to their demise. Perhaps they had long since met their end. The dragon fire crackled as it incinerated the crows, forming a dark arc of a barrier in the sky. Phoenix stood beneath the mass of crows, tilting his head back with narrowed eyes, savoring the acrid aroma in the air, a hint of rapture gracing his features. Ah, what an intoxicating scent! Phoenix trembled with excitement, reveling in a long-lost sense of smell. This was a haunting tableau, as swathes of crows were consumed by the flames, yet more continued to surge forward. They welcomed the scorching heat, steadfastly shielding the necromancer below, who delighted in the spectacle. Deathwing ceased its fire breath. Ordinary attacks held no sway over this individual. It then ascended higher, intoning a complex and arcane dragon language. The magic of beasts is typically instantaneous. Only upon reaching a certain level do they employ spells that require incantation. As a 6th-tier fire dragon, Deathwing's magic was undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, as Deathwing ascended into the heavens, he discovered the concealed Empyrean above the clouds. The dragon's gaze was fixated upon the Empyrean, as if his very eyes had been ignited by its presence, and his entire form flickered with an ethereal flame. With the essence of the Empyrean, ignite my being. Once Deathwing's body erupted in a cascade of golden flames. A mournful wail escaped his maw, followed by a gaze of pity directed towards Phoenix. At this moment, the flames entwining Deathwing were no ordinary fire, but the radiant flames born of solar essence, known as the Samadhi fire. This fire consumed all in its path, and if mishandled, it could even incinerate its wielder. With a deafening roar, Deathwing transformed into a golden inferno, trailing a long wave of energy as he charged towards Phoenix. The latter's smile faded as he pierced his right index finger with his teeth, allowing his blood to swiftly inscribe an intricate and arcane pattern in the air, before biting his tongue and spitting forth a mouthful of crimson essence. As the blood mingled with the incantation, a colossal magical array was completed, and deep purple roses bloomed incessantly before Phoenix, only to wither away. Above them, black-purple flames flickered, capable of searing the very soul. Death's decay. These roses, capable of withering all that exists, hid within their beauty the cries of countless tormented souls. Life and death, an unending cycle. We live, they perish. Chapter 45. Another soul. Deathwing, now a magnificent golden dragon, surged forth with boundless flames, leading the charge directly into Phoenix. The deathly decay unleashed a profusion of roses, an epitome of beautiful necromancy. Yet, beauty often harbors danger, particularly these purple death roses. These blossoms burned with the fire of souls, layering upon one another to form a grander black-purple rose. The golden dragon, akin to a comet, plunged headlong into the sea of flowers, only to be met not with gentleness and fragrance, but with agony and torment. A mournful roar erupted from Deathwing, as an undead entity. He no longer felt the pain of his corporeal form, but the searing agony from his soul resonated with clarity. The golden and purple flames intertwined. The colossal dragon relentlessly tore at the immense petals before him, using his sharp fangs to rend the anguished souls beneath the deathly decay. Each rose flourished atop individual souls, siphoning their torment to nourish itself. The great dragon opened its maw, lunging towards the very heart of the flower, where Phoenix stood. In response, Phoenix wove an incantation across the void, causing the ground to tremble as 4 towering skeletal giants, each 10 cubits high, emerged from the earth. These skeletal behemoths, distinct from their smaller counterparts, glimmered with green light in their eyes, and while their movements were sluggish, they exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, bolstered by Phoenix's formidable necromantic powers. For colossal skeletal warriors approached the mighty dragon, raising fists as immense as small mountains, and struck fiercely against the body of Deathwing. Despite the relentless onslaught, Deathwing appeared to have ignited the last flicker of its life force. Beneath the golden flames, the dragon's teeth seemed perilously close to piercing through the dark, purple petals of a flower. Phoenix summoned a fallen scarecrow with a mere gesture, tenderly caressing the withered remnants of the once vibrant straw figure. He murmured to himself, "The flowers upon the path of the underworld draw their nourishment from souls. The more they suffer, the more vibrantly they bloom. The more they flourish, the greater the sacrificial flames that sear the anguished souls. This cycle persists, never fading." As Phoenix beheld the roses that perpetually blossomed and withered, he listened to the faint wails echoing through the marsh. Suddenly, he lifted his head, clutching the scarecrow tightly. The already grotesque visage of Ergou twisted further into a grimace. In this entire swamp, the one who suffers the most is I. Ha ha ha. A massive, pitch-black rose abruptly unfurled at the heart of the scarecrow, resembling a beautiful carnivorous flower, opening its vengeful maw, filled with fury, resentment, regret, and self-reproach. In an instant, it devoured Deathwing, transforming into a bud engulfed in raging flames. A cry of anguish emanated from within the bud as Deathwing's torment echoed. While the golden flames relentlessly consumed the immense rose, the dragon's roar gradually diminished, and the golden fire ceased to spill forth from the bud. Phoenix grinned, his smile evolving into a maniacal laughter that echoed through the skies. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! One by one, the roses in the sky dissipated, and Deathwing vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a gaunt, middle-aged man with long hair, clad in tattered dragon scale armor, plummeting from the heavens. Deathwing! Deathwing! Ollie cried anxiously, sensing through their bond that Deathwing's soul was slowly dissipating. The flames, both fiery and sacrificial, had directly incinerated the essence of Deathwing, rendering him incapable of manifesting in any form across time and space. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, Ollie sobbed uncontrollably. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Speaking weakly, my name is Nefarian, dear Ollie. You are the second priest to know my true name. For so long, I have been cursed. My body and soul trapped within this marsh, unable to find peace. This moment of liberation is not a misfortune for me. Nefarian paused to catch his breath, and continued. It is a pity I could not force the harbinger of doom from the body of priest Kaldats. That was my oversight. Tears streamed silently down Ollie's cheeks, the agony rendering her speech incomplete as she managed to utter, Nefarian, Nefarian. Phoenix approached with a sinister grin. Nefarian, who would have thought that Deathwing was, in fact, the 6th-tier legendary dragon, Nefarian. Phoenix's mental prowess enveloped the entire swamp, rendering even the faintest sound incapable of escaping his scrutiny. How could one as formidable as you, a mere step away from becoming a dragon deity, find oneself reduced to a mere pet of a priest? How could you have fallen here? Ari glared furiously at Phoenix, her expression morphing into a complex tapestry of emotions upon recognizing that familiar visage. Nazaleo, on the other hand, closed his eyes, choosing to avert his gaze from Phoenix, declaring, You do not comprehend the vast power of the void. Phoenix, you remain too young. Phoenix let out a derisive laugh. Then leave your dragon pearl behind. The essence of the beast coalesced within the magic crystal, while the dragon kin, in addition to the dragon crystal, also produced a dragon pearl. This pearl held significant value. For a fire-breathing titan like Nazaleo, its capabilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. As Phoenix moved forward, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, plunging his consciousness into an inner realm. In a vast, desolate field, Phoenix beheld a gathering of individuals clad in peculiar green attire, wielding an array of bizarre instruments that unleashed torrents of fire amid thunderous roars. Above, a colossal iron bird soared through the clouds, dropping a metallic egg that quickly vanished from sight. Upon the egg's impact with the ground, a resounding boom echoed, akin to the wrath of a thunder god. In the distance, trees crumbled en masse as swathes of iron beasts emerged, resembling armored vehicles but with elongated snouts, racing forth in relentless waves. Moments later, a thunderous blast erupted as the long snouts discharged iron balls, unleashing a cacophony reminiscent of a roaring tempest. Phoenix furrowed his brow at the scene before him, pondering the nature of this place and the entities that inhabited it. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. This figure was strikingly recognizable. Oh, it was himself, or rather, Ergou. Ergou turned, locking eyes with Phoenix, his handsome visage starkly contrasting with Phoenix's current disfigured appearance. As Ergou approached, the surrounding scenery faded away like a retracting slide, leaving behind a blank void. I must thank that dragon. You finally couldn't hold me back any longer. Ergou exclaimed, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaling smoke rings with a fierce demeanor directed at Phoenix. Chapter 46. The realm of the mind disfigured Ergou and his handsome counterpart stood face to face, their gazes locked in silence, an impending storm brewing between their souls. Phoenix suddenly chuckled. Ah, so you are rather handsome. Ergou, momentarily caught up in pride, responded, at least you have some taste. Wait, this is not the time for such matters. You can go wherever you please, just do not linger within my body. Depart at once. Phoenix raised an eyebrow, brushing back his slightly long hair, and remarked, indeed, How can two souls coexist within a single body? However, I am in a splendid mood today and quite fond of your corporeal form. I present you with two options. First, you may choose a corpse, and I shall benevolently resurrect you as my servant. Or second, you may select a withered rose of the underworld, becoming its sustenance. Now, the choice is yours. Ergou's lips twitched in disdain. I choose to beat you so badly that your mother wouldn't recognize you. With that, he raised an inexplicably acquired submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Phoenix. The bullets passed through Phoenix's apparition as effortlessly as pebbles skimming across a water's surface, leaving only ripples in their wake, without inflicting any tangible harm. Phoenix glanced at the bullets that vanished into the void and scoffed. Is this your application of mental prowess? How utterly laughable, mortal! As he spoke, streams of spectral black fire erupted from his fingertips, resembling phantoms drifting towards Ergou. Before the black flames even made contact, Ergou felt an intense, searing pain against his skin, something far more acute than the previous explosions and shockwaves. In a frantic attempt, Ergou conjured a water gun to spray at the black flames, but it was as if they belonged to an entirely different dimension, passing right through without effect. Ha! Phoenix cackled. Your grasp of mental power is painfully naive, mortal. Let me elucidate your demise. This is a realm of the mind, where your every thought materializes into reality through mental force, yet only those entities capable of inflicting harm upon the psyche may serve as weapons. Do you comprehend what it means to cause mental injury, mortal? Ha! Psychic attack? Ergou pondered, somewhat bewildered, deducing it to be an esoteric concept. Suddenly he thought, what mystical force could extinguish flames? An idea struck him. A large green fan materialized in his hands, resembling a banana leaf. Heh! If I can quell the flames of Mount Fire, how could I fail to extinguish your trifling sparks? With a mighty flap of the fan, a tempest erupted in the pristine white space, threatening to sweep away not just the flames, but even Phoenix himself. Phoenix stumbled, barely managing to regain his balance, his expression shifting into one of alarm. What wind magic could possibly harm a soul? How was I never aware of this? Heh! Ergou, feeling a surge of triumph, declared, Little Phoenix, are you aware of the ancient Chinese proverb? Villains perish due to their verbosity. Phoenix's hair became disheveled, despite his identical appearance to Ergou. His countenance remained perpetually somber. Allow me to send you on your way with the Star of Death, Phoenix declared darkly, his face clouded with menace. Phoenix's fingertip pointed skyward, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as a black star of death gradually took shape at his fingertip, surrounded by a swirling array of meteors, emanating an aura of oppressive power that stirred the very soul. With a gentle flick of his finger, the star hurtled toward the zenith above Ergou's head, growing ever larger, suspended like a black sun. Down it fell. The immense star descended slowly and inexorably, tendrils of darkness unfurling from its core like the grasping limbs of death. Under the weight of this ominous celestial body, Ergou's soul felt an overwhelming pressure, fissures beginning to form upon his skin. He waved his fan with all his might, yet the star remained unmoved. Goodness, is a mere stone so formidable? He exclaimed. Ha! Phoenix cackled, fool. The star of death consumes the cosmos. No one can escape its grasp. Ergou's skin began to crack, a pain that penetrated deep into his very essence. The agony spurred his mind into rapid thought. He now understood the application of mental power within this ethereal realm. In essence, it relied on imagination. Everyone has harbored fantasies. The impoverished envisioning wealth, the affluent dreaming of eternal youth, the reclusive imagining the presence of a beloved starlet, and the introverted imagining a flawless physique, perpetually chasing their dreams. However, fantasies do not materialize. They exist solely in the realm of the mind. But what if one could enter the realm of the mind? In that case, all would become reality, and one would ascend to the status of a supreme creator. Ergou indulged in the thrill of battle through the power of imagination, even indulging in a smoke. This meant that the stronger the mental power, the more vivid the manifestations. Thus, it followed that his mental prowess was indeed formidable. Phoenix merely dismissed the contents of Ergou's mind as inconsequential. Tanks, aircraft, and artillery could not contend with the looming star of death. To Ergou, it resembled a black hole, an entity beyond the comprehension of contemporary science. Yet, the path of cultivation offered a solution. In this space of limitless creation, as long as one's mental power was sufficiently potent, one could become a pseudo-deity. Damn it! No matter how formidable you are, you cannot surpass the creation of the universe. Ergou concentrated fiercely, envisioning an axe capable of cleaving through chaos in his hand. As his mental energy surged and coalesced, he indeed felt the emergence of an axe shrouded in mist, indistinct yet brimming with unimaginable power. Even though it was but a phantom existing in this mental realm, it nearly drained Ergou of his mental strength. The vast battlefield that had previously engulfed him had not induced such a dizzying sensation. I am in deep trouble. Ergou shook his head, striving to maintain clarity and recover from the wave of vertigo. In the distance, Phoenix gazed incredulously at the axe wielded by Ergou, a weapon that did not belong to any artifact of the Valoran continent. Even divine relics would struggle to withstand the ominous celestial body looming from the heavens. What on earth was this? Ergou, too, found himself in a state of despair. He felt as though he had expended every ounce of his strength merely to lift the axe in his hand, as if it were a mountain. Gripping the handle with both hands, he summoned all his might to strike at the pitch-black star above. With a thunderous force, the axe, shrouded in a dense mist, cleaved toward the celestial body. If the ominous star symbolized destruction and finality, then this strike represented the dawn of creation and the essence of the universe. These two forces were diametrically opposed, one heralding creation, the other signaling annihilation. Yet, even the ominous star itself was a product of the axe's might. When they collided, a cataclysmic energy erupted, intangible yet resonating with a profound silence, causing a violent, soundless explosion that even tore a fissure in the fabric of this mental realm. As a blinding white light faded, tranquility returned. Ergou gasped for breath, while Phoenix, his attire tattered, stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The explosion had been so intense that the shockwave could have turned Ergou's brain into a mere pulp. Regardless of who ultimately seized control of this body, they would find themselves rendered utterly foolish. Fortunately, the devouring vortex within Ergou had already positioned itself, quietly suspended in midair, digesting the residual energy, which crystallized and now floated in the void. The axe had vanished, and Ergou leaned on his knee, breathing heavily. To wield that axe again would likely result in his own demise before Phoenix's. The aftershocks of the explosion had injured Phoenix, but he regained his composure and inquired about the nature of the artifact. Phoenix was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Ergou's understanding could surpass his own. Little did he know that while the artifacts of the Valoran continent were formidable, they merely pertained to a planetary realm. The ominous star was the most destructive cosmic weapon within Phoenix's comprehension. In contrast, Ergou was aware of myths that were of a creation-level magnitude, far beyond anything Phoenix could fathom. He dared not attempt to replicate the weapons of ancient deities with his mental prowess. Instead, he discreetly produced a gourd, his expression a mixture of contemplation and intrigue as he regarded Phoenix. Pointing the gourd's mouth toward him, he refrained from answering directly and posed a question. Phoenix, if I call your name, would you dare respond? Chapter 47. Treasure, please turn around. Phoenix paused, bewildered. What? Just as Ergou had anticipated, a powerful gravitational force surged toward Phoenix, swiftly drawing him into the gourd. Ergou hastily sealed the gourd's mouth and burst into hearty laughter. Beginning to understand the sentiments of the Monkey King from ages past, Ergou placed the gourd upon the ground, its surface gleaming with a resplendent shade of purple gold. According to the scant knowledge he possessed, it was purportedly crafted by the hands of the legendary Taishang Laojun, a treasure plucked from the celestial vine at the dawn of creation. It was said that any individual ensnared within would, after a brief moment, be rendered into a mere puddle of viscous liquid. Beads of anxious sweat trickled down Ergou's brow. Although this treasure was but a counterfeit, it still bore a weight that was difficult for him to bear. It seemed evident that engaging in more scholarly pursuits would be prudent. With one hand resting on his hip and the other wiping the perspiration from his forehead, he chided the gourd. You, my friend, have fallen victim to your own ignorance. How audacious of him to utter such words. Failing to acknowledge that his modest education was largely owed to the proliferation of television and the annual airing of Journey to the West. Inside the gourd, Phoenix was truly alarmed. He perceived a kaleidoscope of colors within, yet each hue concealed a deadly intent. Lotus blossoms flourished, each one untouchable. Beneath his feet lay a pool of clear water, yet it was capable of rotting flesh to the bone. The interior of the gourd appeared tranquil, yet it harbored the power to obliterate souls. Phoenix attempted to escape the confines of the gourd, only to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach its boundary. Below him lay an unending expanse of earth, and when he looked up, the mist obscured any semblance of an endpoint. The fog thickened, and Phoenix's body began to dissolve as though it had come into contact with corrosive acid, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones. At that moment, fear seized him. Phoenix's life had been a tragic saga. He reciprocated the world's cruelty with even greater malice. In the town of Pings, he had spared no souls, leaving not a single survivor. Thus, it was fated that the remainder of his existence would be steeped in suffering and hatred. Throughout the ensuing millennia, his mind had long ceased to belong to any semblance of normal humanity. Even though he had acquired an almost eternal existence, he had never truly lived a single day. Now embodied as a human, Felix seemed to regain his reason, no longer embodying the brutality and madness of a mere scarecrow. Yet, the terror of death and the agony of his spirit plunged him once more into an abyss of unending resentment and envy toward this world. I am a genius. Why must I endure such humiliation as a genius? Why must the one I love abandon me? You all deserve to die? You all must perish. Felix's soul erupted with a potent wave of resentment, manifesting as a tangible force that enveloped him, gradually restoring him to his former scarecrow visage. The familiar raspy voice of the scarecrow echoed forth, summoning an endless horde of crows. The purple gold gourd relentlessly siphoned Ergou's mental energy to extinguish Felix. And as time progressed, the cold sweat upon Ergou's brow intensified. Suddenly, the gourd expanded, its form swaying precariously. Tendrils of black mist began to seep from within. I, Emperor Baluo, cannot withstand this any longer. Ergou stumbled and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the counterfeit gourd shattered, and Felix reemerged in the form of a scarecrow within this space. Cackling ominously, he declared, "Face your fears." At last, Felix relinquished the last vestige of sanity, reverting into the grotesque figure driven solely by bloodshed, loathing, hatred, and decay, a harbinger of ancient terror. Ergou's mental fortitude had been utterly depleted from the two prior summons, particularly after expending an excessive amount of spiritual energy with the Pangu axe. Now, he was utterly spent, feeling as if his tale had yet to commence, yet was destined to conclude abruptly. A swarm of crows, engulfed in sacrificial flames, descended upon him, and Ergou was convinced these fiery harbingers were not merely there for trivial amusement. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the onslaught of crows and violet flames, powerful whirlwinds manifested in the pristine white space, sweeping away the crows and fire as if they were mere scraps of paper. Once the burning crows had been dealt with, the whirlwinds coalesced into a pure essence of spiritual energy, which, combined with the remnants of the explosion, was transmitted to the weakened Ergou. It turned out that the reason for the earlier inaction of the devouring entity was its inability to discern friend from foe among the multiple manifestations of Ergou. Now, with Felix revealing his true form as the scarecrow, the entity of consumption had aligned with Ergou, recognizing an old acquaintance. You dare not tread the path to heaven, yet you barge into hell. Ergou, regaining a measure of vitality, rose from the ground, still slightly breathless. Observing the swirling vortex above him, he understood its formidable nature, far superior to the counterfeit he had imagined. This was the genuine article. Reaching into his possession, he retrieved yet another gourd, aiming it at the deranged scarecrow before him. The spirit of the scarecrow had become chaotic, exhibiting a frenzied demeanor. Its limbs contorted grotesquely as if it were a monstrous spider rather than a human. I shall make you feel pain. The true number of limbs on Felix was obscured as he lunged forward, his foul mouth dripping with black blood, resembling a lunatic. Damn it! Come forth, my treasure. Ergou, startled, nearly dropped the gourd, hastily directing its opening toward the now mad scarecrow. This time, he summoned not the purple gold gourd, but the celestial slaying gourd, a treasure of the mysterious sage, Lu Yadaojun. A glimmer of light flashed, akin to yellow buds on white snow, a fleeting glimpse akin to a shooting star. In a heartbeat, it hung above like the sword of Damocles. Next incantation. Next incantation. Ergou, drenched in cold sweat, watched as the scarecrow's maw drew perilously close. Treasure. Turn around. A flash of white light ensued, and the scarecrow's head was severed with a resounding crack, propelled into Ergou's embrace, startling him. What the hell? Ergou hurled the scarecrow's head far away, fearing it might bite him. The lifeless body of the scarecrow collapsed onto the ground. As if the Tangyuan gourd had truly severed the head of this energy entity, its power unfathomable. The vortex above absorbed the scarecrow's body, transforming it into pure spiritual energy in no time, leaving only the scarecrow's head, lonely on the ground. Its gaze, filled with resentment, fixed upon the survivor, Ergou. Chapter 48. The curse. The severed neck of the doomsday messenger was a dark void, devoid of blood and skull, revealing only a chaotic heap of blackish-brown straw. With a flourish, Ergou snapped his fingers, conjuring a lit cigar between his index and ring fingers. He took a leisurely puff and coughed. What the hell is this taste? After a flick of his hand, He switched to another cigarette, finally finding the right flavor. The mouth of the doomsday messenger opened and closed, its voice akin to a creaking bellows. I curse you. Ergou shook his head, resigned. You see, I just watched your past unfold like a film. Fetikes, you too are a wretched soul. But do you comprehend why you met such a fate? The doomsday messenger seethed with fury, because I wasn't ruthless enough. I didn't eliminate those damned bastards early enough. Ergou chuckled coldly. Should the impoverished like yourself also perish? They deserve to die. In a world without Xiaomei, you all should perish. Ergou's expression hardened as he extinguished the burning cigarette with his fingers. With a swift motion, he produced an old-fashioned kerosene lighter, igniting it and playing with it in his hands. Sometimes, I feel this place is rather splendid, offering everything one might desire. Ergou glanced around. But alas, it is all illusory. I still have much to accomplish. He tossed the kerosene lighter in a graceful arc towards the scarecrow. Upon contact with the straw, the lighter ignited, erupting into a fierce flame. The first order of business is to send you, you perverse being, to the afterlife. What fire is this? It hurts. So painful. The scarecrow's remaining head rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Ergou shielded himself from the non-existent wind, lighting another cigarette, and taking a deep drag, releasing a smoke ring. I forgot to mention. This is the true fire from the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. With that, he turned away, ignoring the scarecrow's anguished cries. The scarecrow writhed in agony amidst the flames. I curse you. I curse you. It unleashed a venomous curse filled with rancor towards Ergou. Elemental interference. A green halo enveloped Ergou's head. This was a curse initiated by Fetikes through spiritual power, inescapable. The elemental curse caused violent fluctuations when utilizing elemental forces, akin to the tumultuous sea under a tempest, utterly uncontrollable. Individuals like Ergou, whose elemental power resembles the vastness of the ocean, are destined for demise upon casting a spell. However, as a priest, Ergou can still unleash battle songs, albeit with significantly diminished effectiveness and success rates. How frustrating. Ergou has shared numerous memories with Fetikes and is well aware of the abhorrent and twisted nature of this spell, effectively sealing his path as a sorcerer, relegating him to the role of a mere foot soldier from henceforth. Enraged, Ergou stomped his feet in frustration, while Fetikes, witnessing Ergou's distress, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. As the flames continued to blaze, Fetikes found his mind growing increasingly disoriented, his soul gradually dissipating. In this haze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure, a girl in a colorful dress, spinning joyfully by the riverbank on a summer day. Fetikes, what are you doing standing there? Come dance with me. The girl turned, her sparkling eyes meeting Fetikes, and she joyfully extended her slender hand, reaching out from the void. A single tear silently flowed from the hollow eyes of the scarecrow, vanishing before it could fall, consumed by the flames. Merida, my beloved Merida. Ergou gazed at the now motionless Fetikes, listening to his murmured words, and couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. In this moment, the image of a ferocious harbinger of doom was nowhere to be found. Sighing, Ergou shook his head and withdrew the flames of his true fire. He picked up a charred remnant from the ground, extracting several intact strands of straw, which he blew into the air, watching them ascend into the sky. This was a temporary mental space. Once deserted, it would collapse and return to chaos. Yet, should Fetikes' spirit endure, perhaps one day, after countless cycles of reincarnation, he would reunite with Merida by that summer riverbank once more. The straw floated gracefully in the sky, nearing the point of vanishing from sight. Suddenly, one strand glimmered and shot straight toward Ergou. What the? Ergou was taken aback, realizing that Fetikes had played one last trick on him. However, moments later, he discovered he had unjustly accused Fetikes, for his mind now brimmed with a complete memory regarding the usage of necromantic spells. Ergou was ecstatic. Possessing immense elemental power, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it, he had aspired to become a world-destroying sorcerer only to become a supporting priest. Now, having received Fetikes' comprehensive guidance, it felt akin to finally accessing a vast fortune that had been frozen in a bank account. His heart soared with excitement, and his spirit was undeniably invigorated. Had Fetikes still been present, he would have embraced him, showering him with kisses, exclaiming, "Brother, you are my true brother." However, it was not long before Ergou found himself unable to smile, for he discovered that the wretched elemental curse still lingered upon him. According to the memories of Fetikes, this curse was, in fact, permanent and could not be dispelled. With a thud, Ergou collapsed to the ground, hands pressed against the earth, tears streaming down his face. Here I am. Ergou possessed immense magical power, yet was rendered incapable of wielding it. When he finally could, he was too fearful to do so. This was far more tormenting than death itself. This is no compendium of spells. It is a dual curse. Are you toying with me? Ergou lamented. The onlookers in the marshland observed Ergou, their expressions tense as they watched him with closed eyes. As soon as he entered a meditative state, Deathwing Nefarian sensed something amiss and warned the others not to approach him. At that moment, two souls within Ergou were locked in a perilous struggle for dominion over his body. Just as the crowd was fixated on him, they suddenly noticed Ergou was weeping, his expression profoundly sorrowful. Shortly thereafter, he sat up and opened his eyes, only to find himself staring directly at Ari's ample bosom, his gaze lingering. Recognizing the familiar rogue charm emanating from Ergou, Ari realized her Kaisa had returned. She playfully struck him on the head, then threw herself into his embrace, sobbing softly. Chapter 49. Dragon Ball. 4 colossal skeletal warriors stood amidst the marsh, and Ergou inadvertently caught sight of them, startled. What is this? These are the giant skeletal warriors summoned by Phoenix. But where is Phoenix? He has vanished. Gazing at the towering skeletons, Ergou mused that they had been conjured through necromantic spells, yet their master was no longer present, and logically, they should have lost control. No, wait. I am the summoner. Ergou suddenly realized that Phoenix had summoned the skeletal warriors using his own magical energy, thus these 4 giants belonged to him. With a thought, Ergou commanded the skeletal kings to advance, and indeed they obeyed, moving forward and retreating as he directed. Haha. Ergou laughed joyously. However, Ari and the others were taken aback by the skeletal kings. Buzz. The time for the skeletal warriors' summoning had expired, and they stood motionless in the marsh. It turned out that controlling the undead was not an ongoing feat. The more powerful the undead, the shorter the duration of control. If a necromancer could indefinitely command the undead, it would be utterly terrifying. The entire runic continent would have long since turned into a land of the undead. Now, these 4 massive skeletons had been bound to Ergou's elemental power, and once the cooldown period elapsed, he could summon them again without needing to re-establish a bond, essentially granting him 4 formidable companions. One significant drawback of a necromancer's summoning was that it required a corpse to perform the summoning. Thus, certain formidable corpses cannot be wielded at will. One must carry them wherever they go. However, Ergou conceived a brilliant solution. In a flash of white light, 4 skeletal kings vanished from sight. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Ergou chuckled knowingly. He understood precisely what had transpired. These 4 treasures now resided within his spatial ring. In every realm, dragons remain an enigmatic presence, and the Valoran continent is no exception. The mightiest knights on this land are none other than dragon riders, and the most powerful priests are dragon priests as well. Presently, the kingdom of Freljord has long been devoid of dragon priests, with the last one dating back to the era of the Orc Wars. Yet, dragon riders still sporadically exist in certain city-states of the human nations. After advancing from Wind Whisper Priest and Soul Priest to War Priest, Ergou has acquired the right to govern his own territory. However, his priestly title has become merely a facade. What sort of priest cannot duly unleash battle hymns? Should he instead teach the inhabitants of his domain nursery rhymes? Fortunately, through a twist of fate, Ari has become a once-in-a-millennium dragon priest. Regardless of whether this dragon has reached retirement age, it still retains the capacity to intimidate. Yet, Ergou's pleasant reverie was short-lived, for he soon discovered another unfortunate event. Ari's dragon companion was likely nearing its end. Congratulations, brave warrior of the dog clan, Nasario, he weakly addressed Ergou, now perceiving him as a dog warrior. I never expected you to triumph over the formidable harbinger of doom. Ergou rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing that his visage as a dog had indeed solidified his reputation as a cunning rogue. Leaning down, he sighed and gently urged Nasario. You ought to speak less and rest more. Nasario shook his head and calmly replied, My time is limited. This shattered body has been completely consumed by the flames. Noticing the glistening moisture in Ari's eyes, Nasario comforted her, saying, The god of war blesses you. Dear Ari, you need not feel sorrow for my fate. He cast a melancholic gaze toward the distant marshlands, where his glory and legendary past resided. I do not belong to this era. It deserves its own legends. With profound significance, Nasario looked at Ergou and weakly remarked, It is evident that you, young priest, are a person of stories. I hope you will wield your power to protect this continent and those you cherish. After my demise, please retrieve my dragon pearl and dragon crystal. They will aid you, my young friend. Ergou was initially inclined to retort that safeguarding this continent had little to do with him, but upon hearing of the treasures at stake, his attitude swiftly shifted. Rest assured, my esteemed 6th-tier flame dragon, Mr. Nasserio, as a priest, I shall adhere to the edicts of the god of war and protect all the benevolent lives I encounter. Upon hearing this, Nazarian chuckled faintly, somewhat speechless. Ergou's somewhat rogue demeanor instead reassured him further. However, Ari shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, sobbing no. No one will take your dragon crystal and dragon pearl away from you. They will forever remain by your side. At these words, Ergou felt a pang in his heart, thinking, oh dear, my beloved Ari, could you perhaps say a little less? These 2 items sound exceedingly valuable. Nazarian shook his head and turned to gaze quietly at the distant horizon, stating, I wish to be alone for a while longer. Ergou exchanged glances with the others, and they all departed. Lux murmured softly before turning away. Lux's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment. She had once believed she utterly despised Ergou, wishing for his swift demise. Yet following the recent events, she found herself inexplicably worried about this unsightly mutt. Upon witnessing his revival, a flicker of joy unexpectedly blossomed within her. This revelation left her heart feeling somewhat uneasy. Unbeknownst to Ergou, after several days of battle, he had gained a certain understanding of his own power and a new perspective on this continent. He was now contemplating the strength he wielded and pondering when he would be able to assist Ari in her quest for vengeance. Additionally, he was quite curious about the true purpose of the Dragon Pearl. Lux cast a sidelong glance at Ergou, disdain evident in her tone as she remarked, Rube, do you wish to know the answer? Her voice was reminiscent of a siren's song, imbued with allure. Ergou, unfazed by her words, remained magnanimous in the face of his foe's lack of threat. This attitude piqued Lux's interest. Approaching Lux with a grin, he performed a gentlemanly bow, saying, Most erudite Lux, may I inquire what purpose the Dragon Pearl and Dragon Crystal serve? Absolutely not. Lux replied sharply, delivering a light smack to the back of his head. Taken aback by Lux's playful rebuff, Ergou was about to threaten her, but paused, considering, could it be that you do not actually know? Lux whirled around, anger flashing in her eyes as she grasped her slim waist, retorting fiercely, Who says I do not know? Ergou, eyeing Lux's delicate form, restrained the urge to tease her further, swallowing hard as he continued to provoke her. I suspect you truly do not know. Otherwise, you would not remain silent. Though Lux was aware of Ergou's taunts, she could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, Listen closely, Rube. There are many types of magical beasts in this world, but they can largely be categorized into 4 grades: low, mid, high, and super. Each grade can further be divided into early, mid, and late phases. The dragon species, without a doubt, belongs to the super grade magical beasts. However, dragons have their own classification, divided into 7 tiers. The 7th tier dragons exist only in legend. They are spoken of but seldom seen. Even the Lord of Dragon City is at most a 6th tier dragon. Upon hearing those words, Ergou couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. One of the mightiest dragons in existence, which could have been his ally, was now destined to depart from him. The thought evoked a profound sense of sadness within him. Observing Ergou's dejection, Lux felt a surge of delight and continued, Once a dragon reaches the 4th tier, it can assume a human form. As their rank ascends, their dragon crystals, which are capable of storing immense magical energy, become the very source of their power. The dragon pearls, on the other hand, signify their magical aptitude and attributes. At this juncture, Lux fell silent. Noticing her silence, Ergou urged, Please, continue. Chapter 50. The decree. Lux fixed her gaze intently into Ergou's eyes and inquired, When will you release me? Ergou, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and replied, You may leave whenever you wish. Once we reach a safe location, you can depart immediately. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Lux nodded in satisfaction. However, as a quintessential Dalmatian noblewoman, she felt a flicker of indignation at Ergou's dismissive demeanor. Women, particularly those of striking beauty, often find themselves inexplicably drawn to men who show little interest in them. As she adjusted her attire, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, she continued, The poison-type dragon undoubtedly possesses a dragon pearl of tremendous toxicity, capable of being transformed into the world's most fearsome poison when soaked in pure water. The ice-type dragon, conversely, harbors the essence of extreme cold within its dragon pearl. The Shurima royal family possesses one of these, proving invaluable during the sweltering summer months. As for the fire-type dragon, its dragon pearl surely contains the essence of flames. Ergou, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Isn't that merely a large lighter? It pales in comparison to the utility of the dragon pearls from other elemental types. Lux observed Ergou's expression and smirked. However, the dragon pearl of a 6th-tier dragon possesses an additional effect. Come on, don't get too carried away, Ergou exclaimed. Humph, Lux scoffed. Due to its elemental power reaching perfection, the dragon pearl of a 6th-tier dragon not only retains its elemental prowess, but also grants immunity to magic of its own type. Fire magic is among the most destructive and widely studied forms of magic. Possessing the dragon pearl of a 6th-tier fire dragon means you will no longer fear any fire mage, provided their rank does not exceed that of a 6th-tier dragon. Thankfully, such individuals do not exist in the current continent. Finally, amidst a series of unfortunate events, a stroke of luck emerged, Ergou thought, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. After sharing this information, Lux felt a twinge of regret, suddenly realizing that the most formidable fire mage on the continent was none other than her mentor, Master Brand. Did this not imply that this little scoundrel before her would no longer have to fear her mentor? Currently, Ergou's team resembled a pure melee force, lacking any elemental attack capabilities. Even the 4 colossal skeletal warriors relied solely on physical strength. The Harbinger of Doom had made a miscalculation, seeking to seize his body and usurp his potent elemental power. Had he purely intended to eliminate Ergou, a myriad of demises would await him. Unlike the mediocre mage Lux, after witnessing the prowess of truly formidable sorcerers, Ergou comprehended the immense potency of elemental forces within this realm. In truth, there was little cause for alarm, as mages of the caliber of the Harbinger of Doom were exceedingly rare. Each human mage was a treasure of the state, often leading secluded lives, indulging in luxury, and maintaining their own social circles, rarely engaging in conflicts. With the dragon crystal in his possession, Ergou could navigate the realm of fire mages with unyielding confidence, imbuing him with remarkable assurance. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted towards Nysario, who sat serenely amidst the marshland. Unbeknownst to him, a humid mist began to envelop the area, and a faint floral fragrance gradually dispelled the earlier tension. The sun pierced through the persistent overcast clouds, transforming the marsh's small ponds into gleaming mirrors reflecting the sky's clouds, painting a scene of poetic beauty, as if the apocalyptic vision that had just transpired had never existed. Wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, showcasing their beauty and vitality, their rich natural essence and primal life force resonating with every soul present. Nysario's profound gaze surveyed the horizon, savoring the tranquility and sunlight of the moment. Gradually, his form was enveloped in a golden sheen. Upon closer inspection, golden flames had taken hold of his body. Silence reigned as all bore witness to the departure of a legendary figure, rising to their feet, placing a hand over their hearts, and bowing their heads in the utmost reverence. The lake mirrored your gaze, dreams scattered like stars across the sky, emotions spun into a tale that awaited timelessly. Growth is a door resembling a leaf, and that year, a cherished group of souls traversed the path of spring, possessing the essence of transformation. Those I love, the winds of yore, and eternal vows echoed repeatedly. As Ali's poignant song resonated, Nysario gradually dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving behind a glimmering dragon crystal and a crimson dragon pearl upon the ground. Ergou sighed. Nysario had finally broken free from the curse of the Death Marsh, reuniting with his comrades, while the living still had a journey ahead. Ergou cautiously approached, securing the dragon crystal and dragon pearl, offering some words of comfort to Ali before conferring with Rengar about their next course of action. Rengar, what should our next steps be? If we encounter another such formidable individual, we shall be doomed. Rengar, slightly abashed, scratched his head and blinked his yellow eyes. My lord, it was merely an accident. We need only proceed in this direction. With that, Rengar sketched a brief map in the dirt, illustrating the path to their territory. Ergou wished to pat Lyngal on the shoulder, but soon realized he could not reach. Instead, he chose to strike the broad and sturdy expanse of his chest, saying, Lyngal, have you ever pondered why you were ambushed? Given your prowess, it seems rather improbable, does it not? Upon hearing this, Lyngal furrowed his brow and remained silent. Observing Lyngal's expression, Ergou felt a pang of sympathy and sighed. Though I am loath to admit it, you have indeed been betrayed. He gestured towards the map and continued, let us avoid the borderline and circumvent it entirely, making our way to Juo Fortress. From there, we shall return to the kingdom. Once I and Lord Ali receive our fief, you shall accompany me to it. What say you? Accompany you to the fief? Lyngal paused for a moment, then suddenly comprehended. He knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute, and proclaimed loudly, O divine war god. I am grateful for your benevolence. I pledge to the god of war that from this moment forth, I shall follow you, never to forsake you. The other hounds exchanged glances and likewise knelt, declaring, O divine war god, we shall henceforth follow you, never to betray you. Seeing the horde of hounds kneeling, Ergou felt an immense sense of pride swell within him. He lifted his face and, wielding a tattered sword he had found, began to strike Lyngel's back vigorously, turning it a deep crimson. Lyngel, he intoned, deliberately lowering his voice to a deep and resonant timbre that echoed across the vast marshland. I hereby solemnly confer upon you this honor in the name of a devout priest serving the war god. Ergou tilted his head slightly, his gaze directed towards the seemingly infinite heavens, as if conversing with the war god. He then returned his focus to Lyngel, continuing, Loyalty is the steadfast guardianship of faith and comrades. Keeping one's word is akin to a vow etched upon stone, unwavering until death. Courage means facing formidable foes and adversities without fear, advancing resolutely. Fearlessness entails remaining unshaken by terror, with an inner resolve as steadfast as a mountain. Aiding the weak is to extend a hand of kindness and justice to the vulnerable, protecting them from oppression. Abstaining from intoxication ensures a clear mind, allowing wisdom and strength to merge harmoniously. Ergou paused, his eyes filled with anticipation and scrutiny, and inquired, Lyngel, can you uphold these sacred knightly oaths? My lord, I can. Lyngel's face flushed with exertion as he shouted with all his might. Ergou secretly chuckled to himself. This rhetoric had been gleaned from the priestly legacy in his mind, perfectly suited to inspire these kind-hearted and naive orc warriors. He adopted a serious expression as he helped Lyngel to his feet. You are now my innate soul singer, the newly appointed war priest Kisali, and the first Thorn Knight under my command. Lyngel trembled with excitement, feeling an overwhelming sense of honor at that moment. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention. Ergou added casually, I have been cursed by the elemental curse of the Harbinger of Doom, which may prevent me from using battle songs in the future, and may also hinder my recognition by the temple and the granting of a fief. Rain Gal stood there, utterly astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Surely, one could not be so duplicitous? Chapter 51. The City of Juo Fortress before departing. Ergou repeatedly hurled the 4 bone puppets he had left for himself into the swamp, only to summon them back again, now enveloped in mud. After basking in the sun, they transformed into enormous mud figures. After all, skeletons were rather terrifying and would easily betray his identity as a necromancer. Despite his inability to cast any spells, before long, a ragged band of individuals trudged along the exquisite Tukur corridor, appearing from a distance like a group of beggars. The sky was expansive and clear, marking the onset of autumn, the time of year when insects were at their most frenzied. More than a month had passed since Ergou's arrival in this world, and after spending so long in the wilderness, he was finally poised to enter civilized society. No matter how distant the journey, there is always an end. On this day, the unending Iron Spine mountain range lay before the onlookers, finally revealing its majestic form. The peaks of the Iron Spine soared into the clouds, capped with glistening snow. Even the monsoon paused in reverence here, as the winds from the southern lands dared not trespass into the northern domain. Within this formidable mountain range, it seemed as though the divine had cleaved an entrance with a mighty axe, leading directly to the cold and storied realm of Freljord. At this miraculous entrance stood a grand and magnificent city, its towering and robust walls capable of withstanding a giant's blow. The ravages of war had left their mark upon these walls, bearing witness to both civilization and the passage of time. Today, however, this city had distanced itself from the tumult of war. Bustling shops lined the streets, and a steady stream of pedestrians filled the thoroughfares. Merchant caravans from various nations traversed the main roads, trading in weapons, food, furs, spices, slaves, and an array of peculiar and unimaginable wares. Under Ergou's astonished gaze, the gate soldiers merely inquired a few questions, and the group encountered scarcely any obstacles as they entered the city of Juo Fortress. Ari explained that the populace from different nations exhibited striking physical differences, such as Rain's bulbous nose and tall stature, Ari's foxtail, and Ergou's distinctive spots and dark nose, each a conspicuous trait. For their own citizens, little inquiry was necessary. As for Lux, Ari succinctly clarified that she was their slave, a statement that elicited Lux's profound dissatisfaction. Upon stepping into the heart of Juo Fortress, Ergou further sensed the vibrancy of this border trading city. The main thoroughfare stretched north and south for over several thousand yards, accompanied by 4 parallel streets and countless narrow alleys. In the east-west direction, the city, shaped like a rectangle, boasted 7 major streets that intersected with the main avenue. The entire city buzzed with an atmosphere of activity. The city resonated with a cacophony of lively sounds, the very breath of the urban landscape, a harmonious song born from myriad streets. The Tukur corridor lamented with its timeless dirge, the wind sighed endlessly, and the distant mountains offered a quartet that melded into a symphony of vibrant notes. Ergou felt the vibrant pulse of the city, while Mao Qiu, exuberant and lively, frolicked around him, curious about everything that caught its eye. What captivated Mao Qiu the most were the myriad of delectable treats. Throughout their journey, Ergou and his companions indulged in roasted meats each day. They hunted for their meals, but when luck was not on their side, they resorted to the zombie meat that Ergou had stored. While consuming this fare once or twice was acceptable, daily sustenance of such nature was hardly suitable. Even a tiger occasionally grazes on grass to aid its digestion, let alone a human. At that moment, Mao Qiu spotted a plethora of snacks and, akin to a squirrel, excitedly bounced about, inadvertently swiping 2 fruits from a vendor. Mao Qiu poked at Ergou's rugged face, and as Ergou turned, he saw Mao Qiu clutching a snake fruit as large as its head in one paw and another in the other, winking mischievously as it offered them to Ergou. Startled, Ergou quickly tucked the fruits into his clothing, fearing exposure for the theft. It was not that he was stingy or unwilling to pay, but rather that he was utterly penniless. Mr. Ruiz had bestowed upon Ergou a considerable fortune, yet not a single gold coin or even a silver piece remained. This was quite understandable, as Ruiz had no use for such currency. He did not require money. However, Ergou did, with such a large group, including his followers like Leon, who had accompanied him through thick and thin for over a month. It was imperative to treat them to a meal upon entering the city. As the saying goes, one must eat well to build a strong team. Being a leader without funds left Ergou in a rather embarrassing predicament. Feeling the weight of his limitations, he discreetly beckoned to Ollie, inquiring about the location of a pawn shop. A pawn shop? Ollie responded. Indeed. Now that we've arrived in the city, as the leader, I must ensure everyone can rest and enjoy a proper meal. After pondering for a moment, Ollie recognized the validity of Ergou's words and pointed ahead. This street is the main thoroughfare. If we proceed, we should see it shortly. Ergou's group, distinctive in appearance, drew the attention of many as they strolled along the street. The scruffy dogs belonged to the dog clan, a loyal race. Yet the leprous dogs faced considerable prejudice. Their unattractive appearance rendered them undesirable for employment, perpetuating a cycle that bred more rogues among them, further tarnishing their reputation. Just moments before, Ergou had encountered a group of these rascals harassing a smaller, yet undeniably adorable, beggar dog. What is this? Ergou pointed towards the corner where the diminutive beggar stood, addressing Ash. Ollie followed Ergou's gaze and sighed, saying, It is the cup dog people. They shall never grow up, their physiques forever remaining that of children, destined to beg for their livelihood through the generations. Although Ergou was aware that he was not one of the dog people, witnessing the frail beggar clad in tattered rags shivering in the already cool air while evading the bullying of the rascally dogmen stirred his compassion. He stepped forward and intervened, blocking the group that was intimidating the cup dogs. Enough. We are all kin. Let us not create a commotion. Ergou grasped one of the man's shoulders, striving to maintain a calm tone. The dogman, taken aback, turned around, sizing up the disheveled Ergou from head to toe. Hey, who is this little pest that dares to meddle in Brother Kai's business? The rascal dogman incessantly jiggled his legs, twisted his mouth, and spat on the ground with a sneer, glaring at Ergou. Ergou could hardly suppress a laugh at the absurdity of sharing a name with this man. Enough. Be gone. He had no desire to engage further and issued an eviction order. Enraged, the group erupted, drawing their bone knives and pointing them menacingly at Ergou. You seek death. Boy, they shouted, charging at him in a fit of anger. In his mind, Ergou reflected on the myriad life and death battles he had faced over the past month. The abyssal spider, the prince of Demacia, the justice colossus Galio, the fire mage Prometheus, the overlord beasts, the harbinger of doom, and even that golden-haired girl who had shot him with a laser cannon, along with countless lesser foes. Surviving such a series of adversaries, how many could be found across the continent? Thus, he held little interest in dealing with these men. However, when someone foolishly thrust their face forward to be struck, he felt compelled to respond. Considering their shared kinship, Ergou's strikes were not severe. The dogmen merely saw a blur before hearing the sharp sounds of joints dislocating. Their bone knives clattered to the ground, followed by the anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoing from the street corner. Ah, my arm, my leg. Silence. Ergou delivered a few kicks, warning. If you utter another word, I shall dislocate your jaw. Dare you bully the dog people again? Never again. We will not. The rascally dogmen, sprawled on the ground, shielded their heads, terrified that Ergou might indeed dislocate their jaws. Leave. Yes, yes. They helped one another, scrambling to depart hastily. Rengar and his companions observed Ergou effortlessly handle the gang of ruffians, showing no inclination to assist. Ergou approached and placed half a fruit and a piece of meat into the beggar's tattered bowl hidden in the corner. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you for your generosity. The beggar's expression transformed from one of fear to profound gratitude as he repeatedly kissed Ergou's shoes and bowed in thanks. Chapter 52. King of the Barbarians. Ergou felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and turned to leave. In stark contrast to Ergou, Rengar and his companions were undeniably more captivating. Towering at over 2 meters, these formidable figures were brimming with explosive muscles and sported wild, unkempt brown hair, exuding an aura of power and danger. What a splendid group of enforcers. Each of these fighters, if thrown into the arena, would undoubtedly earn a fortune in gold coins. Yet, among this striking ensemble, the most enchanting were the 2 beauties, Ali and Lux. Ali, a priestess of the Fox tribe, was enveloped in a sacred priestly aura, her natural allure rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Lux, the youngest daughter of the Crown Guard family, had blossomed into a graceful and poised figure, her golden hair adding an exotic flair to her presence. Most strikingly, one exuded a bewitching sanctity while the other possessed a haughty elegance, both tall and boasting remarkable curves. For the roguish libertines enamored with the pleasures of the night, a night spent in the company of these 2 would surely be worth risking everything. However, what piqued the curiosity of onlookers was the peculiar central focus on the rather unattractive dog warrior among them. As pedestrians flowed through the streets, Ergou observed a diverse array of races as he ventured deeper. His eyes widened at the sight of various passers-by, including robust bull mercenaries bearing totems that gleamed with metallic luster, charming cat girls whose every smile and twitch of their ears was irresistibly adorable, and a girl with pristine white wings whom Ergou initially mistook for a fallen angel, only to later discover she was a member of the Swan tribe. Due to his direct gaze, he narrowly avoided a confrontation with the Swan Girl's guards, a band of ostrich men. The situation was only diffused thanks to Ali's status as a priestess. I am a priest too, Ergou retorted defiantly. If you're a priest, then I am a cardinal, scoffed the leader of the ostrich men. Mind your words, ouster, the Swan Girl reprimanded sharply. You need not engage in verbal sparring with a mad dog. The man named Ouster hastily bowed in apology. Yes, my lady. Afterward, he shot a fierce glare at Ergou as a warning. The Swan Girl cast a disinterested glance at Ergou before walking away, though she did steal a few more glances at Ali and Lux, as beauty often attracts beauty. Are there always this many people on the street? Ergou inquired, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ali frowned slightly, sensing that the crowd was indeed larger than usual today. Her mentor also resided in Zhuo Fortress, which is why she occasionally found herself here. Although the fortress was bustling with people during ordinary days, it had not reached such a fevered pitch. Thus, Ari halted a passerby to inquire about the commotion. Oh my heavens! Are you embarking on a journey, esteemed priest? Exclaimed a chatty young girl from the Sparrow tribe. Today marks the arrival of the barbarian king. You were unaware? It was from this loquacious maiden that Ari learned of the significant occasion. Within the realm of Freljord, not all tribes heed the summons of the Freljordian king. Numerous disparate clans persist in the snow-capped mountains and dense jungles. Human nations tend to be organized into city-states. While the kingdom of Freljord is often structured around tribes, certain races, having fled during past wars, may have perished or may still exist. The true population of this land remains a mystery. The barbarians have long inhabited Freljord and have been steadfast allies of the Orcish kin. To be precise, they are human in form, yet distinct from the continent's inhabitants, possessing a robust physique that surpasses that of ordinary humans. They are among the indigenous peoples of Freljord. For many years, the orcs and the barbarians coexisted peacefully, even exchanging visits, a relationship bolstered by their shared reverence for brute strength and similar beliefs, which mitigated friction between them. The barbarians have long dwelled at the foot of the snow-capped mountains near Zhuo Fortress, subsisting primarily on a carnivorous diet, each towering and formidable. It is said that the current barbarian king is exceptionally valiant, having united the scattered tribes with the intention of improving their long-standing living conditions, aspiring to establish a permanent territory rather than continuing their nomadic existence. However, the most habitable areas of Freljord are already claimed, and the barbarian king's ambitions are likely to conflict with the interests of the orc kingdom. If not handled with care, This could inevitably incite discord. Yet, should the barbarians be embraced as part of the kingdom, the military strength of the southern region would undoubtedly be bolstered, adding considerable weight to the kingdom's power. Consequently, the lord of the fortress regarded the visit of this tribal king with utmost seriousness. Successfully negotiating this matter could yield significant benefits in forthcoming political endeavors. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary warrior and discern what set him apart. According to the garrulous Sparrow Girl, the barbarian king was particularly renowned for his prowess in matters of intimacy, reputedly able to entertain multiple partners in a single night, fighting until dawn. At this, Ergou listened with keen interest, pressing for further details, only to be pulled away by Ari, her cheeks flushed. Just as they were conversing, the crowd had inexplicably parted, revealing a group of robust, bearded men clad in leather, striding forth atop magnificent steeds. Before them stood a man with a resolute visage, characterized by pronounced features, thick brows, wide-set eyes, and a sharply defined nose that soared like a chiseled monument, exuding an aura of robust vitality. Adorning his head was a platinum crown, and draped over his form was a robe embellished with an array of magical crystals. While such attire might appear ostentatious on another, it radiated a wild charisma when worn by this individual. Even Lux, the sharp-tongued maiden, could not help but extol him as a man of substance, a true embodiment of masculinity. Humph! Ergou scoffed at the remark, dismissing it with a curl of his lip. What is so special about him? Just a brute. Ironically, he failed to recognize that he too was, in essence, a brute. Chapter 53. The merchant, the barbarian entourage soon vanished from sight, yet many starry-eyed young women lingered, their gazes trailing the retreating figure of the barbarian king with a sense of longing. "Oh, by the gods of war, he is indeed a handsome and formidable man," exclaimed a petite sparrow girl. "Even though my mother forbids me from courting outsiders, I believe she would make an exception for him." However, it seemed she was indulging in a fanciful reverie. Even if her mother were amenable, what difference would it make? The existing tribes within the kingdom had long since lost their ability to soar through the skies. Those who could ascend had perished in the two great tribal wars. This sparrow girl bore two diminutive wings upon her back, yet their gray feathers paled in comparison to the elegance of the swan tribe. Observing the freckles dotting her face, Ergou found her rather charming. As the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all its vital organs. This race, though diminutive, had an insatiable appetite for gossip, and their words should never be taken at face value. It was later that Ergou discovered that the barbarian king was, in fact, unmarried. The tales of his nightly escapades with numerous women were mere fabrications spun by the sparrow maiden. Damn, what a talent! Ergou marveled. She speaks as if it were the truth. The new age requires such individuals. Lux could only roll her eyes at the absurdity. How could such nonsense lead him to become a priest of the orcs? Is the orc war god blind? The group continued onward until they arrived at the entrance of a pawnshop. The pawnshop, akin to usury, operated on a similar principle, profiting from the price differential. However, some exploited the desperate while others practiced a more patient approach, nurturing their investments. Being fleeced was a certainty. Standing before the pawnshop, Ergou patted his person, realizing he possessed nothing of significant value, save for the magic crystal nestled within his ring. With the supply of magic crystals dwindling, he found himself in possession of a few exquisite pieces, including a dragon crystal. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. And despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to part with it. Given the substantial number of companions he traveled with, their imposing presence would surely evoke suspicion, leading others to mistake them for robbers rather than pawners. To avoid misunderstandings, Ergou decided to enter the shop accompanied only by Ari. Upon entering the shop, Ergou, with a spirit of cautious curiosity, leaned forward and inquired, "Excuse me, do you accept roasted shapu?" The human attendant inside lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Ergou from head to toe, and deemed him a troublemaker, nearly leading to his expulsion. Wait, I was merely jesting. Look at you, it's quite amusing." Reluctantly, Ergou retrieved a high-tier magic crystal from his pocket. As this verdant gem emerged, it radiated a dazzling brilliance that filled the room with vibrant hues, drawing the astonished gazes of others. After a considerable time, the radiance gradually subsided. Such crystals were rare for Ergou, as he had only a handful remaining after absorbing a mountain of them with Xiaobai. Those that remained were of superior quality. His body had reached a saturation point, unable to absorb any more elemental energy from this world. Consequently, when the energy within him overflowed without an outlet, he often felt an intense heat, perpetually in a state of heightened tension. This was not mere fanciful thinking on Ergou's part. It was a struggle he could not control. This predicament truly tormented the spirited Ergou. The pawnshop attendant was unexpectedly human, which caught Ergou off guard. Ali whispered an explanation, stating that in Freljord, human merchants own numerous shops. After all, humans possess distinct advantages in commerce, with more substantial capital. In exchange, they must pay taxes, and certain specialized shops are mandated to have beastfolk apprentices. For instance, weapon stores fall under this category. The orcs of the Freljord Kingdom, who value strength and tend to be quite straightforward, like Miss Sparrow just now, are not particularly favored in the kingdom. Influenced by this mindset, the beastfolk often find themselves at a disadvantage in trade with humans, save for the astute foxfolk who can navigate these dealings. The human attendant quickly recognized the crystal's high quality, likely a mid-tier or even higher-grade magic crystal. Observing Ergou's muscular physique and somewhat foolish demeanor, the attendant's eyes gleamed with an idea, and with a broad smile, he remarked, "Esteemed warrior of the dog tribe, this crystal is generally classified as low-tier high-grade. Allow me to consult the owner and provide you with an offer shortly." Those nearby, overhearing this, silently shook their heads, knowing that this crystal was at least mid-tier, and it appeared this big fellow was about to be deceived. A woman beside him, strikingly beautiful and somewhat knowledgeable, did not seem like a business person. Before long, the pawnshop owner emerged. A rotund human donned with gold-rimmed spectacles, he raised his chin arrogantly, exuding an air of indifference as he declared, "This magic crystal is classified as low-tier high-grade. Fortunately, its quality is commendable. I can offer you 30 gold coins. The value of a Shapo beast is roughly 5 gold coins, and 30 coins would be treating Ergou as an easy target." Upon hearing this, Ali smiled slightly and said, "Owner, is your offer not a tad too low?" The owner turned to her, and upon seeing her priestly robe, he inwardly lamented, realizing she was a priestess. However, upon observing the two individuals, their faces smeared with dirt and despair, it was evident they wielded little influence. This magical crystal might well be one of the few valuable possessions left by their once prosperous family. After all, if they had a priest or mage at home, who would resort to pawning a magical crystal? The proprietor pondered for a moment, then revealed a seemingly amiable smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, and remarked, "Ah, so it is a noble priest. My apologies. Since you have spoken, I shall offer you 40 gold coins, no more." Ergou mused to himself that 40 gold coins were not insignificant. It would suffice to cover a few days' meals. Moreover, Ali's mentor was a person of considerable standing within the temple, and once he obtained his priestly qualifications, he would receive a fief. Perhaps it was best to accept the money for now. Just as he was about to agree, Ali interjected, saying, "Proprietor, though I may not be particularly discerning, I possess a basic sense of judgment. This magical crystal is undoubtedly from the venomous two-legged dragon, a high-tier specimen, worth at least 3,000 gold coins. Am I mistaken?" Ali then revealed the large tail hidden beneath his robe. Upon seeing Ali's fox tail, the rotund proprietor felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, forcing an embarrassed smile as he bowed and said, "Ah, you are indeed of the esteemed foxskin nobility. I must confess my oversight, my sincerest apologies." He turned to shout inside, "Bring forth 3,000 gold coins." Ergou's anger bubbled to the surface, his head nearly exploding with rage. He was on the verge of storming in to deliver a few punches to the fat proprietor. Damn it, does he think I'm a fool to be taken advantage of? 40 to 3,000 coins. Truly a swindler. No wonder he is a human merchant. Thankfully, Ali is here. Otherwise, I would have ended up penniless. Chapter 54. The temple. The 3,000 gold coins were soon produced, weighing several dozen pounds, and the attendant struggled to lift them. Ergou caught them with one hand, casually slinging the bag over his shoulder. The onlookers in the pawnshop couldn't help but display expressions of greed as they imagined the glimmering gold coins nestled within Ergou's money bag. Sensing their gazes, Ergou cast a fierce look around. His intimidating, aggressive demeanor caused the onlookers to instinctively retract their necks in fear. The pawnshop owner, with a grin, handed the pawn ticket to Ali, stating, "As per our usual arrangement, you have 3 months to redeem it, otherwise it will belong to us. Should you choose to redeem it, a monthly interest of 10% will apply." Ergou snatched the pawn ticket from him, still seething with anger, and growled, "Just don't lose my belongings. Once I secure my fief, I will return to find you." The proprietor, undeterred by Ergou's fury, chuckled and replied, "Of course." Yet he thought to himself, "You, a mere follower, with a fief? Dream on." After exiting the pawnshop, Ergou waved grandly to his companions waiting on the street, exclaiming, "Let us go. It's time to drink." Cheers erupted from the crowd as they followed Ergou toward a tavern. "Boss, Didn't the master say that as knights we should refrain from drinking? Inquired a young mastiff. Rain swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the young one, retorting, shut it. After indulging in food and drink, Ergou felt a pang of regret as he glanced at his money bag. A normal individual can enjoy a satisfactory meal for merely a gold coin. This group comprises 15 members, along with a frost snow pollo, totaling 16. Yet, these 16 consumed a staggering 140 gold coins. At this rate, they would require over 400 gold coins daily. With this sack of gold, it would be entirely depleted in less than 10 days. I must devise a means to acquire more funds, thought Ergou, realizing he could no longer afford to frequent restaurants with this band of voracious eaters. Maintaining warriors is inherently an extravagant endeavor. Warriors like Reinhardt require weapons, armor, training, and numerous other expenses. Their prodigious appetites represent merely a small fraction of the overall costs. With a fuller purse, Ergou felt emboldened. And as he passed a weapons shop, the glint of armor and weaponry captivated him, leaving him momentarily spellbound. He gazed at the array of weapons, greatswords, battle axes, military daggers, cleavers, crossbows, and more, a dazzling assortment that overwhelmed his senses. Particularly, a set of armor displayed at the entrance, adorned with intricate cloud patterns hammered into the metal, showcased exquisite craftsmanship and was undoubtedly a remarkable piece. How much would it cost to craft a set of this armor tailored to each of my attendants? He inquired. Your attendants? You jest, the shopkeeper thought, observing Ergou's scarred visage. However, he maintained a pleasant demeanor as he responded, 5,000 gold coins, esteemed guest. Ah, so that averages to over 400 each. Which is tolerable, Ergou mused. No, a full set costs 5,000. The shopkeeper smiled, extending his hand in emphasis. Without a word, Ergou turned and walked away, with the imposing Reinhardt trailing behind. From now on, do not address me as Lord. Call me boss, Ergou declared, his expression darkened. By the heavens, I intend to prosper. Yes, boss, Reinhardt replied, casting a wary glance. After a day of regrouping, purchasing clothing, bathing, and dining, Ergou's purse visibly dwindled, causing him great distress as he cast a pained look at Reinhardt and his band of gluttons, his emotions oscillating between frustration and resignation. The following morning, they set forth towards the temple, and soon arrived at its majestic entrance. Standing before the temple, Ergou inexplicably felt a sacred aura, causing him to unconsciously shrink in stature. The temple was grand and solemn, featuring 31 stone steps leading to the entrance, which boasted 3 pointed arches. 28 colossal stone columns supported the roof, adorned with carvings of the war god, his 3 followers, and the monarchs and cardinal bishops of bygone eras. A magnificent stained glass window graced the center, flanked by side windows upheld by delicate round beads, creating a plum blossom archway. This was a sanctuary of faith, a revered temple, an inviolable sacred ground. The 3 followers of the war god were depicted as the 3 magical beasts emblazoned on the robe of the high priest Ari, the crystalline phoenix Anivia, the Arctic behemoth Volibear, and the mountain hidden flame Orn. The 3 magical companions possess remarkable backgrounds, their strength rivaling that of the dragonkin. The war god, formidable in her own right, also heavily relies on the assistance of these magical beasts. Another revelation that astonished Ergou was the fact that the war god was, in truth, a woman. He had always envisioned the war god as a robust male orc, only to discover that she was an exceptionally beautiful female. How could the war god be a woman? And what justified her possession of 3 magical companions? Are you truly a priest? Locke seemed at a loss, questioning how Ergou could have attained the status of a priest. Caesar, why can't the war god be a woman? The ability to command 3 magical companions is a testament to her immense power, Ari replied, gracefully placing her hands over her heart and bowing patiently while challenging Ergou's assumptions. After some contemplation, Ergou realized that no one had asserted that the war god must be male, and he had long felt that the name Avallosa was rather effeminate, only to learn that she was indeed a woman. The group did not delve deeper into the matter, but Ergou found himself surreptitiously gazing at the war god's chest, realizing that her greatness was not solely reflected in the number of her magical companions. As they approached the temple's entrance, a knight clad in bronze armor obstructed their path. Ari articulated their intent to undergo priest classification within the temple, which allowed them passage, while Rain and Locks remained halted outside. Navigating through a long, dimly lit corridor, Ari and Ergou were escorted to a pair of bronze doors, which emitted a creaking sound as they opened, revealing a spacious chamber with a lofty ceiling. Young priests, please hold on, The esteemed Grand Shaman Vian will arrive shortly. The surprise evident in the knight's gaze suggested he was somewhat incredulous about Ergou also being there for priest classification. Upon entering the grand hall, which echoed with their voices due to its vastness, Ergou remarked, "Why hasn't this creaky door been replaced? Do not speak carelessly, Caesar. This door has existed since the temple's inception. It is a testament to the glorious history of the temple." Ergou smirked, perceiving its dilapidation, though he could certainly hear the rustiness. Before long, a genial voice resonated as a short figure accompanied by 12 distinct beings entered the hall. "Greetings, my dear children. Thanks to the war goddess' blessings, our southern province has welcomed 2 new young priests." Ergou turned towards the source of the voice, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Before him stood a venerable elder of the Tortoise clan, adorned with a snowy beard and burdened by a massive shell on his back, swaying as if he might topple over at any moment. Beside him was a strikingly intelligent beauty clad in a deep black priestly robe, gracefully supporting the elder as she walked, her long tail elegantly trailing behind her. The other 11 beings varied in form. Some bore wolf tails, others had wings or scales, and among them was another with a fox tail like Res, an eclectic and fascinating assembly indeed. It is your guidance and brilliance that illuminate our path forward. Greetings, Great Shaman Vian. Ali hurriedly bowed with Ergou. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Child, rise quickly, for the god of war guides us, spoke the shaman. The god of war guides us, echoed all present. Ergou's eyes occasionally glanced at the alluring tail of the serpent priestess, his gaze far from innocent. Compared to Ali, this enchanting serpent lady possessed an undeniable femininity. Greetings, Mentor Penia. Ali gracefully curtsied to the serpent priestess. The serpent priestess smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Caesar, this is my mentor, Lady Penia, who is also your grandmaster. Ali whispered to Ergou. Ergou was taken aback, astonished to discover that his grandmaster was so youthful and a captivating serpent lady. Chapter 55. The priest test. The serpent priestess nodded at Ergou, who discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, averting his gaze. The great Shaman Vian is the highest-ranking priest in the southern provinces, with 12 staff priests beneath him, and Mentor Penia is one of these staff priests. To attain such a position at her age is a remarkable achievement among her peers. The hierarchy of priests ranges from the Wind Whisperer, Soul Priest, War Priest, Staff Priest, Great Shaman Vian, 12 bishops, to the Cardinal. Many priests spend their entire lives as Wind Whisperers, serving as local clergy to spread the light of the god of war among the villagers. Therefore, when the great Shaman Vian learned that 2 young individuals were to undergo the priest test, he felt immense joy. For the southern provinces would gain 2 new young soul priests, thus bolstering their reserve strength. The venerable Tortoise clan shaman, named Ergou, was now 3,000 years old, for the Tortoise clan is renowned for its longevity. Children, Ergou's gentle voice resonated. Who shall begin first? Ali stepped forward, somewhat anxious, and said, Esteemed shaman, may I go first? I choose to advance as a soul priest. Ergou smiled and nodded, signaling her to commence. Clearing her throat, Ali's resonant voice filled the hall with a melodious tune, the enchanting melody echoing throughout, her blue eyes deepening in allure. Most importantly, her song was imbued with profound power. Upon concluding, Ergou clapped in satisfaction. Truly, you are a remarkable student of Mentor Penia. Your song is exceptionally rich, child. There is no doubt that you are now a qualified soul priest. Do the other priests have any objections? Among the 12 staff priests, the serpent priestess and another Fox clan priest smiled and nodded at Ali in congratulations. Your judgment is wise and discerning, my lord. We have no objections, the assembly responded. Therefore, let us bestow upon soul priest Ali the robe and the winter sleep insignia. The ceremonial robes of the priests are governed by strict regulations. All priests below the rank of the staff priest don white robes, while the staff priest himself wears a black robe, and the grand shaman is adorned in purple. The winter slumber badge serves as a sanctuary for the magical companions of the priests to rest, as many of these creatures are of considerable size and cannot accompany them at all times. This badge alleviates a significant dilemma for the priests. The higher the rank of the priest, the more intricate and splendid their robe becomes. With gratitude for the recognition from the grand shaman and all esteemed individuals, Ali could not contain the joy in her voice. Lord Ergou, with his somewhat clouded eyes, inquired curiously, Young priest, what is your magical companion? In your song's power, I sense a familiar draconic aura, akin to what I perceive in my own subdragon companion. Is this merely my illusion? Unbeknownst to others, Lord Ergou subtly showcased his own subdragon companion. The prowess of a priest is measured not only by their song power, but also significantly by their magical companion. With a hint of sadness, Ali replied, "During my journey, I was fortunate enough to forge a pact with a dragonkin." A collective gasp escaped the lips of the priests, their breaths becoming heavier as their gazes toward Ali grew fervent. A dragon priest. Such a title carries immense weight. However, she continued, due to unforeseen circumstances, he has since passed away. "Oh, that is indeed profoundly sorrowful," Lord Telgu remarked, his heart tightening as though a piece of flesh had been torn away. The shoulders of the staff priests relaxed in unison. Nevertheless, Nissarian bequeathed a legacy to Ali. The pure draconic essence imbued within her song power would still aid in her enhancement. Ergou observed a yellow-haired wolf-tailed priest revealing a look of relief upon hearing the news of Aishi's companion's demise, a discovery that unsettled him. Lord Telgu composed himself and smiled at Ergou. "And who might you be?" In a deep, resonant tone, Ergou replied, "I am the apprentice of Priest Ali, the grand disciple of Master Penia from the dog clan, Kaisa Li." His demeanor conformed to the stereotype of a rustic and unrefined member of the dog clan. "Are you also aspiring to ascend to the soul priest rank?" Lord Telgu found Ergou intriguing and jestingly asked. "I aim to become a war priest," Ergou declared. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the dignitaries on the platform. Ali's clear voice resonated throughout the hall as she clarified, "Kaisa is a naturally gifted soul singer." The hall erupted in a frenzy, as the attendees began to whisper excitedly amongst themselves. It is already remarkable for a dog clan to produce a single priest. Yet now they had birthed a natural soul singer. One must realize that throughout the history of the Beast clan, naturally gifted soul singers are exceedingly rare. What a splendid pairing for the young master and apprentice, a dragon priest and a natural soul singer, truly a combination that would astonish all. The esteemed Lord Tergu interrupted the assembly with a hint of irritation, demanding silence. As the crowd quieted, he turned his kindly gaze towards Ergou, the young priest of the dog clan. "Are you aware, young priest, that in addition to mastering the lamentation, the spirit song, and the frenzied battle hymn, a war priest must also undergo trials?" "I am indeed aware," Ergou replied with considerable vigor. He was also cognizant of the lands bestowed upon a war priest. "Very well, please commence." Clearing his throat, Ergou unleashed his voice. The battle hymn he had composed himself had been cautioned against revealing by Ali, as it constituted a grave offense to alter the sacred system of priestly songs. What he sang was the traditional frenzied battle hymn. As the notes flowed, the expressions of the assembled priests grew peculiar. If Ali's melodic power was full-bodied, then Ergou's was decidedly erratic, sometimes surging like a tempestuous sea, at other times as faint as the trickle of a brook, and on occasion, entirely devoid of any discernible power. The priests exchanged glances, silently acknowledging his woeful command over the melody. Had this been human magic, he would have perished countless times over. As the crimson aura took form, it appeared that the hymn was nearing its conclusion, only to dissipate into the ether. The crowd glanced at one another, ultimately directing their attention to the shaman lord. Lord Tergu harbored many questions, but first inquired, "Young priest, why does your chant manifest in such a manner?" Ergou, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "I apologize, honorable shaman lord. During my return journey, I inadvertently traversed an ancient ruin and fell victim to a peculiar curse, rendering me unable to complete a battle hymn on occasion." The shadow grand shaman Tergu, upon hearing this, nearly found humor in his exasperation. Chapter 56. An unconventional priest. Lord Tergu shook his head. "While I can sense your melodic power is indeed vigorous, this does not suffice for you to pass the test." Thus, Ergou sang the hymn once more, managing to project a crooked halo, just enough to fulfill the requirements of the battle hymn. Ergou straightened his neck and asked, "Then may I attain the title of priest?" Lord Tergu, amused yet exasperated, replied, "How could you possibly advance with such a performance?" "By relying on my magical pet," Ergou proclaimed, patting the fuzzy creature that had been snoring peacefully in his arms since their meal. The creature, groggy and startled by the sudden commotion, peered out from Ergou's embrace, almost tumbling out in fright, and instinctively clutched at Ergou's chest hair, eliciting a grimace from him. "Ah, it is the renowned Frost Snow Poltergeist," exclaimed the Wolf Clan priest with a yellow tail, reveling in the moment. The other priests could hardly restrain their amusement, some even bursting into laughter. "Kaiser, do not cause a ruckus," the venerable Pania admonished with a hint of exasperation. "Master, I have heard that as long as one can summon their own magical pet using the spirit song, they automatically ascend to the rank of soul priest. If the strength of his magical companion is acknowledged, and he triumphs over the magical companion of the war priest, he may indeed ascend to the rank of war priest. Correct? The temple does indeed have such regulations, each with its own rationale. A priest possessing a magical companion must be adept at utilizing the battle song of summoning, thereby allowing for automatic promotion. Conversely, a war priest is summoned to serve during times of conflict, advancing to the front lines to engage in battle. If a priest's magical companion possesses extraordinary strength, capable of positively influencing the dynamics of the battlefield, the title of war priest may be conferred as an exception. At this moment, Lord Ergou found amusement in the situation, exclaiming, "Child, do you intend to unleash your magical companion, Frosty Spirit, to assault the enemy with its snowball magic? Why do you aspire to attain the title of war priest? Perhaps you should return and hone your skills." His jest elicited laughter from the assembly. Ergou joined in the mirth, asserting, "My lord, I am not jesting. Moreover, I do not require a challenge against the war priest. I shall directly confront the staff priest. Kesa, this is no place for frivolity." Pena retorted, her annoyance evident as Kesa was, after all, one of her own, and his antics reflected poorly on her. "Master, I am not being foolish." Ergou responded loudly. "If you doubt me, you may test your mettle against my magical companion." The crowd, witnessing Ergou's unwavering confidence, began to question their own perceptions. Could they have misjudged? Yet, no matter how one scrutinized, Frosty Spirit appeared to be an utterly ordinary creature, hardly a rarity in the snowy expanse of Freljord. Pena, uncertain of Ergou's intentions, sighed and proposed, "Lord Ergou, I shall undergo trials against Kesa. Regardless, I shall not let harm befall my reckless apprentice." Feeling the warmth of Pena's goodwill, Ergou pointed toward the gloating yellow-tailed wolf priest, suggesting, "Let this esteemed individual engage with me." This wolf clan priest belonged to the weasel lineage of the wolf tribe, known for their narrow-mindedness. However, due to his profound mastery of battle songs and the formidable earth dragon magical companion, he was indeed deserving of the title of staff priest. Years ago, this weasel clan priest had sought the affections of Pena, only to be mercilessly rejected. Thus, Ergou chose him as his opponent for the trial, causing the onlookers to secretly sweat for him. Very well. The wolf priest readily acquiesced. Observing the group reach a consensus with animated exchanges, Ergou, holding his staff, thumped it against the floor in irritation, declaring, "This is absurd. Frosty Spirit versus Earth Dragon, Soul Priest against Staff Priest. What kind of spectacle is this? I shall bear the consequences. However, should this esteemed individual falter, I implore you to grant my request for the honor of War Priest and a fiefdom." Lord Ergou, observing Ergou's obstinacy, felt a surge of irritation, intent on teaching this impetuous individual a lesson. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Young man, the Earth Dragon is not so easily dealt with. Pray that your magical companion does not meet its demise." Thus, he tacitly allowed this absurd confrontation to unfold. The weasel priest slowly descended from the high platform, passing by Pena, who quietly implored, "I hope Lord Warren will show mercy." The weasel, expressionless, nodded slightly, yet inwardly relished her words, secretly resolving to incapacitate Ergou without killing him. Ergou placed the fluffy creature on the ground, beginning to stretch his ligaments and warm up his fists and feet. The fluffy creature, mimicking its master, performed the same movements, large and small, as if preparing for a grand tournament. The weasel priest found the duo's foolish antics endearingly amusing in all his time. He had never encountered a priest who warmed up before battle. Pena, speechless, glanced at Ollie, who appeared remarkably composed. As a direct mentor to Caesar, she should possess profound understanding of him, yet why did she seem utterly unfazed? Afraid? Having bested even a 6th-tier dragon, albeit through a clever tactic. It was indeed a genuine clash. In this terrestrial combat, who could Caesar possibly fear? The weasel priest produced his amplification instrument, a short windpipe, and waved his hibernation badge, unleashing a flash of white light. A massive figure materialized in the hall, nearly 6 meters long. The earth dragon occupied almost half the space. This creature, an earth dragon beast, belonged to the subdragon category, a product of countless generations of interbreeding between the lustful dragon race and other species. Bearing the name of a dragon, its strength was formidable, yet due to its lack of agility, it was classified as a mid-tier high-level magical beast, on the verge of ascending to high-level status. Upon awakening, the earth dragon let out a furious roar, sparks flying from its mouth as it began to seek its foe. However, upon looking forward, it found nothing but emptiness. Only through the priest's mental connection did it finally spot the frost snow polero beast on the ground, diligently warming up. The earth dragon turned its massive head, regarding its priest companion with a puzzled expression, as if to ask, "Is this it?" Lord Ergou, witnessing the stark contrast of this scene, felt himself caught in absurdity and wished to hasten the conclusion of this farce. He declared loudly, "I announce, the match begins." Chapter 57. Hand-to-hand combat. In a tone laced with disdain, the weasel priest, Lord Warren, proclaimed, "I am ready." Ergou smiled, "I am ever at your service." Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the frost snow polero beast, the fluffy creature, slowly crouched down, assuming a preparatory stance, its rear end raised. With a sudden burst, it dashed towards the earth dragon. Despite the ferocity of its charge, the sight of a polero beast exhibiting such vigor evoked a profound sense of contrast. Aptly described as charmingly fierce, the charmingly fierce fluffy creature galloped forth, its belly jiggling as it sprinted. The earth dragon was taken aback. This diminutive creature dared to initiate a challenge against it, employing a nearly suicidal approach of close-quarters combat. With its tough skin and resilient flesh, even if the roof were to collapse upon it, the dragon would scarcely feel a thing. A mere swipe from this little being would be akin to a gentle tickle, wouldn't it? The weasel priest observed this spectacle with growing suspicion regarding Ergou's intentions. A priest is permitted to forge a contract with only one beast at a time, and only upon the demise of their current companion can they bind themselves to another. While most priests would never willingly send their familiars to their doom, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for those with darker inclinations to resort to such despicable acts in pursuit of a new companion. Hence, the priest found himself with ample reason to suspect that Ergou harbored such thoughts, urging his beast to charge forth to meet its end. Consequently, he commanded his familiar to refrain from delivering a fatal blow, merely intending to inflict injuries upon the sole beast. The earth dragon's expression betrayed its perplexity. Wouldn't a mere tap suffice to end this little creature? Just as the two were caught in this dilemma, the furball suddenly tumbled to the ground, rolling clumsily until it landed before the earth dragon, its face making intimate contact with the floor. It turned out that an ancient floor tile had lost a corner long ago. While it posed no issue for a person, the small size of the furball led it to inadvertently trip. The hall was momentarily enveloped in silence. Ha! Soon, the gathered dignitaries erupted into laughter. Surely, this was a comedic interlude. If there were a contest for the funniest priest, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for that Doug. Ha! Penny's face burned with embarrassment. Thus far, her partner's performance had been utterly lackluster. She furrowed her brows at the lively Ali, wondering where she had found such a pair of clowns. However, the laughter quickly subsided. Upon hearing the mirthful sounds, the furball seemed to become irked. With a resounding thud, it smashed the floor beneath it, then seized the largest piece of broken tile, leaping up to aim a strike at the earth dragon's forehead. The dragon's gaze faltered, failing to track the swift movements of the furball. Though its round and chubby form appeared endearing, it struck with unyielding precision. With a loud crack, the tile shattered against one of the dragon's eyelids. The earth dragon let out a pained cry. Had it not closed its eye in time, it might have suffered a grievous injury. Yet, being a seasoned combatant, the earth dragon bore the pain and, with the other eye still open, seized the moment while the furball remained airborne. It raised its sharp foreclaw, glistening ominously, and aimed to strike at the small creature in midair. The agony had made it forget the priest's earlier admonition. It was determined to pierce this little being and crush it mercilessly, swallowing it whole. The fluffy creature observed the glinting claws approaching, and with agility, grasped one of the long whiskers of the earth dragon, swinging back and forth. The claws missed their target, and the earth dragon, sensing the fluffy creature near its mouth, lifted its head and opened its enormous jaws to bite. However, the moment it did so, the fluffy one was flung away. After executing a full 360-degree spin in midair, it landed gracefully on the earth dragon's nose, akin to a skilled gymnast. Once the fluffy creature perched atop the earth dragon's snout, the dragon found itself in a dire predicament. With its tiny paws extended, it began to knead the dragon's nose into an astonishing shape, akin to molding melted chocolate. Pinching the nose is an excruciating act for all creatures, especially for the earth dragon, which could not breathe through its mouth, leading to a profound sense of asphyxiation. Roaring in agony, the earth dragon thrashed its head wildly. Yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not dislodge the fluffy creature that clung to its nose. In a frenzy, it clawed at its face. But the fluffy one deftly evaded the attacks, resulting in the dragon injuring itself, blood spilling from its wounds. The earth dragon grew increasingly frenzied, on the verge of losing control and endangering the priests on stage. The rapid unfolding of events left Warren astounded, and only upon hearing the shouts of the shaman did he snap back to reality. hastily removing his hibernation badge to recall his magical companion. The fluffy creature fell to the ground, its small paws still mimicking the act of pinching a nose, its large eyes blinking in confusion as it scanned its surroundings. Warren, trembling with anger, had his yellow wolf tail swishing excitedly like a sifted grain. "Shameless. This is an outright ambush," he exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Ergou. Ergou snorted dismissively. "My lord, the god of war taught us to never let our guard down on the battlefield." Warren, stung by Ergou's retort, furiously replied, "In a true battlefield, regardless of how your magical pet may acquire extraordinary strength through bizarre encounters, it wouldn't dare come within 100 yards of the earth dragon. It would have been roasted long ago." Ergou shrugged. "Unfortunately, there's no room for what-ifs." "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Warren seethed. "What do you mean dissatisfied? This is hardly victory. A priest not using battle songs, a magical companion not employing spells. Why not compete in the gladiatorial arena instead of pretending to be priests?" "Warren, you have spoken inappropriately," the shaman admonished sternly. Realizing his faux pas, Warren saluted with one hand on his shoulder, glaring at Ergou. "Please forgive my rudeness, esteemed shaman. This match was undeniably unfair. I request a rematch." Pania swayed her vividly colored serpent tail, twisting her slender waist as she gracefully stated, "My lord Warren, regardless of the circumstances, the competition has concluded." The other two wolf priests echoed, "Esteemed shaman, this indeed does not align with the customary regulations of priestly contests." Although the weasel is not particularly esteemed within the wolf clan, it nonetheless belongs to them, and at this moment, Warren represents the wolf clan in battle. The other priests hold differing opinions, generally divided 3 to 7, a significant majority advocates for a rematch. This is due to Ergou's unique approach to commanding his magical pet in combat, which challenges their traditional understanding. In light of this situation, the venerable Tergou inquired of Ergou, "Young priest, what is your perspective on the matter?" Ergou tilted his head, chewed thoughtfully, and replied, "I am indifferent. Regardless of how many times we compete, victory is assured for me. Unlike certain individuals, I can afford to play." Upon hearing this, Lord Warren was incensed. He distanced himself from Ergou, summoned the earth dragon beast, and issued a command to unleash a magical attack. The weasel priest believed that as long as they maintained distance, the powerful Pomelo would merely become a moving target, its strength not posing a significant threat. The earth dragon emerged from its hibernation with an enraged roar, its wounds still oozing blood, further igniting its ferocity. It harbored a burning desire to transform the fluffy Pomelo into a savory meatball. The weasel priest became somewhat serious, quickly chanting a battle hymn to bestow an additional layer of the mountain's whispering stone skin aura upon his earth dragon, lest it be ambushed by this diminutive creature once more. The earth dragon's magic was prepared. It was about to unleash a fireball at the fluffy creature when the latter darted toward the weasel priest. Realizing the fluffy creature's intent to breach the command center, the weasel priest hastily interrupted his chant and turned to flee, not having completed the latter half of the hymn. The earth dragon stood bewildered. The weasel priest was taken aback, and the other priests were equally perplexed. Only Ergou watched with glee as the fluffy creature chased Lord Warren around the hall. Though small in stature, the fluffy creature was swift, and just as Master Penia called out for Ergou to restrain it, the fluffy creature had already caught up with Lord Warren, leaping up to deliver a fierce strike to the soft belly of the slender priest. Lord Warren was rendered speechless by the overwhelming pain, his torment causing him to regurgitate bile, unable to articulate his distress. The uncommanded earth dragon stood dazed and confused, gaping and looking around like a simpleton. This was utter madness. How could a priest's contest evolve into a scenario where a magical pet directly attacked the priest? Ergou, picking up the returning fluffy creature and placing it on his shoulder, retorted, "In battle, do enemies first incapacitate your magical pet before targeting the priest? Humph. What kind of logic is that? Utterly absurd." The weasel priest clutched his belly in agony, groaning, I protest. You ambushed me." Ergou was at a loss for words. Who would notify you if they were truly ambushing? "My lord, you are rather naive. The clash among the priests typically manifests as a fierce battle between beasts, seldom encroaching upon the priests themselves. After all, priests are generally fragile beings. One might euphemistically refer to it as a matter of restraint, while a more candid assessment would reveal their inability to withstand the rigors of combat, as the beasts do." The weasel priest attempted to interject further, only to be abruptly silenced by the shaman Lord Tergou, who declared, "Enough. A staff-wielding priest, regardless of the circumstances, should never seek excuses for defeat at the hands of a sole priest. And you, Kaisa, No matter how your magical companion acquired its remarkable strength, it does not serve as a badge of honor. In the true theater of war, does your contribution truly surpass that of Lord Warren? The immense stature of the Earth Dragon beast and its instantaneous fireball magic wield considerable influence over the battlefield, while the warsong aura enhances the entire team's prowess. This is undeniably superior to the individual efforts of Mouchio and Ergou. Ergou did not contest this assertion, bowing his head in humility. Your teachings fill me with shame, Shaman Lord. The Shaman Lord's demeanor softened slightly as he replied, regardless of the trials you faced, you have indeed passed the test. The temple can bestow upon you the robes of a war priest. However, prior to your formal anointment, you must first undertake a mission within the army. Only upon its completion can we ascertain your qualification. Ergou raised his gaze to the Grand Shaman Vian, inquiring, my lord, will I possess a domain after my formal anointment? The Shaman Lord smiled enigmatically. Indeed, you shall have all that is rightfully yours. With this assurance, Ergou felt a wave of relief wash over him. The weasel priest cast a resentful glance at Ergou, aided by two other wolf tribe priests as he returned to his position. Unbeknownst to the weasel lord, Ergou had not even unleashed his true capabilities against him. A mere immunity to fire magic had rendered him utterly ineffective, not to mention the four formidable clay golems, each capable of delivering a decisive blow that would turn him and his beast into mere paste. The Shaman Lord pondered for a moment before speaking to Ergou. Kaisa, you are afflicted by a curse. Among humans, there exist priests skilled in the art of purification, yet they differ from regular clerics, as most serve the royal family. While the opportunities may be scarce, there remains a possibility of breaking your curse. Ergou, however, was not overly concerned. He understood that his affliction was no ordinary curse, one that could not be easily dispelled by common means. Whether he became a priest or not mattered little to him. Having a domain was of greater significance. He wished to immerse himself in the study of priestly war songs, although he doubted his ability to grasp them. Close combat was his true passion and forte. To him, priests and mages were merely moving targets of fragility. This peculiar priestly examination concluded in an unusual manner. After receiving his insignia and robes, Ergou, accompanied by Ali and Pinia, proceeded to Pinia's private chamber within the temple, which also served as her dormitory at the establishment. It must be said that the amenities of a good institution are indeed commendable. The exterior of the temple is constructed with a solemn grandeur, while the courtyard, under the stewardship of generations of esteemed figures, has been expanded and embellished increasingly. Ergou follows closely behind Priestess Pinia, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the sinuous waist of the enchanting serpent woman and her vividly colored tail, embodying a mature woman's lethal allure, one that Ergou finds beyond his control. Chapter 59. The slave caravan. Ergou enters the room alongside Pinia and Ali, greeted by a wave of sweet fragrance that is unmistakably feminine. This room features a grand floor-to-ceiling window facing the sun, and now, post-noon, gentle sunlight streams through, casting a warm glow upon the soft bed. Pinia beckons Ali to sit on the bed, languidly caressing her own tail. In the presence of her mentor, Ali finally sheds the fatigue accumulated from their long journey, her demeanor reminiscent of a little bird returning to its nest. Wow, mentor, your mattress is made of velvet, so soft and warm. Pinia affectionately strokes Ali's hair, replying, my dear Ali, your mentor is a cold-blooded creature, hence the need to make the room a tad warmer. Ergou surveys the room, feigning curiosity as he approaches an opulent bookshelf and retrieves a book, nodding thoughtfully as he peruses its pages. Elders always favor children who love to read, he comments. Ali notices the book's spine and can't help but remind him, Caesar, don't you think the words in that book are written backwards? She bursts into a fit of giggles. Upon closing the book and realizing she was correct, Ergou chuckles. No wonder the words seemed so peculiar. Pinia, smiling at her endearing apprentice, states, Caesar, on our first meeting, I have nothing of significance to offer you, so please accept these magic crystals. She retrieves a small pouch of magic crystals from the bedside cabinet. Ergou hastily expresses his gratitude, contemplating how he might reciprocate, yet finds himself devoid of anything worthy to present. Surely, he muses, he cannot offer magic crystals in return for magic crystals. After a moment of rummaging, he produces a handful of rockberries, stating, Master, these are a local delicacy from the Wailing Abyss. Do give them a try. Pinia, both amused and perplexed, accepts them, inquiring, where did you acquire these delicacies from the Wailing Abyss? At this, Ali's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she recounts their harrowing encounters to Pinia. However, under Ergou's counsel, she omits the experiences in the Death Marsh, glossing over much of Ergou's commendable feats. Ergou, feeling cautious, believes it wise to maintain a level of discretion. Ollie struggles to understand, asserting that Penia is an ally and there is no need for secrecy. Ergou, however, explains, "You may perceive the master as one of your own, and she may consider certain individuals as part of her circle too. As this information circulates, there will inevitably be those who are not. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it is best to keep certain matters, especially those pertaining to one's own vulnerabilities, known to as few people as possible." After hearing Ari's plight, Penia let out a deep sigh. Those wretched slave-catching brigades had been incessantly harassing the Freljord kingdom lately. Alas, the kingdom had long been at a standstill against the Dalmatian alliance in the south, while the central regions were far from peaceful. Should conflict arise with the Eastern Noxian Empire, they would find themselves utterly overwhelmed. Furthermore, Ari's hometown, Moonlight Creek, was also poised to undergo significant changes. Penia comforted Ari for a while and began to recount the situation in Moonlight Creek following the calamity. The geographical position of the town indeed rendered it susceptible to surprise attacks from the sea. After enduring a recent bout of plundering, the town had suffered substantial casualties. Consequently, after much deliberation, it was decided to grant Moonlight Creek to the barbarian tribes. This not only fostered goodwill with the tribes, but also bolstered the coastal defenses of the town, yielding multiple advantages. As for the surviving townsfolk, they could still opt to remain in their homeland. Given the existing camaraderie between the barbarian and beast tribes, this arrangement would undoubtedly promote cultural integration, gradually blurring the lines of distinction between them. Regrettably, Ari's immediate family had not survived, with only one uncle remaining. A life for a life, blood debts must be repaid. Ari, we shall avenge this wrong. Ergou clenched his fists and declared to Ari. Penia opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After a brief conversation in the room, Ergou and Ari prepared to leave. He felt uneasy about leaving Lux and Rengar outside for too long. By all accounts, Rengar was a deserter from the front lines, while Lux was classified as a captive. Only with the temple's approval and formal recognition of Ergou's territory could he choose his followers, and since their statuses were currently ambiguous, prolonged exposure could lead to unnecessary complications. As Ergou, Ari, and Penia exited the temple, they indeed encountered a throng of human merchants surrounding Rengar and his companions, who was currently flushed with anger, engaging in a heated argument. Ergou hurriedly approached, parting the crowd, and exclaimed, "What is going on here? Who dares cause trouble before the temple?" Upon seeing Ergou arrive, Rengar quickly said, "My lord, this group is a slave-trading caravan from Liverpool. They wish to purchase Miss Lux, and when we refused, they have refused to leave. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity." Ergou thought to himself that he had yet to seek them out, yet they had come knocking at his door. His brows furrowed in anger, but Penia, gracefully maneuvering her serpentine tail, grasped his arm and said, "Caesar, the slave-trading caravans from Liverpool come in various forms, each with differing practices. We are in Jewel Fortress. If they are here, they are surely operating within the law. Do not act impulsively and invite trouble upon yourself." Upon noticing Penia, clad in her black, priestly robes, speaking, the slave traders' eyes lit up, and they swarmed around her like flies, saying, "Esteemed staff priest, we seek your judgment. We are all law-abiding merchants. And this stunning blonde slave is evidently a citizen of Dalmatia. It is common knowledge that Freljord and Dalmatia are currently at odds on the plains of Rohan. The presence of such a beautiful noblewoman within the city undoubtedly indicates that she has been captured. It is our trade to inquire about prices. There is nothing amiss in that, is there?" However, this mastiff man not only refused to disclose any price, but also declined to reveal the whereabouts of his master, even displaying a propensity for violence. We are aware that the mastiff, having been demeaned to the status of a lowly slave due to their resemblance to the Rhine royal family, is not an uncommon sight among us. We beseech you to adjudicate this matter, my lord. Rengar's face flushed crimson as he implored, "My lord, we have informed them that you are currently assessing matters within the temple, yet they refuse to believe us, accusing us of being runaway slaves and insisting on taking us to the authorities. They even claim that if we surrender Miss Lux to them, they would let us go." Ergou grasped the situation. The likes of Rengar and his companions were not escaped slaves, but certain circumstances would indeed complicate matters should they be presented to the authorities. Thus, they had resolutely declined the demands of the slavers, who believed they had surmised the truth and sought to abscond with Lux without recompense. Given Lux's fragility, they undoubtedly possessed various covert means to extricate her from the city. Ergou mused. It is clear they are not virtuous souls. Chapter 60. The banquet Ergou raised his chin and disdainfully regarded the slave caravan, commanding, "You lot, return whence you came at once. I am the leader of this group." One among the caravan, seemingly the leader, regarded Ergou's dark, three-pronged nose with skepticism. "You?" In a swift motion, Ergou unfastened his outer garment, revealing a newly donned white priestly robe beneath, adopting an air of cool detachment that truly impressed him. The leader's expression morphed into one of disbelief. When had the dog clan begun to produce priests? A war priest, no less. He glanced between Ergou and Pena, inquiring, "Surely you are not deceivers?" "Hey!" Ergou's anger flared as he stepped forward, grasping the leader by the collar and raising a fist the size of a sandbag. The leader of the slave caravan, witnessing this, became even more convinced of his suspicions. His gaze toward Lux now filled with a greed that instilled fear in her. Pena halted Ergou's descending fist, her countenance as cold as ice, declaring, "No one dares impersonate a sacred priest in my presence." With a wave of her right hand, she enveloped Lux in a crackling shield of lightning. This was one of the signature abilities of the staff priests, one of the few means of protection afforded to priests. Even the chief priest of the kingdom could summon only 12 lightning shields for themselves. Thus, it was evident that Pena was not merely a pretty face, but a force to be reckoned with. "Would you care to witness my netherworld wyvern?" Pena inquired coldly, clutching her hibernation insignia as she regarded the leader. Deflated, the leader realized that Ergou and his companions were indeed priests. Yet he remained undeterred, addressing Ergou, "Since you are the leader, do you intend to sell this slave? What price do you propose?" He gestured towards Lux. Ergou, growing increasingly impatient, thought to himself, "Must they sell someone simply because they have set their sights on her? No sale. Do you understand? No sale." Lux cast a grateful glance at Ergou, genuinely fearing that he might sell her. Once in the hands of the slave traders, her future would be utterly unpredictable. As the leader prepared to speak again, a knight approached, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I command you, in the name of the prince, to cease disturbing this young lady." The crowd turned to the speaker, revealing a knight clad in platinum armor, intricately engraved with thorn patterns, and adorned with a golden lion emblem on his helmet, symbolizing royalty. It appeared this knight was a prince serving in the temple, having attained the rank of platinum knight. Seeing the prince had intervened, the leader, feeling disheartened, began to retreat, but not without a final inquiry. "Are you truly not considering a sale? My lord, you seem to be in need of funds." Ergou, now quite exasperated, replied, "Fine. If you give me 3 million gold coins, I will sell." He had intended to frighten them away with such an exorbitant demand. But to his surprise, the leader, upon hearing the price, exclaimed with delight, "Then it is settled. I shall procure the funds at once." With that, he hurriedly departed with his caravan. Keep dreaming. Ergou thought to himself, fully aware that 3 million gold coins was no trifling sum. How much does a shabu beast even cost? Could a blonde girl truly be worth such a fortune? Prince Richard Sal of the Frejord Kingdom, the 9th prince, removed his gloves, placed his right hand over his heart, and elegantly addressed the assembly, "Good day to you all." After bowing, he kissed the hands of 3 ladies, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Pena, and the beautiful priestess and sorceress. Good afternoon." The 3 lovely women appeared to be quite taken with the handsome prince. Responding with bright smiles, "Brave prince, we wish you a good afternoon as well. To become a platinum knight, mere royal lineage is insufficient. One must also have personally engaged in battle." Clearly, this prince was not only handsome, but also an exceptional warrior and knight. Whether intentional or not, the prince bypassed greeting Ergou and the others, perhaps deeming their status unworthy of his attention. Naturally, the ladies enjoyed a privileged position. As if to convey a message to Ergou, Prince Richard spoke slowly. "That caravan we just saw is affiliated with the slave trading company. Their influence has been growing significantly of late, threatening to surpass the Marshall Slave Trading Company, the foremost in Liverpool. Should they manage to bypass the Marshall Company and establish direct contact with the capital of Shirima, they could very well ascend to become the dominant force in the city of Liverpool. The Prince of Kaffa City is notoriously lecherous, thus, the prospect of presenting him with a beauty he has never encountered before renders this business venture nearly limitless in possibility. This fair-haired maiden undoubtedly hails from the nobility of Dalmatia. Among the renowned beauties of Dalmatian nobility, one is Fiona of the Loron family, and the other is Lux of the Crownguard family. Recently, whispers have circulated in Whitecliff City, claiming that the youngest daughter of the Crownguard family went missing during a nocturnal raid, and to my astonishment, I have encountered her here today. Indeed, seeing is believing. Miss Lux is truly enchanting, poised, and dignified. Ergou had not anticipated the significance of Lux's background, nor did he foresee that this dog prince possessed such discernment. Piecing together the situation with mere observations and a few words, casting a sidelong glance at Lux, Ergou noted that, aside from her somewhat unreasonable demeanor, she was indeed quite striking, exuding an air of noble essence. While 300,000 gold coins is no trifling sum, the Sliu trade caravan could certainly afford it. Upon hearing this, Lux appeared visibly flustered, stamping her foot in exasperation and pointing an accusing finger at Ergou, lamenting, "It's all your fault. What if they truly come with the money?" It then dawned on Ergou why this group was so intent on acquiring Lux. It was intended as a gift. However, he remained unfazed, assuring Lux, "Rest assured, I keep my word and will ensure your safe return." Though Lux was nominally Ergou's captive, she began to perceive that he, or rather this detestable rogue, despite his questionable conversational skills, exhibited no significant faults. He treated Renekton and the others without any airs of superiority, instead mingling with them as equals and assuming the role of a leader. This reflection prompted her to reconsider her prior judgments, gradually diminishing her disdain for him. Lux nodded, her expression filled with indignation as she remarked, "This is what you said." Prince Richard observed the two with a furrowed brow before regaining his composure, adopting a cordial demeanor as he extended an invitation to Lux. "Miss Lux, the lord of the city is hosting an evening gala tonight. Might you consider accompanying me as my partner? Forgive my boldness, but to meet you has long been a distant dream of mine. I never anticipated that today I would be so close to realizing it. I, Richard, the 9th prince of the Freljord kingdom, vow to ensure your safety and would never allow you to be sold. Will you do me the honor?" Ergou raised an eyebrow, sensing an unspoken tension brewing between the two men. Penny, noticing the charged atmosphere, interjected, addressing Ergou, "Caesar, you must accompany me and Ari to the Lord's banquet. As for Miss Lux," she cast a questioning glance at Lux, whose status was indeed somewhat precarious. To classify her as Ergou's captive seemed far from accurate. Yet to refer to her as a guest felt equally inappropriate given the strained relations between their two nations. However, if this opportunity could serve to alleviate the tensions between the two nations, or perhaps allow for a dialogue, it would be quite commendable. Lux glanced at the handsome prince, her face brightening with a smile. Then she turned her gaze to the rather disheveled Ergou, frowning slightly. Ultimately, she steeled herself and declared, "I shall accompany Ari." Ergou raised an eyebrow, a smug expression crossing his face as he provocatively looked at His Highness the Prince. Accompanying Ari is essentially still being with me. Although Ergou found Lux somewhat willful, he could not deny that this beautiful blonde possessed a certain fortitude, and being associated with a noble added to his own prestige. The prince's expression darkened momentarily, but it quickly transformed into that of a cheerful young man as he said, "Miss Lux, should you require any assistance in Freljord, please do not hesitate to inform me. And the lovely Miss Ari, do not forget me as your friend." With that, he gracefully kissed the backs of Lux's and Ari's hands before turning away with flair. Ergou seethed with irritation, while Ari and Lux appeared quite pleased. Women, after all, are often drawn to dashing and affluent princes. Sensing Ergou's displeasure, Ari subtly tugged at his hand when no one was watching, to which Lux responded with a disdainful pout. This certainly brought some equilibrium to Ergou's heart. It seemed that even beauties sometimes chose the proverbial frog. In addition to Lux, Penia also noticed this exchange, her expression one of surprise as she observed the couple. A teacher-student romance. This was indeed a taboo and scandalous affair. She resolved to counsel the young pair should the opportunity arise. Penia mused. Ari chuckled and remarked, "Caesar, the princes of the Rhine are invariably like this. They are inherently romantic, captivated by beautiful women. This is a trait ingrained in the Lion clan's very essence, not necessarily born of malice." Ergou, however, was unconvinced. Can one truly attribute such behavior to genetics? Are they not responsible for their own actions? If a murder were committed, could one say, "It was the genes that killed. I bear no responsibility"? Merely an excuse for self-aggrandizement. The sordid machinations beneath a noble facade. Night soon descended, and the Lord's mansion was situated near the temple, at the heart of the city. The group had not ventured far before arriving. Clad in the robes of a high priest, Ergou's muscular frame appeared more akin to that of a brawler than a cleric. After verifying their identities, they entered through the gates and traversed a lengthy courtyard into the inner hall. Within the expansive reception area, 2 main tables, each nearly 10 meters long, were laden with an array of fruits and fine wines. Additional side tables were set up, and those present were all of notable standing. As the guests had not yet fully arrived, Ergou patted the plush ball in his arms and chose a discreet corner seat. contemplating a sumptuous feast with his father to improve their mealtime. It was unfortunate that attendants could not be brought along, otherwise he would have relished the chance to invite Rengar and the others for a meal. Eating has become one of Ergou's greatest passions, especially since he often finds himself hungry. Ali, wishing to sit with Ergou, was pulled away by Pena, a situation to which Ergou had no objections. He was there primarily for the feast, while Ali needed to broaden her horizons. Ergou showed no interest in squeezing forward for a better spot among the clearly delineated seating arrangements. Soon, the guests began to take their seats. The lord of the city was a fox folk, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, bald, somewhat rotund, adorned in a floor-length robe, with a distinctive red tail occasionally visible through the gaps. He was a prairie fox, not an Arctic one. In appearance, beast folk and humans bore little difference, possessing only one or two features unique to their own kind. The tail was the most conspicuous characteristic. It was said that humans, specifically the Mank tribe, once had tails as well, but to signify their severance from the beast folk, newborns would have theirs severed, and over time, the trait faded away. The city lord occupied the head seat, with the tortoise-shell tribe shaman, whom he had met earlier that day, seated to his right. And to his left sat a familiar face, the young king of the barbarians. Below them, guests were seated according to their status. The city lord clapped his hands, and the hall gradually quieted down. With an impeccable official tone, he expressed his gratitude, stating that the primary purpose of their gathering was to welcome His Highness, the young barbarian King Taimyr, to Digger Fortress City. He urged everyone to give a warm welcome to His Highness, leading the applause. Taimyr's expression was as frigid as an eternal mountain of snow. Although he managed a slight smile in front of the crowd, to Ergou, it seemed better left unsaid, as that smile was ill-suited for such a cold visage. After that, Ergou could no longer hear what was being discussed, as the servers began to bring out the dishes one after another. Ergou and Mao Qiu were entirely focused on their culinary journey. Mao Qiu, how dare you eat 2 legs of the roast sapu by yourself? Save one for me. Just as a whole honey-glazed roast sapu was placed on the table, Mao Qiu immediately tore off 2 legs, devouring them with fervor. Ergou attempted to snatch some food, but his slightly slower movements left him with only a bone. There was no remedy. The chef's skills were indeed commendable, having cooked it to perfection. Mao Qiu consumed the meat as though drinking water. Having missed out on the honey-glazed roast sapu, Ergou set his sights on the golden squabs. He reached out but was met with a scalding surprise. Inside the squabs were steaming hot pebbles, carefully placed to preserve their flavor and texture. Despite his somewhat isolated seating, Ergou was not entirely alone. Those who attended such a banquet were undoubtedly there for more than just the food. Socializing was the primary purpose of such gatherings. Beside Ergou sat a meticulously dressed member of the foxskin, who maintained an attentive posture while listening to the lord of the city speak. With a hint of disdain, he cast a sidelong glance at Ergou and, in a tone befitting a superior, sarcastically remarked, "Might I suggest, dear sir from the dogkin, that you exhibit a touch more decorum? The lord has yet to conclude his address, and it seems rather inappropriate for you to begin feasting at this juncture. One might wonder if your rather unrefined manner of eating suggests that you neglected your midday meal, intentionally saving room for this moment." Those nearby shared his sentiment, yet refrained from voicing their objections, stifling their laughter at the exchange. "Fool," Ergou muttered between bites, taking a sip of sweet wine as he did so. "What did you say?" The impeccably attired foxskin gentleman was incensed by the retort, his anger flaring momentarily before he glanced around the room and forced himself to suppress it. Ergou scoffed. Had the gentleman dared to confront him, he might have considered him a man, rather than a pretender filled with bravado yet cowardice. Ally and Lux, accompanied by Pena, took their seats closer to the front, their beauty captivating all eyes in attendance. Even the foxskin gentleman, having chosen to ignore Ergou, could not help but steal glances at the enchanting ladies, expressing admiration with soft exclamations. Truly, these lovely maidens were a sight to behold. Yet some attendees stole glances back at Ergou, their disdain unmistakable, leaving a bitter taste in the air. Ergou, in a moment of defiance, spat out a morsel stuck between his teeth, the piece landing squarely on the gentleman's polished shoe. The lord of the city promptly concluded his official address, announcing that Moonstream Town would be entrusted to the care of the barbarians. Taimyr expressed his gratitude and reaffirmed his intent to maintain amicable relations with the beast folk. However, a crucial matter remained unresolved. The lord wished to send a priest along during the reconstruction of Moonstream Town, yet Taimyr respectfully declined, stating that, while he held the god of war in high esteem, the barbarians adhered to their own beliefs and did not require a priest's presence. After a discussion with the shaman, The Lord decided to set this matter aside for the time being and proceed with the banquet. Intending to revisit the topic after everyone had dined and drunk to their fill, the Lord and the shaman harbored grand aspirations, hoping to subtly infiltrate the barbarian culture through the power of religion, ultimately aiming to influence, control, and even assimilate this formidable force. However, when faced with rejection, pushing the matter further would be rather tactless. With a clap of his hands, a procession of dancers entered the hall. These were desert dancers, their veils obscuring their features, while their translucent skirts fluttered with each exotic movement. The alluring curves of their forms, partially concealed, radiated an irresistible charm. Though everything was revealed, nothing was truly visible. Even the women present were drawn to the mesmerizing performance of the desert dancers. The Lord, evidently pleased with the audience's reaction, boasted, "I procured these exquisite desert dancers at a considerable cost from the Silu trade caravan." The guests expressed their envy, returning to their cups of wine. Yet, before they could take more than a few sips, the old fox and the old turtle sensed that events were taking an unexpected turn. It was during a moment of indulgence that Tyron stumbled upon the enchanting figure of Ari seated at a distance. This fleeting glance struck him like a bolt of lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. An invisible hand seemed to grasp his heart, causing it to race with fervor, as if his very blood were boiling. In that instant, he found himself irresistibly captivated by the woman before him. At that moment, Ari was engaged in lively conversation with Pinya, when she suddenly sensed a gaze fixed intently upon her. Following the source of this scrutiny, her eyes landed on the formidable barbarian king, Tyrant. While Ari held no particular disdain for him, she couldn't deny a flicker of intrigue. Yet, her heart already belonged to another. Stealing a glance at Ergou, whose face was smeared with grease from his meal, she couldn't help but smile at the thought of how handsome Caesar appeared even while eating. Unbeknownst to Ergou, someone had already set their sights on his wife. The lord of the city and the shaman exchanged knowing glances as they followed Tyrant's line of sight. With a shared understanding, they smiled, realizing that a plan was already in motion, even down to the selection of the priestess. The shaman instructed a nearby silver knight to summon Ari. Confused by the sudden summons, Ari hesitated but knew she could not disregard the shaman's command. After a brief exchange with Pinya, she rose to comply. Pinya wished to accompany her but was halted by the silver knight, who informed her, "My lord, Master Telgo has not summoned you." A bit taken aback, Pinya cast a worried glance at Ari's delicate silhouette as she approached the shaman. Trembling slightly, Ari stood beside him. Bowing respectfully, "Master Shaman, you called for me?" Telgo beamed warmly. "Ari, allow me to introduce you." He gestured toward Tyrant with a greasy hand. "This is His Highness, King Caesar Tyrant of the Barbarians." "King Caesar Tyrant?" Ari paused momentarily before responding. "I have met the barbarian king, Your Highness." It was customary for each barbarian king to be addressed as Tyrant, rather than by their given names. Seeing her reaction, Tyrant rose and, with a charmingly awkward demeanor, replied, "Please, no need for such formalities, Lady Ari." Ari smiled in return, expressing her gratitude before stepping aside. The lord of the city sternly reprimanded a nearby attendant. "Did you not see the shaman approaching? Hurry and arrange for additional seating." After admonishing the servant, he returned to his affable demeanor, addressing Tyrant. "This is our esteemed priestess from the city of Juwo, known as the revered Arilina," interjected Telgu. "Indeed, it is Ari." Lord Jaffer cheerfully introduced her to Tyrant. "She is a devoted priestess who serves the god of war. Would you consider sending Ari to Moonstream Town?" The shaman added. Moonstream Town is Ari's homeland, and she was previously a victim of a pirate raid. Tyrant was utterly captivated by Ari, and the fervor in his gaze was evident to all. Well, if someone like Priest Ari were to preside, I dare say it would be advantageous for everyone. Suddenly, Tyrant became much more amiable. Each of the three achieved their respective goals, yet one individual remained discontented, Ari. Throughout the proceedings, the three reached a consensus regarding Ari's fate. But notably, they did not seek her consent. In the past, Ari would have naturally returned to Moonstream Town, as her few relatives still resided there. However, times have changed. She now possessed new choices. Ari wished to accompany Ergou, regardless of where his future might lead. Tears began to well in the corners of her eyes, which Penny noticed, deciding to inquire further once Ari returned. Another had also taken note of this, Ergou. He wiped the grease from his mouth, rested the fluffy creature on his shoulder, and, with a bone from the sap beast he had seized, slowly made his way toward the front of the hall, where Ari was situated. Chapter 63. The inebriated are not just the drunkards. Ergou, brandishing the sap beast's leg bone, advanced to the front of the hall, much to the astonishment of the disheveled fox noble beside him. "Penny, recognizing her unique apprentice's demeanor, felt uncertain about his next move and hurried to follow. "Master, do you require something?" Ergou asked, his mouth full of sap beast meat, left hand gripping the bone, while the eager little white creature perched on his shoulder. His tone was gentle as he addressed Ari, entirely disregarding the trio seated at the head. Yet, his pristine white priestly robe unmistakably affirmed his clerical identity. Leaving the nearby attendants in a state of confusion, the shaman regretted hastily bestowing the priestly robe upon this naive youth. Meanwhile, the Lord Mayor pondered the identity of this seemingly hostile individual. However, Ergou's inquiry drew the attention of both, who then noticed that Ari's eyes had inexplicably grown misty. "What troubles you, child? Is there something you are reluctant about? This is a splendid opportunity to shower the glory of the war god and restore your homeland," urged Shaman Ergou. Ari understood Ergou's implication and even felt a vague sense of agreement within. Yet she sensed that acquiescing to the adults' arrangements today would mean severing her ties with Kaiser forever. She could not accept that. Having spent the last month in close companionship with Ergou, who was the first person she encountered in this world, she was all too aware of what her expression signified. As Ergou was about to utter a dismissive remark about the so-called glory of battle, Ari swiftly covered his mouth with her small hand. If he dared to utter such words in that place today, there would be no refuge for him in Freljord. The intimate gesture did not escape the notice of those present, who exchanged glances, each harboring a myriad of differing thoughts. Upon witnessing the scene, Taotie felt a surge of anger. The lord of the city pondered how to disrupt the bond between the two priests in order to cultivate a favorable relationship with the barbarian tribes through Ari. Meanwhile, the shaman was overwhelmed by the unexpected emergence of this enigmatic pair of master and apprentice. At that moment, Pinia approached gracefully, leading Ergou in a respectful procession to greet the three individuals, stating, "Esteemed lord of the city, Lord Jaffer, honored High Shaman Vian, brave king of the barbarians. Warrior Taotie, I am Pinia, the staff priestess of the Southern Temple. This is my beloved apprentice, Soul Priestess Ari, and my somewhat inept grandson, the apprentice war priest Caesar. May I inquire how we, as a trio, may be of assistance?" The shaman naturally recognized them, and the lord of the city was equally taken by the enchanting presence of the serpent maiden. This was primarily directed towards Taotie. However, what Taotie said next nearly left everyone in a state of shock. "So you are the mentor of Priestess Ari. There is indeed a matter for which I require your assistance. I wish to marry Ari and make her the queen of my barbarian tribe." He then turned his fervent gaze toward Ari and implored, "I also ask that Priestess Ari consent to my proposal." The barbarian king's directness was astonishing. In such a setting, he boldly proposed marriage with a mere glance, truly characteristic of a barbarian king's approach. However, this declaration sent Ergou into a frenzy. The woman by his side was coveted by others as well. His eyebrows shot up in indignation, ready to confront Taotie, but was interrupted by Ari's voice. "Respected barbarian king, my life still holds unfinished tasks. I cannot journey to Moonstream Town at this time, nor can I accept the role of your queen." Ergou discreetly relaxed his grip on the bone he held, yet was taken aback when Taotie remained undeterred, continuing, "The position of queen will always be reserved for you. Miss Ari, Imperial Boro, did you not hear my mentor's refusal?" Ergou could no longer contain himself, pointing an oily finger at Taotie. The cold, unyielding gaze of Taotie, akin to that of a snow-capped mountain, regarded Ergou as one would a cadaver, while Ergou retaliated with a defiant stare reminiscent of a brash rogue. Ergou fancied himself as dashing as Chun Haonan from the underworld, yet in truth, he resembled the foolish ruffians loitering at the city gate. Jaffer exchanged a bewildered glance with the shaman, questioning how such a reckless young priest could speak without regard for the consequences. The shaman, equally perplexed, reprimanded Ergou, "Caesar, the barbarian king is our esteemed guest. How can you speak to a guest in such a manner? I command you, on behalf of the temple, to apologize to His Highness the barbarian king." At that moment, many in the hall began to notice the tense atmosphere. The recently embarrassed gentleman from the Fox tribe watched with glee, eager to see how Ergou would extricate himself from this predicament. Hearing this, Ergou turned and defiantly pointed at the ancient tortoise, exclaiming, "Oh, do take a break, Lord Ergou. At your advanced age, how can you still indulge in such frivolous pursuits?" The entire assembly was taken aback. Even the barbarian king, Taotie, regarded Ergou with a changed expression, pondering how this lad could be even more barbaric than himself. The shaman, upon hearing this, trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Ergou, stammering, you, but unable to articulate his next thought. Alia, while moved, also felt a twinge of fear and hurriedly apologized, exclaiming, my lord, Caesar has had too much to drink." She turned and pinched Ergou sharply, though the mirth in her eyes was undeniable. Ergou, understanding the situation, realized he needed to navigate this environment skillfully. He had indeed been a bit reckless earlier, yet allowing others to perceive him as a fool was not entirely disadvantageous. At least it deterred them from provoking him. Grinning, he swayed slightly, raised the wine goblet before him, and downed its contents in one gulp, saying, "My lord, I was merely speaking foolishly. Your virtues shine as brilliantly as those of Emperor Boros. Please do not hold it against me, just because you claim to be drunk. Does that absolve you? You insulted me, and that's the end of it." The shaman was about to erupt in anger when the city lord discreetly signaled him. Noticing that the other guests had turned their attention toward them, the shaman opted for a more restrained approach. After all, if this matter were to be scrutinized, the actions of their group were hardly commendable. He shot Ergou a fierce glare and gritted, "The god of war shall forgive you, my child. If you are indeed intoxicated, you should return home swiftly." Chapter 64. The harpy. The moonlight illuminated the cobblestone paths of the city as the banquet concluded in an awkward yet uneventful atmosphere. On the way back, Penia chastised Ergou, admonishing him for his unruly behavior at the feast. Ergou feigned indifference, while the beautiful serpent master, with indignation, pointed her delicate finger at his head, saying, "Do you understand that your trial location is determined by the temple, and your fief is decided by the city lord? Disregarding their dignity, do you think your life will be easy?" Only then did Ergou recall that he still had many people to rely on. However, after a moment of contemplation, he promptly adopted an attitude of carefree defiance, thinking, "It's already happened. Let whatever may come, come." Penia raised her eyebrows in disapproval and sharply swatted Ergou on the backside with her serpent tail, admonishing, "You are now a priest. Mind your words." Alia stifled a laugh nearby, while Lux cast a scornful glance, clearly unimpressed by his demeanor. The night passed without further incident, and Ergou and his companions rested at an inn. Early the next morning, he was summoned to the temple to receive his trial mission. Before formally joining the ranks of the war priests, every candidate must undergo a trial to ensure their capabilities, thus preventing any shortcomings during wartime. This process also serves as a safeguard for the priests, allowing them the option to withdraw from the trial, unlike the relentless nature of war. Ergou soon learned of his assignment: to report to the military encampment in the Forgotten Forest and assist the station troops in eliminating a group of harpies that had recently encroached upon their territory. According to Ergou's knowledge, the harpy is a fallen member of the Vastaya, who in ancient times belonged to the orc lineage. Unfortunately, as history progressed, they ultimately succumbed to corruption and retreated deep into the Forgotten Forest. The harpies are referred to as such because they are a matriarchal tribe. While there are males within their ranks, they serve merely as tools for reproduction and laborers. The male harpies are strikingly handsome, but lack combat prowess and wings. In contrast, the females possess the ability to soar through the skies, utilizing their sharp talons and bows to assault the ground below. Engaging them within the dense woodlands of the Forgotten Forest poses a formidable challenge. Moreover, the harpies are notorious for their promiscuity, with enchanting features and alluring figures. They resemble ethereal beings untouched by the mortal realm, yet they revel in matters of intimacy, even developing their own totemic beliefs. The fate of any orc captured in their territory is often tragic, reduced to mere skins. This demise is far from the seductive fantasies often imagined. Ergou's mission is to assist the station troops in investigating these matters and to expel the harpies. It must be said that this is a rather unscrupulous task. Ergou, unable to fly, would become an easy target against these aerial foes. The local garrison, primarily composed of bullfolk and bearfolk from the Burr tribe and the Pier tribe, while robust, would find themselves challenged by the bow-wielding harpies. Nevertheless, with orders issued, Ergou had no choice but to embark on this venture. Penia suggested abandoning this trial, clearly believing someone had orchestrated this challenge against Ergou. However, Ergou remained undeterred, embracing the adage that one must confront whatever obstacles arise. Although Ali was aware of Ergou's formidable powers, she was uncertain about how to address the aerial threats. She insisted on accompanying Ergou, but he initially refused. Yet, Ali's determination prevailed, and he ultimately acquiesced to her presence along with others. The day of departure soon arrived, and Minter Pena gifted Ergou and his companions a luxurious carriage. Their previous steed had met its demise in the chaotic battles of the Death Marshes, consumed by the group. Originally, a coachman had been arranged, but upon learning of their destination, the Forgotten Forest, he adamantly refused to proceed. It was not due to a lack of financial motivation. but rather the perilous journey through the Dalmor Plains, notorious for its banditry, which posed a death wish. Thus, Ergou and his party set forth. Pinya raised concerns regarding the safety of the group and wished to keep Ollie close, yet Ollie expressed unwavering trust in Ergou, insisting on venturing to the Forgotten Forest in pursuit of a powerful magical companion. With no other recourse, Pinya reluctantly consented. As they traversed the ancient path, strewn with stones, the group gradually distanced themselves from the walls of Juo Fortress, delving into the heart of the Dalmor Plains. As they ventured further into this desolate expanse, Ergou sensed an increasing number of eyes observing their every move. The avaricious gaze seemed as if it were intent on devouring the very group of travelers before it. Upon catching sight of Ari and Lux's astonishing beauty, this peculiar band of brigands appeared to be invigorated as if by a potent elixir. What manner of individuals are these? Ergou inquired, observing the ragged, diminutive figures with hunched backs and protruding eyes, resembling grotesque green creatures. Ari sighed and replied, "These are goblins, or as they are sometimes referred to, gremlins. In the annals of ancient history, goblins were once the epitome of civilization. They possessed a magnificent culture and were, at one time, the sovereigns of this land. However, eons ago, a mysterious virus began to spread among the goblins. Those afflicted experienced a regression in intellect, devolving into a primitive race governed by base instincts. Were the wise goblins still among us, with their splendid civilization and creativity? How could the void so brazenly invade the realm of Valoran? Countless years have elapsed, and the glory of the goblins has long since faded into the whispers of the wind, nearly forgotten. Only the remnants of Hextech still narrate tales of their once glorious civilization. Alas, Hextech has become a lost art, and the goblins, once bearers of a magnificent culture, have now been reduced to this pitiful state." With a gaze filled with pity, Ari looked towards the encroaching darkness, where the filthy, greedy, and grotesque green goblins lurked in the shadows, casting furtive glances in their direction. The setting sun bled crimson, its afterglow tinting the clouds with a rosy hue, gently cascading over the ancient path. On either side of the road, wild grasses swayed in the evening breeze, as if whispering secrets of bygone days. The deep ruts of the cart wheels carved into the ancient path appeared akin to strokes of history. And as the horse-drawn carriage moved further away, the tracks gradually faded into the golden dust beneath the twilight. Chapter 65. Goblin Bandits. The goblins, mostly small in stature, were apprehensive upon seeing the towering figures of Ergou and his companions, none daring to be the first to approach, instead trailing behind. As time passed, the sun dipped below the northern peaks of the Iron Spine Mountains. When night fell, Ergou settled Ari and Lux within the carriage, opting to sleep at the front. Rin and his companions formed a circle with their horses, kindled a campfire, and took turns keeping watch. In the distance, the goblins grew increasingly restless. The cloak of night emboldened the timid. It was unclear who first shouted, but soon the goblins erupted in raucous cries, resembling a horde of ants surging forward. Little did they know, the mastiffs possessed night vision far superior to that of day. Lux felt no fear of a mere handful of goblins, but the sheer mass of them sent shivers down her spine. She could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her should she fall into the hands of these filthy, lascivious creatures. Regret began to gnaw at her. Had she known, she would have preferred to remain in the fortified city of Juo. She never anticipated that the goblin bandits of the Dalmor Waste would be so numerous. Would this scant band of companions truly be sufficient to protect her? If capture were inevitable, she resolved to ensure her own swift end before it could transpire. Since departing from Baishur City, 12 valiant mastiff warriors have steadfastly followed Ergou, the esteemed priest to whom they have pledged their allegiance. Now, their wounds have healed, and their bodies have been thoroughly rested. The mastiff warriors brandish the gleaming long blades, each exceeding a meter in length, provided by Ergou. Under his instruction, each blade bears deep blood grooves, designed to swiftly drain the lifeblood of their foes. Additionally, serrated edges adorn the center of the blades, ensuring that a single thrust not only results in a spurt of blood but also tears away substantial flesh, potentially exposing entrails for the unfortunate. The weapon shop owner sweated profusely while modifying these lethal instruments, fearing that this seemingly fierce man from the dog clan might refuse payment and end his life with one swift stroke. Each modified blade cost a staggering 200 gold coins, leaving Ergou perilously close to bankruptcy. For a fleeting moment, while retrieving the coins, he contemplated evading the debt. After a round of haggling, the weapon shop owner generously affixed numerous sharp spikes to Ergou's black dragon staff, transforming it from a mere stick into a formidable mace, enhancing both its aesthetic appeal and combat efficacy. Now, it was time for someone to experience the taste of these deadly implements. As the goblins charged forth, they surged like a dark tide, seemingly intent on engulfing the solitary island before them. The diminutive goblins brandished wooden clubs, reminiscent of beggars' tools, as they confronted the glimmering blades. The towering mastiff warriors, nearly 2 meters in height, bore expressions as frigid as the snow-capped mountains. They swung their long blades with the grace of autumn winds sweeping away leaves, striking down upon the goblins, who were barely over a meter tall. The goblins' wooden weapons shattered upon contact, resembling children's toys. The razor-sharp blades then tore into the goblins' flesh with the ferocity of wolves among sheep, their screams and wails merging into a cacophony of despair. The 12 long blades became a whirling meat grinder. No matter how many goblins charged, they were met with a deluge of blood and the cold embrace of death. The anguished cries from outside the cart grew incessant, prompting Lux to turn away, unable to bear the sight. Ergou, however, remained an indifferent observer. Recognizing that this was the goblin's own choice, had he and his comrades faltered, their fate would scarcely have differed from that of the goblins. Soon, the frontline goblins realized that no matter how they charged, they could not breach the steel curtain of blades. Fear gradually quelled their greed, and the goblins in the front began to retreat, while those behind surged forward, their heavy footsteps, cries, and the sickening sounds of flesh being torn apart blending into a symphony of hell. The goblins gradually sensed that something was amiss. The scent of blood hung thick in the air, while the mastiff warriors stood resolute, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Their dark figures cast elongated shadows over the heads of the squat goblins. If these robust orcs had not fallen, from whence would the scent of blood emanate? As the flames spread, the truth soon became apparent. The lifeless bodies of their companions lay in a circular formation, while numerous goblins had been trampled to death. With a sudden shout, the goblins scattered like frightened birds, leaving behind a few remnants who had not yet succumbed, ignored by all. How absurd! What camaraderie could be expected from goblin brigands? Ergou dismounted from the cart, commanding the houndsmen to sever the tendons of the remaining goblins, subsequently hanging them from the nearby stunted trees. Kaisa, is this not rather cruel? Ollie expressed his discomfort. Cruel? If we were captured, our enemies would be far more merciless. It was evident that Ergou intended to convey to the goblins of the wasteland that their group was not to be trifled with. Although for Ergou and his companions, these feeble goblins were little more than ants, the persistent harassment posed a risk. A sudden ambush could prove exceedingly detrimental. By the following day, the number of goblins had noticeably diminished, yet a few scouts still trailed behind. Are these fools still following us? Ergou pondered if he had been too lenient. After some contemplation, Ollie remarked, Kaisa, these goblins may have a patron. A patron? What kind of patron? The trolls. The trolls, an ancient race, once served as enforcers and slaves for the goblins in days of yore. However, their roles had since reversed, revealing the capricious nature of history. Trolls are towering beings. An adult troll could easily engage in combat with a bear warrior of the Bill tribe, unlike the fragile goblins. Yet, their voracious appetites can lead them to consume humans, and during the scarcity of winter, they might even resort to feasting upon their goblin subordinates. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, they would never harm goblins. Despite their lack of hygiene, they disdain the goblins for their foul odor and unsightliness. I prefer to season my meals when I consume humans, they would remark, smacking their lips. Chapter 66. The ogre brew. As Ollie had foretold, before lunchtime, a few hulking figures revealed their massive heads, and some even sported two. These were two-headed ogres, possessing even greater strength. Ergou surveyed the ogres with interest. Their tattered garments suggested they were not faring well. The number of these ogres was scant, perhaps a mere dozen, adorned with long tusks, some of which were broken. Their weapons were a haphazard collection of axes, swords, and clubs, all evidently pilfered. Ergou kindled a fire, roasting a piece of hind leg from a chapeau beast, and retrieved fresh bread he had recently purchased, spreading melted cheese evenly upon it. The succulent chunks of meat sizzled and dripped with grease, cascading into the flames and releasing a plume of blue smoke. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, prompting Ergou to hear the unmistakable sound of saliva being swallowed. Reinhard could not help but acknowledge that the boss possessed an extraordinary appreciation for food, and he was never stingy with his followers, always sharing whatever was available and never reserving anything for himself. Reinhard felt as though he had gained weight merely days after entering the city. However, there was a slight drawback. The boss had procured a batch of tobacco and crafted cigars, indulging in one after each meal, proclaiming, "A smoke after a meal is better than being a living deity." Though he did not fully grasp the meaning of a deity, he found great pleasure in the act of smoking a cigar. The thought of being bestowed with an entire cigar from the boss was simply delightful. As the tantalizing scent of the food intensified, the trolls could no longer contain themselves, and the goblins beneath them urged the trolls to attack, hoping to scavenge some leftovers after the battle to satiate their empty stomachs. The trolls surrounded Ergou and his companions, prompting Reinhard and the others to silently grasp their long blades, their expressions as cold as the monsoon winds sweeping across the arid plains. The dogmen were notoriously protective of their food, and for trolls to dare attack at such a moment was a testament to their audacity. With a fierce shout, the trolls charged towards Ergou and his group, shaking the ground with their thunderous footsteps. The goblins followed closely behind, though their formation was chaotic, with some eager ones racing ahead, only to be met with the sickening sound of a goblin being crushed underfoot by a troll. In the trolls' walnut-sized brains, they naturally assumed that their size alone granted them the power to easily overpower the dogmen warriors, who were shorter by half a head. Moreover, they held a numerical advantage, often facing 2 dogmen to 1 troll, leading them to believe victory was assured. The battle commenced swiftly. The dogmen warriors, though not as robust as their adversaries, were forced to evade the massive wooden clubs swung by the trolls. As the dogmen retreated, the goblins grew increasingly exhilarated, squeaking like rodents as they charged forward. The warrior of the Mastiff tribe deftly evaded the onslaught and stepped forward, aiming a strike at the bulging belly of the ogres. Though these ogres were dim-witted, their ability to survive in the wild was not to be underestimated. Realizing the danger, the ogres swiftly raised their massive weapons to block the glinting blade of the warrior's longsword. Some of the slower ones bored deep gashes across their bellies, yet their thick layers of fat served as natural armor, preventing any critical damage. One side was robust and powerful, while the other was agile and nimble. For a brief period, neither could vanquish the other. However, as time wore on, the ogres, lacking in finesse, began to falter. The warrior's gaze grew increasingly frigid, while the ogres accumulated more injuries. Each wound was not fatal, yet under the modifications implemented by Lord Caesar, the continual bleeding from these injuries resembled the slow draining of a bull's life force. One particularly aged ogre, seemingly more astute than the rest, blinked his murky eyes and spotted Ergou, who had remained outside the fray. The mastiffs had encircled the wagon, yet this foolish rogue did not seek refuge inside. Instead, he lingered, preparing his evening meal. To the ogres, the meager amount of food he was cooking appeared merely a trivial dessert for himself. While his robust limbs promised a delightful taste, the ogre, named Brew, bellowed in a comical manner, brandishing his shattered axe as he charged towards Ergou's head. Brew, with his azure skin, once commanded a tribe but had been usurped by a younger leader and cast out, wandering into the company of these marauding ogres. At that moment, Brew was perplexed as to why the rogue before him made no attempt to evade his charge, nor did any of the normally united orcs come to assist him. Clang! Soon, Brew's massive axe collided violently with Ergou's newly forged spiked club, resulting in a resounding crack as the already fractured axe splintered apart. Brew was thrown to the ground, while Ergou remained seated, nonchalantly lifting his club, scarcely casting a glance at his opponent. Before the ogre could recover from the shock, Ergou stood and, with a swift and deceptive kick, sent him reeling, leaving him unable to rise. Brew felt as if he had been struck by a charging bull, the pain radiating through him as if his intestines were on the verge of rupturing. He could hardly fathom the immense strength possessed by this rogue. Without pause, Ergou lifted his foot once more and delivered a powerful kick to Brew's temple, plunging the old ogre into darkness. When Brew finally regained consciousness, he found that only 5 of his companions remained standing. The rest lay lifeless in pools of blood, while the terrifying rogue paced before him, brandishing a blood-soaked black spiked club. These bandits posed a threat that could not be allowed to persist. They must be eradicated. Upon hearing this, Ali felt a pang of compassion. Caesar, we have already taken the lives of too many. Is this not an act of cruelty? Huh. My dear Ali, Caesar replied. What if they seek out other ogres or launch a surprise attack on us with arrows? We cannot maintain constant vigilance. Ali opened her mouth, realizing Caesar was right, and turned her head away, unable to bear the weight of the situation. The other ogres were oblivious, but Brew, an elderly ogre fluent in the language of the beast men, understood perfectly. He hastily spoke in his halting Orcish. Kind master, spare me. I possess strength and can be of great service. I am far more useful than a mere beast. Please, keep me by your side. Ergou was taken aback by this and turned to scrutinize Brew, exclaiming, Well, I did not expect to encounter someone of such culture. Chapter 67. The Wolf Cavalry. This demonstrates just how invaluable the mastery of a foreign tongue can be. In this regard, the priests have saved themselves considerable effort. Through the awakening of wisdom, certain knowledge among the priests can be passed down through generations. Ergou, who had struggled for a semester to memorize the 26 letters, transformed into a scholar through this enlightenment. Observing the ogre's imposing physique, Ergou realized he indeed lacked a servant for menial tasks, such as mucking out and feeding the house. He beckoned to Rengar, who handed him a long blade. "What is your name?" Ergou asked. A cigar clenched between his teeth. Lux's fingertips glimmered with a faint white light as she ignited it for him. "Responding to my lord, I am called Brew." Brew gazed at the strong and somewhat roguish figure before him, doubting his own eyes. Why did the beautiful maid of this lord possess fingers that emitted a fiery white glow? Could she be a sorceress? Oh heavens! They dare to abduct a party of adventurers accompanied by a sorceress. They are courting death. Moreover, his followers were formidable indeed. "Brew, go and sever their heads." Ergou commanded, swiftly embedding the blade into the ground before Brew, coldly regarding him. Stunned, Brew glanced at the 4 ogres beside him, trembling as he reached for the hilt, yet he could not draw it. Ergou, not inclined to waste words, made a throat-cutting gesture and turned to leave. Seeing the cold, bloodthirsty gazes of Rengar and the others, Brew immediately knelt and cried out, "My lord, I will do it. I will do it." Ergou turned back, revealing a devilish smile. "That's right, now you are a good child." With trembling hands, Brew understood that while they had engaged in the slaughter of their kin before, facing the blade raised by one who had just been a comrade stirred a twinge of guilt within him. Now, there was no turning back. At this moment, Ali approached Ergou, swaying her snowy white tail, and sweetly said, "Caesar, let us depart swiftly. The Seine River lies ahead, and I wish to freshen up." Upon hearing the alluring voice of the Fox clan, Brew's lascivious instincts stirred within him, and he secretly glanced at Ali's tail, quietly erecting a tent. This scene was observed by Ergou, who let out a cold laugh and commanded, "Brew, lift your head." Brew complied, raising his gaze to meet the eyes of his master, who was notably shorter than him, and promptly bowed his body. Ergou picked up the remnants of his cigarette and forcefully pressed it against Brew's groin. "Ah, a slave must possess the consciousness of a slave. Allow me to mark you." This cigarette, but was originally meant for Rengar, now lost to him, which led the ogre to harbor resentment against Rengar, receiving several harsh kicks in return. As dusk approached, the group finally reached the banks of the Seine River. Upon crossing this river, they would continue northward to the edge of the Forgotten Forest. With nightfall imminent, they decided to set up camp by the banks of the Seine. The Seine River originates from the Iron Spine Mountains, flows southward before curving eastward, traversing the Dalmor wasteland to reach the Noxian Empire, and then continues eastward until it meets the sea. At this time of evening, the clear waters of the Seine resembled a delicate painting, exuding an endless tranquility, as golden sunlight bathed the river, harmoniously blending with the vast, crimson expanse of the wasteland. Ergou took a sip of the sweet Seine water, puzzled. With such abundant water, why is there nothing but some weeds and stunted trees on both banks? Lux beside him rolled her eyes. "How can you not know this? Aren't you the learned priest?" Ergou paid her no mind, delving into his memory, and indeed found information regarding the Dalmor wasteland. It turned out that the soil here was shallow and rich in heavy metals, making it difficult for most plants to thrive. As a result, herders would occasionally come to graze their livestock. However, due to the presence of bandits, even they had gradually ceased to come here. Prior to crossing the Seine, these bandits were somewhat restrained, as the Orc kingdom would periodically send troops to suppress them. Yet, once they crossed the Seine, aside from the military outposts leading to the Forgotten Forest, it could be said that there were no good people left, only a den of thieves. The bandits who attacked Ergou were akin to locusts after autumn, their days of recklessness numbered. Though they appeared numerous, they were merely scattered mercenaries, easily vanquished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to risk annihilation by retreating to the western bank of the river. As dawn broke the next day, the group set out once more. Near noon, they were unexpectedly halted by a cloud of dust raised by a troop of soldiers. This was a squad of wolf riders, known for their discipline and bravery, serving as the backbone of the kingdom's cavalry. The massive wolves beneath the riders glared fiercely at Ergou and his companions, their sharp teeth glistening with drool, claws digging into the loose, red soil beneath them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The wolf riders questioned coldly, brandishing their wolf blades. The warriors of the Mastiff clan, with their thick and long hair, were conspicuously noticeable, making them easy targets. Thus, Ergou took it upon himself last night to shave their heads with a long knife, and even Bobo had his long fur trimmed short. Now, with his cropped hair, it was truly difficult to discern his race. In contrast, Ergou's facial features remained distinctly recognizable, bearing a mischievous and rogue-like expression. With a three-pronged black nose that did not suggest a virtuous character, he was quite vexed by the condescending manner in which others spoke to him. I was walking just fine, yet you obstructed my path. I did not inquire about you. So why do you presume to question my identity? Who are you? What is your purpose? Ergou retorted with a sidelong glance. The captain of the wolf cavalry was taken aback by such audacity in the wilderness, and a surge of indignation welled up within him as he declared loudly, boldly spoken. It seems there are ogre accomplices. Clearly, a band of ruffians and scoundrels. Seize them. With that, he brandished his wolf knife, and the wolf riders swiftly encircled Ergou and his companions. Clang, clang. However, Rain and his comrades were not to be underestimated. They swiftly drew their sidearms, casting cold glares at the encroaching wolf cavalry, showing no signs of retreat. Brew was thoroughly alarmed. He had not anticipated that the Lord would dare confront the regular army. According to Captain Rain, the Lord was a priest, was he not? What are you doing? Put down your weapons at once. Ollie and Laxus emerged from the wagon, and upon witnessing the scene, Ollie admonished Rain and Garl to disarm. Yet, Rain and Garl seemed oblivious, maintaining their combat stance, ready to strike a lethal blow at the approaching wolf riders. Ergou hoisted his mace onto his shoulder, puffing on a cigar, tilting his head as he regarded the wolf cavalry with a sidelong glance. Bobo also leaped from Ollie's embrace, landing on Ergou's shoulder and throwing a series of mock punches, ready to retaliate should their adversaries make the first move. Ergou was confident that the Sena River would wash away everything, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 68. The Yordle village. Just as tensions escalated and the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, a lean officer stepped forth from the ranks of the wolf cavalry. In stark contrast to the robust wolf riders, this officer appeared quite distinct. Esteemed Miss Fox, may I inquire where you are headed? He politely addressed Ollie, evidently recognizing her as the leader of the group. Ollie removed her outer garment, revealing the ceremonial robes of a high priest. Brave knight, I am Ollie Lena, the sole priestess of the kingdom, accompanied by the in-turn war priest Caesar, en route to the Forgotten Forest for trials. Upon seeing Ollie's white priestly robes, the wolf riders exchanged glances and, in unison, sheathed their weapons, dismounting to bow before her. We honor your presence, esteemed priest. May the god of war be with you. Ergou was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the elevated status of priests within the kingdom. Indeed, he had never regarded his own priestly identity with much weight. His pursuit of becoming a priest had merely been a means to acquire land. Observing the situation, Rain and Garl also sheathed their weapons. The slender man did not descend from the wolf's back. Instead, he removed his gloves and made a gesture of placing his hand upon his chest, introducing himself. I have met Lord Ari. I am the captain of this squadron, Beckman Kalen. Ari observed the man's hands, which bore a reddish hue and exhibited severe atrophy, and suddenly realized, you are the Shaloman priest. The god of war is with you, Captain Beckman. The Shaloman priest is a unique figure among the wolf clan, distinguished from the warriors, for these individuals are born with disabilities in their hands. However, they possess extraordinary intellect and a high probability of comprehending a battle hymn unique to the wolf clan, known as the Berserker's Song. This hymn is effective solely on the wolves, enhancing their speed and strength while numbing their pain, albeit at the cost of a degree of lost rationality. The Shaloman priests also wield the soothing song, which calms the berserk warriors of the clan. For these reasons, the Shaloman priest has become the brain of the wolf cavalry. Yet, since their battle hymns only affect their own kin, the temple does not recognize their priestly status. Thus, Shaloman priest remains merely an unofficial title. The absence of a Shaloman priest in the wolf clan is akin to a pack of wolves devoid of a brain, a sentiment that serves as the most earnest and honorable appraisal of their role. Beckman then inquired, Lord Ari, where is the Caesar priest? This is the Caesar priest. Ari replied, pointing to Ergou, who was shouldering a wolf fawn club while enjoying a cigar. Beckman rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yet Ari continued to indicate the unruly figure before him. Damn it! Ergou exclaimed, revealing the priestly robe beneath his attire. The wolf cavalry exchanged glances, and despite their reluctance, they ultimately bowed in respect, declaring, We have met the esteemed Caesar priest. Ergou basked in their reverence, relishing the feeling of being regarded as a scholar. During lunch, Ergou treated everyone to a reasonably sumptuous meal. Following this, the attitude of the wolf cavalry toward him underwent a complete transformation. After all, the palateless hardtack could hardly compare to the delectable bread and roasted meats. After enjoying a cigar gifted by Ergou, Beckman began to indulge in camaraderie, calling Ergou brother as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Ari observed this scene with discontent, believing Ergou was employing a sugar-coated approach to win hearts. A true priest should inspire their people, not rely on roasts and cigars. Ergou, however, scoffed at this notion, asserting that providing good food and drink was the essence of true faith. Everything else was mere nonsense. With that, he lifted a piece of bread and proclaimed, "For the god of war! For the god of war!" The crowd echoed his sentiment. Upon hearing this heretical statement, Ari contemplated a rebuttal, yet as she beheld the laughter and joy surrounding her, a silence enveloped her. In a dimly lit corner, the ogre brew feasted with a gluttonous smile, his face glistening with grease. Despite the frequent scoldings and kicks from his master, who had even tossed him into the brisk river for a cold bath that very morning, Brew found solace in the abundance of food and drink bestowed upon him, making this place akin to paradise. Even if urged to flee, he would remain steadfast. "What are you up to, Beckman?" inquired Ergou as he swaggered alongside Beckman, puffing out clouds of smoke. Although Beckman still grappled with the notion that this imposing figure was indeed a priest, he held a fondness for him, particularly for the cigars tucked within his pocket. "Lord Caesar, we have received a distress signal from a Yordle village. They are under attack by beasts and require our assistance." "A Yordle village? I had no idea there were villages around here," Ergou responded, his curiosity piqued. "Aren't you headed to the Forgotten Forest?" "We're conveniently traveling the same path. You'll see when we arrive." Ergou nodded slowly in acknowledgement. The fierce warrior hounds mounted their wolf steeds, significantly increasing their pace. And before dusk fell, they arrived at the Yordle village Beckman had mentioned. Nestled at the forest's edge, a narrow path was faintly visible. Just as Ergou was about to proceed, Beckman quickly halted him. "Lord Caesar, the path is laden with poisonous mushrooms that could explode upon contact. It would be prudent to have the villagers guide us in." Indeed, the small entrance was concealed with numerous explosive mushroom traps. The mere mention of poisonous mushrooms sent a wave of discomfort through Ergou's stomach, for he harbored a deep-seated fear of such things. Beckman launched a signal flare, and soon a diminutive figure, about a meter tall with a cherubic face, emerged. "Why send a child?" Ergou questioned, bemused by the village chief's apparent lack of reliability. The fluffy creature perched on his shoulder blinked curiously at the small being. Beckman chuckled. "Lord Caesar, adult Yordles are typically only about a meter tall. This one is among the taller in their village." Intrigued by the village, Ergou, upon cautiously arriving at the entrance, was met with a wave of nausea. Before them stood vibrant, towering mushrooms, each approximately human height, adorned with doors and windows, through which sorrowful faces peeked out. Upon spotting Beckman, the Yordles erupted in joyous cries, rushing forth to share their plight. An elderly, white-bearded figure, weeping profusely, lunged at Beckman, leaving trails of tears and snot upon him. After listening attentively, Ergou began to piece together the situation. The Yordles were a race that cherished their existence in harmony with nature, reveling in delectable food and fine wines. They had mastered the cultivation of mushrooms, which served various purposes: poisonous mushrooms for protection, large mushrooms for construction, fragrant mushrooms for brewing, and meat-like mushrooms that surpassed actual meat in taste. It can be said that no one understands mushrooms better than the Yordles. Under their meticulous culinary craftsmanship, not only mushrooms, but any ingredient can be transformed into unimaginable delicacies. Even the cacti of the wasteland can become exquisite dishes in the hands of the Yordles. The reason the Yordle elder sought Beckman's assistance this time was due to a gigantic model tortoise that had invaded their plantation, nearly ravaging their precious aromatic mushrooms that they had painstakingly cultivated for an entire year. Without these mushrooms, they would be unable to brew their beloved mushroom wine, a predicament that could spell doom for the Yordles. Unfortunately, this colossal creature was immensely formidable. Physical attacks proved futile, and even the toxic mushroom assaults had a hallucinogenic effect, further invigorating its mental state. In sheer desperation, the Yordles turned to Beckman for help, promising to bestow 5 gallons of mushroom wine upon the wolf cavalry if they could drive away the beast. Upon hearing this, the wolf cavalry could not suppress the sound of saliva cascading down their throats. To the beastmen soldiers, wine was an exceedingly precious and coveted commodity. Every valiant beastman warrior yearned for fine wine to quench their thirst. Alas, with the meager agricultural yield of the orcs, producing a substantial quantity of wine was simply impossible. Protecting the Yordle village was, after all, our duty, Beckman remarked politely as he swallowed hard. Chapter 69. The Armored Dragon Tortoise. Upon arriving at the Backhills plantation, it became evident that the 5 gallons of wine were not easily obtained. Before them stood a gargantuan model covered in sharp spikes. A creature as large as a small mountain. Though it was not as tall as Galio, its broad base exuded an imposing presence. At that moment, the colossal model was leisurely devouring the yordle's aromatic mushrooms, occasionally flicking its spiked tail, which swept away swathes of mushrooms with each movement. At this rate, within half a day, not a single aromatic mushroom would remain. "Captain, you must stop it," the elder cried, clinging to Beckman's garments as he could no longer contain his distress upon witnessing the devastation of the plantation. Beckman gasped. This was a plated dragon tortoise from another dimension. The Forgotten Forest, as a site of ancient battles, occasionally revealed fleeting rifts in time and space, through which creatures from other realms would traverse to the runic continent. Left with no choice, Beckman steeled himself to organize an offensive. Wolf cavalry, assemble. With Beckman's command, the wolf cavalry lined up in formation. Soon, the battle hymn of the washing war song began to echo across the vast plantation, the soldiers' muscles visibly swelling, while their war wolves anxiously pawed at the ground beneath them, the wolf blades reflecting a cold glimmer in the sunlight. Wolf cavalry, charge! At the command, the cavalry split into 2 squads and launched a fierce assault. Harnessing the formidable power of the wolf riders' charge, the cavalry wielded their gleaming wolf blades, striking fiercely at the unarmored regions of the dragon tortoise. Clang, clang. The sharp edges of the wolf blades met the creature's skin, producing not the expected sound of flesh being cleaved, but rather a resonant metallic ring. It turned out that the dragon tortoise's hide was encrusted with scales, akin to those of a dragon. The armored dragon tortoise, disturbed from its afternoon repose, was evidently incensed, letting out a furious howl and swinging its spiked tail towards the undeterred wolf riders. Ergou, witnessing the tortoise's enraged roar, instinctively sensed the looming peril. Retreat. As the words barely escaped his lips, the tail's spikes lashed out towards a small contingent of wolf riders. The cavalry, known for their swift assaults, were unable to halt their advance. Their flesh and blood met the spikes with a sickening thud, resulting in a gruesome display. A few seasoned veterans, demonstrating greater skill, attempted to maneuver their mounts away from the impending doom, the sound of cracking bones echoing as their wolves flailed, exposing their white, fragile limbs to the air before collapsing. Everyone had underestimated the seemingly lethargic giant's swiftness. In mere moments, the wolf riders were left with devastating casualties. The dragon tortoise, with its murky, bulbous eyes, surveyed the fallen and wounded riders, its spiked tail whipping through the air, bringing forth a tempest of blood and carnage once more. Retreat, Beckman bellowed. Yet the wolf riders did not falter. Drenched in the blood of their comrades, they bravely grasped their wolf blades, resolutely standing before their fallen mounts. The wolf warriors had never abandoned their companions, especially those loyal steeds they had shared countless days with. As the onlookers turned their faces away, unable to bear the sight of such tragedy, a flash of white lightning surged towards the tortoise's tail. By the time Beckman discerned what this streak of light was, his eyes widened in shock, nearly falling from their sockets. At some point, the roguish priest of the dog clan had produced a black wolf fong mace from seemingly thin air and charged at the colossal tortoise. Ergou, clad in a white priestly robe, resembled a released arrow as he held the black mace aloft amidst the gasps of the crowd, streaking like a meteor to collide violently with the tortoise's spiked tail. A thunderous boom resonated as the dragon tortoise's tail halted abruptly before the wolf riders, while Ergou found his feet embedded in the earth, sinking to his ankles. A howl of pain escaped the dragon tortoise, seizing the opportunity. Ergou conjured a 10-foot-tall clay golem, its massive fists poised to deliver a devastating blow to the tortoise's head. Despite the tortoise's tough exterior, the force of the strike disoriented it, and in the instant its head struck the ground, Ergou reappeared before it like a specter, delivering a resounding smash to its forehead with the wolf fong mace. The dragon turtle was struck with a tremendous blow, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Following that, successive blows rained down upon it like a tempest, and it was impossible to ascertain how many times it was hit. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, the dragon turtle's head was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh splattered about, with scarcely a sound of agony escaping its lips before its brain matter pooled on the ground. Ergou summoned the clay figure, probing through the remnants of the dragon turtle's brain, and uncovered a black pearl along with a green magic crystal. He shook off the grime and swaggered around the dragon turtle. Meanwhile, the rest of the spectators were still in disbelief, realizing that the battle had been decisively concluded by Ergou's swift actions. Lord Kaiser, perplexed, found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin his critiques. However, as a professional soldier, he instinctively took the necessary actions. First, he dispelled the bloodthirsty state of the wolf cavalry. Then he organized the group to tend to the wounded and assess the casualties. Ergou observed Beckman's conduct with approval, recognizing him as a competent officer. The wolf cavalry members suddenly felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled their audacity to confront this formidable individual at noon. In truth, Ergou had reaped significant benefits from this encounter. The armored dragon turtle, despite its size and thick hide, posed no true threat to him. For someone endowed with the might of a dragon and elephant, it was akin to a turtle meeting its match. Ergou assessed the turtle's shell, noting its formidable hardness. His wolf knife merely left a faint mark upon it. Why expose the Model S head? He chuckled while patting the shell. After circling the dragon turtle, he found no other treasures aside from the enormous shell, which was so large, approximately 15 feet in diameter, that its utility remained uncertain. He decided to set it aside for now. Just as Ergou prepared to deal with the colossal turtle carcass, a ripple of temporal energy surged through the plantation. Suddenly, a pair of enormous claws emerged, followed by the lumbering figure of a bumbling white-furred giant bear. This colossal creature matched the turtle in size, its white fur bristling as it stomped across the ground, sending tremors through the earth. "I, Emperor Buello," Ergou exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the great white bear, wondering how each creature seemed to surpass the last in enormity. The Yodel elder nearly fainted, bewildered by the emergence of two super beasts in succession within the plantation. Chapter 70. The Arctic behemoth Ergou swung his arm, intent on executing a decisive strike against the great white bear before it could react. "Kaiser, wait!" Ali cried out urgently. Turning back in confusion, Ergou saw Ali beckoning him closer. Upon his arrival, Ali remarked, "Though I have never seen the magical pets of a martial god, look at the bear's embroidered likeness on my sleeve," pointing to the bear-shaped design. "Doesn't it resemble the Arctic behemoth that vanished thousands of years ago?" Upon hearing Ali's observation, Ergou couldn't help but agree, noting the resemblance. "Since it has already become extinct, what then is this great white bear?" Ali corrected, stating that it is not extinct, but rather vanished. "The Rune continent is vast. Who can say where they might have gone? Perhaps they have ventured into another realm." Ergou nodded, pondering Ali's implication. Ali continued, suggesting that since Caesar possesses no magical companion, he might attempt to use the spirit song to tame this colossal beast. "Remember, you must pour your genuine affection into the song," she advised. Ergou felt a surge of excitement at her words. Once he established his territory, military strength would be of paramount importance. However, with only a handful of followers and 4 clay giants at his disposal, the summoning time was limited to merely 5 minutes per appearance. While they instilled great intimidation, relying on them for substantial action was unrealistic. If he could secure such a giant beast as his magical pet, it would be nothing short of splendid. Yet, what did it mean to imbue the song with love? "Perhaps you should be the one to tame this beast," Ergou mused, recognizing that Ali was more in need of a powerful magical companion than he was. He already had Mao Qiao, though not his magical pet. Their bond was exceptionally close, surpassing that of a typical master and pet. Moreover, Mao Qiao's combat prowess was formidable, akin to a smaller version of himself. The battles they had recently faced in White Cliff City and the Death Marshes demonstrated that Mao Qiao's individual combat ability rivaled that of a high-tier magical beast. Surprisingly, Ali shook her head, asserting, "Magical beasts also choose their companions. Your elemental power exceeds mine, which increases the likelihood of success. You must act swiftly, or it may wreak havoc again." Upon hearing this, Ergou ceased to hesitate. He opened his voice, following Ali's guidance, and earnestly poured his emotions into the spirit song. Beckman, observing from the side, was taken aback, realizing that Lord Caesar was indeed a priest. Ergou's spirit song resonated with strength and vitality, swiftly capturing the attention of the great white bear. He sensed a subtle connection forming between his emotions and the colossal creature before him, gradually perceiving the bear's thoughts. However, at that moment, Ergou's elemental power experienced a violent surge, threatening to sever the tenuous link he had established. Elemental curse, he thought angrily. Fortunately, the priest's song bore no backlash. It did not endanger his life or require the use of elemental powers. Yet, having undergone the spirit song once, the Arctic giant beast would likely lack the patience to forge another connection with anyone else, and everyone would need to prepare for battle again. Just as Beckman was poised to strategize for combat, another voice unexpectedly arose, startling him. He turned to see Ali, the priestess, continuing the latter part of Caesar's song. "This is an exceedingly perilous action. Although the priestly battle song typically does not backfire, Singing in harmony with other songs can easily disrupt one's elemental powers, as the elemental energies of each differ significantly. This is particularly true unless they share a mentor-student relationship enlightened by wisdom. Even then, it remains fraught with danger. As the esteemed priestess Ari joined the fray, Ergou's battle song regained its steadiness, while Beckman found himself once again astounded by the spectacle before him. Having traversed this path before, Beckman discerned that the bond between these two individuals was rather extraordinary, often exhibiting tender affection and, at times, embracing one another. To his astonishment, they were revealed to be mentor and disciple. Was this not an instance of impropriety? Regardless, the battle song ultimately reached its conclusion, resulting in the Arctic behemoth choosing to forge a pact with one of the two. Ergou glared at the great bear in indignation, for he sensed that the bear's choice was influenced by its perception of his appearance, deeming him too unattractive. What an absurdity! However, Ergou also realized that the bear shared a deeper psychological connection with Ari, perhaps a bond that had existed since the time of their ancestors a millennium ago. Together, they completed a spiritual battle song, unprecedented in its resonance. Ergou's feelings were peculiar. Through the bear, he inexplicably established a psychological link with Ari, enabling them to perceive each other's innermost thoughts whenever the bear was present. Alas, he lamented, he could no longer secretly admire beautiful women. Caesar. Ari seemingly heard Ergou's silent musings and admonished him playfully. Perhaps it would be best to dispatch this great bear. Just then, the Arctic behemoth began to gather a sphere of lightning at the center of its paw, its gaze seemingly one of boastfulness. Averlosa, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. For this was no ordinary Arctic behemoth. It had consumed a lightning rune. In nature, some natural runes exist sporadically, often discovered by magical beasts in secluded forests. The Arctic behemoth, known for its habit of devouring snow, had fortuitously ingested a lightning rune, allowing it to connect with the element of lightning, transforming it from a single-element beast into a dual-element one. Originally classified as an ice elemental beast, the Arctic behemoth possessed the least damaging magic among various forms of magic. However, the current circumstances had shifted dramatically. Ergou could not help but imagine the expressions of those who, amidst a snowstorm, would discover that the falling flakes were not snow but lightning. At that moment, the Arctic behemoth proudly acquired a new honorific title, Indomitable Thunder. Ergou felt a fleeting sense of dread. Had he rashly launched an attack moments ago, he might have been reduced to charred remains by the great white bear's wrath. "I debaluo," Ergou exclaimed, momentarily dazed, before lifting Ari in exuberance. "Ha! We now possess an epic magical beast." Ali was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected delight. After countless years, it seemed that this was the sole instance of an immortal thunder signing a pact with a priest. Even the war god's magical pet was merely an ordinary Arctic behemoth. Once Ali regained composure, he realized he was tightly embraced by Ergou, and notably, it was before so many onlookers. Beckman cast a gaze filled with palpable curiosity and intrigue at the two. "Let me down, Caesar," Ali exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. The Arctic behemoth, having reveled in its triumph, gathered around the corpse of the dragon turtle, sniffed at it, and decisively tore off one of its front claws, devouring it with gusto. It turned out that it had pursued this dragon turtle all along. Ergou chuckled as he set Ali down, producing his black turtle pearl, curiously bringing it to his nose to inhale its potent aroma, nearly staggering from the intoxicating scent. "What is this? Why does it smell so strong of liquor?" The Yordle elder, upon catching wind of this, hurried toward Ergou, his large eyes fixated on the turtle pearl in Ergou's hand. "Sir, may I have a look at it?" "What are you doing?" "This is my trophy," Ergou replied, somewhat displeased as the Yordle elder pressed closer to him. "My apologies, sir. It's just that this pearl seems to be the legendary liquor pearl, and I simply cannot contain my excitement," the elder said, rubbing his hands together, bowing slightly beside Ergou. Even after learning that Ergou and Ali were priests, he did not exhibit overt reverence. However, his eagerness to glimpse the so-called liquor pearl rendered him quite obsequious. "This is mine. Why are you so excited?" Ergou said, preparing to tuck it away. Sir. The elder was nearly in tears, gripping Ergou's clothing. "This dragon turtle must have consumed countless liquor-scented mushrooms to have produced this pearl. If you could lend it to me for 10 days. Oh no, just 5 days. I promise to brew the finest wine in the world for you. You can take everything else. Just leave us a little of the final product, will you?" "Not lending." Ergou was becoming increasingly vexed by the elder's persistent grip. "Why are you like this, sticking to me like glue?" He attempted to free himself from the elder's hold. "Sir, how about this? I will send our village's finest chef, Timo, to accompany you, preparing meals for you. All you need to do is have his assistant bring back some original brew soaked with the liquor pearl when they return to the village. The pearl, when placed in water overnight, produces an abundance of original brew. It won't cost you anything, sir. Let go. Quickly let go. Who needs you to cook for me? Ergou exclaimed in frustration. Captain Batman regarded Ergou with a look of disbelief. My Lord Caesar, do you realize that although the Yordles are diminutive in stature, they are remarkably obstinate? There isn't a single Yordle chef in the Lord's mansion of Juo Fortress. Only a few reside within the palace. A concession made in exchange for the kingdom's promise to protect their village. Now that the elder has offered to have the head chef prepare a meal for you, you would refuse. You must understand, they're the finest chefs across the continent. At this moment, the Yordle elder presented a platter of grilled frog legs. Hastily imploring Ergou, my lord, would you taste the culinary artistry of the Yordles before turning me down? With a hint of skepticism, Ergou accepted the succulent frog leg held high by the elder and, upon tasting it, was immediately enveloped by its rich, savory flavor. In comparison, his own roasted meat felt like an affront to the deceased Shabu beast. Delicious. Indeed, it is exquisite, Ergou exclaimed, smacking his lips as he stuffed a handful of frog meat into the mouth of his companion, Mao Qiao. Here, try this. Mao Qiao's eyes lit up as he savored the dish, clutching the platter with unyielding determination. Ergou then offered a taste to Ali, who nodded in approval, while Lux sulked nearby, her discontent palpable. What is so great about it? Have you ever tasted something truly delectable? Humph. Without further ado, Ergou, with greasy fingers, pried open her mouth and thrust several pieces of frog legs inside. Lux, now compelled, joined the fray for the delectable frog legs. The Yordle elder chuckled, observing Ergou and his companions. My lord, this is merely the fare prepared by our third-tier chefs. What do you think? Third-tier chefs? Ergou thought, astonished, but feigning reluctance. He remarked while picking at the morsels lodged between his teeth. It's tolerable. I suppose I can reluctantly acquiesce. Reluctantly? Batman mused inwardly, thinking, you certainly know how to take advantage and still play coy. Before long, a young lad named Timo was brought forth. He, too, was short in stature, with a cherubic face and perpetually smiling eyes. My lord, Timo is not only a chef but also a warrior, highly skilled in the use of blow darts and poisonous mushrooms. Timo snapped to attention, declaring, Timo at your service. Ergou smiled at the diminutive figure, not expecting him to engage in frontline combat. You need not concern yourself with fighting. Just be careful not to accidentally include poisonous mushrooms in the dishes. He jested. My lord. The elder's expression shifted to one of rare anger. Yordles would never err in their culinary creations, just as Orcish priests would never betray the war god. Ergou thought to himself, the little fox would certainly not betray the war god, but I certainly do not recognize this so-called war god. In any case, the crisis in the Yordle village had finally been averted, and after this battle, Ergou felt a lingering sense of unease. Listening to Ali, this model possesses a potent turtle pearl, whose magic may very well induce paralysis and slumber. If this model's turtle were to unleash its magic, the onlookers would likely succumb to sleep, oblivious to the peril that awaits them. The Arctic behemoth, adept in both ice and thunder, would surely exact a grievous toll in battle, especially given its intricate ties to the Orcish kin. As Ergou drew nearer to the forgotten forest, a palpable sense of danger enveloped him, prompting his decision to embark on the journey ahead with only Mao Qiao by his side. With Ali having acquired her own magical companion, the purpose of their expedition had been fulfilled. Concerned about unforeseen threats that might befall the group, Ergou felt reassured by his possession of 4 bone puppets, now transformed into clay figures, the fire-resistant dragon pearl, a reservoir of draconic power, and the formidable support of Mao Qiao, not to mention the occasionally reliable battle song. As long as he refrained from provoking other magical beasts, his diminutive stature would afford him a measure of self-preservation. The little fox acknowledged the wisdom in Caesar's words, though reluctant to part from him. She recognized that a larger group could invite complications within the forest. Ultimately, it was decided that Ali and her companions would remain in Yordle village to assist with its reconstruction. To everyone's surprise, Mao Qiao expressed a desire to forego further adventures with Ergou, having grown accustomed to the comforts of village life, seemingly forgetting the virtues of perseverance as its fur gleamed with health. You little rascal, Ergou playfully chastised Mao Qiao. If you don't want to come, then stay behind to protect me. That will ease my mind. Days passed, and on a bright morning, the gentle breeze carried the cheerful songs of birds, while the sunlight heralded new hope. The villagers gathered at the village entrance to bid farewell to Ergou. Caesar, You must return safely, Ali implored, her bushy tail swaying anxiously as she tugged on Ergou's garment. Captivated by Ali's enchanting beauty in the morning light, Ergou could not resist wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a fervent kiss on her ruby lips. In his embrace, Ali's cheeks flushed a deeper shade than the rising sun, and she struggled to push him away. Caesar, everyone's watching. Who's watching? Ergou scanned the crowd. Rin Gal discreetly supported Beckman, slipping away to the side, while the other Yordle folk whistled and dispersed. Heh. Now that no one's around, he said, opening his mouth wide and reaching beneath the priest's robe to kiss her again. The flustered Ali's face grew even rosier, and she melted into Ergou's embrace. Chapter 72. The Shepherd of Trees. Deep within the lush forest, a lithe figure darted about with the agility of a nimble monkey. His face was adorned with a layer of paint, and his body was smeared with peculiar juices that emanated a scent reminiscent of the trees. This individual was none other than Ergou, who ventured alone into the heart of the forest. In the days spent amidst its depths, he had opened his eyes to a myriad of magical beasts. In the sky, there soared the two-legged flying dragons. On the ground, there scurried the fire-breathing lizards. Towering giants roamed the mountains, while smaller creatures included rabbits capable of shooting water arrows. The mention of these rabbits filled Ergou with a sense of foreboding. Cautiously advancing through the jungle, he had managed to evade injury from any magical beasts, only to be unexpectedly struck on the arm by a water arrow from one of those very rabbits. This served as a reminder that even the most trivial adversary should never be underestimated. The lesson learned was that one must always regard every opponent with respect. As night fell, Ergou had successfully hunted numerous magical beasts throughout the day, filling a small sack with an assortment of magic crystals. Though his life was monotonous, he reveled in the solitary thrill of jungle warfare, relishing the exhilaration of hunting magical beasts, and had long cast aside any thoughts of avoiding conflict. Indulgently, he used a dragon pearl to kindle a roaring campfire, savoring the sumptuous meal prepared by Chef Yodel. He observed that, with the exception of fire-type magical beasts, most others tended to fear flames. Thus, he always ensured a fire was lit at night. The beasts claimed their territories, and the vicinity had been thoroughly cleared by him, ensuring a low likelihood of danger. Kindling fire using the dragon pearl was a simple task, with a mere flicker of energy. He could conjure flames akin to a juggler's display. Furthermore, the fire created a circular barrier, protecting him from harm by other fire elements. The most formidable fire lizard in the forest had fallen to his inexplicable prowess. Pouring himself a bowl of exquisite wine brewed by the Yodel people, he paired it with honey-glazed quail legs and began to relish his dinner. Young traveler, your wine is delightful. Might I have a taste? A colossal shadow loomed before Ergou. He glanced up but chose to ignore it, continuing to enjoy his meal. Unfazed, the shadow, clutching a large gourd, moved slightly away from the flames and seated itself directly opposite him. Before him sat a tree guardian, a being whose entire form was composed of wood, its face etched with deep grooves, and atop its head rested a bird's nest. The tree guardian, as the protector of the forest, was a member of a race dedicated to safeguarding the woodlands, representing the most environmentally conscious group on the continent. Ergou remained silent, aware that this visitor might be seeking trouble. After all, he had slain numerous magical beasts, and the guardian's appearance was likely not without purpose. If you dare meddle, I'll chop you up for firewood. Ergou thought menacingly. Young traveler, is that ring on your finger from a little friend named Riais? The tree guardian spoke in a low tone, yet his words startled a flock of birds into flight. Among the tree guardians, whispers were a rare occurrence. Riais? Ergou felt a stir of excitement. He held a deep respect for Riais, his benefactor. Ergou cast a sidelong glance at the ant before him, who was also known as the tree shepherd. So, you, an ant, call Riais a little friend? Do you know him? The towering ant chuckled, the creases on his face wrinkling together, causing the wildflowers growing in the crevices to suffer, wilting away. I can hardly recall my age. Could you help me count my rings? He extended his palm, counting the circles etched upon it. The large circles encircled the smaller ones, and the dizzying array left one feeling quite bewildered, yet the tree shepherd patiently began to tally them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 51. 11 large circles. My young friend, I am over 11,000 years old. The last time I awoke, I encountered someone as large as you. His name was Riais. Should I then refer to him as a little friend? He chuckled, reminiscing. Not long ago, he visited me, and I even gifted him a jar of monkey wine. Ergou suddenly understood. It was from this ant that Riais had acquired his monkey wine. Since he was a friend of a friend, it would be ungracious not to show respect, especially considering the Ent's venerable age. Esteemed tree shepherd, I am Kaiser Li, a priest from the Freljord Kingdom, en route to the orcs' encampment for the trials of a war priest. I apologize for disturbing your tranquility. Rising, Ergou poured a cup of wine and offered it, saying, "Please, indulge in this." The Ent joyfully accepted the cup and downed the wine in one gulp. Though this Ent was not as towering as a mountain giant, he still stood at 7 or 8 meters, and even seated, he was more than twice Ergou's height. The cup of wine barely seemed to fill the gaps between his teeth. Ah, the flavor is delightful, young man, though it is regrettably a tad insufficient. The elder Yordle had already provided most of his stock, and with the village's old wine running low and the new batches not yet ready, there was little left to offer. Ergou's eyes twinkled as he swiftly conjured a large jar, left behind by Riai's, now filled with water and infused with the essence of a turtle pearl. "Oh, Riai's spatial ring. It seems he holds you in high regard," he remarked. "Here, try this. It is my latest brew. I shall not be polite," the Ent replied, lifting the jar and taking a hearty swig, only to erupt in a sputter as he sprayed the contents onto the campfire, igniting a fierce blaze that nearly singed Ergou, who sat diagonally across. "Do you intend to poison me, young man? What on earth is in this?" The Ent's irritation was palpable. Ergou hastily dodged, perplexed. How could a brew that had only been steeped for a few days ignite into flames? "It is the wine steeped with the turtle pearl. Is there a problem?" he replied, brandishing his black turtle pearl. The tree shepherd leaned closer, sniffing the air. "How long have you steeped it in water?" Ergou pondered for a moment before replying, 3 days and 2 nights. The Ent was nearly apoplectic with rage. 3 days and 2 nights? What distinguishes this from consuming alcohol? You reckless youth. You nearly brought me to ruin. Plants can suffer from alcohol poisoning, and the tree shepherds are akin to plant beings, belonging to the botanical realm. If pure alcohol were to be ingested, the consequences would be dire. Ergou, in disbelief, took a sip and promptly spat it out. Uft! How could this be pure alcohol? Chapter 73. The peculiar seed. Ent looked at Ergou with curiosity, wondering if he was genuinely unaware or merely pretending. This black tortoise pearl, with just 1 night's soaking, can yield dozens of gallons of raw liquor. After 3 days of soaking, this raw liquor could be used to ignite a fire. Realizing the extraordinary potency of the pearl in his hand, Ergou understood why the elder of the Yodel people was so adamant about acquiring some of the raw liquor. Seeing that Ergou didn't seem to have malicious intent, Ent shook his large head and produced his own wine gourd. "Young man, why not indulge in my offering?" "Thank you ever so much, generous Ent," Ergou replied, producing 2 large jars as vessels for the drink. Upon seeing the size of the containers Ergou brought forth, Ent chuckled in exasperation. "You are quite the bold one. With such a large jar, how could I possibly have enough wine to fill it?" Ergou grinned. "But weren't you just complaining about the small bowl? Now you find the jar too large? You rascal." Ent shook his head, filling both their jars to the brim. He slowly lifted his own large jar, declaring, "Let us toast to our serendipitous encounter." As he raised the jar and took a hearty gulp, he slyly glanced at Ergou, knowing that despite filling his jar, Ergou would struggle to drink it all. Standing firm, Ergou embraced his jar with both hands, skillfully tilting it to drink deeply without spilling a drop. "What splendid wine! Such vigor!" they both exclaimed in delight. Ent laughed, having chatted for a while. "I realize I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Kaimo, a tree shepherd and guardian of this forest. Recently, I heard from the beasts that a formidable orc has arrived in the woods. Upon seeing you tonight, it is indeed true." Ergou chuckled heartily. "You flatter me. Elder Kaimo, I possess merely a modicum of brute strength, nothing more." Kaimo continued, "This forest has endured numerous trials. The squirrels once leapt from branch to branch, traversing all the way to the edge of the ocean, yet now they are confined at the foot of the mountains. Countless forests have perished, and the territories of the beasts are steadily diminishing. Young Caesar, do you not think that a forest that does not resist is at a distinct disadvantage?" Ergou laughed again. "Elder Kaimo, the forests of the ruined continent remain expansive. Just a few days ago, I narrowly escaped the jaws of beasts. The forgotten forest still serves as a graveyard for countless adventurers." Kaimo shook his head with a smile, taking a bite of the appetizer before him and consuming it in one swift motion. "Hey, save some for me." Kaimo smacked his lips and reached for another morsel, only to be outpaced by Ergou, who had already finished it. "Caesar, my friend, regardless of whose life it is, every existence possesses its own beauty. These magical beasts, too, harbor wisdom and emotions, do they not?" Ergou nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the roasted sparrow legs you just consumed had wives and children of their own." Kaimo rolled his eyes, asserting that life exists in varying degrees of significance. Ergou mirrored his gesture, pondering the underlying truth that, ultimately, distinctions must be made. The strength of one's fist dictates the validity of their claims. After rummaging through his belongings, Kai Mao produced a small parcel and placed it before Ergou. Young man, I possess an array of extraordinary seeds, and I wish to gift you some from my collection to forge a benevolent connection. Perhaps you might consider sparing the magical beasts residing here? Seeds? Ergou leaned closer to examine the peculiar seeds in Kai Mao's hand, each one unfamiliar to him. With patience, Kai Mao elaborated, this star-shaped seed can yield stargrass, an ancient plant that can grow to a height of 1 to 2 meters within a few months, illuminating the night like a sea of stars. This white seed produces the illuminating flower, which blooms like a magical lantern at night. This is passion fruit. And that is the myriad-colored flower, he continued, presenting his botanical treasures with pride. Stop, Ergou interjected, feeling overwhelmed. Elder, do you have any seeds for cultivating food crops? None, came the reply. Ergou discerned that these plants, while visually striking or fragrant, were entirely impractical for sustenance. Wait a moment. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather seems to have left behind some seeds. Your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather? How many years ago was that? Can anything still be grown from them? Kai Mao pondered before responding slowly, perhaps around 100,000 years. Goodness! Exclaimed Ergou. Wouldn't they have turned to dust by now? Kai Mao replied with pride. We ants periodically update and renew our seeds, ensuring their freshness. However, due to ecological changes and the loss of cultivation techniques, some seeds have irrevocably vanished into the annals of time. Ergou felt a surge of admiration for these tree herders. They embodied a spirit of legacy and perseverance. How long does it take for this Jurassic banana to bear fruit? About 10 years, quite swift, Kai Mao responded dismissively. 10 years. Ergou marveled. For the ants, who could live for tens of thousands of years, a decade was merely a fleeting moment. Yet for Ergou, relying on these bananas for sustenance would mean a long wait. He would have perished, with grass growing high over his grave long before that. Kai Mao observed the disappointment etched across Ergou's face and contemplated the crux of the matter. He then produced a small gourd and remarked, I possess some elemental springs. A treasure I have gathered over millennia. I can offer you a portion. Elemental springs? Indeed, just a single drop can restore all your elemental powers in an instant. Ergou, initially uncertain of what to expect, was taken aback by the revelation. Did he truly need to restore his strength? Would he even be able to utilize it? Sighing, he inquired, Can you break the elemental curse? This sudden question, filled with hope, escaped his lips. The elemental curse? Kai Mao scrutinized Ergou carefully. Curses are not bound to any elemental force. They stem from a mysterious spiritual essence that cannot be unraveled. Upon hearing such words from the erudite Kai Mao, Ergou's aspirations of becoming a mage were utterly extinguished, leaving him resigned to his fate as a half-hearted priest. What troubles you? Have you been cursed? Ergou waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I am grateful, Elder Kai Mao. If I am still alive a decade hence, I shall treat you to a feast of Jurassic bananas. Chapter 74. The Black Bear owed Biao in deference to Kai Mao, the keeper of the pastures. Ergou refrained from seeking out trouble with the magical beasts on his ensuing journey. However, should any creature unwittingly approach him, they could not blame him for his ruthless demeanor. Before long, on a particular morning, Ergou found himself deep within the jungle, arriving at a military encampment. From a distance, he observed a cohort of Minotaur warriors and Bill tribe soldiers training on the earthen arena in front of the station. Heavy wooden totem poles were hoisted upon the shoulders of the Minotaurs, swinging rhythmically in sync with the instructor's commands, while steam billowed from their oversized nostrils, creating a scene brimming with fervor. Yet, after watching for a while, Ergou shook his head inwardly. While the training was undoubtedly earnest, the excessive flamboyance of their movements rendered them impractical for real combat. Were he to command a troop, he would never employ such time-wasting techniques. To kill, one must be swift, accurate, and ruthless. Who would be foolish enough to stand still while a massive log swung toward them? Noticing the lack of anything novel, Ergou leapt down from the great tree and strode toward the encampment. Halt! What brings you here? A sentry demanded, blocking his path. I am a priest of the kingdom, here to undertake a trial, he replied, producing the letter bestowed upon him by the temple. The sentry, illiterate and skeptical, instructed him. Please wait here a moment while I report to the captain. A priest? One solitary priest? Without a single follower? Before long, a stout and burly black bear approached. Gazing upon his dark visage, Ergou was reminded of the black bear spirit who had once stolen the monk's cassock. Greetings, esteemed priest. I am the captain here. Ode Biao. May the god of war be with you. Captain Ode Biao's demeanor toward Ergou lacked deference. suggesting that he had encountered many who sought to elevate their status without merit and harbored little goodwill. Upon entering the military tent, Ergou observed Adbo opening a letter before him, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "My lord, have you offended someone?" he inquired. "Oh, what do you mean?" Adbo continued. "The letter states that you must collaborate with us to eradicate the harpy's lair, and it specifically notes that we must go together." He emphasized the last few words. "My lord, these harpies are formidable foes. After suffering considerable casualties, we finally located their nest. This mission to eliminate the harpies is exceedingly perilous. On the battlefield, we may not be able to ensure your safety. I am even prepared for sacrifice myself. I could arrange for several warriors to escort you away. After all, the priestly trial can wait until next year, but life is singular." Adbo regarded the dark-nosed priest with a hint of disdain, for in his mind, the crafty dogfolk were known to prey on the weak. He could not fathom how this particular dogfolk had ascended to the status of a noble priest. Nevertheless, he believed the other would acquiesce to his suggestion. Ergou, however, remained undeterred. He had grown accustomed to being underestimated, and it was not inherently detrimental. "It's all right. I will accompany you. There is no need to divide forces to protect me. I can look after myself." Adbo was taken aback by the courage displayed by this dogfolk priest and tentatively asked, "May I inquire about your magical pet?" "The frost snow spirit beast, though it has business and is not currently by my side." Adbo's lips twitched involuntarily. The frost snow spirit beast, and yet he had the audacity to say it was away? Well, one could hardly advise a foolhardy dogfolk. If they sought death, none could be blamed. "Your bravery illuminates my path forward. Let us set forth at noon while the sunlight is abundant, for the gaze of the Minotaurs and the Billfolk warriors is not to be trifled with. After all, we are dubbed the bear-blind ones." At midday, brilliant sunlight streamed down from above the dense forest, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Two squads of warriors hefted their cumbersome weapons and commenced their march. The resonating calls of magical beasts echoed in their ears. Yet fear was a scarce commodity in the eyes of the soldiers. They had long adapted to this life teetering on the edge of danger. Before long, they plunged deep into the jungle. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a cold arrow descended from the sky, striking a Minotaur warrior squarely in the eye. "What accuracy, what a vile arrow!" Ergou exclaimed as he turned to the direction from whence it came, spotting a provocatively clad, alluring woman perched atop the dense treetops, leering down at him and his companions with a lascivious grin. Enraged by the fall of his comrade, Adbo seized an axe and hurled it at the harpy. The harpy, nimble as ever, deftly evaded the attack, soaring to another tree while blowing a mocking kiss in Adbo's direction. "Damn it, wretched harlot," Adbo cursed. "How can we fight when we are on the ground and the enemy is in the sky?" Ergou questioned in confusion. "Do not worry, my esteemed companions, for we have located their lair. Even if we cannot vanquish these wretches, we can eliminate their men and offspring. Should they dare seek vengeance, we will ensure they return to their darkness without respite." The group pressed onward, with arrows occasionally raining down, claiming the lives of valiant warriors. Yet, they were not entirely defenseless. They organized a counterattack with javelins. However, the sirens were too dispersed and remarkably agile, resulting in a futile expenditure of precious weaponry. With none of the creatures felt, Adbo felt an intense frustration brewing within him. Far too many of his comrades had perished, yet he had not laid a single finger on the enemy. In the presence of the outsider, Ergou, he felt decidedly inept. At last, they reached the entrance of a cavern. "Light the torches." A fiery serpent illuminated the darkness as scouts forged ahead, the others following closely. However, the deeper they ventured, the more Ergou sensed something was amiss. "Stop!" he exclaimed. The Minotaur warriors halted, perplexed. Adbo cast an irritable glance at Ergou, his anger simmering. "What is it, my lord?" he inquired. "Adbo, do you not find it exceedingly quiet since we entered the cave?" Upon reflection, Adbo realized the truth in this observation. The troublesome sirens had vanished, and not a single guard was in sight. This was indeed illogical. Just as he was about to command a reconnaissance, a chorus of sinister laughter echoed from the shadows of the cavern. "Ha ha, hee hee hee." The air was suddenly filled with the whistling of arrows, targeting the warriors holding the torches. In the ensuing chaos, amidst cries of anguish, darkness enveloped them. The scouts ahead let out a few desperate cries before falling silent. The harpies, endowed with night vision, were orchestrating a one-sided slaughter. Adbo, utilizing his remarkable combat skills, wielded his great axe to deflect the incoming arrows, but the other warriors lacked such prowess. The cries of despair echoed, signaling impending doom. "Form ranks. Quickly, form ranks." Odibio shouted. At his command, the warriors hastily gathered in a circle, using their totems and shields to shield themselves as best they could. The siren's laughter pierced the air, with arrows finding their way through the gaps. Do not kill them all. Leave a few for my sisters. I wish to drain them dry. This had devolved into their twisted game. Chapter 75. The Spring of Life. Ergou could no longer stand idly by. His enhanced vision allowed him to discern the positions of his comrades in the dark. Yet for precaution, he picked up a still-burning torch from the ground and hurled it into the inky abyss, revealing the alluring faces of the sirens. Then, like a swift leopard, he surged forth, moving through the night with the agility of a nimble gecko scaling a wall, dagger in hand, ready to strike. The blood of the succubi blossomed on Ergou's face. He licked it, finding it warm, sweet, and tinged with a certain musk. Under Ergou's swift and fierce assaults, the necks of the succubi proved as fragile as a maiden's hymen, vulnerable to the slightest provocation, yielding to death at a mere touch. In no time, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of over a dozen succubi. Adabio looked at Ergou, feeling a mix of astonishment, regret, and shame. He was astounded by the prowess of this esteemed leader, who dispatched the succubi with such ease. He regretted his own overconfidence that had cost the lives of his soldiers, and he felt humiliated that such a small number of foes could so easily toy with him, leaving him unworthy of his title as captain. Order the troops to light the torches, Ergou commanded. Yes, my lord. Adabio, now filled with respect for this formidable figure, realized that without him, they would surely perish. As the cave was illuminated once more, clarity returned to the group, dispelling their fears. However, the sight of their fallen comrades lying in disarray evoked a deep sense of sorrow and shame within them. Ergou seized the neck of a surviving succubus and inquired, "Are there any ambushes ahead? How far is it to your lair?" The succubus coughed up blood and, with a dazed smile, replied, "Strong orc, if you sleep with me, I will tell you." Ergou snorted coldly and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. The force sent her soaring through the air, leaving an imprint of his fist on her back. Her eyes widened, and she could not utter a sound. After a lengthy pause, she finally coughed up blood. "Will you speak?" Ergou asked icily. The succubus gasped for breath, but remained silent. Humph. Under Adabio's watchful gaze, Ergou struck her abdomen again, turning her into a human swing. The succubus retched, fearing her insides might rupture. "Speak," Ergou demanded flatly. "Cough. Cough. I will tell you. I will tell you." After revealing the enemy's troop placements and the location of their lair, Ergou tightened his grip, snapping the succubus's neck. "My lord, who will guide us now that she is dead?" Adabio questioned. "Do you believe any of her words were true or false?" Ergou replied to Adabio, "Captain Adabio, instruct the soldiers to return. Their fighting style cannot be effectively utilized here. Remaining would make them mere targets." "Very well. This task is beyond our capabilities. Let the kingdom decide our fate." "No. We must avenge ourselves and continue the extermination." "But our soldiers," Ergou shook his head, "you all return. I shall go alone." "You will go alone." Adabio, having witnessed the valor of Lord Caesar, was taken aback by his audacity. "Indeed, I shall go alone. Though the succubus's words may be dubious, they likely hold some truth. My presence alone will suffice." Odibio gritted his teeth and declared, "My lord, no matter what, I cannot allow you to venture alone. I shall accompany you." Ergou looked at the resolute Odibio with surprise, not anticipating his sense of loyalty. "Very well, from now on, heed my commands." "Yes, my lord." As the duo delved deeper, Ergou discovered that the cave was truly enchanting, adorned with magnificent stalactites and peculiar luminescent flora, momentarily causing him to feel as though he had returned to a picturesque tourist destination. With the absence of their large entourage, their pace quickened significantly. Odibio, lacking climbing skills, focused on dispatching foes on the ground, while Ergou adeptly maneuvered up and down, systematically vanquishing the hidden sirens lurking in the shadows. Were it not for Lord Caesar's distinctly recognizable facial features, Odibio might have believed him to be an extinct species of lizard man. Before long, they arrived at a spring. The water bubbling melodiously, a delightful sound, crystal clear enough to reveal the moss at the bottom. Having converted all his water into wine, Ergou, upon witnessing such a pristine water source, produced an empty gourd and filled it to the brim. After battling for an extended period, he was parched and took a sip from the gourd, exclaiming in delight, "How sweet!" He had never tasted such exquisite water, surpassing even wine in flavor. With a discerning eye, Ergou recognized this as a living spring, only daring to drink after noting the aquatic vegetation at the bottom. "Will you drink?" Odibio shook his head, feeling tense, his thoughts solely fixated on slaying enemies. As they proceeded, Ergou soon felt an increasing warmth enveloping him, and his vision began to blur. The alluring visage and enticing form of the little fox flashed incessantly in his mind. "My lord, what is wrong?" Odibio inquired. Noticing Ergou's unsteady gait, concern etched on his face. "What is wrong with me?" Ergou's eyes glowed crimson as he turned to stare at Odibio. The latter felt a tightening sensation at the sight of Ergou's gaze. At that moment, a sweet and sultry voice resonated. "Orc, you have drunk from our fountain of life. If you do not find a woman to mate with within 15 cups, you shall perish in a most explosive manner." "Ha ha ha, the fountain of life?" Odibio gasped, realizing that the spring they had encountered was indeed the legendary fountain of life. It was said that deep within the forest lay this spring, capable of bestowing extraordinary growth upon plants with just a single drop, allowing them to thrive as if nurtured for a decade overnight. If consumed by animals, it would serve as an aphrodisiac, transforming a meek man into the mightiest of heroes, and a chaste woman into the most wanton of harlots. Truly formidable. However, should one indulge excessively without finding a mate, as the siren warned, they would meet a catastrophic demise. Damn, to think it was the fountain of life. Odibio hastily relayed the situation to Ergou, who merely flashed a charming grin. "Women? Are there not many here?" "My lord," Odibio lamented, "the harpy here is an ancient creation of dark elves and eagle folk, possessing a sinister draining technique that can reduce you to a mere husk." He chuckled darkly. From the shadows emerged a voluptuous harpy, her figure nearly bare, adorned only with gossamer veils that teased rather than concealed. "A robust orc like you. I wouldn't dream of allowing you to perish," she teased, producing a thorn-laden vine and sauntering towards the entranced Ergou, whispering into his ear, "You shall call me your majesty." Chapter 76. The Ritual of Corruption. A stunned Odibio stood frozen, torn between action and inaction. The self-proclaimed queen of the eagle folk surely harbored ill intentions, yet if he were to slay her, who would rescue Lord Caesar? Would he be compelled to undertake such a task himself? Resolving his dilemma, Odibio relinquished his weapons, surrendering himself. Swiftly bound, Odibio was propelled forward, while Ergou, in a daze, was led deeper into the lair. Within, a vast pool of water awaited, directly in front of the queen's throne, adorned with a purple summoning circle on the wall, hinting at the dark entities the eagle folk might harbor. A fragrant, hallucinogenic mist wafted into the pool as the queen slowly removed Ergou's garments on her throne. Slap. Meanwhile, Odibio found himself imprisoned in a dim cell, where he discovered he was not alone. A striking young girl, her face marked with pale stripes, was also confined. She sat there, forlorn and pitiful. "Hey, can you hear me?" Odibio shouted. The girl glanced up at the bound Odibio, moving her eyes before lowering her head again. "What is wrong with you? Speak. What's there to say?" "We're both doomed," she replied impatiently. "Not necessarily," Odibio retorted. "While I may lack the means, there is someone outside who possesses the ability. If we can devise a plan to rescue him, we might yet escape." "Oh, is that so? Why would I lie to you?" "But he drank from the fountain of life and was taken by the queen." The girl exclaimed furiously. "You're toying with me, aren't you?" After drinking from the fountain of life, falling into the queen's clutches, he'll never escape. Odibio shook his head. No, Lord Caesar is different. I firmly believe there is hope for us yet. We cannot simply await our demise." "Really?" the girl asked curiously. "What makes him so special?" Odibio embellished the tale of Ergou's valor, leaving the girl momentarily speechless. After a pause, she asked, "Who exactly are you?" After a moment's thought, the girl replied, "Very well, I shall tell you my name. I am Nico, a chameleon folk." "Chameleon folk?" Odbi was taken aback and exclaimed, "Have you truly resided in the forest all these years?" "During the Orc War, our kin were abandoned due to their lack of combat prowess. And in a desperate bid for survival, we had no choice but to retreat into the depths of the mountains." Nico, with a hint of mockery in her gaze towards Odbi, recounted, "In a moment of childish folly, I ventured too far and was captured by them. My companions met a tragic end at their hands." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. Odbi sighed. "Have you discovered a way to escape?" Nico replied, "I possess a portion of the solution, but I shall require your assistance for the remainder." Meanwhile, deep within the lair, the queen cast a seductive glance at Ergou, reluctant to exhaust the vigor of this robust man too swiftly. Oh, what a pity it would be to squander such a strong specimen. The energy within Ergou was overwhelmingly abundant, and in a daze, he felt the rapid depletion of his internal power. Under the dual effects of the potent drugs and intoxicating fumes, he had lost all rationality. This place was where the harpies conducted their depraved rituals, And with the completion of the ceremony, they would summon their guardian deity, a thoroughly nefarious cult. Yet, throughout the years, they had never succeeded. No man could endure beyond 10 rounds in their clutches. Gradually, they ceased to care, indulging solely in carnal pleasures, which became their form of entertainment. Today, however, the Harpy Queen glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Sisters, today we shall complete our ritual. With that, more harpies, their bodies bare, approached Ergou in a display of degradation, utterly depraved. Nico, observing the scene before her, longed to flee, but possessing the visage of a harpy without their powers, she knew that venturing near the exit of the dark cave would expose her true identity. As a chameleon, Nico could assume the appearance of anyone. Yet this transformation bore no impact on her abilities. Utilizing her shape-shifting prowess, she escaped the cell and liberated Odeby. However, upon witnessing the debauchery unfolding, Nico felt her cheeks flush crimson, struggling to devise a means to awaken the formidable orc. At that moment, Odeby remained ensconced within the cell, unwilling to shape-shift for fear of exposure. Even from his confinement, the incessant sounds reached his ears, and he could not help but admire the high priest. The lascivious sounds reverberated, and those who stood guard were the queen's elite. Nico, feeling somewhat flustered, pressed forward. Pain surged within her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Gritting her teeth, she approached the couple lost in their indulgence. In Ergou's mind, hazy images of little foxes danced before him, as if several were circling around him. This sensation felt surreal. He recognized it as a dream, yet could not awaken from it. Just then, another fox approached, devoid of the peculiar scent that had accompanied the earlier ones. Ergou abruptly pulled Ali closer, sealing their lips in a fervent kiss. A sharp sting radiated from the tip of Ergou's tongue, dispelling the fog in his mind, and gradually, his senses returned. Damn! In a moment of clarity, Ergou regained his awareness. The succubi sensed something amiss and scattered, hastily retrieving their weapons. The queen regarded Ergou with a tumultuous expression. How splendid it would be if he could become her prince. Mighty orc, would you consent to become my prince? As my prince, every woman here shall belong to you, the queen proclaimed from her lofty perch above the cavern. Ergou seized a stone at his feet and hurled it toward her with a swift motion. The queen dodged, glaring at him with a mix of indignation and anger. At that moment, bubbles began to rise in the pool, and the purple magic circle shimmered with light. It worked. The ritual of corruption has succeeded, the queen exclaimed in ecstatic delight. Ergou found himself puzzled. Unable to fathom how a display of affection could fulfill the ritual of corruption, he had believed such absurdities were confined to certain dubious anime. Truly, this was a wondrous world. Chapter 77. The black dragon of the abyss. Bubbles continued to surface in the pool, emanating a wave of warmth, while a deep dragon's roar echoed throughout the cavern. Ergou hastily donned a layer of clothing and grasped Nico, retreating to safety. Who are you? He inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the succubus who had awakened him. Had it not been for her, he might have remained ensnared here until the last vestige of his life essence was drained. Even now, his legs felt weak, and were it not for his extraordinary talent, he would have collapsed long ago. I am Nico, a chameleon person. She revealed her true form, presenting herself as a remarkably delicate young woman, imbued with a faint scent of greenery. Nico, by earthly standards, could be described as a forest nymph, fresh and sweet. Upon learning she was a chameleon person, Ergou grasped the situation. With a flick of his hand, he tossed her some coarse linen garments. It was only then that Nico realized her state of undress. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly donned the clothes. What about Aopang? Aopang. Oh, he is in the cell. He has already been rescued. Ergou nodded, spotting the wolf fang club he had discarded nearby. He picked it up and focused intently on the surface of the water. Bubbles continued to rise, and the harpies fervently cheered from the shore. Fools! Ergou scoffed. Do you think it will recognize you? Sure enough, a massive black dragon's head emerged from the pool, emitting a powerful roar, followed by its immense lizard-like body surging forth, its jaws snapping at the succubi gathered by the water's edge. This was a colossal black dragon, adorned with 2 enormous wings. The succubi screamed in terror, fleeing chaotically through the air, while the queen steadied her companions and addressed the black dragon. Esteemed Lord Black Dragon, it was we who summoned you here. We are your allies. The black dragon gazed at the queen with the body of an eagle, noticing the magical array behind her. Indeed, it was they who had summoned him here. Speak your wish, my queen. I shall repay you as best as I can for rescuing me from the depths of hell. The eagle-bodied queen pointed towards the now rational Ergou and said, Great dragon, we require your assistance to eliminate this orc. Have the Dark Elves and the descendants of the Eagle tribe not inherited the martial prowess of their forebears? Must I personally deal with such trifles? Great dragon, this one is no ordinary foe. Humph. The black dragon snorted, sparks flying from his nostrils. Upon realizing he was a fire dragon, Ergou felt a weight lift from his heart. It was indeed a fire dragon, which made matters considerably easier. Nico, however, doubted her hearing. Was not a fire dragon supposed to be the most formidable of adversaries? At that moment, Audibio, having heard the dragon's roar, rushed into the cave. Upon sighting the massive black dragon, he could not help but exclaim, "By Avalosa!" Ergou, spotting Audibio, beckoned him over. As Audibio approached, Ergou brandished a massive tortoise shell that materialized in his grasp. Audibio stared in astonishment at Lord Caesar. "Are you also a spatial mage?" Ergou lifted the tortoise shell, saying, "Do not ask questions now, nor wander about. Just stay inside." Audibio protested, "My lord, I wish to fight alongside you." Ergou patted Audibio's sturdy shoulder and chuckled, "Very well, I shall bring down the flies, and you shall deal with them. Now go inside." Without waiting for Nico's response, he swiftly shoved her into the tortoise shell and secured it shut. Ergou and Audibio looked up at the swirling harpies and the black dragon high in the cave. Steadfast and unafraid, the black dragon regarded Ergou with disdain before diving from the sky. Amidst the resounding roar of the dragon, its formidable claws glinted with a cold light, rushing towards Ergou like a tempest. With Lord Caesar at his side, Audibio felt no fear, for the presence of his master instilled a unique sense of security, even in the face of death. Nico, hidden within the tortoise shell, held a different sentiment. She peered out nervously, observing the unfolding chaos. "Run! What are these two foolish giants doing?" In the moment before the dragon's claws struck, Ergou kicked Audibio aside, raising his spiked club with a determined stance, ready to meet the black dragon's aerial assault. A resounding crack echoed as the dragon's claws met the club, causing Ergou to kneel with a thud, the rocks beneath him fracturing. "Damn it, I was indeed overconfident," he mused. "Not even Nefarious had brought me to my knees." Yet, many were astonished by Ergou's resilience. Was it truly possible for Lord Caesar to withstand a dragon's blow? Audibio resolved then and there to become a devoted follower of this remarkable master. The position of captain was no longer of interest to him. Hiding behind the model shell of Ergou, Nico felt as though her mind might implode. The image of Ergou kneeling defiantly against the dragon's assault was forever etched in her memory. The most astonishing revelation came from the black dragon itself. Having been confined underground for so many years, had the world evolved to such an extent? Could a mere dog contend with the might of a colossal dragon? Ergou laughed heartily, shaking off the dragon's claw. "Have you ever swatted a mosquito?" He jested. "What? A mosquito?" Even Audibio is astonished. "What era is this?" With a flash of white light in his hand, for towering clay figures emerged within the vast cavern, their immense hands sweeping through the air, swatting the harpies to the ground as if they were mere insects. "Huh. Isn't this simply swatting mosquitoes?" Ergou roared with laughter. Meanwhile, the other two giants advanced menacingly toward the black dragon, intent on stretching its muscles. The black dragon was unperturbed by these giants. Their sluggish movements and lack of magic posed no threat. In the open wilderness, he had 100 ways to vanquish them. However, this was not the wilderness. It was a cavern, rendering flight impossible. Thus, he was left with but one final recourse, to eliminate their summoner. The black dragon tilted its head back and exhaled a torrent of searing dragon fire. The harpies returning from outside the cave plummeted from the sky like roasted chickens. Ergou, akin to a valiant warrior marching towards certain doom, charged into the torrent of flames, launching himself into the gaping maw of the black dragon amidst a sea of crimson. Before the dragon's incredulous gaze, he appeared, wielding his spiked club, delivering a crushing blow to its chin. With a resounding thud, the dragon's mouth was forcibly shut. In agony, it flailed and screeched. "Now it's my turn," Ergou declared, landing in the palm of one of the giants before leaping onto the black dragon's resilient back. What a splendid prize. This could fetch a handsome sum. In his eyes, the dragon had already been dissected. Chapter 78. Dragon Fire Hell. Ergou raised his spiked club high and struck the dragon's back with a resounding thud, sending red sparks flying. The black dragon flailed within the stone chamber, its large lizard-like wings beating wildly, the intense pain radiating from its spine causing it to momentarily lose focus and nearly plummet. Now, he began to grasp the meaning of what the Harpy Queen had referred to as extraordinary. From a distance, the Harpy Queen watched in disbelief. Although she recognized the valor of this dog, she had not anticipated his strength to rival that of a dragon. Moreover, Why had the dragon fire not incinerated him into a charred husk? As the black dragon careened around the stone chamber with Ergou in tow, debris flew everywhere, striking Ergou and causing him considerable discomfort. Suddenly, he recognized a flaw in his abilities. While his offensive power was indeed formidable, his defense paled in comparison to the thick-skinned black dragon. The lizard-like black dragon seemed to have realized this, careening towards the rocks with Ergou in tow. Ergou's head spun from the impact. Had he not donned a vest days prior, he would have been grievously injured. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 in return, the hellish black dragon found it perplexing, despite having devoured all manner of delicacies. Why did this creature still cling desperately to its back? Yet, it dared not pause, for the moment it halted. The deadly black spiked club would strike down upon its spine with a force that could instill dread in dragons. Boom! Dust filled the air, causing Ergou to squint through the haze, his grip faltering as he fell to the ground once more, having inadvertently stripped a piece of dragon hide. The mudman moved with deliberate calm, restricting the black dragon's movements, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Even so, the summoning time for the 5 vessels had arrived. A flash of white light surged through the air, vanishing into the ether. The stone chamber briefly fell into silence, strewn with the fallen forms of a multitude of sirens. The hellish black dragon contemplated fleeing outside, but the perilous creature loomed before it, and it feared that a mere turn might result in its tail being severed for a broth. It was also plagued by a question. Why had this creature not perished in the dragon's breath? It had dived down with the intent of swatting it like a fly, only to suffer a barrage of blows. Its spine ached terribly, and to add insult to injury, a large patch of its hide had been torn away, an utter humiliation. With this in mind, the black dragon dared not approach Ergou any closer, retreating to the apex of the cave like a chastened loach, stripped of the arrogance it had displayed upon entering. Concealed at the cave's summit, the black dragon began to chant complex and obscure draconic incantations, the elemental forces in the air stirring with fierce intensity. Even the tiniest creatures in the corners of the cave began to flee in haste. Dragon's Inferno. While one might evade a small breath of dragon fire, how would one fare when ensconced in the depths of hell? The black dragon could hardly contain its anticipation to witness this creature struggle and plead for mercy amidst the flames, ultimately succumbing to the blaze. The harpy sensed the violent elemental fluctuations in the air. Initially reveling in the misfortune, she suddenly realized that this was a fire-breathing dragon, its magic undoubtedly of the fire element, while her progeny and all her possessions remained below in the labyrinthine caverns. Master, you must not. My kin are still in the caves below. Yet, would a hellish dragon summoned through nefarious means care for the lives of its subjects? As the final incantation culminated, the intricate draconic magic was complete. A deluge of dragon fire cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the cave in flames that spread like water, blazing fiercely, casting a crimson glow throughout. Even the pool of water began to boil under the dragon's fire, bubbling vigorously, while the sirens attempting to hide beneath the surface were boiled alive, transformed into a monstrous broth. In the sky, the harpies ignited under the searing heat, their feathers ablaze as they shrieked and plummeted into the inferno. Amidst the chaos, the queen had vanished without a trace. The cries for help echoed throughout the labyrinthine caverns, and Odbo was astonished that the mission to eradicate the harpies' lair had unfolded in such a manner, albeit at the cost of his own life. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his own neck to escape being roasted alive, a powerful hand seized him and thrust him into a turtle shell. Upon entering, a wave of refreshing coolness enveloped him, and he even spotted Lord Caesar leisurely extending his tobacco to ignite it. "Would you mind if I indulged in a cigar indoors?" Ergou inquired, taking a deep drag and looking at the dazed Nico and Odbo. The two, still in shock, shook their heads foolishly, with Nico being the first to regain her composure. In her melodious voice, she asked, "Esteemed priest of the dog tribe, from what model does the shell derive? Can it withstand dragon fire?" The priest offered no reply, instead holding the so-called cigar while turning to retrieve a skewer of meat from seemingly nowhere. "Care for some grilled skewers? Dragon fire-roasted meat. Once this village is past, such fare will be no more," Ergou remarked, tilting his head with the cigar perched at the corner of his mouth as he expertly sprinkled salt. The two were utterly befuddled. The searing dragon fire had been raging underground for an indeterminate duration. Even the black dragon, with its partial immunity to fire, found it unbearable. Observing the hellish scene before him, the hellish black dragon felt a sense of satisfaction, despite the considerable effort expended to eliminate this insignificant ant. He had ultimately achieved his aim. Crack! Fragments of stone fell from the ceiling, while the bodies of the harpies on the ground had been reduced to ashes, leaving behind mere traces in the form of human-shaped gray lines. In the contented gaze of the hellish black dragon, only the massive turtle shell remained on the ground. The dragon descended languidly, its lizard-like wings sometimes resembling mere ornaments, hovering effortlessly without visible exertion, leaving one to ponder the source of its flight. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to provoke the hellish black dragon. Beneath the shell, Odbo and Nico found themselves submerged in a vat of freshly brewed raw liquor, fortunately not too potent, for Ergou had run out of water. Stay cool in here, and don't stick your heads out. Though each occupied a separate vat, Odbo, being quite portly, felt cramped, but obediently nodded in agreement with Nico. Ergou turned back with a sinister grin. Damn it. After roasting me, it's now your turn to face my trial. Chapter 79. The dragon-slaying priest with pride and laughter echoing across the tumultuous waves, the fervent battle song resonated within the stone chamber. As the abundant elemental power swept away the stifling heat, the repressed emotions within Ergou were fervently unleashed by the war song in Chinese, and the usual distractions that plagued him vanished under the weight of his intense desire to unleash violence. A crimson halo of battle descended from the heavens, causing his muscles to swell with vigor, his breath to grow heavy, and his eyes to redden yet shine with clarity. The frenzied war song. Odbo, ensconced in the great vessel, instantly recognized this unknown melody as the frenzied war song, and he too found it nearly impossible to suppress his yearning for combat. The hell-black dragon circled in the sky, unaffected by the war song's aura. It noticed the unusual happenings below, and a troubling thought emerged in its mind. A figure emerged from beneath the model shell, and the black dragon widened its eyes in shock. It recognized this figure well. It was the immensely powerful and grotesque Doug. A deathly smile crept across Ergou's lips, prompting the black dragon to turn and attempt to flee, willing to sacrifice its own tail in the process. This beast was also a priest? Truly, a strange turn of events. With a fierce whistle, two massive axes belonging to Ao Pang were commandeered by Ergou, gleaming with elegant arcs as they whirled rapidly toward the hell-black dragon. With a resounding swish, the colossal axe, empowered by tremendous force, effortlessly sliced through the membrane of the dragon's wing, as if piercing through mere parchment. The other axe struck with precision, cleaving into the dragon's tail with a sharp crack. The hell-black dragon let out a mournful cry and plummeted toward the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ergou sprang forth like a nimble rabbit, bounding along the walls before landing deftly upon the dragon's snout. Regaining its senses from the pain, the hell-black dragon beheld the deadly Doug before it. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes, and the pride that once defined its draconic lineage lay shattered. Pride, after all, is a privilege reserved for the strong. Wait, the hell-black dragon pleaded. O valiant beast priest, spare me. Allow me to be your magical pet. Would you? Don't all beast priests possess magical companions? Ergou hesitated, realizing he indeed lacked a magical pet. Observing the moment of indecision, the hell-black dragon swiftly continued in a beguiling tone. Consider it, Doug, dragon priest. What a magnificent title. Power, wealth, beauty, all will converge in your grasp. Ergou could not deny the allure of such an offer. It was undeniably tempting. Suddenly, seizing the moment of Ergou's distraction, the hell-black dragon jerked its head and swallowed him whole. Wretched insect. You thought to make me your pet? Perish. Odbo, witnessing the scene below, was taken aback, his eyes gleaming red with shock. My lord, he gasped. Suddenly, the black dragon felt an itch in its throat, and an unwanted voice emerged from its mouth. You great lizard, I knew your intentions were nefarious. In a moment of peril, Ergou thrust the spiked club deep into the rough esophagus of the colossal dragon. Although he was immune to fire elements, he could not withstand the potency of strong acids. If that cunning beast were to swallow him whole, he would meet a gruesome demise. Fortunately, Ergou had taken precautions, though he still narrowly evaded the creature's grasp. With a swift motion, he leapt out of the foul, dark dragon's gullet and stood within its cavernous maw. If you wish to devour me, let us see if you possess the strength. With that, he brandished the hefty spiked club, shattering the dragon's menacing fangs with a cacophony of sound. A horrific wail erupted from the hellish black dragon, saliva mixed with broken teeth and blood spilling forth. Ergou embedded his club into the dragon's jaw, refusing to relent. In agony and fury, the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, determined to incinerate the intruder into charred remains. Until that moment, It remained convinced that the enchanted model shell had shielded Ergou from its fiery onslaught. As the flames subsided, Ergou emerged, wielding the glowing red club, ready to perform a sterile cranial procedure on the great lizard. Farewell, great lizard. The hellish black dragon could only respond with a confused gasp before Ergou plunged the heated weapon into its skull. With a final howl, the dragon plummeted to the ground, the scent of roasted brain wafting through the air. With a resounding thud, the dragon lay lifeless upon the earth, its mind pierced beyond revival. Covered in blood and a viscous slime, Ergou emerged from the dragon's mouth, disregarding the need for cleanliness. Under the astonished gazes of Audibio and Nico, he forcefully cracked open the dragon's skull, extracting a steaming dragon pearl and a magic crystal from the pulpy mass. Ergou had developed a genuine fondness for collecting dragon pearls and tortoise pearls, enchanted by their peculiar abilities, which were not only intriguing, but often immensely powerful. Upon his return, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the functions of this newly acquired dragon pearl. As he contemplated skinning the massive dragon, he suddenly noticed stones beginning to fall from the cavern ceiling. Looking up, he realized the cave was exhibiting signs of collapse. This wretched dragon has wreaked havoc within these confines, igniting and smashing everything. The cave is about to cave in. We must flee. Regrettably, he cast a longing glance at the dragon's carcass. His spatial ring was already brimming with treasures from 4 giants, leaving no room for such a colossal body. He could only snatch a few dragon teeth as mementos, promising himself to procure another ring from his elder brother. As he urged Audibio and Nico to escape with him, he contemplated his next move. The cave was engulfed in darkness, and several individuals, in a state of panic, stumbled blindly, inevitably causing themselves to feel dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, a few beams of light emanated from Ergou's hand. Upon glancing down, he was astonished to discover it was the recently acquired spoils, a Dragon Ball. This particular Dragon Ball lacked the overwhelming power of the Dragon Ball from the 6th-tier Nisarian dragon. It merely emitted light and warmth. Yet it proved to be precisely what they needed at that time. The milky white glow illuminated the darkness, providing the group with a sense of direction. Ergou cradled Nico in his arms, swaying unsteadily, and ultimately managed to escape just seconds before the cave collapsed. With a thunderous roar, Audibio gazed back at the ruins behind him, feeling as though he had been transported to another realm. He turned to Ergou, who was holding the girl, and couldn't he help but express his admiration. My Lord Caesar, you are truly remarkable. You shall undoubtedly become a legendary hero of the kingdom. I aspire to be your follower, my Lord Caesar. Chapter 80. The Druid, my lord. I was once a follower of Lady Penia in my early years. When she took up a position in the temple, I enlisted in the army. This time, Lady Penia specifically instructed me to take special care of you during the mission. I had thought you. Audibio began, but Ergou felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that this seemingly unassuming mentor indeed had his interests at heart. You initially assumed I was merely here to seek military merit, yet it seems I possess a certain prowess, Ergou chuckled. Indeed, once I acquire a territory, you may come to seek me out, he continued. However, concerning today's events, you must not disclose anything to anyone. I am but a priest, and have merely fulfilled the role of a priest. How you choose to narrate this is entirely up to you. Audibio, puzzled, inquired why. You have seen, some do not wish for my well-being, and I have my reasons for concealing the truth. Audibio nodded, his large head bobbing in understanding. Among the orc community, communication often tends to be straightforward and direct. However, over the years, as they interacted with humans, the orcs seemed to have adopted a more cunning approach, which did not sit well with the straightforward Audibio. Also, do not mention this to Lady Penia, Ergou added. Though Audibio was somewhat perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Hey, Nico pouted, somewhat displeased. Could you possibly let go of me now? Only then did Ergou realize he was still holding on to Nico. Her form was soft and curvaceous, nestled against him comfortably, and in that moment, he had completely forgotten her presence. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand. I recall you mentioned your name is Nico. Indeed, I am Nico, the chameleon, she replied. Ergou appraised her from head to toe, contemplating how fortunate a man would be to marry such a woman, essentially gaining the affection of all women in the world. The thought was quite exhilarating. Nico, sensing Ergou's assertive gaze, was about to express her indignation when a thought struck her, causing her to blush and turn away. In that moment, Ergou recalled the outrageous antics he had engaged in within the succubus cave, stealing a glance at the young girl's naked form, and thought, alas. Returning to the matter at hand, this Nico can be considered a half-hearted savior. Ergou's eyes sparkled with a cunning glint. Nico, I am the war priest of the Freljord kingdom, possessing my own territory. Would you care to explore my domain? Nico's transformation ability, while neither overwhelmingly powerful nor entirely feeble, could yield astonishing results if wielded adeptly. Certainly, Nico replied without hesitation, her exuberance akin to a bird that has just been liberated from its cage. However, she lowered her head and murmured, I must return to inform my mother. I have been away for many days, and with that, tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Odbu felt a pang of sorrow for the fallen warriors. Ergou sighed, silently vowing to protect every soul that followed him, ensuring not a single one would come to harm. All right, let us return to the barracks. He casually reached for the gourd beside him, intending to take a sip of water, but Odbu hastily exclaimed, My lord. No. Taken aback, Ergou suddenly recalled that this gourd contained the fountain of life and nearly dropped it in alarm. Wait, he suddenly remembered something, Odbu. Did you not mention that a single drop of this life-giving essence could allow a plant to grow as if it had aged 10 years overnight? Indeed, my lord, Odbu replied with a simple-minded grin. Haha, this is a breakthrough. Ergou thought of the seeds gifted to him by the shepherd, Kaimao. He would no longer have to wait a decade to reap his own Jurassic bananas. By the way, my lord, this is the crown of the Harpy Queen. A trophy of yours. Please keep it safe. Ergou took the silver crown, finding it quite beautiful, and stowed it away. Upon returning to the barracks, Ergou assisted Odbu in assessing casualties and managing post-battle affairs. After a night's rest, he prepared to bid farewell, embarking with Nico towards the depths of the forest to the chameleon tribe. Ergou observed that although Odbu appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was meticulous in his approach, maintaining order within the barracks, earning the respect of the soldiers. While Ergou found some of the training methods lacking, he could not fault the discipline enforced. Odbu, you possess a knack for leading troops. Ergou praised. Odbu responded with a wry smile. My lord, please do not mock me. Enough. Your boss Caesar has some understanding of military leadership. Do not be disheartened. The primary reason for this defeat was the overly homogeneous composition of the forces, with a severe lack of ranged firepower, while the enemy held both terrain and aerial advantages. This is not your fault. Why were there no house tribesmen archers in the ranks? Ergou inquired. Odbu replied, My lord, you may not be aware, but the distribution of royal forces is heavily constrained by the local aristocracy. For instance, our contingent is aligned with the southern Rhineland nobility, primarily composed of the Bayer and Burr tribes. The house, known for their archery, belonged to the Tage nobility, and borrowing troops among nobles is not always a straightforward matter. In a station such as ours, which does not belong to a large military unit, our forces are naturally limited in variety. Our primary purpose here is to gather honey, capture magical beasts, and exchange them for various supplies from human kingdoms. If it were not for the incessant harassment from harpies, we would not particularly require long-range firepower. Upon hearing this, Ergou nodded, realizing that the orc kingdom was not as pure as he had imagined. Oh, by the way, do not call me sir in the future. Refer to me as boss, Ergou added. Deep within the tranquil forest, the flora grew wildly and untamed, with thick branches and slippery moss making this journey less enchanting than anticipated. Nico, how do you discern the direction? Ergou inquired. Along the path to the station, there were at least visible landmarks, yet he doubted whether Nico intended to lead him deep into the mountains for nefarious purposes. Isn't it obvious? Nico replied, her face adorned with faint lines, which she had deliberately etched upon herself. Her original visage was quite fair. What is obvious? Aren't they all just trees? He retorted. Not at all. Nico chirped animatedly. This tree has a lively personality, while that one is rather reticent. And that one over there is unwell. I shall attend to it. So wait a moment. With that, Nico approached the ailing tree, discovering that it was infested with pests. She looked up and emitted peculiar sounds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Soon, a flock of birds descended, gathering around the great tree for a collective consultation. Ergou watched in astonishment. Can you communicate with animals and plants? Nico tied her green-dyed hair into a ponytail, chewed on a piece of tree sap, and popped a bubble. Not exactly. I can merely sense their feelings. We chameleon people have another name, you know? What name? Hee. Nico giggled. If you beg me, I might tell you. Ergou sighed. All right, I beg you, Lady Nico. What is your other name? Nico tilted her head, bit her lower lip, and said, Considering you saved me, I shall reveal it. We are also known as druids. Chapter 81. The ancient giant crocodile druids, an ancient profession, are passionate about nature and skilled in cultivation. Some powerful druids can even transform into dragons, inheriting part of their abilities to combat foes, making them a group that serves as both support and warriors. Nico, being young, could could only mimic the appearance of other beings without possessing their corresponding abilities. She could not transform into creatures that were either too large or too small. Ergou rummaged through his mind for knowledge about druids and discovered that they were indeed a remarkable group, regardless of how many druids could be integrated into combat formations. Their cultivation skills were invaluable assets. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, he followed Nico's agile form and inquired, "Nico, your tribe resides in the Forgotten Forest. You must encounter many dangers, correct?" Nico traversed ahead, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting a dappled glow upon her. Her eyes sparkled with light. "Indeed. It was said that many of our kin perished when we settled here. However, we need not worry any longer. We can devote ourselves to the pursuits we cherish." Ergou inquired, puzzled why. With a playful smile, Nico replied, "You will understand when you arrive." The two continued their journey for some time, and around midday, Ergou heard the sound of flowing water. Nico, upon hearing it, exclaimed joyfully, "Hurry, my home is just ahead." With that, she vanished in a flash. "Hey, wait for me," Ergou called out helplessly, watching her retreating figure. Though he possessed strength and agility, he found himself outmatched in the dense forest by Nico, the native. "Just follow the sound of the water." Nico's voice echoed from afar. Ergou shook his head and proceeded alone, following the sound of the babbling brook. He soon beheld a rushing stream. To his surprise, Ergou spotted something peculiar in the water. A massive figure lay on the surface, its pale belly as tough as leather, limbs floating lazily, eyes squinting, and a long mouth revealing a set of sharp fangs. Despite its fearsome appearance, it bore a look of contentment. "Is that a Kadir crocodilian?" Ergou wondered, perplexed. Wasn't this species rare, having become part of the kingdom's ceremonial guard? He recalled encountering 2 Kadir crocodilians at the home of the Lord of Juo Castle, where he had taken a moment to admire their impressive stature, both standing nearly 6 feet tall. Yet this behemoth, excluding its robust tail, must have been close to 10 feet in height. Resolving to observe further, he crouched by the water's edge and lit a cigar. The colossal creature indeed appeared to be napping, basking in the coolness of its surroundings, and perhaps catching fish when hunger struck. Quite the leisurely existence. The aroma of the cigar wafted into the nostrils above its elongated mouth, causing its eyelids to twitch, revealing faintly yellowed irises behind a thin membrane. "Oh my goodness!" The gigantic creature jolted awake upon noticing Ergou, clumsily flipping over and splashing a torrent of water. "Who are you? You nearly scared the life out of this crocodile." Ergou chuckled. It was indeed a Kadir crocodilian, and it seemed rather amusing. "Hey, here." Ergou tossed a lit cigar toward the large crocodilian with curiosity. "What is this? Why is it smoking?" The colossal creature fumbled to catch the cigar, nearly dropping it into the water. "Like this," Ergou grinned, taking a puff and forming a smoke ring to demonstrate. Imitating him, the crocodilian used its pointed snout to take a draw and squinted its eyes in delight. "Not bad, not bad." Ergou raised his chin towards the enormous crocodile and said with a smile, "Ah, I am the priest of the Freljord kingdom of the dog clan, named Caesarly. What is your name?" Ergou discerned that the imposing figure before him spoke in the Orcish tongue. Indeed, he was an orc, and furthermore, an unknown species of the Katiro crocodilian. The colossal creature shook its head vigorously and flicked its robust tail, standing tall in the water. Upon hearing that Ergou was a priest, it showed no sign of concern and, using its strong, stubby fingers, pinched a cigar and took a puff, declaring, "Me? I am of the Imperial Crocodile clan, and my name is Rek'Sai." "Imperial Crocodile?" Ergou exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the ancient colossal crocodile, a race that had long since vanished. He began to grasp the meaning behind Nico's words about focusing on cultivation. "Wait a moment. Who are you? How did you end up here?" Rek'Sai and Ergou conversed for a while, only for Rek'Sai to suddenly recall that he resided deep within the forest and had never encountered outsiders before. Ergou couldn't help but chuckle at Rek'Sai's thick accent. "Nico. It was Nico who brought me here. She encountered danger in the forest, and I saved her life. By the heavens. Is that so? Then I must express my gratitude. Come, let us dine at my home." Rek'Sai responded without suspicion, warmly inviting Ergou to his abode and stepping out from the center of the stream. "I shall not impose," Ergou replied with a smile. While still in the water, he felt little, but once Rek'Sai reached the shore, he was struck by the creature's formidable stature and might. Standing 3 meters tall, its body was a tapestry of taut muscles, and its robust tail glistened with moisture. Ergou had no doubt that it could snap a tree trunk thick enough to be encircled by a human in a single strike. With its sharp teeth and formidable claws, it was clear that if monsters dared to provoke it, they would be the ones offering thanks for simply being spared. A natural brawler indeed. Ergou gazed at Rek'Sai's well-built physique, nearly drooling in admiration. As Rek'Sai emerged from the water, a sudden chill swept over him, leaving him perplexed about why he felt so vulnerable. With each step Rek'Sai took, Ergou found himself needing to take 3 to keep pace. Soon, they arrived at a gathering area, a cluster of buildings that was neither too large nor too small. The complex was divided into 2 sections, one constructed from thick tree trunks adorned with mud and leaves, exuding a rugged charm, while the other showcased a blend of various materials, with walls decorated in vibrant flowers and plants, embodying a natural artistic vibe. Clearly, this gathering place was home to 2 distinct tribes. As they traversed a meadow of towering grass that nearly concealed Ergou entirely, he voiced his discontent. "This grass is far too tall." Rek'Sai chuckled heartily. "This is stargrass. You won't find it anywhere else." Stargrass? Ergou paused, the name ringing a bell in his memory. Chapter 82. The Master Brewer welcome esteemed guests from afar. As Ergou approached the village, he was met with a warm reception from the crowd. 2 individuals stood at the forefront. One, a member of the Imperial Crocodile tribe, and the other, a chameleon person. "May the war god bless you." Ergou ostentatiously revealed his ceremonial robe beneath his attire, proclaiming, "I, the war god spokesperson and war priest Caesar Lee, extend my greetings to you." The 2 elder figures, clearly more venerable than the younger ones, regarded the title of priesthood with considerable reverence. "To think we have a priest among us. Nico, why did you not inform me of this?" One of the elders, a druid with a white beard leaning on a staff, shot a disapproving glance at Nico. Although they were astonished that the dog tribe had produced a priest, the authenticity of his robe and his demeanor left no room for doubt. Ergou had indeed honed his skills in playing the role of a mystic. Nico, playfully sticking out her tongue, cast a sly glance at Ergou but chose to remain silent. Who would have thought that after all these years, our village would welcome such an esteemed guest? "Please, do come in, my lord." The other chief, appearing somewhat younger and sporting a broad grin filled with sharp teeth, beckoned. "Priest, please enter." Inside the dwelling of the Imperial Crocodile tribe, Ergou noted the lofty ceilings that imparted a refreshing ambience. As everyone took their seats, the white-bearded druid expressed, "We are immensely grateful, my lord, for your willingness to extend a helping hand in our time of need. My granddaughter has surely troubled you." Ergou was taken aback. He had not realized that Nico was the chief's granddaughter. "The war god never forsakes any orc," he declared, employing eloquence he had learned from the little fox to maintain his mystique. The chief, visibly moved, responded, "Your virtue illuminates our path forward. Praise the war god." "And praise you, my lord." Ergou stifled a laugh, recognizing this as a fundamental lesson for every servant of the war god. "Indeed, esteemed elder," he continued, embellishing his words further. The chief, feeling somewhat awkward in his rough demeanor, hesitated to interject. "Well then, shall we commence the feast? You must be famished after your journey. My lord, let us dine and converse." Turning to his aide, he called, "Hey, Raketon, bring forth my finest wine." Ergou found this amusing. The entire Imperial Crocodile tribe exhibited such delightful simplicity. As the wine flowed and the meal progressed, although the fare did not rival the exquisite cuisine of the Yodel people, it possessed a unique charm, primarily consisting of fresh flowers, sashimi, and other raw delicacies. Ergou observed that the tribe members supplemented their meals with some grass. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be the star grass found outside. "Chief, why do you still consume grass?" The chief sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "Our tribe has always done so. Without this grass, we cannot digest. It simply does not work with other types. Alas, a troublesome habit." The druid chief furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I said, Rexes, could you please be more mindful of your language and refrain from being so coarse in the presence of the esteemed priest?" "Oh dear, I apologize, my lord. You see, that's just how I speak. Please don't take offense. Consider it akin to me having let out a flatulence." The druid elders were left speechless. Ergou chuckled. "Well, men do tend to use a bit of rough language. Come, let us have a drink." Hearing this, Rexes beamed with delight. "Come, my lord, let us drink." He felt that this lord was quite to his taste. Ergou cast a sidelong glance at the others and noticed that they had no wine before them, while only he and a few others did. Curious, he inquired, "Rexes, why is it that only we have wine?" Rexes replied sheepishly, "Well, our tribe is rather impoverished. We lack sufficient grain. The little we manage to grow either goes to the beasts or to our own people, leaving no surplus for brewing." Upon hearing this, Ergou pondered for a moment and mysteriously suggested, "Chief, prepare 10 barrels of water for me. Tonight I shall treat the entire village to a drink." Rexes was puzzled. "My lord, How do you intend to invite the whole village for drinks? Never doubt a priest, Ergou teased. Through his conversations with a few individuals, Ergou learned of the tribe's origins. During the Orc Wars, a portion of the imperial crocodile and chameleon tribes became separated from their main forces and, in a quest for survival, entered the Forgotten Forest. Over time, the two tribes relied upon each other and gradually settled deep within the forest. The stargrass, essential to the imperial crocodile tribe, is tended to and cultivated by the druids. However, this stargrass is not the genuine article. It does not glow at night, but is merely a mutated substitute. The true stargrass has long since gone extinct, and the tribe is grateful for the existence of this alternative, thanks to the druids' meticulous care and nurturing. In return, the imperial crocodiles took on the responsibility of the village's security. The number of combat-oriented druids is still too few, and understanding and harnessing elemental power compared to physical strength is exceedingly challenging. The druids focus on cultivation while the crocodiles engage in hunting, resulting in a harmonious coexistence between the two tribes. Ergou, with ulterior motives, gleaned this valuable information and pondered how he might entice these individuals to his own territory. Esteemed chiefs, have you ever considered venturing outside? Upon my return to the temple, I shall soon acquire my own territory, and I can allocate a piece of land that is exclusively yours. Return to the kingdom, and with your talents and valor, establish your own legacies, etching your names into the annals of history rather than letting them rot among the fallen leaves of the forest. The blood that courses through your veins is that of valiant orc warriors. Especially for the warriors of the imperial crocodile tribe, the battlefield is your rightful home, and glory is your pursuit. You ought to be the indomitable blade in the hands of the god of war, shining brightly amidst the blood rain. The two chieftains, particularly the leader of the imperial crocodile clan, were visibly moved after listening to Ergou's words, almost ready to accompany him back to the battlefield of Freljord. However, without the druids, they knew they could not cultivate the starlight grass, and the dilemma loomed large. Their decision to stay or leave hinged upon the elders' council. The druids, a tribe deeply connected to nature, carried the blood of beasts within them, instilling a sense of fierce loyalty, yet they hesitated to abandon their long-established homeland. After a moment of contemplation, the druid elder spoke. My lord, I require further reflection. The intricacies of this situation are likely more complex than they appear. If the kingdom were to deem us as traitors or descendants of deserters, how might we justify our presence? In my domain, you need not justify anything. Ergou replied with unwavering determination. The elder, upon meeting Ergou's steadfast gaze, found an inexplicable trust forming within him. Nevertheless, he hesitated. Allow me to ponder this matter further. Ergou flashed a bright smile, his white teeth contrasting sharply against his dark complexion. No worries, we shall revisit this tomorrow. After lunch, the group dispersed, and Ergou requested a large tent and 10 barrels of water from the two chieftains, secluding himself within to embark on his small venture. Utilizing the raw brew that nearly toppled Mackay, he mixed it with the crisp mountain stream water, successfully creating 10 barrels of blended liquor. Upon tasting his creation, the flavor was difficult to articulate, yet the essence of the alcohol was unmistakable. As evening descended, the fragrant aroma of the liquor wafted through the camp, prompting curious glances among the onlookers, who exchanged looks of astonishment and swallowed hard, pondering how the esteemed priest had achieved such a feat. Ergou emerged before them, brandishing a black turtle bead exuding the scent of his brew. My dear compatriots, tonight's libations shall be plentiful. Chapter 83. Wrestling. Nico observed Ergou's cheerful demeanor with a furrowed brow, sensing an underlying mischief. Good wine. Delightful. For the common folk, wine was a luxury. In the exchange of cups, they reveled in the spicy thrill and rich, lingering flavor, akin to a taste of paradise. After several rounds of indulgence, the crowd sought entertainment. The robust men of the Imperial Crocodile clan commenced their beloved wrestling matches. Rek'Sai, with bleary eyes, staggered to the open space before the starlight grass, belching. Who dares to face me in a bout? Rek'Sai, a formidable presence, prompted a shake of the head from Lexus. Once he steps onto the stage, how can anyone else compete? I will. A young warrior from the Imperial Crocodile clan stood up, striding confidently, shedding his vest to reveal a sculpted set of abs. Rek'Sai? This time, I shall not lose to you. Rek'Sai grinned. Even if you tried 100 times, you would still fail. The young challenger scoffed, his eyes glistening with a crimson hue. Let us see about that. With a resounding thud, the match commenced. The young member of the Empire Crocodile tribe charged forward, producing a resounding thud with each step. Towering and robust, his scales glimmered with a frigid luminescence, exuding an archaic strength that seemed out of place in this era. as he rushed towards the poised Recton. With a resounding clash, the two collided fiercely, sending invisible ripples radiating from their bodies, causing the nearby star grass to bend and the spectators' garments to flutter. They grappled, each locking their shoulders against the other, momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. Recton, evidently stronger, tightened his arms and slowly began to push the Empire crocodile back. The young warrior's eyes reddened with fury, releasing a low growl of anger, his pupils transforming into a blood-red hue. In an instant, the youth lowered his center of gravity, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Blood frenzy. Ergou immediately recognized the transformation occurring within the Empire crocodile youth. It was a unique berserk effect exclusive to their tribe, enhancing his attack and defense by 50%, often referred to as blood rage. What a remarkable feat. He has managed to enter the blood rage state autonomously. Recton was in for a challenge now. He licked his fangs, his expression turning serious as his eyes glowed crimson. This was becoming interesting. The star grass swayed like ocean waves behind them. A blade of grass drifted into Recton's line of sight, prompting him to squint. Seizing the opportunity, the Empire crocodile youth lunged forward with a fierce determination, wrapping his arms around Recton's sturdy waist, intent on executing a stunning throw. With all his might, he strained, veins bulging, attempting to lift Recton. However, Recton remained steadfast, grounded like a boulder. Taking the initiative, Recton bent down and seized the young warrior's waist. And with a powerful motion, he arched his body, launching the youth behind him with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bravo, Recton! What a display! To everyone's surprise, this robust lad exhibited such agility. The youth, having been thrown, returned dejectedly, his blood rage dissipated. Well done, you performed admirably, encouraged Lexus, patting the young warrior on the shoulder. Ergou, feeling invigorated, descended to the arena, proclaiming, "Come, let me exchange a few moves with you, Recton." Recton glanced at his father, hesitating momentarily. Ergou continued, "In Freljord, every lad should know a thing or two about combat. You need not defer to your father. I require no leniency from you." Lexus exchanged a knowing glance with Recton, signaling him to indulge the esteemed priest in a friendly spar. The onlookers were eager, anticipating Ergou's potential misstep. Among the crowd, only Nico understood that Ergou was a dragon slayer priest, and she called out to Recton, "Uncle Recton, you need not hold back against Priest Kaiser." The crowd cast curious glances at Nico, pondering the mischief this little girl might be up to. Ergou chuckled, his height barely reaching 2 meters, placing him at the chest level of Recton, resembling a yordle. "Be careful," Ergou shouted, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball aimed at Recton. The even terrain kicked up a cloud of dust, leaving behind 2 distinct footprints, one deep and one shallow. The onlookers were enlightened, realizing that this priest was likely formidable indeed. Recton, at the forefront, distinctly felt the terrifying force emanating from this dug priest, as if he were not facing a mere dug, but a colossal beast. Due to his stature, Ergou could only grasp Recton's thigh, while Recton remained grounded, his strength anchored in his robust legs. Ergou clung to Recton's thigh, exposing his entire back, a perilous position unless he could topple Recton before any attack could be launched. Recton extended his clawed hands toward Ergou's waist, intending to replicate a prior success. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ergou shouted and with a powerful thrust, unexpectedly pushed Recton to the ground, causing him to sit down with a thud. Recton was momentarily stunned. He had confidence in his lower body, yet he had inexplicably been lifted and toppled. Again, he bellowed, his eyes turning a deeper shade of red, bending forward and charging at Ergou with exhilaration. He had finally encountered an opponent worthy of his full strength. The clash of their palms produced a somewhat comical scene. Both men's faces flushed, their arms trembling, neither yielding an inch. The more they battled, the more exhilarated Ergou became, as the surging power within him, the dragon-elephant force, began to swell outward in waves. At last, Recton entered a state of frenzied bloodlust, their entanglement growing increasingly intense. Even Ergou felt a hint of strain. Without entering a berserker state, he feared he might not be able to overthrow this behemoth. Just as he hesitated on whether to unleash his battle song, he caught sight of a cunning smile spreading across Recton's face. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Ergou found himself toppled to the ground, as Recton had seized the opportunity, using his thick tail to unexpectedly strike Ergou's calf, throwing him off balance and leading to his defeat. Ergou's calf bore the marks of a dark bruise. What on earth was that? Rek'Sai rushed onto the scene, delivering a resounding smack to his son's head. "Using your tail in a tussle? Who taught you such underhanded tactics?" Hastily, He rushed to assist the venerable priest. "No worries at all," chuckled Ergou nonchalantly, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Your tail is indeed a part of your body. That third leg of yours is truly remarkable." Raikton, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head as his eyes restored their pale hue. "Your Excellency, you are indeed impressive. I am the strongest in the village, yet I never imagined your strength would surpass mine. I am in awe of you." The crowd gradually regained their composure amidst the chaotic scene, realizing the formidable presence of the priest from the dog clan. The gaze of some young maidens from the Empire Crocodile clan towards Ergou transformed significantly. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Ergou's spine, prompting him to shy away from those glances. Maidens. Young maidens from the Empire Crocodile clan. A refreshing breeze swept through as the festivities continued, igniting everyone's spirits. Some resumed wrestling, others showcased their dancing skills, and a druid even transformed into Raikton to perform an imitation, eliciting gasps of astonishment and hearty laughter from the crowd. Time passed, and the revelers indulged in their libations, with Ergou concocting an additional 10 barrels of new wine. As tranquility enveloped the village, he twirled the ring in his hand, a spark of brilliance gleaming in his eyes, and 4 giants materialized upon the vast expanse of starry grass at the village entrance. Chapter 84. Followers. Rixes awoke early that day, observing the multitude sprawled about him, feeling somewhat sheepish as the chieftain, shaking his head, which felt as heavy as lead. He staggered towards the village entrance, reflecting on the priest's potent libations. "I must quench my thirst by the river." In the morning forest, a thick mist lingered. Upon reaching the village entrance, Rixes sensed something amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. Wait. He realized what was wrong, despite the dense fog. The starry grass should be visible. Where was that vast expanse of starry grass? Instantly, his inebriation dissipated. Thud, thud, thud. He dashed towards the grassy field, unleashing a roar that roused all the slumbering villagers. No. Who did this? The crowd, startled from their dreams by his thunderous bellow, hurried to the village entrance, only to be met with a scene of utter horror. The starry grass lay flattened in patches, covered densely by enormous footprints. These prints were terrifying, reminiscent of the legendary mountain giants. Yet, such giants had never been seen in these parts, and the footprints appeared as if conjured from thin air. Could they have flown in? Alas, it is all my fault. Ergou followed the crowd to the village entrance, initially wearing a look of astonishment, then filled with self-reproach, lamenting that had he not insisted on treating everyone to drinks, the detestable hill giant would not have ravaged their pasture. The druid elder, leaning on his staff, slowly approached Ergou, solemnly patting him on the back in consolation, saying, "My dear priest, this is not your fault." Lexus was at a loss. Without the stargrass, their kin would lack a vital element, rendering them unable to digest meat. Where, in such a short time, could they find this ancient herb? Cursed be it. If I ever catch that hill giant, I shall toss his head into the latrine. Lexus seethed, yet ultimately faced with reality, he could only instruct the others to gather the remaining stargrass. At that moment, Nico was also among the throng, observing the enormous footprints. She recalled the giants summoned by Ergou in the Siren's Cave, and a thought flickered in her mind. Nico's delicate brows furrowed in realization. She had uncovered the truth behind this despicable trickster, Dag. Ergou felt Nico's fiery gaze upon him. His heart raced. Oh no, she has seen through me. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, he discreetly approached Nico, whispering in a tone only they could hear. "Nico, do not speak recklessly. You ought to be grateful to me. What do I have to thank you for?" Nico retorted indignantly. Ergou pointed toward the life spring in his gourd and produced a small handful of seeds. "I possess the life spring and seeds gifted to me by the shepherd. I can cultivate as much stargrass as needed. The Empire crocodiles will not suffer. However, we must accompany you, correct?" Nico's expression suggested she anticipated his ulterior motives. "What harm is there in following me? I am making a decisive choice for their benefit." "Despicable." Nico scoffed. Coughing awkwardly, Ergou rubbed his nose. "A gentleman judges by intent, not by action. I must trouble you for a favor." "I refuse." "Then I shall expose your involvement in the fallen ritual at the Siren's Cave." Nico could hardly believe the audacity of this black-nosed rogue before her. "Elder, is there no way for the stargrass to regrow in a short time?" Ergou turned to the druid elder with a hopeful inquiry. The druid elder shook his head in resignation. "No, it is a hybrid substitute, rather delicate." "Ah, I see," Nico interjected suddenly. "My dear priest, I recall you acquired some life spring while vanquishing the sirens." "Life spring?" The druid elder's eyes lit up at the mention, for it was divine water for cultivating plants. Ergou feigned realization, exclaiming, Yes, yes. I have some life spring, though it is but a small amount, I fear. The druid elder, albeit slightly disheartened, responded, nonetheless, it is someone else's possession, no matter, no matter. My dear priest, after all, the fountain of life is exceedingly precious. A treasure that is rare and difficult to obtain. Ergou shifted the conversation, stating, however, when faced with adversity, one must seek the priest. As a priest myself, how can I turn a blind eye to the struggles of my kin? The druid tribe and the imperial crocodile tribe are inextricably linked. Without the imperial crocodile, the druid tribe cannot thrive in these rugged mountains. The elder's face lit up with joy. Lord Caesar, are you implying that you can provide us with some of the fountain of life? Ergou replied, of course. However, I have some estates in my territory that require organization, and I need some guards to help oversee them. I wonder if you could lend a hand. No problem. The druid elder understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Any young individual in the tribe who wishes to accompany you on your adventures can come to me to enlist. Ergou nodded and then, with a mysterious air, produced a package and inquired, Elder, I have some seeds here, given to me by the shepherd Mackay. Could you help me identify what these seeds are? The elder gasped in surprise, trembling with excitement as he took the seeds, examining, smelling, and even tasting them. These are all extinct plants. Is this pure stargrass? And this? Is it the beacon blossom? These are ancient plants that only exist in books. Seeing the elder's interest piqued, Ergou swiftly reclaimed the seeds and, with a smile, asked, Elder, you have seen for yourself how precious these seeds from the shepherd are. Who do you think should accompany me to my territory? For the druids? Encountering unknown plants is akin to a naked beauty to a lecherous man, or an endless cask of fine wine to a drunkard. The elder nearly exclaimed, I'll go. I'll accompany you. Gradually calming under Ergou's eager gaze, the druid elder contemplated the current circumstances. It seemed there was only one suitable path. Lexus, a brash fellow, essentially dictates matters between the two tribes, and for the betterment of the hundreds in both clans, he had no alternative. Lord Caesar, I need to discuss this with Elder Lexus. Though he called it a discussion, it was essentially a one-sided notification. The druid elder, leaning on his cane, approached Lexus, looking up and gesturing like a yordle beside the towering figure of Lexus. Lexus reacted with surprise and curiosity, occasionally glancing at the smiling priest. Before long, the two approached Ergou, one looking up and the other down, exchanging a glance before kneeling in unison, proclaiming, Lord Caesar, we pledge our loyalty to you and shall be your faithful followers. Chapter 85. Return to the city. The sun hung high in the sky over the desolate plains, stretching endlessly before the eyes, while a few vultures soared overhead. On the horizon of the city of Duer, a group of individuals was slowly making their way forward. The composition of this group was quite peculiar, featuring dwarves barely a foot tall alongside giants nearly 3 feet high. There were ugly goblin ogres and noble, beautiful fox priestesses. Most astonishing of all was the presence of a colossal white-furred beast, whose footsteps resonated like thunder, reminiscent of a small mountain among the procession. This group was none other than Ergou and his companions. The Empire Crocodile tribe and the Druid tribe had ultimately resolved to accompany the esteemed priest of the Dog tribe on this expedition. While a contingent of over 100 individuals was still preparing their belongings, only a handful, including Recton and Nico, had followed Ergou thus far. The Empire Crocodile tribe faced challenges in reproduction, with their entire population numbering merely 20 to 30. 6 warriors accompanying Ergou constituted nearly a quarter of their tribe's fighting strength. Such was the natural order in Orcish tribes. The mightier the race, the lower their fertility rates tended to be. From atop the city walls, soldiers spotted the approaching group, particularly the enormous beast that loomed on the horizon. Clang, clang, clang. The great bell atop the city rang out, rousing the drowsy soldiers to alertness. An enemy attack. Peace had reigned for so long that the citizens of Juo Fortress had nearly forgotten it was a military stronghold. As the bell tolled, confusion engulfed them momentarily. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Cried someone in the streets while running, awakening the populace from their stupor. Instantly, chaos erupted as the townsfolk scrambled in panic. At that moment, the lord of the city, Jaffer, was napping. Awakened by a servant's urgent call, he hastily donned his attire and rushed to the battlements, colliding with the shaman, Ergou. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual bewilderment and astonishment. Who dared to brazenly assault Juo Fortress? Could it be the humans from Noxus? Jaffer retrieved a small, intricately jeweled spyglass from his pocket and extended its tube to gaze into the distance. Ergou, upon glimpsing the lord's lavish and exquisite telescope, could not help but exhibit a flicker of envy in his eyes. Well, What do you see, my lord? Ergou inquired. Jaffer wore a peculiar expression as he handed the spyglass to the ancient tortoise tribe shaman beside him. You take a look. Curiously, Ergou accepted the telescope and aimed it at the distant scene. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive form and pristine fur of the white beast left him profoundly shaken. Yet, what astonished him even more was the striking figure atop the beast, one he had recently encountered. Ari. The shaman furrowed his weathered brow, quickly deducing the singular, correct answer. By the gods of war, that is Ari's magical pet. Even though Ergou had experienced many extraordinary events, witnessing the legendary Arctic giant now serving as a priest's companion stirred an undeniable excitement within him. Quick, open the city gates. Let us welcome our finest young priest from the southern provinces. The strength of a priest is inextricably linked to their magical companion. Ergou is deemed a prodigal son primarily due to the fact that his magical companion is perceived by others as merely a frost snow pollo. Were they to learn that this frost snow pollo is capable of contending with a dragon, one can only imagine the astonishment on their faces. When the citizens of the city discovered that the arrival was not of foes, but of a prodigious priestess from Freljord, and that the white-haired behemoth was not an enemy, but rather the legendary Arctic giant, excitement surged among them, as they clamored to welcome the kingdom's beautiful and gifted priestess. High Shaman Ergou's face illuminated with joy, and Ergou wished he could find an iron to smooth out the wrinkles on his countenance. Oh, my dear child, you must have endured considerable hardships on this journey. The shaman, seemingly oblivious to Ergou, approached Ari with barely concealed mirth. Ari, having descended gracefully from the Arctic giant, performed a respectful bow, saying, Master, it is you who guided my path. Haha. The shaman, adorned with a tortoise shell, found Ari increasingly endearing. She could no longer be regarded as a mere pawn for the barbarian king's consort. Her magical beast not only provided formidable combat prowess, but also symbolized a religious belief in the Arctic giant's return after a millennium. Was this not proof that the war god had not forsaken the orcs? In this era, the orcs required such a faith. Ergou understood that to acquire greater resources, one must exhibit commensurate strength. Thus, he intentionally had Ari display a portion of her capabilities and publicly declared that the likes of Rek'Sai and several muscular members of the Imperial Crocodile clan were her followers. This strategic maneuver would alleviate numerous troubles, ensuring that he would no longer be regarded as a mere diplomatic pawn. Indeed, the shaman soon took notice of the robust figures from the Imperial Crocodile clan and learned from Ari that they were companions encountered during her adventures. Oh, my dear Ari, the sustenance for these formidable men must represent quite a considerable expense, I presume? Ergou quipped, seemingly in jest, if you face any difficulties. The temple can assist in bearing a portion of the burden. Lux cast a sidelong glance at Ergou, contemplating how this man, typically one to exploit opportunities, remained silent this time. Meanwhile, Ergou inwardly cursed. As the saying goes, whoever manages, bears responsibility, whoever feeds, leads. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If Rek'Sai and the others dined at the temple, would they not inevitably become part of it? That old tortoise. How dare he scheme against me? At this moment, Ari interjected. Thank you for your generosity, Master Shaman. I believe once Caesar has acquired his territory, we should be able to sustain our warriors. It was then that the shaman recalled the presence of a recently tested war priest, Caesar Lee. The shaman, maintaining his composure, slowly turned his shell and gently spoke. Welcome back, my child. Your successful trial confirms our receipt of you. The document received by the shaman was specifically commissioned by Ergou, instructing Outa Biao to compose it. The essence of the content revealed that they had located the lair of the harpy and, employing fire as their weapon, had successfully exterminated this coven of creatures. Ergou primarily played the role of instigator in this endeavor. Such an outcome prompted some individuals to exclaim that Ergou had garnered extraordinary fortune, deeming the result unacceptable and insufficient to demonstrate the priestess' prowess. At this juncture, Minterpenia stepped forward to assert the principles of fairness, articulating that rules must remain unchanged due to the subjective whims of certain individuals. Luck, she emphasized, has always been an integral aspect of a priestess' capabilities. Consequently, Ergou's title as war priest could not be denied. However, many esteemed individuals harbored an intrinsic disdain for this priest, despite Alalai's confirmation of his innate talent as a soul singer. Chapter 86. Oxford University. Unbeknownst to Ergou, he remained indifferent to these sentiments. Eagerly inquiring of the shaman, My lord, has my fief been allocated? Lord Ergou furrowed his brow, perceiving this douche priest as excessively pragmatic and lacking the reverence exhibited by priest Alalai. Nevertheless, he considered him one of his own, deciding that a stern admonition would suffice. Priest Caesar, your temple's fief is still under planning, requiring consultation with the southern provinces, and will necessitate a lengthy process of formalities. It is not simply at my discretion. Lord Ergou replied with a polite smile. Formalities? Upon hearing this term, Ergou felt a wave of frustration. Why had the orcs adopted the human penchant for bureaucratic antics? The potential for manipulation was vast. Deciding the fate of anyone could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. That matter is beyond our jurisdiction. You must consult the city affairs office. That matter is beyond our jurisdiction. You must consult the temple. Ergou could already envision the challenges that awaited him. Damn it! Ergou thought fiercely. Who dares to impede me? I shall bring them down without hesitation. If pushed to the brink, I will set this wretched temple and city affairs office ablaze. Caesar. Alalai shot a fierce glare at Ergou. It dawned on him that, since the Arctic beast was bound by a contract co-signed with Alalai, any thoughts he entertained would be transmitted to her mind while the Great Bear was present. Alas, this will surely trouble the shaman and the city lord, Ergou said with a strained smile directed toward Ergou and Jaffer, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Despite Ergou's courteous tone, Lord Jaffer perceived an undertone of threat and danger in his words, causing his red foxtail to twitch nervously, followed by a surge of embarrassment. His sentiments coincided remarkably with those of the shaman. This audacious Duj lad required some discipline. Oh, no need for formality, my child. We are all family. Lord Jaffer responded with a beaming smile. Fool. Ergou inwardly cursed, yet he maintained a smile and bowed respectfully. At that moment, the colossal beast of the Arctic let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, and without warning, a mass of storm clouds materialized in the sky. The elemental spirits of thunder rejoiced and danced, as if poised to unleash their tempestuous energy at any moment. The citizens exiting the city were struck with terror, while the priests, clutching their hibernation emblems, prepared to summon their magical companions. The Arctic giant, in a mischievous manner, let out a snort, transforming the once frenzied thunder spirits from wild tempestuousness into gentle, affectionate beings that gracefully circled around the beast. Avalosa, hail the god of war. The ever-elegant Lord Ergou could no longer maintain his composure, his mouth agape in astonishment as he beheld a creature that had devoured the song crystal, a relentless thunder beast. After a month apart, the Lord's mansion convened another banquet. Unlike the previous occasion where Ollie played a mere supporting role, this time, she stood as the centerpiece. Lady Ollie, your beauty and brilliance render me akin to a firefly before a luminary. A youth of your caliber deserves the finest opportunities for advancement. Prince Richard was also present, seated not far from Ollie. I believe you should pursue further studies at Oxford Academy in Greenland City rather than continue serving in the southern provinces. While your current guards display valor, they may not befit your distinguished presence. You might consider acquiring new knightly protectors. Greenland City, a frost-laden metropolis nestled deep within Freljord, is home to Oxford Academy, the kingdom's preeminent institution for priestly studies. Admission is typically reserved for royal priests or those of exceptional merit. The academy's founding is quite intriguing. It is said that the inaugural dean was a Minotaur priest of the Bull tribe. By the gods, how remarkable it is that a creature often regarded as simple-minded should hold such a prestigious position. This fortuitous narrative has allowed Oxford's name to endure, serving as a reminder that one should not judge a person solely by their appearance. Moreover, the kingdom's 12 high priests occasionally instruct there, making it an admirable path for Ollie in her priestly education. Before Ollie could respond, the southern province's shaman, Ergou, half-jokingly remarked, "Oh, your highness, it is rather inappropriate for you to attempt to poach such a remarkable young priestess from our southern province before my very eyes. Attending the Royal Priest Academy will provide more opportunities for learning and establish connections with the Rhine royal family," Prince Richard replied gracefully. "Shaman, this matter may be beyond our control. There is a saying among priests, the waters of an iceberg always flow towards the sea, and the warriors at the foot of the giant's peak invariably aspire to ascend to divine heights. Regardless of where Lady Ollie ultimately journeys, she will always remain a child of the southern province. After all, Minterpenia is still here." Indeed. They all laughed, raising their glasses in joyous camaraderie. Simultaneously, Prince Richard raised his glass towards the enchanting serpent Penia, who responded with a subtle nod and a smile. Yet, within the depths of her gaze lay an almost imperceptible worry. She pondered that neither the temple nor Oxford would be chosen by Ollie. This obedient disciple's heart had already strayed towards another. As Penia contemplated, her eyes began to search for that figure she simultaneously despised and held a certain affection for. Ergou, much like the previous occasion, had secured a seat in a corner of the banquet hall. By chance, the young fox, who had nearly caused a ruckus at the last gathering, was seated beside him once more. The young fox, sensing the familiar presence next to him, turned to find the notorious black-nosed Doug, who immediately stood to change his location. However, Ergou was swift, pressing him back down with a grin. "Why are you avoiding me, dear brother fox?" The force of Ergou's grip caused the young fox to grimace in discomfort. "Let go, you brutish Doug. I'll release you only if you stay put." All right. I want to leave." Only then did Ergou relent, casting a bemused glance at the young fox. "If it weren't for the fact that you eat little and share my table, being of the same lineage as my mentor Ollie, I wouldn't have bothered keeping you here." The young fox's nose flared with indignation upon realizing that Doug was only preventing his departure because he wasn't competing for food. Did he assume that everyone else was as starved for attention as he was? "Wait, are you saying that Ollie the priest is your mentor? Aren't you a follower of Ollie the priest?" The young fox suddenly recalled a crucial statement made by Ergou. "What? Do I not appear so?" Ergou tugged at his outer garment, revealing the priestly robe beneath. The fox noble rubbed his eyes, convinced he was not mistaken. He had long known that Ollie the priest had a disciple, but he never expected it to be the unsightly Doug before him. He regarded Ergou with disbelief, momentarily questioning the fairness of fate. Could the god of war truly be blind? Despite knowing their chances were slim, many still extended olive branches to Ollie, primarily from various families. "Lord Ollie, please join our Helen family. We can provide you with the most generous material conditions. Join our Baker family. This young man is the most handsome and exceptional priest among our wolf lineage, and he is to be the next head of the family. If you are willing to come, everything can be negotiated. Our fox clan has not yet fallen so low as to seek refuge with your wolf clan. Spare us your words." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, yet Ollie remained silent. At this moment, the shaman, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, should we not afford the priest Ollie an opportunity to express his stance?" Only then did the assembly realize that the principal figure had yet to speak, and they fell silent, turning their collective attention towards Ollie. As a young girl, Ollie found herself under the spotlight for the very first time, and a flutter of anxiety gripped her. The mere thought of opening her mouth to refuse others made her feel as though she had committed a grave error. However, the visage of a certain individual appeared in her mind, granting her heart a sense of solace. This was the man who had rescued her from the icy depths of despair, unwavering in the face of formidable foes, his spirit always ablaze with fervor. Ollie's gaze grew resolute as she casually tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear, her sapphire eyes surveying the diverse faces before her, accompanied by a gentle smile. It was then that the assembly realized how remarkably enchanting the young girl had become, her smile causing the hearts of all present to quicken. "Esteemed guests," Ollie remarked with a smile, "I have resolved where my loyalties lie." A hush fell over the banquet, the silence palpable, broken only by the sound of a certain gluttonous figure in the corner, incessantly munching away. "I have decided to accompany the newly appointed war priest, Caesar Lee, to his fief, contributing to the kingdom in my own way." As she spoke, she pointed delicately with her fair finger toward the gluttonous Ergou, who was surreptitiously tearing off a leg of roasted shapu beast from his neighbor's plate, and discreetly wiping the grease on his companion, the youthful fox. At that moment, Ergou became acutely aware of the sudden silence enveloping the hall. As he lifted his gaze, he discovered that all eyes were fixed upon him. Even with his thick skin, being caught in such an unseemly act by so many rendered him somewhat bashful. "What? Is it so outrageous for me to take a shapu leg?" he retorted, his embarrassment transforming into indignation. The hall erupted with laughter. After a brief interlude, Pena summoned Ergou aside, her expression calm and inscrutable, with Pena leading the way and Ergou trailing behind. His gaze inevitably fell upon the graceful sway of her serpentine waist. The poise of human beauty paled in comparison to her ethereal elegance. "Caesar," Pena turned to him. "Oh, is there something you wish to discuss, Pena?" Ergou feigned ignorance. Pena's demeanor remained as serene as water. "Caesar, I wish to share a tale with you. Long ago, there was a prodigious priest of the Swan clan in our kingdom, whose brilliance mirrored your own." Ergou wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, his eyes cast downward. "Oh, master, you jest. I am merely fortunate." Pena smiled, a fragrance distinctly feminine, contrasting sharply with Ali's youthful charm. She playfully tapped Ergou's forehead. "Though you may deceive others, you cannot fool me, you little rascal. Rescue the proud hunter from the city of White Cliff and abduct the youngest daughter of the Mianwei family, traversing the treacherous swamp of death to successfully complete a high-stakes trial, all while concealing the true circumstances. Could this be mere coincidence?" Ergou's gaze gradually darkened. his body leaning back, arms crossed over his chest, as he fixed an aggressive stare upon his alluring mentor. Master, are you investigating me? Mentor Pena sensed a wild and perilous aura emanating from Ergou. Although she maintained her composure, it was evident that he was a desperate outlaw. Had he possessed such a demeanor back in the day, would his fate have differed? I cannot entrust my beloved disciple to a stranger like Doug. Pena was not angered. She rubbed her waist and continued. Though there are secrets about you that elude my understanding, your cunning and strength are far more complex than you outwardly display. Ergou shrugged. Doug is bound by the ways of the martial world. Master, everyone has their own unavoidable hardships and secrets. At this remark, Pena scrutinized Ergou for an extended moment, causing an uneasy sensation to wash over him. He even began to wonder if this enchanting mentor had taken a liking to him. After a while, Mentor Pena resumed her narrative. This brilliant priest, during her travels, unexpectedly discovered an egg deep within an iceberg, the age of which was indeterminate. Yet, for various reasons, it revived under her meticulous care. Remarkably, the egg hatched successfully. She nurtured it, imparted wisdom, and became its mentor. Eventually, they fell in love. However, nobility comes with its traditions, particularly for someone of his stature. They struggled against the odds for a long time, only to part ways in sorrow. The man married a jewel of the Swan clan and started a family, while the woman journeyed far from home, with the two rarely crossing paths. Even when they did meet, what purpose would it serve? Ergou cautiously inquired. Master, that egg was. Pena silently nodded. Indeed, it was I. And your master's mentor is none other than the current 12 high priests of the kingdom. The legendary genius priest, the heir of the Swan clan, Leonardo DiCaprio the priest. Chapter 88. Sealed lands. What a scandal. An astonishing revelation. Ergou never anticipated that his master had an affair with his ancestor. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how his master could have engaged in such a relationship without legs. Pena gazed intently at Ergou, unaware of his thoughts, and continued, Caesar, love is beautiful. It transcends age, status, and even race. I have experienced this and understand you. However, when the culmination of such love leads to an abyss with no resolution, I would rather it had never occurred at all. It would be better for everyone. Don't you agree, Caesar? Ergou had come to a realization. The enchanting serpent mistress had spoken at length, only to reveal her intent to sever the bond between him and Ali. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, he stated coldly, turning to depart. Although he refrained from responding to the serpent's inquiries, his actions unequivocally conveyed his stance. Pena watched as Ergou walked away, feeling a tumult of anger mixed with a sense of relief deep within her soul. She was grateful that this young couple had not chosen the same path she once trod. Yet, what obstacles awaited them down this new road? To Ergou's surprise, the following day he received his appointment, and his fief had been meticulously delineated. With eager anticipation, he opened the document, only to snort dismissively and toss it onto the dilapidated table of the inn, retrieving a cigar instead. Remarkably, Lux was unusually subdued this time, refraining from her usual jibes at Ergou. It was indeed peculiar that, after so many days, the Dalmatian Federation had not issued a single word regarding Lux, as if she did not exist in this world. Lux, too, keenly sensed this absence, often casting furious glances at Ergou, her eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. Yet at times she would sit quietly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Curious, Ali picked up the appointment letter, and upon reading it, her anger erupted. This is nothing short of a humiliation. Why is our fief located in the Dalmore wasteland? Why must it be east of the Seine River, a haven for bandits? They call it territorial expansion, but how will we provide for our people in this desolate place? Will we sustain them on that barren red earth? Within a year, the resident population of the territory must exceed 1,000, or else the lordship will be revoked, an utterly impossible task. If they did not wish to grant it, they should have stated that plainly. What does this mean? Ergou snapped his fingers at Lux, who raised her middle finger in response, her fingertips glowing with a fierce light. He leaned in to ignite his cigar, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Perhaps this is what the serpent mistress referred to as hardship. This is meant to make us submit. But I refuse to bow. With a fierce puff on his cigar, he declared, Let us go. Ali, Lux, gather a few mastiff warriors. We shall procure some supplies. Damn it. Are they merely wasteland bandits? I fear them not. As Ergou and his entourage strolled through the marketplace, they bore more resemblance to marauders than to shoppers. While Ali and Lux appeared as princesses abducted by brigands, drawing curious glances from passers-by. As a fox, Ali's keen intellect was now invaluable. Given that agriculture was impractical in the wasteland, they would need to rely on pastoralism. We must acquire a batch of sapient beast cubs and the necessary supplies for herding, she stated. We dwell adjacent to the Seine River, where numerous Yamaha fish abound. With autumn's arrival, we can engage in fishing to alleviate some of our troubles. However, livestock requires time, and Yamaha fish cannot sustain us daily, hence we must procure additional provisions. As Ollie walked, he mentally calculated the expenses in gold coins. An adult warrior of the Imperial Crocodile tribe requires approximately 50 pounds of food daily, while a Mastiff warrior, somewhat less demanding, still needs around 25 pounds. Each of them consumes the equivalent of 10 to 20 individuals' rations. Our numbers may seem modest, 12 Mastiffs, for Imperial crocodiles, and nearly 100 druids and Imperial crocodiles on their way, but by the gods, we must prepare provisions for nearly 1,000 souls. Ergou chuckled, observing. At this rate, our domain has a population nearing 100. Although the 30-plus warriors consume more, it is only fitting to safeguard our territory. Ollie cast a worried glance at Ergou. But how shall we afford such an abundance of food? And how will we arm our soldiers? Ergou pondered for a moment. I possess many runes, let us sell them. Ollie sighed, conceding to this course of action. The two returned to the human pawnshop, where the merchant greeted them with a distinct warmth upon recognizing Ergou and his companions. This smile radiated enthusiasm, yet vanished the moment one failed to meet his gaze. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? Ergou produced several runes, stating, we wish to pawn a few runes of the same quality as before. The merchant chuckled awkwardly, replying, while it is customary not to turn away business, I must confess that accepting your trade would jeopardize my other dealings. I am truly at an impasse. Please, I must ask you to leave. As he gestured for them to exit, he added, do not take offense. You are simply too young and have offended too many whom you ought not to have. Ergou held the runes, nearly crushing them in his hand. Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to demolish your establishment right now? If soldiers receive orders to fire, can I be blamed for their actions? Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. These individuals are merely bullies who prey on the weak. At that moment, Rain Gal and his companions entered the shop, cracking their knuckles menacingly, the sound echoing ominously. The other patrons fled in terror. Coincidentally, Prince Richard of the Rhine royal family passed by with the temple's nightly guards, and the merchant seized the opportunity, rushing to him. Your Highness, there are rioters intent on vandalizing my shop in Corver Castle. You cannot turn a blind eye. Chapter 89. The opposition begins. Ergou raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the sheer coincidence surrounding the arrival of this prince. The timing was too fortuitous. Fear not, my human friend, Prince Richard remarked with an air of elegance. No one can commit crimes under the vigilant eyes of the Rhine. With that, he tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Ergou. Caesar, what are you attempting? Are you resorting to coercion? What, Your Highness, are you addressing me? Perhaps you should refer to me as the esteemed high priest. In the kingdom of Freljord, the priesthood held a position of considerable prestige, equating the power of the monarchy with that of religion. The current king belonged to the Rhine clan, while the cardinal was of the Tage clan. Prince Richard discreetly clenched his jaw. The priesthood was no shield for criminals. Ergou narrowed his eyes. Fixing his gaze upon the human merchant, he gently rotated the ring on his finger, contemplating the release of the four giants to crush this golden-haired Rhine and depart from this repugnant place. You human, dare to tell Prince Rhine who ought to buy and who ought to sell? Have I engaged in coercion? The human merchant felt a chill run down his spine under Ergou's penetrating stare, sweat beading on his forehead. He sensed that uttering even a single misplaced word could lead this formidable figure to decapitate him before the assembled crowd. This was not mere intuition. It was the palpable threat radiating from Ergou's dark gaze. Your Highness, the merchant stammered, no one has coerced anyone in my establishment. Prince Richard was taken aback, astonished that Ergou's mere glance had compelled the merchant to alter his testimony. His anger was ignited, not from a sense of justice, but from a profound affront to his authority. Rengar, Richard barked, fixing a steely gaze on Ergou. Yes, Rengar responded immediately, but he soon realized the gravity of his response. Seize this coward. Let me see who dares to move. Ergou roared, stepping forward. These soldiers are my knights. No one but me has the right to pass judgment. Pointing at Prince Richard's nose, Ergou met his yellowing eyes with unwavering intensity. You too shall not. Richard's abundant hair bristled with fury. Though his father was a vigorous man and he had many siblings, he was still a prince, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Currently serving as a thorn knight in the temple, he held a position earned through valor in battle, and he had long reveled in the admiration and respect of others. At this moment, he was utterly enraged. His hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, and the fully armed Rhine knights behind him stepped forward in unison. "Your Highness," Ali interjected, stepping forth with poise. "I swear upon the honor of my priesthood, these mastiff soldiers are certainly not cowards on the battlefield. Conversely, they exhibit remarkable bravery. Their capture is attributable to specific circumstances. And by a stroke of fate, they have been rescued by us. Today, they have officially become the bronze knights of our fief. According to the laws of the kingdom, it is indeed improper for you to take them away without the Lord's consent." Upon seeing Lord Ali emerge, Prince Richard's gaze regained a semblance of composure. He lowered his hand from the hilt of his sword. Since it is Lord Ali who has spoken, it is worthy of belief. After this, he cast a scrutinizing glance at the human merchant beside him, giving a gentle pat on the shoulder of the rotund figure. "You have disappointed me once. I hope you cherish our friendship." As Prince Richard sheathed his sword, the knights around him also relaxed their grips. Ali subtly signaled to Ergou, who waved his hand, prompting everyone to exit the shop. As Ergou and his companions stepped out, they moved aside, and at that moment, Ergou called out to Ergou. "Ergou," he proclaimed, "take your men and return from whence you came. My people do not take detours." Indeed, Ergou and his companions responded loudly. At this moment, even if it meant marching towards death, they would do so willingly. There is no greater exhilaration than following the Lord. The expressions of Ergou and his companions transformed from trepidation to resolve, hardening into a fierce determination. From this moment onward, the soldiers of Lord Caesar have learned their first principle. Wherever they go, they will never deter around others. My path is resolute, and I shall sweep aside all obstacles. Halt! How dare you? Prince Richard bellowed. How dare you obstruct my path? Seizing the moment when attention waned, Ergou discreetly grasped his mace. Was it I who forced a deal, or was someone blocking the entrance? If one respects me a foot, I shall respect them a mile. If one wrongs me, why should I endure? Ergou understood without a doubt that the issues plaguing his fief bore the shadow of this prince. Endurance does not resolve problems. Lin Chong endured repeatedly, only to have his home shattered and his wife lost. What use is endurance? Ergou and his companions advanced without drawing weapons, proceeding straight ahead. The knights of the Rhine brandished their lances, aiming the tips at the chests of Ergou and his companions, yet the latter did not falter, continuing forward. They had not heard Lord Caesar's command. As long as their lord urged them onward, they would forever place their trust in him. The fluffy creature perched on Ergou's shoulder was already preparing to strike. Stop! Just as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, a melodious voice rang through the street. A magnificent shadow, riding on a 3 to 4 meter long underworld dragon, was swiftly approaching, and before the figure arrived, a cloud of paralyzing poison was unleashed. Scatter! Ergou commanded. With a wave of Richard's hand, the knights, clad in heavy armor, fell back in unison. After the netherworld serpent descended, it inhaled the toxic mist that had yet to disperse back into its belly. The familiar figure of a person with a serpent's tail waved a hand, retracting the dark green serpent back into the hibernation emblem. What are you trying to achieve? Pinhao admonished. One is a priest, and the other a paladin. Are you intending to engage in a street brawl? How do you wish for others to perceive you, Caesar? Do you wish for all associated with you to distance themselves from the orc society, knowing you as a tyrannical lord? And you, Prince Richard, nominally, you still belong to the temple's ranks, do you not? Does your behavior reflect merely your personal desires, or does it signify an intention to provoke strife between the Rhine and Taigo tribes? Return and write a self-reflection. Present it to the temple by tomorrow. Impulsive youths. Ever since Ergou learned that his title as priest was procured for him by Mentor Pinhao, he had felt he had treated her poorly that night, even doubting the mentor's intentions. In truth, she had been quite kind to him. At this moment, the mentor stepped forward to speak, realizing that he must not be ungrateful, and thus waved to summon Ergou and the others back. Prince Richard, upon being nudged by Pinhao, grasped the essence of the matter. His actions mattered little, but his identity was unique, as he was a royal embedded within the temple. Such reckless behavior could be difficult to explain to the king in the future. With this understanding, he refrained from further comments, gesturing for the knights to withdraw as well. The crowd, having already distanced themselves, dispersed even further as the commotion subsided. Seeing the crowd dissipate, Mentor Pinhao shot a fierce glare at Ergou. You too follow me. Chapter 90. Fontainebleau City. Pinhao brought the two back to the temple, poking Ergou's forehead with her jade-like finger. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to wage war against the prince of the kingdom in public? Have you considered the consequences? Ergou, unperturbed, replied calmly. Mentor, once dignity is cast aside, all actions are considered in terms of their consequences. What will the outcome be? You. Pinya glared at Ergou in frustration, seething with anger as she paced in place, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath. Ali stepped forward, grasping the Minter's arm, and affectionately pleaded, "Minter, please do not be angry. I know your ire is for our sake. Just watch. I shall go and confront Caesar to avenge you." With that, she raised her small fist and playfully struck Ergou several times. "Ouch! Ouch!" Ergou feigned agony in response. "Enough." Pinya, seeing the playful exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing for the two to join her on the edge of the bed. "Caesar, I must admit you possess the blood of a true man. However, that does not mean I wholly endorse your methods. The path ahead is yours to navigate. I have some savings accumulated over the years. Although modest, they are better than nothing, so I shall bestow them upon you." With that, I retrieved a collection of precious jewelry and runes from the cabinet nearby. Human merchants are driven by profit. They would not forsake business for the sake of supposed friendship or contracts. However, within the city, they are reliant on the support of this urban establishment and must outwardly refuse you. Yet, once outside the city, as long as you are willing to make some concessions and incur minor losses, they will still engage in trade with you. After all, one may perish for food, while another may meet their demise for wealth. "Master, we cannot accept your generosity," the fox spirit exclaimed, attempting to push back and refusing. Pinya shook her head and pressed the valuables into the fox's hands, expressing her hope that they may weather this harsh winter. Ergou felt a sense of gratitude towards his benefactor and a hint of embarrassment. "Yes, Master Pinya, I shall be more thoughtful in my actions from now on." Pinya rolled her eyes, knowing well that her disciple was unlikely to change, yet it was commendable that he could articulate such sentiments. The dying rays of the sun cast a warm glow over the barren land, the dark red soil overrun with weeds. A convoy laden with grain awaited in silence by the roadside. "Are you not afraid I might kill you and abscond with the goods without payment?" A rogue with a black, three-pronged nose and a face riddled with scars asked a plump human merchant with a sidelong glance. "Haha, my good sir." The merchant replied with an ingratiating smile, "You will still need my services in the future. If you were to kill me, who would you trade with?" This rogue was none other than Ergou, and the rotund merchant before him was the unscrupulous dealer who had sold him 40 gold coins for 3,000. "Heh, you are among the more candid of the unscrupulous individuals I know." Ergou chuckled. "Very well. Here are the runes for this transaction. Keep them safe. You have lowered the price by 30%, and I shall make a note of it." The merchant grinned broadly. "My lord, I am taking a risk here. And those mercenaries outside require compensation as well." He gestured towards the armed human soldiers occasionally glancing their way. "Ah, so this unscrupulous dealer relies on that group of soldiers for protection." Just as Ergou was about to tease the merchant further, the fox spirit returned. "Caesar, there is no issue with the grain," she said, shaking her head gently. Ergou scrutinized the merchant and his ever-present smile, chuckling. "I did not expect you to have made no alterations to the goods at all. The Jinkila Trading Company is known for its integrity, indeed. What was promised shall be delivered without fail." It turned out that the merchant belonged to a trading firm named Jinkila, rumored to have built its reputation on reselling agricultural fertilizers, a name that had since become legendary. Jinkila, a necessity for the farmers. Ergou inquired playfully. "Oh, my lord, how do you know the secret code of our trading company?" the merchant asked in astonishment. Since more than a month ago, when Ergou traversed the Demo wilderness, the brigands west of the Seine River have not experienced a single day of peace. Autumn has officially descended upon the southern slopes of the Iron Spine Mountains, and the Shabu beasts have welcomed their final opportunity to fatten up for the winter. During this period, the scale of pasturing is extensive, and the brigands, in preparation for the cold months ahead, have become increasingly active. The military, in an effort to safeguard the herders, has launched large-scale purges west of the Seine, thus confining the brigands' activities to the eastern bank. The kingdom of Freljord has contemplated a permanent resolution to this band of brigands, yet the challenge remains formidable. Despite the relatively small size of individual brigand tribes, their collective strength is vast. While they may engage in internal strife, they exhibit remarkable unity in the face of external threats. Furthermore, the complex terrain, adjacent to the Forgotten Forest, allows them to evade capture, returning once the pressure subsides. The imbalance between investment and return has led the kingdom to periodically sweep through the brigands on the western bank, while those on the eastern bank have been largely ignored. Ergou's fief lies to the east of the Seine River within the Demo wilderness. In principle, this expanse is ownerless. Whoever can establish dominion here may claim it as their own. However, the land yields no special resources, offering little beyond the occasional fish from the Seine, rendering it exceedingly desolate. Upon learning that her fief was located here, Ari was quite displeased. For now, she could only ride house while perusing songbooks, taking in the scenery as they traveled. The waters of the Seine have flowed unceasingly from ancient times, with the distant Kampa and Dipolo rising and setting eternally. It is said that this land once served as a battleground during the Void War, with countless ancestors' spirits buried beneath the desolate earth. Now, a new group of visitors has arrived, standing on the red clay highlands east of the river, gazing longingly at the landscape before them. The elevation, while modest at a mere dozen meters, offers a sufficient vantage point amidst the wilderness, backed by the riverbank. Below the red clay highlands lie the remnants of caves, presumably once occupied by brigands, now serving as shelter for the newcomers. At this moment, the group is drenched as they prepare to cross the river. The boats they are using were borrowed from Captain Beckman, but due to the number of robust men in the party, the vessels were too small, prompting some to swim across instead. The red earth of the wilderness glows like crimson maple leaves, droplets of water glistening in the hair of the travelers. Suddenly, Ergou feels inspired to bestow a name upon his newly acquired fief. With a name, he would possess a true home in this world. Thus, he decides it shall be called Fontainebleau. Chapter 91. Planting seeds. Ergou grows increasingly fond of the red clay highlands he has chosen. Although the soil is not suitable for crops, it possesses a certain stickiness and stability. The caves below, likely once the refuge of brigands, are littered with animal remains and even traces of their waste. The cave dwellings, after being thoroughly washed with copious amounts of fresh water, have finally been revitalized. Living in these cave homes may not be particularly dignified, yet it is rather comfortable, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, making it suitable for long-term habitation. Why is it that such a splendid place remains uninhabited? Inquired Ergou with curiosity. It is due to its proximity to the western riverbank, which makes it vulnerable to military sweeps, replied Lux with a disdainful snort. Ah, I see, Ergou responded, understanding the situation. Miss Lux, who accompanied Ergou, was a testament to Dalmatia's extensive propaganda efforts over the years. In the eyes of the common folk in Dalmatia, the orcs were merely a horde of uncivilized beasts. Although there were trade exchanges between the Federation and the kingdom, this bore no relevance to the ordinary populace. The public's perception of foreign nations largely stemmed from the narratives propagated by the state machinery. Should Miss Lux fall into the clutches of these so-called beasts, the horrors she would endure would be unimaginable. The populace, particularly intrigued by sensational news, had spun various tales in the streets, portraying Lux as Ergou's slave, subjected to torment each night. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger, and the honor of a family supersedes all else, especially when it concerns a young daughter. Lux, I shall surely claim the head of that rogue, to cleanse the shame upon you, echoed a deep male voice within the opulent hall of the royal palace. The red earth structures alone would not suffice. Some cave dwellings, rather inadequately named, were merely hollowed-out spaces. Thus, Ergou required additional timber for renovations. The tallest trees of the red earth plateau barely reached 3 meters and grew in crooked shapes, making them nearly invisible from afar. To procure timber, one would have to venture several days' journey to the forgotten forest. Ergou surveyed his companions, 12 mastiffs, 4 imperial crocs, 1 ogre slave, 1 princess of the Dalmatian royal family, 1 fox priestess, 3 druids, and 3 yordles, totaling a little over 20, including himself. In recent days, Nico and another druid had been acting as messengers, soaring above to inform the tribespeople of where they should gather. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. At that moment, the resounding voice of Rex's echoed from outside. Lord Caesar, Lord Caesar. It was as if the very mention of his name summoned him. Upon hearing this, Ergou emerged from the cave, gazing down at the 100 individuals gathered on the hillside, feeling as though he had finally established some semblance of territory. Huh, you have finally arrived. Nico followed closely behind Ergou, visibly irked, feeling deceived. The homeland of her kin was originally nestled within the forgotten forest, a place abundant with vegetation and resources. However, following this lord to the so-called Fontainebleau city, she found nothing worthy of commendation, save for its pleasant name. Most vexing was the fact that they could not return. Without the stargrass, the imperial croc tribe would face dire consequences. And the seeds of the stargrass resided in the hands of that treacherous rogue. Ergou was followed closely by the young girl, who trailed him wherever he went. Whether he was directing the others to renovate the cave or instructing the ogre, Brew, to clear away debris. It seemed he should have kept a few more ogre slaves back then, Ergou mused to himself. Rest assured, there will be ogres seeking us out, Nico remarked nonchalantly from behind. Ergou was well aware that bandits would soon cause trouble, which is why he needed to hasten the construction of the Red Earth Plateau. Frowning, he asked, "What are you following me for?" "My lord, have you forgotten something?" Nico replied. "What is it?" "The stargrass." "Stargrass?" "Yes. I handed some seeds and the fountain of life to your chieftain father long ago." "Huh? When was this?" "During our time in the Forgotten Forest." Nico was left speechless. This Douglas was sometimes truly remarkable, at times cunning, yet at others quite foolish. Did he not fear that the tribespeople would not honor their promises and fail to follow him out of the forest? As if reading Nico's thoughts, Ergou continued to dig in the soil without turning his head. "The moment we became comrades, we must unconditionally trust one another." Nico's gaze flickered. This absurd Douglas did not seem so detestable after all. Stepping out of the cave, Nico indeed witnessed her fellow tribespeople bustling about on the Red Earth Plateau and beneath it. Even Chef Timo was there, accompanied by his 2 Yordle assistants, busily planting mushrooms. Not every chameleon was worthy of being called a druid. Only those who had awakened their shape-shifting talents could bear that title. Nico had already established herself as a talented young druid among her generation. Most chameleons were devoid of combat prowess, often functioning as mere botanists. And even druids lacked combat attributes until they reached a certain level. The chameleons carefully poured the diluted water from the fountain of life onto the land. A truly precious treasure. The fortunate ones who could utilize such a divine object trembled with excitement. Ergou had some remnants of slag within his spatial ring. This unique slag burned for a long time without extinguishing, and he suspected it contained the power of runes. As night deepened, warm orange-red lights illuminated the cave. And from a distance, the Red Earth Plateau resembled an unfurled screen, igniting the desolate plain with the warmth of human existence. Ergou and Ari nestled together in the cave, and in a moment of reverie, they felt as if they had returned to that snowstorm-laden Abyss Canyon. The furball rested by the campfire, while Ari's slender waist was nestled in his embrace, causing Ergou to momentarily lose his bearings. "Kaiser, we truly have our own territory now." Ari gazed affectionately at Ergou, a notion that had been utterly unimaginable 2 months prior. At that time, they were trapped in dire straits, where even survival seemed a luxury, let alone the possession of their own domain. Later, they encountered the colossal statue of Galio in White Cliff City, surrounded by numerous night mages, and faced the ancient terror in the Death Marshes. At one point, she even feared she had lost Caesar. They stumbled along, confirming their roles as priests, while Caesar, due to his circumstances, was ostracized in stubborn Wolfert City, ultimately ending up in this desolate and remote locale. Yet, Caesar bore no complaints, and everything truly seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Ergou and Ari exchanged glances, feeling a surge of fervor coursing through them, and instinctively, they embraced in a passionate kiss. Caesar, we agreed to adhere to the priestly tenets," Ari exclaimed breathlessly, pushing Ergou away. "Now I am the lord here, my word is law. And the priestly regulations do not apply," Ergou replied in a hoarse whisper. Soon thereafter, the cave was filled with the essence of spring. Chapter 92. My home dwells on the red clay heights, my lord. My lord. Ergou, still lost in slumber, was roused by the thunderous voice of Rek'Sai calling him at the cave's entrance. How many times must I say it? He rubbed his eyes and reached out to touch Ari once more, her lips still adorned with a satisfied smile from the previous night's exertions. Rising, he made his way to the cave's entrance. "You must call me boss." Yes, boss," Rek'Sai exclaimed animatedly at the cave's mouth. Ergou mused that it was indeed time to procure a batch of timber, as the cave lacked a door. Fortunately, there was a bend. Or else there would be no privacy whatsoever. Speaking of which, he had battled with Ari for quite a while yesterday. He wondered if their neighbors, Lux and Nico, had overheard anything. As he stepped outside the cave, a refreshing aroma filled his nostrils, a sweet scent mingled with the earthy fragrance of grass. When Ergou stood atop the small platform of the red clay heights, a vast expanse of verdant green greeted his eyes. An endless sea of emerald stretched before him. The gentle breeze swept across the prairie, causing waves of grass to undulate, with scattered flowers dotting the landscape like embroidery on a green tapestry. In the distance, a flock of pristine bulrush beasts floated across the grasslands like clouds, and the melodious sound of pastoral songs filled the air, enchanting him in this boundless beauty. How could this be? Ergou stood in awe. "Boss, your fountain of life is truly extraordinary," Rek'Sai bellowed. "It sprouted overnight. You startled me." Just then, the elder druid approached, his eyes crinkled in joy. "My lord, there is still some of the fountain of life you provided me. I return it to you." Ergou nodded in a daze, accepting the water, and descended the steps into the depths of the meadow. The grass grew abundantly, towering over a foot high, some even reaching his chest, while peculiar flowers thrived among them, striving towards the sun, eagerly absorbing its light and warmth. Esteemed one, the elder druid remarked with a gentle smile, these blossoms are known as the searchlight flowers. By day, they absorb the energy of the Emperor Baluo, and by night, they illuminate our pastures like countless little emperors. The seasoned orcs, despite Ergou's pleased to address him as boss rather than esteemed one, found such a notion too impolite and steadfastly refused to comply, allowing Ergou to acquiesce to their wishes. These flora are prehistoric, possessing an extraordinary vitality. Had it not been for the cataclysmic events of the past, they would not have vanished. Even in this barren red soil, they thrive robustly, and come winter, they do not wither. This is thanks to the life-giving spring you bestowed upon us, which awakened these plants overnight. Otherwise, after such a long passage of time, their survival, despite their vigor, would indeed be uncertain. Henceforth, our Fontainebleau city shall become the most resplendent gem of this desolate expanse. Ergou once naively believed that the mightiest force in this world was that of magic. However, it appears he may have been mistaken. Avalosa. Ergou found himself regretting not having requested more seeds from the tree shepherds. As he proceeded further, a voice, somewhat juvenile, halted him. Boss, there's a trap ahead. Ergou promptly ceased his steps, searching for the source of the voice. Boss, I'm here. He felt a tug at his robe, and upon looking down, he beheld a fluffy, smiling visage. It was none other than Timo. Ergou chuckled. The yordles were so diminutive that one could scarcely see them amidst the grass. What are you doing here? He inquired with curiosity. Boss, don't forget, I'm not just a chef. I'm also a warrior. Timo beamed. I've planted some toxic mushrooms around our pasture. Stepping on them will release poisonous spores. Goodness. Ergou winced at the mention of toxic mushrooms. What if you accidentally blow up our own people? Timo looked up. Boss, I only planted a few to test their effects. You're currently in my minefield. Ergou was at a loss for words. With the perennial greenery of the pasture, the livestock industry of Fontainebleau City could flourish, necessitating more fences. The elder druid and Ari convened to discuss the planning of this area. First, the entire plateau was temporarily divided into 3 tiers. The first tier would house some of the colossal warriors, with several large caves being interconnected to serve as a dining hall, kitchen, and reception area, while another section would be designated for livestock. The second tier would be utilized for storage of miscellaneous items and grain, as well as designated residential zones. The third tier would also serve as a living area, reserved for the lord and some of the less combat-capable residents. On a modest plateau of several meters, there exists but a single passageway, with plans to establish maintenance platforms on both the second and third levels. The rear and sides of the plateau have been meticulously stripped of excess red earth to prevent encirclement. A staircase ascends directly to the summit, where several lookout points are established, manned in turn by warriors of exceptional night vision. Ergou surveyed the scene. This red earth plateau, neither too expansive nor too diminutive, could comfortably accommodate a few hundred inhabitants. It stands like a screen, its back against the Seine River, facing the arid red plains, weathered by the winds of millennia, leaving behind scars that testify to its resilience. That night, the evening star hung high in the sky, and after a day of labor, the dining hall of Fontainebleau was opened for the evening meal. Timo busily prepared delectable dishes, which were continuously delivered to the tables by chameleon-like maidens. The menu featured golden roasted meats, fragrant rice, and freshly sliced, succulent Yamaha sashimi, complemented by the yordle's special wasabi sauce, making the seafood come alive anew on the palate. Most splendid of all was the unlimited supply of fine wine. Hail to Avalosa! Which territory could boast such a luxury? Ladies and gentlemen, this marks our first official meal in Fontainebleau. Ergou raised his earthenware bowl, filled to the brim with fine wine. The crowd turned their attention to him, and an unusual silence enveloped the hall. You have all worked hard during this time. I had intended to say a few more words, but despite my role as a priest, I am, truth be told, quite a rough fellow. Ari rolled her eyes. If this were anywhere else, Caesar would be accused of blasphemy. I shan't say much more. I merely wish to convey that following the boss means there will be meat to eat and wine to drink. Aside from the soldiers on duty, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated tonight. Let us drink freely. A resounding applause erupted within the hall. Lux and Nico, seated in a corner, exchanged glances after Ergou's speech, simultaneously scoffing, bandit. After several rounds of wine, Ergou felt an unprecedented surge of creative inspiration after a long absence. With one foot planted firmly on the ground and the other resting on a clay pot, he had no choice. Their current poverty rendered even seating a luxury. As he lifted the hem of his priestly robe, Revealing a flourishing chest of hair, he began to sing. I reside upon the red earth plateau, where the winds sweep across the slope, be it the northwesterly or the southeasterly. These are my songs, my songs. I reside upon the red earth plateau. As the sun traverses the slope, shining upon my cave, warming my arms, and my bull follows me. No matter how many years have passed, generations have left me, leaving me to sing boundlessly. These are my songs, my songs. These are my songs, my songs. Oh, oh, oh. As the final note resonated, the powerful energy of the song echoed throughout the hall, and a colorful halo descended from above, invigorating the spirits of all present. Hail to the god of war. Ari covered her small mouth in astonishment. It was indeed the enduring aura of Jiang. Avalosa! Avalosa! The crowd erupted in excitement. Even Timo's spoon-spinning speed quickened. This would be a night of revelry and sleepless joy. Chapter 93. Altai Mountain. At dawn the following day, Ergou embarked towards the Iron Spine Mountains, accompanied by Ari. According to the Druid Elder, a 6th-tier frost dragon resided atop Altai Mountain, a magical companion of the Orc Dragon priests from the era of the Great Orc War. After the unfortunate demise of the priest, the dragon retreated into seclusion. Ergou, persuaded time and again by Ari, was convinced to venture to Altai Mountain. Ari firmly believed that Caesar required a magical companion. Otherwise, the resources of the priesthood would be squandered. Initially reluctant, Ergou thought his own fluffy companion was more than sufficient, but when Ari, with her luscious lips, whispered enticingly in his ear, Caesar, I hear there are many natural hot springs atop Altai Mountain. After all this time, do you not wish to share some moments of intimacy with me? He completely changed his mind. Let us set off. Right now? Alongside Ergou were 14 warriors of the Imperial Crocodile clan and 8 Mastiff warriors, their objective being the Forgotten Forest to harvest timber for furniture. This left only 4 Mastiff warriors remaining in the city. Even the venerable Chief Lexus and the women of the Imperial Crocodile clan joined the timber transport effort. Consequently, the defense of the Red Earth Plateau became significantly weakened. The Imperial Crocodile clan was indeed formidable. Even the women, though smaller than their male counterparts, stood nearly 2 yards tall, towering half a head above Ergou. The Chameleon Elder felt somewhat disheartened. If only we could produce a powerful druid within our clan. Unfortunately, the most gifted, Nico, was still too young. With the near extinction of the chameleons, it seemed unrealistic for a mere band of 100 to give rise to a druid comparable to a dragon. Nowadays, the druids of the clan could only transform into animals of similar stature. Thus, the chameleons of today had become the shepherds and farmers of Bailu City, albeit with remarkable expertise. The development of the territory required not only formidable warriors but also such talents. Without producers, how could one grow and prosper? With so few inhabitants in Bailu City, retaining too many would prolong the construction timeline. Yet, if everyone departed, safety in the wilderness would pose a significant concern. The group found themselves momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Chef Timo stepped forward. Boss, you can rest easy. Leave everything here to me. Timo smiled cheerfully. Today, I shall plant poisonous mushrooms around the plateau. Anyone who steps on them will be doomed to never return. Ergou was delighted. Indeed, this was a viable plan. Leaving the fluffy companion behind should not pose a problem. Thus, after leaving behind 4 warriors, including Mao Qiu and Timo, the others set off on their respective missions. This time, Mao Qiu chose not to accompany Ergou, for he had recently become quite attached to Timo, following him wherever he went. The reason? Timo consistently prepared delectable treats for Mao Qiu. Ari chuckled. Children grow up and leave home, don't they, Caesar? This little rascal, Ergou replied, exasperated. All he thinks about is food. Ari's magical pet was not of the speed-oriented variety, hence their pace was rather leisurely, allowing them to enjoy the journey as they arrived at the Iron Spine Mountains. During their ascent of the Altai Mountains, they took frequent dips in the hot springs. And it was during these moments that Ergou truly appreciated the alluring charm inherent to the fox tribe. The vast and desolate Altai Mountains allowed Ari to fully express herself, and Ergou was utterly captivated by her crimson lips and the pristine white fur of her fox tail. The contrast of black and white accentuated the mysterious allure of darkness. However, the true purpose of their journey remained unfulfilled, apart from the endless snow-capped peaks. There was no sign of life. On one particular day, as Ergou and Ari continued their ascent, they suddenly spotted a creature covered in white fur. The creature was crouching by a hot spring, submerging something in the water. Ergou quietly approached, ready to greet it, when the creature noticed them first. With a startled cry, it swiftly fled, abandoning whatever it had been cooking. Ergou and Ari exchanged bewildered glances. How could there be a snow monster here? Ergou inquired. Ari shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. As they drew closer to the hot spring, they discovered that the white-furred creature had been cooking a type of shellfish. Ergou sampled the meat and was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. We must follow it. This journey cannot be in vain, Ergou declared to Ari. After a moment of contemplation, Ari agreed. All right, if the situation turns dire, Dabai can assist us. After all, it is a creature of the snow mountains. Ari had named her magical pet Dabai, a name that Ergou found reminiscent of a dog's. They followed the footprints deeper into the mountains, which grew increasingly steep. Eventually, Ergou opted to carry Ari on his back. Were it not for his agile physique, akin to a monkey, this path would have proven quite treacherous. The mountain winds howled around them, and the footprints had become faint. Just as Ergou began to doubt whether they were still on the right track, they turned a corner, and the wind abruptly ceased. Before he could revel in the moment, he heard Ari softly exclaim from his back, "Snow monsters. So many snow monsters." Ergou looked up, and, to his astonishment, beheld an assembly of snow monsters. The one he had encountered earlier, now nearly the same height as himself, was sorrowfully hunched beside a much larger snow monster, lamenting its plight. "Are you trying to frighten our child?" Ergou glanced at the small snow creature before him, and then at the towering snow beast. It seemed quite plausible that this creature, of similar height to himself, could indeed be one of their offspring. "Caesar, have you noticed that they are communicating with us in Vastile language?" Upon Ali's reminder, Ergou realized the truth of it. Could this be a hidden lineage of beastmen? But is there a snow creature faction among beastmen? Ali jumped down from Ergou and courteously said, "If we startled your young one earlier, we sincerely apologize. It was unintentional. To express our regret, I have some candies for this little friend. I hope you will enjoy them." As she spoke, Ali produced some milk candies from her pocket, a special treat made from the milk of the Shabu beast, beloved by the women and children of Bailu City for its rich, milky flavor. The small snow creature cautiously approached Ali, and suddenly a hand emerged from its face, startling Ergou, who nearly kicked out in surprise. Fortunately, a flash of insight struck him, and he exclaimed, "By Avalosa, could it be the Oliphant tribe? What brings the Oliphant tribe to this place?" Chapter 94, Mammoth Oliphant. The small snow creature was covered in long fur, which initially concealed its long trunk. Upon seeing its third hand, Ergou realized it was indeed an Oliphant. "Thank you, sister," said the small Oliphant, whose name was Federer, shyly wiping its nose. Observing this scene felt akin to a robust man acting coy, sending a shiver down Ergou's spine. The Oliphant youth, noticing this, relaxed his expression and waved his hand, saying, "Travelers from afar, please follow us and rest your feet. Federer, good child, come here." The party followed the burly figure for a short distance until they arrived at a natural cave. Although the cave was not particularly warm, it provided shelter from the wind and snow, with bubbling hot springs along the way. Ergou noted that this cave had its advantages and disadvantages compared to his own in the abyss. While his was warm, it lacked hot water, whereas here, hot water was readily accessible, albeit the temperature was somewhat lacking. An elder, appearing wise and dignified, approached them and regarded the young Oliphant. "James, who are these two?" "Father." The young Oliphant named James replied, "These two are passing travelers." "Oh, welcome, young travelers," the elder Oliphant said with a kindly smile. "I am Robinson, the chieftain here." Ali and Ergou quickly bowed, and Ali said, "Esteemed Chieftain Robinson, we apologize for intruding. I am Alalina, the sole priestess of the Freljord Kingdom. And this is my apprentice, the war priest Caesarly. It is truly exhilarating to encounter our kin here." Upon learning that the two young individuals before him were priests, Chief Robinson's tone markedly shifted to one of excitement. He animatedly shook his long nose and exclaimed, "Oh, how delightful to have two esteemed priests among us. It is indeed a great honor for our humble tribe. The god of war shall eternally remember each of his subjects." However, the young Oliphant men did not seem to share Chief Robinson's enthusiasm. "Respected Chief, forgive my ignorance, but you certainly appear to belong to the Oliphant clan of the Vastaya tribe. Yet, I have never encountered an Oliphant as robust and towering as you." Ali inquired curiously. Ergou, having seen adult elephants before, noted that while they were sizable, they were similar in stature to the diminutive Federer. Unlike these formidable giants who towered like the mighty Rexai of the imperial crocodile tribe. Observing these 20 or so elephants, Ergou felt his mouth water at the thought of their potential as enforcers. "Haha," the chief chuckled, "indeed, we are elephants. But we are the mammoth elephants of the snowy mountains." Ali gasped and covered his mouth in astonishment. "By Avalosa, they are the long-lost mammoth clan." Chief Robinson then guided the guests to their seats and presented the tribe's unique delicacies to welcome the distant visitors, a green snow shell and a black snow banana. The appearance of these items astonished Ergou. One was found in the sea, and the other in the sweltering south. How could they possibly be related to the snowy mountains? Haha, Elder Robinson laughed. We are uncertain as to why these snow shells exist here in the Altai Mountains, in hot springs of lesser temperature. Perhaps their ancestors once dwelled here. He gestured towards the wall. Look, there are even fossilized shells embedded in the stone. Grandfather, perhaps this place was once an ocean. Young Federer, with a runny nose, interjected while munching on a snow banana. Do not speak out of turn, Elder Robinson admonished. Young Federer pouted, but resumed his focus on the snow banana before him. Ergou often felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing young Federer's childish antics, likening him to the village simpleton, though robust in body. He possessed a rather limited intellect. As for the snow banana, it is a unique product of the Altai Mountains. I believe it serves as the finest evidence that the god of war has not forsaken us. Our mammoth clan must consume an adequate amount of bananas to maintain our health, yet the South has become a realm dominated by humanity, and we lack the means to procure bananas. Fortunately, we have discovered the snow banana as a substitute on the snowy mountains. While it may differ in taste, its effects are quite similar. At that moment, Ollie also savored a snow banana, relishing its sweet, chewy, and cool texture, his eyes narrowing in delight. As Ergou gazed at Ali's red lips, which held the snow banana, he could not help but be transported back to a series of delightful memories. Yet, the chief's words struck a chord of familiarity within him. Both were born fighters, both lived in seclusion, and both relied on a peculiar sustenance, which he, in fact, possessed. Snow banana, is it not simply a banana? I possess the ancient food, the Jurassic banana. With this thought, Ergou's mind began to race with possibilities. With a flourish, he produced the black wine-scented turtle bead. Esteemed chief, I thank you for your generous gift. In return, I believe I can brew some beverages for everyone. The mere mention of wine elicited a simultaneous swallowing motion from the entire Orphin tribe. Gulp. Ergou was startled. He felt as if the Orphins were regarding him with eyes ablaze with desire. Compared to the imperial crocodile clan, who could feast occasionally, the Orphins of the snowy mountains faced a far more dire scarcity of resources. Wine had transcended mere luxury. It had become a legendary item. Chief, have you considered returning to the embrace of the kingdom? Ergou inquired cautiously while savoring the snow banana. Robinson, the chief, smiled gently. Though our lives here may be modest, we find joy in our days. Occasionally, we descend the mountain to hunt and improve our living conditions. Few know of our existence. However, should we return to the kingdom, we would undoubtedly be conscripted into the ranks of battle. The blood of orcs is inherently imbued with the spirit of combat. We do not fear it. Indeed, we yearn for it. Yet countless other instabilities await us. Take, for instance, our daily necessity for copious amounts of snow bananas. Who could assure us of that supply? Thus, we prefer to remain here. It is quite satisfactory. What if there existed a place that could fulfill all your conditions? Ergou proposed. Chief Robinson chuckled. I cannot gamble with the lives of my entire clan. Would you be able to show us this marvelous snow banana? Oh, certainly, Ergou replied, his smile radiant with joy. Chapter 95. The snow banana orchard. The Altai Mountains are home to numerous natural caves, and through the endeavors of many generations, the Mammoth clan has transformed a vast cavern into a snow banana plantation. As Ergou and Ali followed Chief Robinson into the orchard, they were awestruck by the sight before them. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was dotted with snow banana trees, varying in height and arranged with pleasing irregularity. Amidst the lush foliage, clusters of fruit hung densely, bending the branches under their weight. This grand plantation encapsulated the tireless efforts of the Mammoth clan. Each snow banana tree bore witness to their sweat and embodied the wisdom of the tribe. What do you think, esteemed priests? Chief Robinson inquired with a hint of pride. Ergou expressed his sincere admiration. Esteemed chief, the resilience and wisdom of the Mammoth clan are deserving of respect from every one of our kin. Ha! Chief Robinson laughed with evident satisfaction. Chief, I have heard whispers of a formidable sixth-tier dragon residing in this vicinity. Ergou inquired. Do you not fear that other beasts or dragons might ravage your plantations? Chief Robinson shook his head. We too have heard the tales of the dragon, yet none among us have laid eyes upon it for millennia. It is possible that it no longer dwells here. As for the safety of our plantations, esteemed priests, do you see those 3 frigid ponds? Only then did Ergou and Ali notice the 3 cold pools nestled within the plantation. Within these waters reside 3 frost lizards, guardians raised by our kin. Any intruder shall be frozen solid and torn asunder, so you need not worry. Ergou silently pondered, O wise chief. How curious that your lizards are of the frost element. I cannot fault you, for your strength and allure are undeniable. To honor the arrival of the two priests, Chief Robinson orchestrated a grand welcoming ceremony, and once more, Ergou's concocted spirits came into play. In truth, the spatial ring he bore contained exquisite wines crafted by the Yordle folk, which were not only delightful to the palate, but also did not induce inebriation. However, Ergou desired precisely that intoxication. How else could he hope to best these towering figures? In addition, his spatial ring held an array of delectable delicacies, which he generously shared, prompting heartfelt gratitude from all present for the priest's generosity. Reflecting upon the spatial ring, Ergou felt a twinge of exasperation. Originally, he could have utilized this ring to transport timber or engage in trade, yet the presence of 4 towering skeletal remains had severely compressed the space within. Now, he could only carry some scraps, and there was no room for larger equipment. He had intended to leave the 4 mud giants, cloaked in clay, in Fontainebleau City. But due to the anchoring of necromantic magic, he could not control them from too great a distance. They required rebinding, thus he had to carry them along. Contemplating the words of his brother Riais, Ergou mused, what was the name of that metal? The 7th-dimensional metal? He wondered what it resembled, and if he might procure a piece for himself. Just then, he was roused from his reverie by the cheers of the crowd. He looked up to see the young mammoths engaged in a wrestling match. Ergou chuckled. The orcs, after a few drinks, always partook in various activities. Unlike humans who, when inebriated, merely boast and bluster. It is difficult to discern who is truly civilized and who is barbaric. The robust warrior race evidently favored wrestling and similar contests. Go, James. Be cautious, Anthony. Watch out. That rascal James is about to pull a trick. Sure enough. With a resounding thud, James' nose, as thick as a small tree, collided with Anthony's abdomen, producing an odd noise. How could such a sound emanate? Ergou cast a curious glance toward Anthony's abdomen, noticing a peculiar white patch resembling a stone. Ah, it turns out to be petrified skin. Ergou realized with a sudden clarity. The Imperial Crocodile clan possesses blood rage, while the Mammoth clan boasts petrified skin. One is a razor-sharp blade, and the other is a colossal beast clad in armor. Anthony, having endured a blow to the nose from James, exclaimed angrily, James, how could you wrestle using your nose? James forcefully pushed Anthony away, creating distance between them, and with a lewd chuckle remarked, isn't it always a tie? Young Federer also appeared eager to join, prompting Ergou to cheerfully propose, how about I join you for some fun, young Federer? With a bubble of mucus forming, young Federer joyfully replied, sure. However, Chief Robinson was drenched in cold sweat. Even a youth from the Mammoth clan possessed strength beyond the ordinary, and the chief feared that young Federer might not grasp the gravity of the situation, potentially causing harm to the esteemed priest. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider? After all, children at play need not be taken seriously. Noticing the chief's concerns, Ergou chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry, Chief Robinson, I understand the balance of strength. With that, he removed the priestly robe, revealing his well-defined musculature. The sight of Ergou's taut muscles and perfect physique elicited a chorus of cheers from the Mammoth clan youths. Young Federer stepped into the ring, thudding firmly onto the ground, and with a shout, charged at Ergou. He resembled a miniature human tank, and Ergou had to concede that. Despite young Federer being underage, his force surpassed that of most adult orcs. However, compared to Ergou, young Federer was still rather inexperienced. Ergou effortlessly absorbed young Federer's charge, not retreating even a step. In a swift motion, he lifted his right foot and sidestepped, sharply inserting himself behind young Federer's left foot. With a vigorous pull of his upper body downwards, young Federer stumbled and fell to the ground. A chorus of gasps arose from the audience. They were astonished that Federer had fallen so decisively. Young Federer, bewildered, picked himself up and brushed off the dirt, still trying to comprehend the situation. Let's go again. How did you suddenly end up behind me? He protested defiantly. At that moment, James stepped forward, admonishing young Federer, Federer, get down. You are no match for the esteemed priest. He has already shown mercy. How about we exchange a few moves, my lord? James urged as he pushed Federer down and took to the stage himself. Ergou, intrigued, remarked, then let us engage in a friendly sparring match, with restraint. James cracked his neck and knuckles, the sounds echoing as he eagerly replied, of course, my lord. Chapter 96. The twin knights James, towering in stature, possessed an inherent advantage over the smaller mammoth. The two circled each other slowly. The crowd below erupted in cheers and shouts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing James's white hair to billow and obscure his vision. What an opportunity! Ergou's eyes sparkled as he summoned his strength, dashing forward with a swift motion. By the time James regained his composure, Ergou had already maneuvered to his side. The spectators gasped in awe at the speed of this dog priest. James, realizing the predicament, acknowledged that despite his size advantage, he was vulnerable to a more agile opponent. At that moment, Ergou seized James around the waist, preparing to execute a backward throw reminiscent of Rectin's techniques. The onlookers, rather than expressing concern, collectively sighed in anticipation. James, a colossus standing 3 spans tall and weighing no less than 700 pounds, appeared formidable. Yet, lifting someone as massive as James was an insurmountable task for the priest. "Hey," Ergou bellowed. "How is this possible?" James thought, shocked, as the crowd's disbelief mirrored his own. However, to their astonishment, Ergou indeed lifted James off the ground with a great shout. Initially, James shared the crowd's incredulity, never anticipating that the priest could actually raise him. Given the circumstances, he feared he would soon succumb to this unexpected challenge. "Stone," James roared, his body transforming into a gray hue as he felt his weight suddenly drop. With a swift motion, Ergou lost his grip, and James's feet returned to the earth. Once grounded, James summoned all his strength and locked his arms around Ergou's waist, the two becoming intertwined like 2 interlocking pieces. He exerted force, only to discover that the priest remained firmly anchored in place, as immovable as a nail. Ergou, however, was inwardly astounded. Truly, the mammoth clan was endowed with innate strength, tailored for battle. The two remained locked in their struggle until James's nose became restless. Ergou felt a tightening at his feet, and in the next instant, he was lifted off the ground, caught by James's nose. With a swift motion, James hurled the priest over his shoulder, attempting to pounce forward and pin Ergou to the ground. Yet, Ergou capitalized on the upward momentum, exerting himself to break free from James's grasp and leap away. As he glanced downward, Ergou realized he had jumped outside the circle, and by all accounts, he should have lost. "May the god of war bless you. James, warrior, you have triumphed in this encounter." Ergou stood upright and extended his congratulations to James. Chief Robinson approached and, with a resounding slap, knocked James off balance. "You, young man, may use your nose with your kin, but how dare you employ it with the esteemed priest?" James sheepishly scratched his head and let out a silly chuckle. "Chief Robinson, I believe." Ergou pointed at James's nose, "that racial endowments cannot be deemed as cheating or unfairness. At times, I too lament why the god of war did not grant me a long nose or a robust tail, but only a flat, dark, and trifurcate nose. Racial gifts are blessings bestowed upon the mammoth tribe by the god of war. The Orcish proverb states the Tolofans never have a nagging wife, and I suspect this is something other races envy." The crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha." The priest's slightly risque proverb sent waves of mirth through the warriors, while the women blushed and discreetly spat in disdain. As the gathering resumed their seats, Ergou noticed that the cavern housed a place for nurturing mammoths. These creatures, 4-legged and mighty, were not Orcish beings of the mammoth tribe, but rather beasts. A tragicomedy of the Orcish race. During reproduction, orcs often birthed unusual offspring. For instance, the dog tribe would produce mastiffs, benign progeny, while other races might yield more beast-like descendants, such as these mammoths, also born of Orcish mothers. The intellect of these mammoths remained at the level of wild animals. Yet they shared a unique psychic connection with their kin, giving rise to a specific profession known as the twin knights. Typically, these knights were brothers, one serving as the rider while the other as the mount. Their flawless synergy rendered them the finest among Orcish cavalry. After several rounds of drinks, Ergou continuously infused the concocted liquor with potent ingredients, toasting with everyone, and soon enough, several were left incapacitated. "James, come, let us toast. Chief Robinson, let us drink to that. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses to celebrate this gathering." Ergou possessed the divine ability to consume without consequence. Even a bowl of poison would not affect him, let alone alcohol. As long as he desired, he could never succumb to inebriation. Feeling sufficiently intoxicated, Ergou pretended to faint before the onlookers. When he awoke, the cavern was filled with the sounds of deep slumber. "Ollie, Ollie," Ergou cautiously nudged the still fainting Ollie, a prearranged plan between them. Upon her awakening, Ergou took her to the snow banana garden. "Caesar, why have you brought me here?" Ollie was unaware of Ergou's intentions. "Just come inside first," Ergou replied, pulling her along. Ollie's cheeks flushed. "Caesar, we cannot do this here." What cannot be done here?" Ergou questioned, puzzled. Oh, greetings. What are your thoughts? Although our endeavor is not of that nature, it is equally clandestine, isn't it? Ali playfully shot a glance at Ergou, blushingly inquiring, then what do you intend to do? Ergou leaned closer to Ali's ear and discreetly revealed his plan. No, absolutely not. How could we possibly sabotage the Mammoth clan's diligently cultivated snow banana garden? Ali retorted, her brows furrowing in disapproval, asserting that no justification could warrant such an act. Ergou lit a cigar, his brow furrowed as he inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of azure smoke. Chapter 97, Deceit and Trickery. If given the choice, I would prefer not to resort to this. However, we have numerous unfinished matters, Ali. To be candid, as astute as you are, you must have surmised that it was I who disrupted the star grass of the Imperial Crocodile clan. What? Caesar, why? Ali exclaimed, her eyes widening with disbelief. Ali, you witnessed how those vassal races regarded me during my time in Juo Fortress. It was impossible for us to garner any followers there. The teacup-wielding dag at the city gate might be willing to join us. But only once our territory has taken shape can we hope to bring in some of those suffering races. In our current domain, without the inclusion of the imperial crocodiles and chameleons, how many subjects would we have? Without these warriors, who will construct and safeguard our territory? I admit, my methods may be somewhat unscrupulous, yet I harbor no intentions of harming our brethren. On the contrary, I can offer them significantly better living conditions, provided I am granted time. They belong to the battlefield, trust me, Ali. The glory that resides within them must be inscribed with the blood of their enemies. Ali, it takes just over a month to reach Liverpool from Fontainebleau. Do you truly believe the two of us can conquer this city alone? Ali, please refrain from speaking, Caesar. She interjected, gently placing her delicate hand over Ergou's mouth. Her eyes glimmered as she gazed at him. Go ahead, Caesar. Whatever you choose to do, I shall always stand by your side. Ergou cast a grateful glance at Ali and continued. This icy pool harbors 3 frozen lizards, requiring a formidable Arctic beast to contend with them. Ali nodded, stepping forward. At that moment, the slumbering lizards in the icy pool sensed the presence of intruders, slowly emerging from the depths with their massive bodies. A flash of white light startled Ergou, compelling him to hastily seal the cave entrance. Even though it was some distance from their dwelling, he feared the sounds of battle might awaken the mammoths. To be doubly cautious, he even offered a barrel of liquor to the mammoth beasts. Roar. The Arctic beast, having been inactive for quite some time, was now quite hungry. Upon emerging, it immediately spotted the 3 large lizards before it. Upon beholding the 3 magical lizards, the creature's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The lizards, sensing the ominous gaze of the colossal beast, unleashed their most formidable icy blasts in retaliation. The frigid frost enveloped the Arctic behemoth, which, in response, tilted its head back and let out a resounding sneeze, a chew. Irritation flickered across its countenance as ominous storm clouds gathered above the plantation, crackling with electricity. With a thunderous crack, bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, striking the 3 lizards with relentless ferocity. Ergou caught a whiff of roasted meat in the air. Even if the lizards survived, they were left scorched and incapacitated. The Arctic giant ambled forward, opening its cavernous maw to indulge in a sumptuous feast, relishing the sound of the lizard's brittle bones cracking under its might. Ergou, with a swift kick to the beast's rear, admonished, get to work first. Feast after the labor. He gestured towards the lush expanse of snow banana trees before him. Simultaneously, he twirled the ring on his finger, and in a flash of white light, 4 clay golems materialized before him. Thankfully, the plantation was spacious enough to accommodate these 4 giants. Under Ergou's command, the golems trampled the land with abandon, while the Arctic beast eagerly scavenged the fallen snow bananas. Tears streamed down Ali's cheeks like scattered pearls, and she turned away, unable to witness the cruelty unfolding before her. Perhaps the giant's heavy footsteps stirred a distant commotion, as Ergou faintly heard a cacophony approaching, accompanied by the distinctive shouts of the mammoth warriors. I am Polo. Ergou quickly summoned the giants back, and Ali recalled the Arctic beast, relieved that the 5 colossal figures had efficiently ravaged the plantation, leaving it nearly obliterated in less than 5 minutes. Ali was tugged by Ergou to hide behind a massive boulder at the cave's entrance. Soon after, the mammoth warriors surged into their cave, stunned by the devastation that lay within. Inside, the snow banana trees were shattered, and the ground bore the terrifyingly large footprints of the giants, littered with the precious snow bananas they typically cherished. By Avalosa, the mammoth folk nearly descended into despair. Seizing the opportunity, Ergou and Ali blended into the crowd, where the mammoths were engulfed in chaos, oblivious to the duo's presence. The destruction appeared to be wrought by some formidable magical beast. Ergou swayed into the crowd, feigning an insightful deduction. Chief Robinson, is there a large beast nearby that does not fear frost magic? A large beast? Chief Robinson's eyes lit up with fury. It must be that wretched frost dragon. That accursed reptile. There exists a certain probability. However, in the absence of definitive evidence, we cannot be entirely certain. O God of War, are you truly prepared to forsake the Mammoth tribe? At this juncture, the Mammoth people, more concerned with the devastation of the snow banana grove than the pursuit of the assailant, ponder how they shall survive without their cherished alternative to bananas. Cough. Cough. Ergou cleared his throat, and those who bore questions would seek the wisdom of the sorcerer, while the sorcerer would consult the priest of the Beast clan for answers. My children, as the representative of the God of War, I solemnly pledge that I will not stand idly by while the Mammoth tribe suffers. Follow me. In my southern territory, there exists a splendid banana grove, a treasure I acquired from the shepherd in exchange, a remnant of the ancient Jurassic era. Upon hearing Ergou's words, the Mammoth people ceased their lamentations, their hearts wavering. However, incorporating the Mammoth tribe would strain our finances immensely. Alas, we might find ourselves in a precarious position, with Ali singing the part of a fool. Ali, feeling anxious, concealed her trembling tail beneath her robe. The Mammoth people's anxiety grew palpable. Silence. As a priest, can I truly turn a blind eye to the calamity befalling my kin? Shall I merely stand by and witness the Mammoth tribe vanish into the wind? James, moved to his core, exclaimed, how can we express our gratitude to you, esteemed priest? My child, Ergou feigned a mystical demeanor, gazing deeply, and asked, does one always require recompense for aiding others? Magnificent. Truly magnificent. What a noble character this dog possesses. Yet we are mammoths. Chief Robinson hesitated, uncertain if we could adapt to the climate beyond the snow mountains. Fear not. Ergou reassured as he stroked the old chief's thick fur. Simply shear it away. Besides the Jurassic bananas, we shall have ample fine wine. Ergou administered another potent persuasion. Chapter 98. The bandits surround the city. The elder chameleon, named Chekhov, bore a name reminiscent of a northern berserker. Whispers circulated that Elder Chekhov was a hybrid of chameleon and berserker, though the truth remained elusive. For the past few days, Elder Chekhov had been overseeing the construction of Fontainebleau City. It had been a full 20 days since the Lord's departure, and affairs within the territory proceeded with remarkable order. The houses were nearly completed, and numerous fire pits had been excavated in accordance with the Lord's directives. Elder Chekhov had even artistically adorned Fontainebleau City with a variety of colorful spotlight flowers, transforming it into a vibrant spectacle, which, by nightfall, would shimmer and dazzle. Resembling a dreamscape, he delighted in the thought of surprising the Lord upon his return. Just then, a hurried report arrived from a patrolling birdman druid. Elder, trouble is upon us. From the north, east, and south, a horde of goblins and ogres approaches to attack us. Chekhov replied, fear not. Do we not have Captain Timo's mushroom trap set in place? A few days ago, these brigands faced a harsh defeat, so how dare they return today? The anxious avian druid exclaimed, Elder, this time is different. This time, there are many, many brigands. From the druid's expression, Chekhov sensed a perilous omen. He promptly issued orders to gather the territory's residents who were working, herding, or repairing their homes, and they collectively retreated to the second-tier platform of the Red Earth Highlands. As for the grazing Sapu beasts, they had no choice but to remain in the first-tier enclosure. Once everyone had assembled on the second-tier platform, it wasn't long before a billowing cloud of dust appeared, charging toward them from 3 directions. At that moment, only 4 mastiff warriors remained in the territory. Standing resolutely on the staircase leading to the second tier, their eyes devoid of fear, gazing at the approaching goblins and ogres as if they were specters. With winter approaching the Dalmo Plains, the annual food crisis had become the brigands' primary concern. Recently, a rumor circulated across the plains, on the eastern bank of the Seine River. Over 100 orcs had established a territory, bringing with them herds of cattle and sheep, along with abundant provisions. It was unclear how they achieved it, but lush grass had inexplicably flourished in the barren highlands. Even the Red Earth Highlands, which they used as a temporary resting place, had been transformed into a splendid realm, adorned with fragrant flowers and exotic herbs. When the brigands beheld the young maidens tending to the vegetation, as well as the 2 stunning beauties with green and golden hair, their desires were ignited. Most crucially, they noticed that the once formidable warriors had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Even if those warriors were present, the brigands would have sought a way to plunder, how much more so in their absence. Orc! A nearby goblin brigand could no longer contain himself. Clad in tattered garments that flapped in the chill autumn wind, he shouted as he charged toward this paradise filled with provisions and beauty. Boom, boom. A series of faint explosions erupted, and the goblins, puzzled, observed as the young men and women who had been herding nearby recoiled, pinching their noses and retreating, while a green smoke began to rise around them. Ugh, yuck. The goblins soon discovered that their companions' faces had turned a deep purple, their skin taking on an even greener hue, as the sounds of retching and cries for help filled the air. Poison. Before long, the small group of goblins lay lifeless on the ground, never having reached the inner circle of the pasture. The brigands watching from a distance fled in terror. Elder Chekhov wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, Chef Timo, this toxic mushroom is so potent, won't the wind carry it over and poison us as well? Timo squinted with a smile and replied in a slightly childish voice, Elder, rest assured, I often add plenty of mushroom caps to our meals. These mushrooms, resembling umbrellas, are indeed the caps of toxic fungi. As long as they are properly handled, consuming them will not lead to our own poisoning. I merely need to bury these mushroom stems, and they will sprout new caps. Elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished to discover that the mushrooms he often consumed were, in fact, poisonous. No wonder they were so delectable. However, while we may avoid poisoning, excessive inhalation of these toxic fumes could still result in diarrhea. Dibolo. The crowd, having learned the Lord's catchphrase, retreated, distancing themselves further from the green haze. Elder Chekhov's thoughts returned to the present. He could not comprehend why these brigands had returned. Had they not learned enough from their previous lesson? The horde of marauders encircled the outskirts of the grassland, and Elder Chekhov observed that there were at least several hundred, among whom more than 100 were battle-hardened ogre bandits. Several new faces emerged within their ranks. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be a type of troll. Yet they belonged to the more cunning variety, akin to the intellectual elite among trolls. Their hair was red, and they wielded a staff. This did not signify the emergence of sorcerers among trolls. Rather, he was merely a shaman of the tribe. Soon, Elder Chekhov discerned the brigands' intentions. He witnessed the goblins being driven by ogres, wailing as they approached the fringes of the grassland. Some dared to escape, but they were met with heavy clubs bound with stones, and their small heads were swiftly crushed, leaving a pool of steaming gray matter. The trolls observed the scene before them, even licking their lips in anticipation. They intended to use the lives of goblins to traverse all the traps. The elder realized with clarity. This exemplified the enslavement between races, a strategy often employed in ancient wars, compelling the opposing populace to storm the city. Advancing could lead to death, yet remaining stationary would assuredly result in demise. For the faint glimmer of hope and to escape further torment, these individuals surged forward like herded sheep, each wave willingly marching toward their doom. The goblins before them were akin to livestock being driven to slaughter. Had they been driven collectively, they might have resisted. However, they were herded in smaller groups. The goblins at the rear hoped that those in front would carve out a safe path, allowing them to avoid peril and perhaps even share in the spoils, thus choosing to remain passive. Among each group of several dozen goblins, there were always a few who harbored a lucky belief, thinking themselves favored by the goblin god, and that they might miraculously evade the traps and survive. Little did they know that toxic spores would disperse through the air, and merely being within that vicinity would guarantee their demise. The frenzied human mind-clearing endeavor commenced, with continuous explosions echoing. Boom, boom. The pile of goblin corpses grew ever higher, and the eyes of the trolls became increasingly wild with madness. Chapter 99. A dire emergency under the signal of the red-haired giant. The ogres ruthlessly tore away the scant clothing that adorned the goblins and doused it with their urine, using it to cover their noses and mouths, maintaining a safe distance from the noxious green miasma. As time progressed, the goblins pressed onward, their numbers dwindling as bodies piled up, delving deeper into the pastures. Elder Chekhov's countenance grew increasingly grim. He sensed that these traps would not hold for much longer. To make matters worse, the young master, Miao, and Chef Timo were absent from the territory, having ventured deep into the wilderness in search of exotic ingredients. Had Timo been present, he might have devised an alternative plan. In truth, Elder Chekhov was unaware that Chef Timo was less of a concern. It was Miao who possessed the greatest combat prowess, capable of confronting dragons head-on. Otherwise, Ergou would never have entrusted the defense of the territory to merely 4 mastiff warriors. The 4 mastiff warriors felt their bodies tense, understanding that it was now their turn to take action. The ogre, Brew, was also assigned to the battle line, yet he trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of soiling himself. In contrast to the 4 mastiff warriors, he appeared utterly cowardly. How absurd. I am but an elderly giant. Yet here I stand before more than 100 young giants. Finally, after sacrificing nearly all the goblins, the ogres carved out a path of survival, streaming in with expressions rife with desire and greed. At this moment, Lux stepped forward. She was a light mage. Though she could not unleash devastating spells like the ultimate flash without the aid of magical scrolls, she could certainly cast binding spells of light. As Lux chanted the unique incantations of her magic, the elements in the air surged violently. The red-haired giants in the distance furrowed their brows, astonished that such a small territory harbored a human mage. What Lux did not anticipate was that her appearance not only failed to instill fear in the ogres, but instead ignited their primal desires upon witnessing her beauty. The ogres were grotesque in appearance, their faces resembling those that had endured severe blows, with deep crescent-shaped indentations from brow to mouth, and their limbs were robust and hairy. They shouted, "Ogre! Ogre!" as they charged up the steps. In a flash of light, one ogre became ensnared by the binding rays, crashing to the ground, only to be trampled without hesitation by the oncoming ogres, soon silencing him forever. The mastiff warriors stood resolutely on the steps, clashing their gleaming blades against the stone mallets and wooden clubs wielded by the approaching giants. The mastiff warriors exhibited an exquisite coordination. Whenever one of the trolls faced a setback in their assault, another would swiftly advance to deliver the final blow. As the blood-soaked blade pierced the flesh of the trolls, azure blood would spout forth like a fountain, and the cruelly designed barbs would sometimes extract lengthy, colorful intestines. Meanwhile, the chameleon kin on the second-tier platform contributed their might by relentlessly hurling various jars and vessels into the throng of trolls below. However, the mastiff warriors, who excelled in mobility, found their agility constrained within the narrow passageway that, while safeguarding their comrades, also limited their maneuverability. Brew, wielding his massive club, attempted to strike intermittently, yet he lacked the swiftness of the mastiffs. In a moment of misfortune, a troll deftly struck him on the head with a bone club, causing Brew to emit a pained cry as he tumbled from the platform. The battlefield was a chaotic tableau, yet the situation was remarkably clear. The mastiff warriors fought and retreated, harvesting the lives of the trolls, while a relentless stream of reinforcements continued to surge forth, draining the mastiff's stamina and inflicting new wounds upon them. No one had the presence of mind to attend to Brew, who, in fear, fled with the agility of a panther. Heedless of the poisonous mushrooms he trampled, nor did he care for the abdominal pain caused by the toxins. Tears, blood, and excrement streamed down Brew's form. At this moment, Lux's face turned pale as she realized the impotence of her magic. If only she could unleash a final, blinding spell that would traverse the high platform and deter any further advance. Even though she had expended all her magical energy to bind several trolls, it had little impact on the unfolding battle. Below the platform, the red-haired trolls engaged in hurried whispers, raising their wands to cast a series of crimson lights upon the foremost trolls. The muscles of these trolls visibly bulged, their eyes glowing a fierce red. Elder Chekhov recognized this as the Orcish frenzy. However, unlike the orc priests whose war songs could affect an entire battalion, these troll shamans could only empower one troll at a time. Yet, that was more than sufficient. The pressure on the mastiff warriors intensified exponentially, and crucially, they were retreating toward the second-tier platform, with their limited space for maneuvering continuously shrinking. With a clang, the blade of one mastiff warrior shattered upon colliding with a troll's stone hammer, resulting in a devastating blow that sent him reeling, only to be dragged to safety by the chameleon kin behind him. The trolls, witnessing this scene, became increasingly frenzied, as visions of victory danced before them, along with the alluring figures of the women they imagined beneath their grasp. At this moment, Brew was wandering by the Seine, uncertain of his destination. Having finally sought refuge with a capable lord, he found himself once again displaced. As an aged troll, he pondered how he would endure the harsh winter ahead. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears. He mused that the city of White Dew must be reveling in a debauchery of delights, casting a fleeting envious glance towards that direction. Just then, he was startled by the distant sound of thundering footsteps, soon revealing a terrifying herd of colossal mammoths. These towering beasts, standing over 5 meters high, approached from across the river, impervious to the turbulent waters that failed to disturb them in the slightest. Their immense footprints were imprinted in the soft earth by the riverbank, while silvery droplets cascaded from their shaggy fur. By the grace of the troll god, Brew beheld fearsome warriors atop these mammoths, even more formidable than the imperial crocodiles that accompanied his lord. As the mammoths knelt, resembling stone pillars, 2 figures descended slowly from their backs. "I, Emperor Baluo," A rugged voice thundered, "At last, we are home." Brew had once referred to this voice as the sound of demons. Now, he considered it divine harmony. Lord Caesar. Tears finally streamed down Brew's cheeks. Chapter 100. The arrival of the young master. Clear the way. At this juncture, 3 Mastiff warriors were nearing their limit. Following the injury of one warrior who retreated to the rear, they faced mounting pressure as the enemy's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, their wounds multiplying. Behind them lay the elderly, women, and children of White Dew City, now with no means of escape. Among the injured in the rear was Buck, one of the 4 Mastiffs. From a young age, they had been relegated to the status of commoners due to their resemblance to the Rhineland nobility. The only way to avoid becoming slaves was to enlist in the army and earn military merit. Within the ranks, Buck formed a mobile reconnaissance team with Rangar and others. As their missions progressed, sacrifices became inevitable, and the once numerous reconnaissance team dwindled to 12, earning the title Prideful Hunters. Each of the 12 bore scars of various sizes. Yet these marks had not brought the honor they deserved. Had they been Rhineland nobles, they might have long since ascended to the rank of officers, but as mastiffs, their striking resemblance to the nobility only served to perpetuate their perilous roles within the military. Fortunately, over the years, the 12 had become seasoned veterans on the battlefield, adeptly navigating various dangers and developing an unparalleled synergy. It was during one reconnaissance mission that they unwittingly fell into an enemy trap, leading to their capture in the city of White Cliff, from which they were ultimately rescued by Caesar and the priestess Ollie. Caesar was a man of distinctive character, eschewing the titles of priest or lord, preferring instead to be addressed as boss. Following his master, Buck was introduced to a myriad of experiences previously unknown to him. Igniting the primal blood of the Hound clan deep within, they boldly traversed the city of White Cliffs, crossed the perilous Death Marsh, subdued the armored dragon Tortoise from another realm, and confronted the fierce Prince of Rhine. These were feats once deemed unimaginable, representing the glory and pride that true warriors yearn for. After 2 months accompanying his master, Buck felt it was worthwhile. Despite the blood flowing from his wounds and the excruciating pain of broken bones, a faint smile graced his lips. Even in death, it would be worth it. At that moment, Buck's eyes widened in horror as he realized a despicable troll was lurking behind the front line, brandishing a rusty spear he had scavenged, aiming it viciously at the heart of a comrade. "Watch out," Buck shouted, desperate not to lose another ally. Having faced numerous separations, he still found it unbearable each time. The Hound warrior, caught in a struggle with another troll, noticed the spear hurtling toward him but found himself unable to evade. In a moment of despair, he watched as the weapon approached. The others were also unable to assist. Just as the spear was about to pierce his heart, a furry little paw unexpectedly reached out from an unseen direction, gripping the spear shaft tightly. With a sudden forceful pull, the shaft snapped with a crack. As the shattered spear fell, a somewhat rotund frost snow poloro descended from the air with a grin. Upon landing on the steps, it executed a swift kick to the chest of the troll before it. The sound of cracking bones reverberated, and the nearly 300-pound troll toppled backward like a rag doll, the broken spear shaft embedding itself into its kidney amidst its agonized cries. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield as the trolls stared in astonishment at the unexpectedly powerful creature before them. The fluffy little beast emitted a few satisfied purrs, extending its paw towards the trolls and playfully beckoning with its fingers. By Avalosa, Elder Chekhov stood in shock, realizing that Lord Caesar's magical pet might be this frost snow poloro. He sighed in frustration for a long while, wishing the creature had displayed its prowess sooner. Only when he learned that this slightly rotund poloro was not merely a pet, but the young master of White Dew City, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Now, with the young master revealing such capabilities, he understood that besides the esteemed priest, this adorable young master was indeed the mightiest in White Dew City. By Avalosa. No wonder Buck said Timo and the young master would be safe. At that moment, Timo poked his head out from the bushes, revealing that the 2 little ones had been playing in the fields for an extended period and were only now returning as dinner time approached. The red-haired trolls brandished their staffs below, once again ensnaring the beleaguered trolls with the bloodlust spell. The insatiable desires surged within them, as the trolls chanted their guttural battle cries, overcoming their hesitation and fear to launch a final assault. The creature known as the furball leaped forth to strike at the trolls' chests, but this time, the trolls were prepared. Before the furball could approach, a hefty club hurtled toward its face. With a deft twist of its waist in midair, the furball narrowly evaded the blow and landed back on the ground. Seeing that this formidable creature was not invincible invigorated the trolls, and they surged forward, swinging several clubs in unison. The furball, instead of retreating from the onslaught of clubs, boldly rolled into the throng of trolls. Beneath the stench of the trolls, it pinched its nose with tiny paws and then, with a fierce stomp of its little feet, struck at the tops of the trolls' feet. The resounding crack echoed, followed by anguished howls. The trolls' corpulent bellies became their greatest adversaries, rendering them oblivious to the furball's diminutive form. Even if the trolls behind caught sight of it and swung their clubs, they only succeeded in injuring their comrades, without even brushing a strand of the furball's fur. Despite the bloodlust spell dulling their pain, the crushing agony from their shattered bones nearly rendered them unconscious. For a moment, the situation became stalemated as the trolls bent low, shielding their feet, while the furball leisurely retreated in front of the dogman warriors, chuckling to itself. The red-haired trolls began to murmur amongst themselves, issuing a series of guttural calls, and soon, they hurled burning torches toward the steps. The flames ignited in the midst of battle, indiscriminately consuming all in their path. The trolls, undeterred by the fire, bore expressions of ferocious determination. Meanwhile, the furball, a frost-type beast with its long fur, instinctively recoiled from the flames, taking a cautious step back. Sensing the furball's fear, the trolls seized their burning torches and advanced toward the second level, disregarding the harm and consequences the fire might inflict upon them. They were driven by an urgent desire to conquer the high ground before them, having lost all patience. Chapter 101. The slaughter amidst the flames. The trolls appeared almost deranged. They had not anticipated that a mere 100-strong territory would cost them the lives of hundreds of goblins and nearly 20 trolls, yet they still had not seized control. Most infuriatingly, only 5 warriors stood before them, one of whom was a frost-type beast. Should news of this spread, how could their tribe ever hope to survive in this region? The dogmen's faces were etched with solemnity as they prepared for the imminent sacrifice. They urged the residents of the second level to swiftly retreat to the third level, hoping to buy a little more time. To the astonishment of the Molossians, not a single soul chose to retreat. Instead, they grasped whatever could be deemed a weapon and stepped forward, shielding those who had protected them for so long. In this moment, Lux felt a wave of despair wash over her. She turned to her equally pale companion, Nico, and said, "Nico, when the trolls charge at us, you must use your shovel to end my life. Do you understand?" Nico, her palms clammy with sweat, tightly clutched the iron spade meant for gardening. At that moment, she too felt a tinge of regret, pondering why she had not devoted herself to more pressing matters, often yearning for the escape of the forest instead. Even if she could transform into a colossal Oliphant now, it would be a welcome change. Nico was uncertain whether it was her own guilt manifesting as hallucinations, but she truly heard the resounding thuds of footsteps echoing in her ears, and a shadow of a giant elephant loomed before her. Yet, why was this shadow so enormous? As if it had emerged from the annals of prehistoric myth? Its towering form, with flowing hair and massive feet. Wait, why would an Oliphant possess such long hair? The trolls, too, caught wind of this ancient cadence, turning to behold a scene they would never forget. A formidable procession of orcs emerged from the path of death, accompanied by a herd of colossal, woolly mammoths. These beings resembled warriors from a time long past, their physiques belonging to an era of legends. Each bore a gleaming bald head, their chests adorned with luxuriant hair, while their long beards were braided and hung before them. Their stone-like muscles appeared sculpted, and the ivory blades they wielded glinted ominously in the setting sun, reflecting a sanguine glow. Oh, and those pillar-like legs, should such a warrior tread upon you. Survival would be but a distant hope. It is the Oliphant warriors. One troll shrieked, his voice nearly shattering. Lux could hardly fathom that one day she would find solace and joy in witnessing such a figure. From among the Oliphant warriors stepped forth a robust orc. Though smaller in stature compared to his companions, his deliberate gait, cigar clamped in his mouth, unmistakably signified his role as their leader. The black, trifurcate nose lent him an air of ruggedness, and the pockmarked surface of his skin rendered him less conventionally handsome. Yet, beneath the robust musculature and the icy gaze of his eyes, there lay a raw, untamed beauty that harmonized perfectly with the desolate landscape. Ergou surveyed the chaos before him, the steps ablaze with fire. He squinted, his eyes reflecting a blood-red hue. The mammoth warriors beside him regarded the trolls with a gaze akin to that of spectators at a funeral, their ivory blades shimmering with a chilling light. "Welcome to the city of Fontainebleau," he proclaimed. Ergou flicked the ash off his cigar, declaring that since they had arrived, none should depart. The trolls then realized that the colossal elephant warriors had already flanked them. Unbeknownst to them, they had transformed from hunters into prey. The mastiff warriors on the steps were invigorated upon witnessing the return of their lord, resolutely guarding the entrance once more. Meanwhile, The residents of the second floor seized the opportunity to bring forth stored river water, extinguishing the flames that blazed before them. Seeing their assault yield no hope, the trolls promptly altered their strategy, retreating down the steps in a desperate charge towards the exit where Ergou stood, yearning to escape. Ergou let out a cold chuckle, wrapping one arm around the slim waist of Ali, puffing on his cigar as he watched the trolls launch their frantic assault. The ivory-long knives shattered their last dreams. Though not particularly sharp due to their ivory composition, they were extraordinarily sturdy, coupled with the terrifying strength of the elephants. Any troll that was grazed by the blade was inevitably severed into irregular halves. Wails echoed across the plains as the elephant warriors licked their lips, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light, a primal desire for battle and blood rekindled within their veins. The trolls crumbled under the onslaught. Even when they reached close enough to strike the elephant warriors with their stone hammers, they felt not the impact on flesh, but rather the sensation of hammering against stone. With a resounding thud, a stone hammer left a white mark on the elephant warrior's body, sending the troll soaring into the air, witnessing his lower half flying in the opposite direction. This was not a charge, it was a massacre. Massacre, massacre, massacre. This was a nightmare that the trolls would find hard to forget. The remaining trolls retreated to the corners of the red earth plateau, trembling, having long since cast aside their greed and desires into the roaring Seine. Ergou narrowed his eyes and approached, kicking his boot, inquiring who their leader was. The trolls stirred uneasily, and soon a red-haired troll stepped forward. "Do you speak the common tongue of the continent?" "A little, strong orc," he replied. Ergou scrutinized the red-haired troll. He was somewhat leaner than the combat-oriented trolls, yet his eyes held a wisdom absent in the others. "Command your subordinates to lay down their weapons." The red-haired troll's eyes flickered with light. In the wasteland, laying down arms signified death. Ergou chuckled coldly and snapped his fingers. Ali obediently waved her hibernation badge, summoning a massive white beast that appeared out of thin air on the grassland. As the beast shook its head, the sky crackled with thunder. Simultaneously, the imperial crocodile warriors, nearly as formidable as the elephant warriors, arrived on the grassland. "Damn it, Lexus!" In his unique dialect, cursed, "Who are these scoundrels?" Chapter 102. The blue pill. The trolls were utterly intimidated by the military prowess displayed by the robust orc before them. Under such overwhelming force, they could not even stir a single splash of water. Lexus, along with Rain Gall and others, cast cold, piercing glances at the trolls before them. Having discerned the situation unfolding around them, the imperial crocodiles and mastiffs lowered the immense logs they had been carrying on their shoulders and surrounded the bandits. They seemed disinclined to allow the trolls to lay down their weapons, for such an act would render the impending slaughter rather mundane. Even if the trolls surrendered, they would still meet their demise. The trolls were reluctant to confront these warriors who appeared intent on devouring them. "Surrender, and you may live," Ergou proposed enticingly. The trolls exchanged glances, and with a clatter of weapons, they cast their arms to the ground. Ergou waved his hand to the crowd, and James flung bundles of rope, each the thickness of a thumb, into the throng. "Please bind the hands of your companions," Ergou requested courteously. The trolls froze. Even they understood that binding their hands would render them mere prey awaiting slaughter. The red-haired troll fixed a penetrating gaze upon Ergou and inquired, "You claim we will not be harmed if we surrender. Do you dare to swear this in the name of the war god?" The red-haired troll, evidently learned, recognized that for the Orcish priests, swearing in the name of the war god represented their ultimate vow. Ergou did not hesitate. "Very well. I swear by the war god's name that as long as you surrender, I shall not kill you." The red-haired troll surveyed the cold, bloodthirsty gazes of the surrounding orcs before finally gesturing with his hand, prompting the trolls to bind each other's hands. The remaining trolls paired off until only a few were left. These final trolls were bound by the mighty elephant warriors, who secured them with such force that the ropes dug into their flesh, threatening to fracture their bones. "Ow! Ow!" The elephants tightened their grip, seemingly deriving amusement from the spectacle. However, this minor incident did not attract much attention, save for the trolls themselves. At this moment, Rain Gall felt a wave of discontent. All four of his close comrades bore wounds, with one critically injured, teetering on the brink of death. He yearned to personally exact vengeance upon this band of ruthless brigands. Yet the boss had issued commands, and he was bound to comply. For the mastiffs, obedience to orders was a sacred duty. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he adhered to the boss's commands, though a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Why had the usually decisive boss adopted such a lenient approach this time? Was he apprehensive about retaliation from other bandits in the wilderness? Ergou surveyed the expanse of the red earth plateau. his own purchase of saplings having been ravaged by the trolls, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation upon the steppes and pastures. Turning his gaze back to the bound trolls, a radiant smile broke upon his face. Splendid. Truly splendid. I have yet to formally introduce myself. I am the lord of this red earth plateau, and you may refer to me as the benevolent Lord Caesar. Now, I shall escort you all from my territory. The trolls could scarcely believe their ears, their faces lighting up with joy at the unexpected leniency of this seemingly hardened figure, Doug, who was indeed allowing them to leave. Although they had not encountered the beauties of the second level, they had indulged themselves in a feast upon the saplings from the first level. Should an opportunity arise again, they would return, resigned to their fate, if necessary. Before sending the trolls on their way, however, he would ensure their spines were shattered and their tendons severed. Execute the command, Rengar, he instructed. To the trolls, Doug's words were as frigid as the winds upon Mount Altai, devoid of warmth. The fate awaiting the incapacitated trolls cast upon the wasteland was dire, and they could only anticipate tortures far worse than death. Yes, master, Rengar exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. As soon as these words left his lips, Ergou turned to depart. You treacherous orc, you swore an oath to the war god. How dare you betray your vow? The red-haired troll could hardly believe his ears, his voice rising to a frantic scream directed at Ergou. Ergou turned back, casting a cunning glance at the red-haired troll. When did I ever declare my intent to slay you? If you cannot survive in the wasteland, is that to be laid at my feet? The red-haired troll stood frozen in place. While the priest had not killed them, what difference did it make? When had the once gluttonous Doug become so astute? If you possess even a shred of courage, face me in single combat, you despicable Doug. The red-haired troll taunted madly. Upon hearing this, Ergou halted his departure, scrutinizing the red-haired troll. Untie him. James, bewildered, released the red-haired troll from his bindings, who now glimmered with a frenzied light in his eyes. Suddenly, he produced a blue pill from an unknown source and swallowed it. Moments later, he began to howl in torment as his muscles swelled grotesquely, skin tearing to reveal blood, bones cracking audibly. It is Viagra, Elder Chekhov gasped. Extracted from a highly toxic plant known as sildenafil. He quickly called out to Ergou, my lord, you must kill him quickly. Before the effects fully manifest, act swiftly. It is a potion that guarantees death upon consumption. However, within the 24 hours preceding death, they would possess tenfold their usual strength. The effects of the potion within the red-haired troll were still surging, while Ergou observed the troll before him as if watching a performance. My dear elder, you need not fret. However, I am rather curious about one matter. Is this potion called Viagra easy to concoct? Elder Chekhov glanced at the colossal elephant warrior and the imperial crocodile warrior behind Ergou, along with the giant arctic beast resembling a small mountain. And he suddenly felt that his concerns were somewhat unfounded. My lord, this potion does not originate from the continent, but from the sea tribes of the western lands. I am unsure how this troll came to possess such a concoction. I suspect they may have pillaged it from a human caravan. It is said that after a mere 1% dilution, this Viagra potion produces a remarkable invigorating effect, making it quite popular among the human nobility. Consequently, a single pill can fetch thousands of gold coins in human territories. Di Polo, Ergou exclaimed, springing to his feet. You extravagant old man. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had Ergou known that such a small blue pill could be sold for thousands of gold coins, he would have seized it from the troll's mouth without hesitation, especially with so many gluttons at home. What he lacked most at present was gold. Chapter 103. Slaying 1 in 10 steps. Elder Chekhov was somewhat speechless. Had I not already warned you to stop him? The red-haired troll ultimately completed its transformation, the effects of the potion having fully manifested. At this moment, he not only grew several feet taller, but also sprouted long, sharp claws on his hands and feet. The red-haired troll let out a groan that was both painful and gratifying. Power. This is the essence of strength. His current might could easily rival that of 4 or 5 ogres. Even the elephant warrior before him no longer seemed daunting. The beautiful fox priestess behind Doug would soon experience what true masculine power feels like. The glimmer of intelligence in the troll's eyes had vanished, replaced by sheer ferocity, desire, and lewdness. Ollie, feeling a sense of dread, recoiled slightly. The gaze of the troll was utterly terrifying, as if it wished to strip her bare and devour her whole. Ergou patted Ollie, shedding his priestly robe to reveal a physique marked by tight muscles and numerous scars. He handed the robe to her, then took a few steps forward, disdainfully beckoning the troll with his pinky finger. The troll's fury erupted like a volcano. He emitted a beastly howl and stomped, creating a crater in the hard red earth beneath him. charging towards the dug priest before him like a malevolent specter. The muscles in the troll's calves writhed grotesquely, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Ergou. Ergou remained motionless, not even drawing his black dragon insignia. In a flash of brilliance, his eyes narrowed, and with a sharp crack, he extended his hands to firmly grasp the wrist of the troll that loomed before him. At that moment, the troll's elongated claws were mere inches from Ergou's eyes, yet they were utterly immobilized, unable to advance an inch further. The troll was taken aback, bewildered. Why had his immense strength been so effortlessly subdued by this mere dog? A cruel smile crept across Ergou's face as he forcefully bent down, causing the troll's wrist joints to snap with two resounding cracks, revealing the stark whiteness of bone within. With a cry of pain, the troll abruptly lifted his right leg, aiming a kick at Ergou's abdomen. In response, Ergou delivered a powerful blow to the troll's knee, causing its lower leg to dangle like a broken branch beneath its thigh. The troll's mouth gaped wide, the excruciating agony rendering him voiceless, his eyes bulging, saliva dripping down, and his mind blank, unable to process the pain. Ergou had no intention of releasing him. With a firm tug, he pulled the troll's face closer, driving his knee towards it with unrelenting force. A muffled thud resonated as the troll's face erupted in a riot of colors, blue, green, and white, leaving it marred and deformed, resembling the aftermath of a leaden strike, with a gaping dent left in its visage. Silence fell, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Artistry. This was nothing short of artistry. The orcs present were utterly captivated by the priest's deft and lethal technique. Each movement flowed seamlessly, executed with precision and devoid of any unnecessary embellishment. The orcs gazed upon their esteemed priest with admiration, realizing he possessed not only formidable strength, but also a devastatingly effective method of combat. James, the mighty elephant warrior, touched his knee in trepidation. Had the priest engaged him in a life-or-death struggle rather than a friendly spar, his knee would likely have been shattered. Ergou, raising his fist triumphantly, addressed the warriors, instructing them to remember, target the joints when striking, sever the arteries when attacking, and ensure that all weapons are coated in poison. On the battlefield, it is either you or me who survives. From now on, I shall train you. Kaisa, standing aside, expressed discomfort, questioning how a priest could instruct followers in the use of such despicable poisons. Despicable? Ergou pointed at the hound man who had been taken to the infirmary for treatment, asserting that had their weapons been poisoned today, they would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Master, Ergou said earnestly, the times have changed. Subsequently, the handling of the trolls prompted further dissent. This was facilitated by the Lord's democratic voting system. Any differing opinions could be voiced. Although the Lord often disregarded them, he would listen to reasonable suggestions, with the weight of consideration largely determined by the status of the proposer. Ali addressed Ergou, revealing that the troll clan had once served as laborers under the gnomes, and they had experienced a period of illustrious civilization, albeit not as the main protagonists of that era. The brutal slaughter of these trolls was indeed a violation of the priestess's cherished doctrine of valuing life. At that moment, Elder Chekhov, accompanied by several druids, aligned with Ali's perspective, asserting that since the battle had concluded, the excessively cruel treatment of these captives contradicted the teachings of the war god. Ergou felt a sudden weight upon his shoulders, as he grasped why ancient emperors had strictly prohibited interference from the harem in governance. He found the druid profession quite intriguing. Despite evolving into one of the most formidable killing machines, their core doctrine remained the sanctity of life, a remarkable contradiction, akin to building a facade while indulging in both roles. At that juncture, Nico, with her vibrant green hair, approached Ergou and playfully stated, "Boss, some of our subjects refer to you as Ergou, while others call you Lord Ergou. Yet, I alone address you as Boss Lord Ergou." Ergou regarded Nico, who was also a druid, and recalled the small secret they shared. She had aided his escape from the corruption ritual, and he possessed an incriminating memory of her in a vulnerable state, vividly etched in his mind, akin to a flower's birthmark. Boss Lord Ergou, Nico's eyes twinkled mischievously. There are numerous chores in our territory that need attending to. We cannot always rely on the chameleon clan to handle them, can we? Ergou frowned. Aren't there the imperial crocodiles and the mastiffs? Furthermore, we now have our new members, the mammoths. Oh, by the war god. No wonder they are so towering. Nico continued, but did you not mention training them? Ergou slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting what he had just said. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, so, should we enlist these trolls for menial tasks? Indeed. Nico tilted her head. Someone must clean the beast pens and dig ditches for roads. Ergou mused that this was indeed a feasible solution. He could not bear to see his beloved warriors engaged in such dirty work. It is possible, he considered. As the druids advocating for the trolls and Ollie's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, but while death sentences may be commuted, punishment for the living remains inevitable. A mysterious smile crept upon Ergou's lips. Oh no, Nico thought. Whenever this esteemed boss displays such an expression, it signifies that someone is about to face misfortune. Chapter 104. The judgment. Ergou agreed to treat all trolls with greater compassion. However, the grievances of the mastiffs and the destruction inflicted upon by Lu City would still be addressed. He loudly announced his latest decision to the trolls, who collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to escape a tragic end that would have left them with shattered spines. Yet, the Lord had one condition. The trolls must identify the one among them who had been most eager to devour his young Shabu beast. Among robbers, principles are often non-existent. Soon, over 20 trolls were reported, leaving only a mere 40 trolls deemed innocent. The robust bandits were bound and tied to the freshly delivered timber pillars. Thanks to the promises made by the Lord before them, they felt little concern and did not even attempt to resist. Upon seeing the chameleonic figure retrieve the hurting whip, they breathed a sigh of relief. For these trolls, who regarded plundering as a means of sustenance, receiving a few lashes was hardly a significant affair. Especially if administered by the delicate chameleon woman, they would willingly endure even more. Some trolls even muttered unclean words in their mouths at that moment. However, when the colossal warriors took hold of the whips, even the dullest among them understood the gravity of the situation. Soak the whips in salt water, the benevolent Lord commanded loudly. Crack, crack. The sheer strength of the giants was overwhelming. The hurting whips shattered upon striking the trolls, their garments and flesh bursting forth like vibrant blossoms. The giants paid no heed to where the whips landed, on the face, chest, or neck. Each strike left a gruesome mark. The bandit trolls tilted their heads back, mouths agape, yearning to scream, yet the excruciating pain rendered them voiceless. Only after a long while did they emit howls akin to those of slaughtered livestock. Do not let them lose consciousness. They must not perish. Use the finest herbs to keep them awake. The druids, under the fierce gaze of Ergou, reluctantly abandoned their protests, and amidst the blood-soaked carnage, a few druids trembled as they executed his commands. The trolls finally managed to catch their breath, cursing the Lord before them. This kind-hearted noble was not content with merely breaking their backs, but intended to whip them to death. Ergou had always held partial command over the Arctic behemoths. At this moment, he ordered them to apply a shocking treatment to the trolls, aiming to rectify their inability to speak properly. Zzz. Crack. Howl. The trolls, struck by the electric shocks, convulsed violently, expelling their bodily fluids and even the acidic remnants of their last meal, silencing their curses. Clean up everything on the ground. Ergou commanded the observing trolls. The onlookers were not permitted to resist. The giant warriors and imperial crocodile soldiers kicked them around the timber posts, and any sign of disobedience was met with a harsh lash across the back, erupting in a spray of blood. The trolls, in humiliation, licked the ground, mingling their tears and snot with the filth, enduring torment that penetrated both body and soul. The wind howls across the desolate plains, while the ancestral spirits of the trolls emit ancient sighs. As twilight descends, the phototropic flowers, having absorbed the sun's warmth throughout the day, unfurl their blossoms, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the city of white dew, a sight of exquisite beauty. Yet the trolls are evidently in no mood to admire such splendor. After indulging in filth, they are dragged to the campfire, where scorching iron brands are seared onto their faces, marking them as slaves. The cacophony of anguished cries intertwines with the awe inspired by the scenery, as the joy and sorrow among individuals diverge starkly. Although Freljord has abolished slavery, this is only applicable to their kin. In the treatment of war captives, slavery persists, rendering their status no different from that of livestock in a pen. The lashes continue relentlessly, as the enslaved trolls twist their bloodied faces, exuding the scent of their own flesh. Turn your heads and continue to watch, commands Brio, reveling in his authority. Strike hard. Let these marauders understand the meaning of fear. Ergou wields a barbed whip, his eyes filled with coldness and violence. Yes, my lord. The warriors respond in unison, their voices booming like thunder. Kaisha, where did you acquire that whip? Ali inquires, eyeing the peculiar instrument in Ergou's hand with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I merely found it. Ergou replies, maintaining his composure. He would never confess that it was a trophy from the Griffin Queen. Despite the application of various herbal remedies, the troll bandits can no longer remain conscious. They are on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to shout. I hereby declare. Ergou gestures for all to cease their activities and proclaims loudly. The troll marauders have invaded the territory of Fontainebleau, resulting in numerous casualties and significant economic losses. The casualties Ergou refers to are the 4 injured mastiff warriors, while the economic losses pertain to the several young shapu that were devoured. He continues. I hereby sentence all to death. Gasps of disbelief ripple through the crowd, with several druids' eyes widening in shock. However, Ergou chuckles heartily and adds, due to the pleas of Elder Chekhov and Priestess Ali, in light of the Elder's esteemed reputation and Priestess Ali's beauty and kindness, the Lord of Fontainebleau, Baron Caesar Lee, formally commutes the death sentences. A collective sigh of relief escapes the trolls. But Ergou's voice grows stern. Those trolls who have spilled the blood of any living being in my domain, due to their heinous crimes, shall face the wrath of the god of war. Who is ever just? I shall break their spines and banish them. This shall serve as a punishment. The remaining trolls will be reduced to slavery. Ergou smiles amiably at the trolls bound to the stakes, saying gently, congratulations, you are now free. You vile orc. You promised not to break our spines again. The deity you worship will punish you. I curse you. One troll, who appears somewhat educated, shouts incredulously through coughs of blood, using the common tongue of the continent. At what point did I declare that I would spare everyone? What I meant was, I would no longer shatter the spines of every troll. Have I truly broken the backs of all trolls? Lux suddenly realized that she had underestimated the audacity of the individual before her, Dag. His shamelessness was indeed akin to that of a fortress wall. Not just her, but the majority present believed this Dag to be even more cunning and malevolent than humans. Anyone with dissent may appeal. Ergou remarked with a shrug, Fontainebleau City is not a dictatorship. We uphold the rule of law here. I shall consider everyone's opinions before rendering a final judgment. I wish to appeal, exclaimed the bloodied troll weakly, coughing up blood as he spoke. The other trolls also feebly protested. I apologize, Ergou said, rubbing his nose. Your appeal has been dismissed after careful consideration by this lord. Chapter 105. The plague of bandits. Ergou did not actually go so far as to break the spines of these troll marauders and cast them into the vast wilderness. He believed their physiques to be remarkably robust, yet lamented the absence of a mining operation. Otherwise, these slaves could have yielded significant income for him. After administering a thorough whipping and instilling a deep fear, they were utterly intimidated. The number of caverns on the first level was substantial, and under the watchful eyes of the mammoth warriors and crocodile warriors, they cleared Fontainebleau City and were subsequently washed in the frigid river water before being herded into a cavern for temporary confinement. At this juncture, 2 trembling red-haired trolls were invited into a conference room on the first level. Ari, Chekhov, Nico, and Lux accompanied them, while Bruce served as the Lord's personal attendant. Lux picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to document the proceedings. Lux possessed the most exquisite penmanship in all of Fontainebleau City. She had received a comprehensive, noble education from the finest instructors since childhood. It was undeniable that although Lux had previously exhibited a strong class consciousness and a touch of spoiled temperament, the advantages of elite education had indeed endowed her with remarkable qualities. Ari envied this greatly, considering herself merely a fallen noble. For the vast majority of the beast folk populace, literacy was but a distant aspiration. Ergou toyed with his dagger, the blade glinting ominously as it passed over the lowered eyes of the 2 troll mages. He reached for a cigar, prompting Brew to promptly assist the Lord in lighting it. We left just moments ago, and yet you arrived on our heels. After a single test, you even sent a large contingent. Do not tell me this is mere coincidence? Ergou inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. The 2 troll mages, already paralyzed by fear, trembled as they confessed, esteemed Lord, we learned of this from the passing human merchant caravans. Human merchant caravans? Ergou sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Indeed, my lord, one of the troll wizards remarked, our tribe is but a small one. Typically, we would never dare to covet the caravans. They invariably hire orc armies to safeguard their passage across the wasteland. However, this time it is peculiar. After escorting the caravans to the edge of the wasteland, these orc soldiers abandoned the human merchants and returned directly to Grievous Fortress, despite the merchants' vehement protests. It is only natural to seize such an opportunity, my lord. The human goods are not only valuable, but these hostages could also be exchanged for gold. If they were transporting grain, that would be splendid. Moreover, their caravans sometimes accompany gypsy courtesans, which adds to the allure. Get to the point. Locke stopped writing, her expression darkening. Yes, my lady. The troll wizard wiped the sweat from his brow and continued. From the mouths of these humans, we learned that before leaving, the orc army informed them that soon a contingent of over 100 orcs would arrive to establish a city on the Red Earth Plateau, bringing with them a significant number of livestock and grain. They mentioned that if any difficulties arose, they could seek their assistance. Subsequently, we encountered several similar situations, receiving consistent reports, which is why we decided to investigate further. Ergou glanced at Ollie, his expression ominously dark. It appeared that someone intended to vex them. Even if they could not deliver a fatal blow, they would certainly disturb their peace, let alone any endeavors of production and construction. What a deft maneuver to use others as a weapon. Ergou scoffed. If these humans do not pay the ransom, would you consume them? He posed a rather unexpected question. Sometimes we would, sometimes we wouldn't. Elder Chekhov replied, suddenly questioning whether rescuing these trolls had been a mistake. If food is truly scarce, and we are on the brink of starvation, we would resort to consuming them. However, humans are not easily trifled with. Some among them are bandits themselves, and they may even ally with us. Oh, Ergou inquired with intrigue. Humans can ally with you? The troll wizard nodded, indeed. Within the human caravans, there exists a faction that typically operates as merchants, but when they encounter a tribe ripe for plunder, they readily transform into bandits. If they find themselves unable to feast upon the spoils, they will join forces with the tribes of the wasteland. They sometimes even take the opportunity to raid ordinary orc herders. Previously, at the edge of the Forgotten Forest, there was a tribe of forest elves that humans, in collaboration with the frost giants, pillaged. Upon hearing this, Ollie clenched her teeth tightly. Her village had been ambushed by such human caravans. Elves? Are there elves in the Forgotten Forest as well? Ergou recalled the harpy with half-elf blood. Their beauty was indeed remarkable, and it was reasonable to assume that these elves were equally enchanting. However, if such exquisite beings were to have their homes ravaged by these brigands, they would face the most tragic of fates. The elven race was once a part of the Runes continent, although they now dwell in remote corners of the land. Some tribes still maintain a tenuous connection with the outside world. Ollie explained, I believe the greed of other races on the continent is one of the reasons the elves choose to live in seclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Ollie sighed and added, our task is to continually strengthen ourselves. Ergou reassured Ollie, stating, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, the strong will prevail. This profound sentiment, uttered by the brutish Doug, left Lux momentarily speechless. After some thought, she elegantly inscribed the phrase in the common script of the continent. In this desolate wasteland, who truly knows we have arrived here? Ergou continued to inquire. The two troll sorcerers exchanged glances and replied in unison. Almost all the brigands across this vast expanse are aware of your arrival, my lord. We are the Imperial Boros. Ergou could not help but curse. Damn it. I've barely arrived, and already they have me marked. The two trolls bowed their heads in silence, hesitant to speak further. Take them away, Ergou commanded, gesturing with his cigar towards Brew. The two trolls, filled with trepidation, departed the cave under Brew's rough prodding. I have made my decision. Ergou extinguished his cigar, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as he declared resolutely, I shall become a brigand. A sharp crack resounded as Lux's quill snapped in two. Ollie's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What, Kaiser, you wish to become a brigand? Ollie gazed incredulously at Ergou. Even if we are impoverished, we must not resort to banditry. Lux regarded Ergou with disdain, her expression conveying that she had anticipated such folly from him. Elder Chekhov also interjected, my lord. Though we currently face hardships, we possess this vast grazing land. Bailu City will inevitably become a jewel on the western bank of the Seine. Ergou waved his hand dismissively. Bailu City will indeed become a gem, but how long will that take? 2 years? 3 years? With so many brigands eyeing us, can we truly develop in peace? Nico remarked, our immediate priority must be to construct a sturdy fortress. What purpose does building a fortress serve? Ergou retorted, with the time and resources spent on that, we might as well pursue other endeavors. But, Nico countered, her eyes wide with determination, what lord does not build a fortress? Ergou pointed to himself with pride, declaring, this lord does. Humph. Lux scoffed disdainfully, without a fortress, how will you defend against the brigands' ambushes? Surely, you cannot keep your eyes open 24 hours a day. Thus, the crux of the matter was laid bare. Ergou struck the wooden stake, serving as a makeshift table. Today, we shall become the robbers of robbers. We will sweep away these brigands from the Red Earth wasteland, ensuring their complete eradication. He chuckled. Not only will this eliminate the bandits, but it might also resolve our food shortages this winter. Oh, so that is the intention of our esteemed lord, exclaimed Caesar. However, Ollie felt compelled to temper the enthusiasm of his eager apprentice. Previously, the Fredgelord army attempted a similar endeavor, and they did not succeed. The reasons are quite apparent. Firstly, the bandits are widely scattered. Secondly, if cornered, they may unite. And thirdly, when faced with defeat, they will flee and return once the army has departed. Ergou shook his finger, asserting, "First, we reside right here. We can raid one today and another tomorrow. There is no rush. Secondly, I want them to unite. Otherwise, hunting them down individually would only waste my time. Thirdly, if they flee, they need not return, for I shall not be leaving." Nico's eyes brightened. "My lord, I must admit, you are quite clever." Indeed, Ergou proudly brushed his long hair back. Yet it was true. His hair had grown somewhat long and warranted a trim. At that moment, Lux scoffed, dousing the group with a splash of cold reality. "Have you considered that the bandits on the wasteland are as numerous as the stars? If they were to band together and confront you, even if they cannot defeat you, they could wear you down. What does White Dew City rely on for defense? Merely these few warriors?" She conceded their strength, acknowledging the formidable magical beasts of the priestess Ollie and the immense clay golem of the Lord. And then what? Facing thousands of brigands, I must ask, how long would it take you to fell them, even if they stood still? The others furrowed their brows. Lux's inquiries were piercing. Thousands of bandits would indeed transform the conflict into a small-scale war. A handful of warriors, no matter how powerful, would still seem insignificant in such a scenario. Yet, Ergou chuckled. "What if we possessed wide-ranging destructive magic?" "Destructive magic?" Lux inquired, perplexed. "Where would we acquire such power?" Ergou pointed nonchalantly at Lux. "You? Me?" Lux stared incredulously at Ergou. "I do not wield such destructive magic, and even if I did, what reason would compel me to assist you?" With a flourish akin to magic, Ergou produced a gourd from within his garments, gently shaking it, the sound of splashing water echoing within. "What is this?" Lux frowned. "This is the spring of elements," Ergou declared enticingly. "If you promise to assist me, I can offer you a portion of it." A gasp of astonishment filled the cave. The spring of elements. What other treasures did this lord dog possess? The spring of elements was exchanged by Ergou from the shepherd, alongside the spring of life, renowned as the two most extraordinary springs across the continent. The spring of life enhances animal estrus and accelerates plant growth. In contrast, the spring of elements dramatically amplifies the elemental perception of those who drink from it for the first time, potentially transforming an individual devoid of elemental talent into a sorcerer or priest, and elevating a low-tier mage to a high-tier mage, a remarkable escalation indeed. Furthermore, a single drop of the spring of elements can completely replenish one's magical energy. Imagine, even the simplest spell, the light binding, if cast continuously, would still pose a significant headache for any adversary. Lux and Nico's breaths quickened. This substance was of utmost significance to them. Lux could possibly seize the opportunity to ascend from a magical apprentice to a novice mage, and Nico might circumvent years of arduous toil. However, Ari appeared somewhat indifferent, her expression serious as she remarked, "Caesar, while utilizing external forces may hasten one's advancement, such power attained without effort can never truly be possessed." Ergou shrugged and replied, "Indeed, my dear Ari. Yet, as a necromancer, if it weren't for the curse rendering me unable to wield magic, would I need to worry about these bandits in this barren red earth, where countless warriors lie buried? Even stolen magic remains magic, although it may lack refinement. It can still be wielded for lethal purposes." "Wait," Nico interrupted. "My esteemed boss, what did you just say? You are a necromancer?" In an era where holy-tier mages rarely reveal themselves, the existence of a mage at the pinnacle of the hierarchy was unfathomable to Nico, especially one as formidable as a necromancer. Ergou feigned nonchalance and declared, "Oh, indeed, my little Nico. You may ask Ari if you doubt my words." Nico looked curiously at Ari. Though this lord of the domain often spoke half-truths, Ari, the priestess, was known never to deceive. She pondered who truly was the lord of the domain and who was Fox. Ari nodded, and just as Nico was about to cheer, she was interrupted by Lux's scoff. "Don't rejoice too soon. Our lord just mentioned that due to the curse, he cannot wield magic, and even his orc battle song is unreliable." At this point, Lux suddenly paused, realizing she had overlooked the fact that this lord of the domain was also a priest. The numbers of those colossal elephants, giant crocodiles, and mastiff warriors were limited, yet if enveloped by the resplendent battle song, their combat prowess could be augmented by at least 50%. Oh, radiant Godbodder! What terror would these warriors unleash upon the battlefield? Chapter 107. I am being forced. Lux was unaware that Ergou's battle song was indeed unpredictable. However, When he recited it in Vastaya, it often faltered. Yet, whenever he poured his emotions into singing it in Mandarin, the battle song's aura would successfully be unleashed. Ergou, arms crossed before his chest, stated, "The situation is as follows. Indeed, as Priest Ari has said, advancing through external means may carry certain flaws. Yet it has still resulted in an advancement. The choice now lies with you both. I currently require a new, formidable power to safeguard Bailu City. But if you are unwilling, I shall not impose." With that, Ergou departed the conference room, accompanied by Ari and Elder Chekhov. "Elder, I still need your assistance to cultivate the Jurassic banana tonight." "Jurassic banana?" Elder Chekhov chuckled. "No problem. No problem. For the chameleon tribe. There was nothing more exhilarating than cultivating a plant that had long been extinct and possessed the fountain of life." At that moment, Ergou surreptitiously tugged Ari towards the cave, adopting a playful demeanor. "Ari, we've been with the mammoth tribe for days without a moment alone. I feel as though I might burst." "Kaiser." Ari blushed and wriggled free. "At least we should install the door first." Ergou pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in her words. He then gathered everyone, and under the illumination of the spotlight flowers, the entire Red Earth Plateau became a hive of carpentry. The chameleon tribe directed the efforts, while others executed the tasks. The logs, large enough for Ergou to embrace, rolled effortlessly in the hands of the warriors. Before long, hundreds of doors and windows flew into the caves. Ergou wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unable to suppress admiration for his own ingenuity. Had it not been for the Earthenkong design, there wouldn't have been enough wood even for the beds. Hee. Ergou sheepishly embraced Ari. "All right, Ari, can we go back and sleep now?" "No." Ari, feeling weak under Ergou's large hand, struggled, her tail swishing. "We must take a bath first." "A bath?" Ergou's eyes gleamed mischievously, recalling the passionate moments they had shared in the hot springs of Altai Mountain. "Then you must wash with me," he proposed, resembling a rogue. After an intense internal struggle, Lux and Nico ultimately decided to approach their lord for 2 doses of the elemental spring. The memories of the afternoon's battle were still vivid. They did not wish to appear so helpless in the upcoming fight. Even if relying on external power had its downsides, how long would it take for them to advance on their own? Only the power they held in hand was truly substantial. Knock, knock, knock. Lux rapped on the Lord's door, but no response came from within. The two exchanged glances, and before Lux could voice a thought, Nico pushed open the brand-new wooden door. Is this really all right?" Lux hesitated. "Don't worry. We waited for him indoors, while outside the winds howled." At this moment, the Red Earth wasteland had already entered autumn, and the gusts swept across the plateau, causing Lux's golden hair to dance chaotically in the wind, brushing against her face in an uncomfortable manner. With a resigned sigh, she followed Nico into the dwelling. The Lord's cave was divided into 2 rooms, a small reception area and a bedroom shared by him and Ari. This Lord, boldly residing with his mentor, was indeed a model for us all. Nico squinted her eyes, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Lux let out a soft huff. Despite this, the Lord door did embody a sense of accountability. Nico playfully peered into the inner room, suddenly letting out a shriek. "Lux, look, the elemental spring." "What?" Lux followed Nico's gaze and was delighted to spot the large gourd containing the elemental spring. Nico's lively eyes darted around, and she whispered to Lux, "Do you think drinking more or less of the elemental spring makes a difference?" Lux fell silent, fully aware of Nico's thoughts. Although the somewhat stingy Lord had promised them some elemental spring, how much could he truly offer? The opportunity laid before them was indeed rare. "I suppose. While I'm not entirely certain, drinking more should yield better effects than less," she mused. The two exchanged glances, their faces, one playful and charming beneath green hair, the other elegant and noble under golden tresses, reflecting their mutual beauty. "So what do we do?" Lux inquired. "Shall we not wait for him?" Nico replied. Ergou felt somewhat disheartened this evening. No matter how he pleaded, Ari refused to join him for a warm bath. Eventually, driven to desperation, he decided to sleep with Nico and Lux instead, foregoing rest with her that night. Truly, a failed endeavor that cost him dearly. However, Ari had kindly given herself a haircut, skillfully concealing some imperfections on her face, making her once stern visage appear somewhat handsome. Speaking of which, the bathing center needed to be established. He had plenty of slag to last through the winter. This way, he would no longer have to bathe in a large vat. Nor would the warriors endure the icy waters of the Seine in winter. He resolved to find a spacious cave on the ground floor to serve as a public bath, while on the second floor, he would construct a private bathing area for himself, dedicated solely to, well, you know? A mischievous grin spread across Ergou's face as he returned to his cave, his heart filled with aspirations for a better life. Yet, upon stepping inside, he was met with a series of strange moans. The sounds, coming from a woman, conveyed an intense yearning, albeit one that was being forcibly restrained. Ergou stepped into the inner room, utterly astonished by the scene before him. On the warm kong, adorned with animal skin blankets, two stunningly beautiful women were entwined together. They tugged at each other's garments, their fair skin exposed to the air, unconsciously kissing and caressing one another, their four slender, rounded legs intertwined in a yearning for something. Yet what they received only intensified the flames of desire within them. The entire room was suffused with a captivating fragrance of youthful femininity and an indescribable, strange aura of seduction. The sounds of moans and sighs emanating from the two maidens stirred a primal fervor within Ergou. His mind was blank. He could not comprehend what was happening until he caught sight of the gourd he had placed aside, realizing the truth. You two actually dared to steal my fountain of life. Ergou understood completely. They must have mistakenly consumed the fountain of life, believing it to be the elemental spring. Did they not notice the characters for life engraved on the gourd to prevent such a mix-up? "I Dipolo," Ergou exclaimed, smacking his forehead. These two do not recognize Chinese characters. At this moment, the two girls, nearly losing consciousness, heard Ergou's voice and looked up to see a hazy figure with unkempt long hair. His visage was strikingly handsome, his frame tall and imposing. Oh, was this not the dream lover of every maiden? They could not let him escape. They absolutely must not let him go. What are you doing? What is this?" Ergou stammered in slight panic. "Hiss. Don't fight." His protests gradually faded. "This is being forced upon me." Chapter 108. A clean break. Ari had been waiting in the cave for Nico and Lux, but as she lay there, she dozed off, only to awaken the next morning. Stepping out of the cave, she beheld the crimson sun of Dipolo rising from the horizon. The vast wilderness, bathed in golden light, emanated a powerful primal force that compelled one to sing. The emerald grassland was already dotted with white marsh beasts, driven by the strong troll slaves. James and Rek'Sai stood on the second-level platform, wielding their herding whips like two imposing pillars, one with a cold, cruel gaze, the other with a frenzied, bloodthirsty glare. "Good morning, lady." Upon seeing Ari emerge from the cave, the two instantly transformed into grinning buffoons, bowing and scraping. Ari rolled her eyes dramatically, ignoring the two hulks, and made her way directly to Ergou's cave. In Ari's recollection, Caesar should have already emerged by this time. Caesar was always brimming with energy. Sometimes he could go a day or two without sleep and still not feel fatigued. To Ari, this seemed unfair to others, for Caesar possessed nearly a third more life than anyone else. Yet, where in the world could one find absolute fairness? The formidable dragon clan, from the moment of their birth, possesses unparalleled strength that no other race can rival, coupled with a lifespan that stretches over millennia. In stark contrast, what of the ephemeral mayfly? It lives from dawn until dusk, a mere flicker of existence. Lost in her thoughts, Ari found herself standing before the door of Ergou. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and wandered into the inner chamber, her mind momentarily adrift. A scene of exquisite sensuality, unanticipated, was reflected in her beautiful eyes and imprinted upon her consciousness. Instinctively, she turned and retreated to the outer room, breathing heavily, questioning the reality of what she had just witnessed. The golden and green tresses belonged to none other than two stunning maidens, nearly her equal in beauty. The rugged visage, the characteristic three-pronged black nose, the firm musculature, and that morning's unmistakable, heart-racing pillar of virility. Who else but her dear Caesar could it be? The commotion outside roused the slumbering occupant within. Lux rubbed her eyes, feeling as though she had just awakened from a wildly extravagant dream, so utterly fantastical and enticing that she felt a tinge of embarrassment to dwell upon it. Yet, the lingering sensation was as palpable as if it had indeed transpired, entwining itself around every inch of her skin. At last, she opened her bleary eyes, fell silent for a moment, and then erupted. "Ah!" The piercing scream echoed across the desolate expanse, drawing curious and gossiping glances toward the Lord's cave. "I truly did not intend for this to happen. You must believe me." Ergou, wrapped in a blanket, paced anxiously within the cave. Opposite him sat a sullen Ari, a weeping Lux, and a furious Nico, glaring at him with indignation. This fountain of life was merely a trinket I carelessly placed here, procured from Elder Chekhov. How was I to know you would secretly indulge in its waters? Look, it is even inscribed with two characters. Moreover, I was compelled yesterday. You cannot hold me unjustly." The three maidens expressed their emotions, crying, glaring, and maintaining an oppressive silence that hung heavily in the cave. With gritted teeth, Ergou drew forth his trusty dagger, a companion for many years. Its blade marred by numerous dents, much like his own visage. Yet, he carried it still, for it was a symbol of his aspirations. With a clang, he thrust the dagger into the newly crafted furniture before him, and, maintaining a calm demeanor, addressed Lux. I understand that you disdain me. I also recognize this unfortunate incident for what it is. You are of noble birth, a princess who looks down upon one as lowly as I, a mere lord of a modest domain. Lux's sobs broke forth. Your heart belongs to your brother Jarvan, and due to my actions, rumors have spiraled. Your father has not sent anyone to rescue you, and these rumors have only solidified. Her weeping intensified. But I am a man who stands by his actions. Come what may, regardless of the reasons, I acknowledge my actions. I confess. My greatest desire in Baya City was to eliminate you. But who could blame me for fearing when you shot me with a laser cannon? However, my perception of you has indeed undergone a significant transformation, Princess Lux. You are merely a spoiled little girl. Your heart is as pure as a fragrant cloth, and your soul is as beautiful as the nightscape of Bailing City. Lux, I shall not elaborate further. I am a rough man, and you are the one I cherish. If you choose to stay with me, I will treat you well, loving and caring for you throughout our lives, and I shall never abandon you under any circumstances. Yet, if you choose not to follow me, here lies the dagger. And here I stand. Should you stab me, I will not evade. From that moment forth, we shall part ways. None in Bailing City shall dare to obstruct you. Lux tilted her head, tears still glistening on her cheeks, her golden hair partially concealing her tear-streaked face. Her eyes fixed intently on Ergou, filled with hatred, regret, struggle, reluctance, and an indescribably complex emotion. Her heart was in turmoil as she gazed at Ergou, lost in thought. Suddenly, Lux sprang up and seized the dagger Ergou had plunged into the wooden table. Ari gasped in fright and hurriedly positioned herself in front of Ergou. Although Ari was furious about the current situation, it was not uncommon for a lord to possess several wives and concubines. One could hardly count the number of libertines in the kingdom, let alone lustful humans. As Lux withdrew the dagger, Ari panicked, unhesitatingly standing before Ergou. Ari, Ergou said, unflinching, gently pushing her aside. Do not interfere. Let her stab me. If you prevent her from releasing her pent-up frustration, she will not relent. And I cannot overcome my own inner turmoil. Since childhood, I have been taught not to be bullied, but even more so, not to bully others. I do not wish for a day to come when someone accuses me of assaulting the Princess of Dalmatia. Nor can I allow others to say that I took advantage of a vulnerable moment. Even if there are times when I am compelled to employ certain measures, I have never truly wronged anyone. I, Ergou, am a priest, a doge, a lord. However, my veins throb like worms at my temples, my eyes burning red as I roar like a thunderclap. But I, Ergou, am also a man of unwavering strength, who owes nothing to anyone. Ari broke into tears, large droplets cascading from her eyes. No, Caesar, you cannot. Ari looked at Lux with pleading eyes, hoping that Lux would spare the man she loved so dearly. The tears on Lux's exquisite face had yet to dry. Her gaze fluctuated between determination and confusion, momentarily engulfed by hatred, only to shimmer with glistening tears once more. Suddenly, Lux seemed to have made a resolute decision. Brandishing a dagger, she lunged madly towards the immovable Doug, who stood there with his robust chest. No. Chapter 109. The Visitor from the Wilderness. Blood erupted like the delicate blossoms of the Gesang flower, and Ari, filled with dread, rushed forward. She was terrified, afraid that Caesar might leave her forever, fearful that her beloved would vanish from this world. Blood splattered across Ari's face, and as she beheld the scene before her, she momentarily froze, only to burst into laughter. Nico had been hiding nearby. She once shared a fleeting romance with this esteemed master during their escapades in the Harpy's lair. Although the current events left her unsettled, she could hardly blame anyone for indulging in the forbidden waters. She had no intention of killing Doug, who, truth be told, was not as odious as she had initially thought. Once Lux seized the dagger, the atmosphere spiraled into chaos. Nico, alarmed, retreated, uncertain of how to proceed. As blood sprayed, she glimpsed Ari's bloodied half-smile from the corner, and a chilling thought crossed her mind. This was it. The master was gone, and Ari the priestess had gone mad. The construction on the red clay plateau continued, and with the addition of troll slaves, the progress accelerated. The Lord had declared that their task was not to erect a castle, but merely to embellish the existing plateau with furniture and decor. It must be said, the Lord's vision was quite unconventional, and some ideas were truly remarkable. Take, for instance, the bathing hall on the ground floor. After the Lord cast some magical slag at specific points, the bath became indistinguishable from the hot springs of the Altai Mountains. This delighted the mammoth warriors, who had feasted on the elder Chekhov's freshly cultivated Jurassic bananas since dawn. Oh, glory to the war gods! How was this any different from home? Differences? Indeed, there were. It was simply splendid here. They enjoyed the complimentary services of troll slaves, who would scrub them down after bathing, a luxury that left Elder Robinson, who had never experienced such indulgence, utterly astonished. There was also an unlimited supply of tortoise pearl wine, with a bit of patience. One could savor the exquisite Yordle wine brewed by their chefs. Oh, the wine. It was the stuff of dreams for many orcs. Even more delightful were the delicious appetizers crafted by Yordle chefs. The mammoths could hardly fathom how, in what appeared to them as barren red earth, the Yordles consistently unearthed such peculiar ingredients and transformed them into culinary masterpieces. Pickled grass roots, chilled cactus salad. Oh, how could it be that these seemingly inedible items became delicacies after being prepared by the Yordles? Just imagine. Which subjects in any other territory could ever partake in the dishes crafted by the Yordle head chef? Even in the stubborn fortress of Gravo, there are merely a handful of mediocre Yordle chefs. Ah, this place is nothing short of paradise. Ergou reclined in a lounge chair, his arm bandaged, humorously observing James as he engaged in a playful banter with Recton. Is this enough for you? Wait until winter when you find yourself on a mud bed. Then you'll truly understand what beauty is. This lounge chair was conceived from a simple sketch Ergou provided to a member of the chameleon tribe, who meticulously refined it under his guidance, directing the slaves in its creation. Recton expressed a desire to try such a magnificent artifact. However, just as he positioned himself on a new lounge chair, Ergou delivered a swift kick to his ample backside, sending him flying. Have you even considered your own substantial physique? Do you wish to collapse my chair? Can you afford to compensate for it? Recton, rubbing his posterior as he climbed back up, grumbled, "Boss is so stingy. Next time, I'll haul some big logs from the forest and make one for myself." Ergou ignored Recton and turned to CC with a smarmy grin. "Please, have a seat." Lux shot Ergou a sharp glare before plopping down onto the very lounge chair Recton had attempted to try. "Are you not angry that I just stabbed you in the arm? What is the big deal? CC, if you wish to stab, I have another arm that can take it. Enough. Stop being disgusting. And could you refrain from calling me CC? Nico, rolling her eyes nearby, chimed in, "Boss, why don't you let me stab you too?" Ergou turned back. "What are you causing a commotion for? We're all part of the tribe. I will speak to your father." Nico shot him a glare, then, with a flick of her eyes, transformed into Ari's likeness. "Caesar, may I stab you?" The Nico, now resembling Ari, twirled her fluffy tail and, with her enchanting blue eyes, gazed at Ergou. "I am Dipolo." Nico, change back quickly. Ergou nearly forgot this little girl was a druid. Indeed, her transformation into Ari was so convincing that it was hard to discern the truth. If that were the case, could Nico transform into anyone she desired? That would mean she could pursue anyone she fancied. No, that would be utterly wicked. Yet, perhaps, the night belongs to such innocent wickedness? Ergou, with a foolish grin, drooled at the thought, but he also realized that Nico would likely not cooperate with him. He adored the mischievous and adorable Nico, yet she was far too playful and loved to cause trouble. Earlier in the cave, Ergou had assured Nico that he would take responsibility for her. Nico seized the moment to retort, "What about the Harpy Queen? Will you take responsibility for her?" Frightened, Ergou quickly covered her mouth, fumbling for words to sidestep the matter. The final outcome in the cave unfolded just as it appeared. Lux ultimately could not bring herself to pierce Ergou's heart. And the reason Ari laughed was that she had seen the dagger merely embedded in Ergou's arm. After that decisive blow, Lux acknowledged Ergou, and thus the mistress of Fontainebleau transformed from 1 into 3. Likewise, Lux's choice would sever her ties with Demacia. She would no longer be the noble princess of Demacia, but rather a destitute mistress on the barren plains of Dalmor. "I hope I have not made the wrong choice," Lux thought, gazing blankly at Ergou, who was playfully frolicking with Nico. "From this moment forth, you shall be my home." He was an extraordinary dog, imbued with an enigmatic and unique charm, exuding a potent masculinity that instilled a profound sense of security. As the group engaged in banter on the second floor, Ergou suddenly noticed a distant black approaching along the banks of the Sena River. He halted Nico, who was about to pounce on him, and stood up with a serious expression, sneering, "Is the second wave of bandits arriving so soon?" Upon hearing this, the robust men of White Dew City paused their tasks. A chilling aura emanating from the city. Even the grazing Shabu beasts began to panic and bleat in alarm. "Master," Nico inquired, "is that a bandit?" Surely it can't be just one person? Ergou furrowed his brow and replied, Nico, could you refrain from calling me master? Also, that individual is likely a scout. The main force is still behind. Otherwise, how could there be an unaccounted presence in the plains? The black duck continued to draw nearer. And as a scout, he was approaching rather too closely. Rek'Sai, fixated on the advancing figure, coldly brandished his stone axe, having just received a kick and was eager to vent his frustration. Chapter 110. Captain of the Transport Brigade Rek'Sai's elongated jaws revealed glistening white teeth, gleaming ominously. The Yamaha fish were indeed succulent. Even while traveling, he had consumed a considerable number along the riverbank. The fresh fish had made Rek'Sai even more rotund. Are you going to catch the scout? Ergou remarked, exasperatedly glancing at Rek'Sai. After all this time, it seems we should engage in some training. If we don't, our militia will soon swell like pigs. Lux remarked nonchalantly, Indeed, my lord, you don't even withhold rations from the slaves. And these gluttons are feasting to their heart's content. How could they not grow fat? She continued, I don't see why you need to keep an eye on these slaves. They appear quite content here indulging in food and drink. If I were in their position, I wouldn't run either. Upon saying this, Lux felt she had spoken out of turn and fell silent, her cheeks flushed. Ergou had indeed not curtailed the slaves' rations. While these troll slaves were the lowest tier in White Dew City, enduring beatings and insults was commonplace. Yet he had not imposed restrictions on their sustenance. He believed it unjust to differentiate in matters of food. However, this decision had exacerbated the already scarce food supply in the territory. Provisions that could have lasted until spring were now insufficient even to endure the winter. The troll slaves, as expected by Ali, found themselves deeply reluctant to leave this place after savoring several meals in White Dew City. After all, we toil relentlessly for a morsel of food. And since there is an abundance of sustenance here, why should we risk our lives any further? This sentiment resonates with all the troll slaves. Hee, Ergou chuckled coldly, his smile devoid of warmth. This group of towering figures would inevitably prove useful. Ringao, Ergou signaled to the hound men and gestured towards a figure, instructing, Go and capture that tongue. Yes, boss. To be prudent, Ringao summoned a few more hound men, forming a tight encirclement around the scout. The onlookers soon observed the hound men swiftly surrounding the suspect, and subsequently, they returned together to White Dew City. Ergou regarded this group with curiosity. They hardly resembled a convoy escorting prisoners. As they drew nearer, he recognized the figure cloaked in black fur. It's Biao. Have you truly resigned from the army? You, the squad leader, have given it up. Ergou eagerly rushed forward, clapping Biao on the broad shoulder while inquiring. My lord, I, Biao, will henceforth follow you. I believe you will undoubtedly become a legendary priest of the kingdom. Oh, my lord, how did you get injured? It turned out that the newcomer was none other than Biao, the captain from the Forgotten Forest, bearing a pair of bronze axes and a small bundle of belongings. Yet lacking any attendants, Ergou held a favorable impression of this large black bear he had met in the Forgotten Forest. His tenacity in battling the hell-black dragon attested to his remarkable courage, and indeed, Ergou was in need of a captain. Just a minor injury. A little bite from Mother Taish. Biao expressed some skepticism, pondering how a priest, unafraid of dragons, could be bitten by Taish. He dismissed the thought, however, as he was taken aback by the scene before him. Upon arriving in White Dew City, guided by the wolf cavalry, he initially believed he had taken a wrong turn. The arid desolation of the Red Earth Plateau had transformed dramatically since his arrival. The plateau was now adorned with blooming searchlight flowers, alongside various vibrant peacock tail flowers. These blossoms not only flourished in brilliance, but also served as dyes, which the chameleon tribe was preparing to use to further beautify the Red Earth Plateau. In front of the plateau lay a lively scene, where the grass swayed gently in the breeze, revealing the rushes beneath. Surrounding the pasture stood towering banana trees reaching heights of 20 to 30 feet. Oh, by the gods of war, why do banana trees thrive in this place, yielding such enormous and sweet fruit? Biao mused, scratching his head in bewilderment while munching on a banana. It is the fountain of life, Ergou replied, grinning as he offered Biao half a cigar. Ergou presented a half cigar, which caught the envious gaze of both James and Recton. In a hurry, Biao accepted the cigar, not out of fear of Ergou reclaiming it, but rather due to the intense, predatory glances from the two individuals beside him. James, a member of the Mammoth clan, Recton, hailing from the Imperial Crocodile clan, and Ringao, a Mastiff man. Ergou introduced, This is Biao, a bear man from the Bill clan, a companion I met during my adventures. Greetings. Salutations. Their robust hands clasped firmly, exchanging glances of mutual admiration. You two carry on with your business. We shall reminisce. With that, Ergou sent James and Recton on their way. Subsequently, he lit the cigar for Ode Biao, who took a deep puff, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke, visibly delighted. Who is this stout fellow? James inquired curiously, swinging his long nose towards Recton. The boss personally lit a cigar for him. Recton shook his head, nudging his long mouth. Ask Ringao. He has known the boss the longest. Ringao, not having made Ode Biao's acquaintance either, shook his head. I do not know this Bill, but based on my understanding of the boss, he wouldn't even light a cigar for a king. James and Recton ceased their speculations, linking arms and scheming to indulge in a bath. Before departing, they slyly pilfered the half-cigar that Ringao had painstakingly acquired. Haha, we shall each have a puff. Ode Biao gazed enviously at the bountiful fruits hanging from the towering banana trees, reflecting on the lives of the Orlefin warriors dwelling there. Indeed, the master was no ordinary individual. In such a short time, he had gathered such a formidable assembly of warriors. Behold the robust Orlefin warriors. Had the master not informed him, he would not have realized that they belonged to the long-extinct Mammoth clan. And those towering, three-Zhang-hai crocodile warriors, oh my heavens! He had once believed himself quite formidable, yet in the presence of these two clans, he felt dwarfed. Even the slaves within the territory were imposing trolls. Ode Biao. Ergou chuckled, glancing at him. Are these bananas delicious? Ode Biao nodded earnestly. Ergou sighed. Yet, we have an abundance of bananas in our territory. At this point, Ergou felt somewhat exasperated. The previous night, upon learning that Elder Chekhov intended to establish another banana grove, James had stealthily followed, using his agile nose to pilfer the life spring, and had returned twice the amount to the elder. This infuriated the elder. How could such a precious resource be squandered so recklessly? Now, vast swathes of Jurassic bananas thrived. Had the elder not planned the sowing, their Red Earth plateau would have been entirely engulfed by bananas, isolating them from the world. Moreover, one cannot subsist solely on such things. Ergou shook his head. Excessive consumption leads to unease. Ode Biao, with an innocent expression, inquired, What shall we do, my lord? How may I assist? Ergou chuckled, and Ode Biao, sensing a hint of conspiracy, felt a shiver run down his spine. Do you see these slaves? Ode Biao nodded. These individuals consume more than they produce daily. We must devise a means to exploit their potential. I hear bananas fetch a decent price in Zhuo Fortress. Ode Biao took another puff of his cigar and nodded once more. If we transport these bananas to Zhuo Fortress, might we not profit handsomely? Indeed, my lord. This way, we could exchange bananas for provisions. Ode Biao marveled at the lord's astute mind. However, sending the slaves on their own was out of the question. While they would not flee, they would undoubtedly fail to explain themselves upon encountering troops, and their foolish demeanor would likely scare off potential buyers. The giant elephant warriors and giant crocodile warriors were also ill-suited for the task, and the mastiffs were undeniably tainted by their past. Thus, the position of transport captain could only rightfully belong to you, Ode Biao. The heavens did not create you, Ode Biao. For the path of bananas is as eternal as the night. Ha ha ha. With that, Ergou heartily patted Ode Biao on the shoulder. Ode Biao, cigar in hand and mouth agape, was left speechless, astonished to find himself appointed as the transport captain so soon after his arrival. Chapter 111. Military Preparations in Recent Days. Bailu City has been undergoing restoration, progressing towards a more orderly state. Nico and Lux both indulged in a full cup of elemental spring, and Ergou, not at all stingy with his newlywed wives, arranged yet another wedding ceremony under the auspices of Elder Chekhov. Elder Chekhov had no objections to his daughter marrying the lord, as this esteemed leader was quite the embodiment of nobility, a fact that was not lost on Nico. Only the lord could manage her whimsical daughter. Following their indulgence, both experienced a modest breakthrough. Nico has now advanced to a novice druid, capable of transforming into any creature up to 5 times her size, as well as shrinking to a fifth of her original stature and inheriting some of their abilities. In summary, weighing under 100 pounds, she could metamorphose into a Riengar, yet could not assume the forms of Rek'Sai or James, as they were simply too large. In her diminutive form, she could become a larger hawk, though transforming into a sparrow was beyond her reach. Until she achieves further advancement, Nico's role remains that of a scout. In contrast to Nico's somewhat lackluster progress, Lux has undergone significant transformation. She is now officially a novice mage, finally able to cast formidable spells such as Ultimate Flash. Although her incantation time is lengthy, with the aid of magical scrolls, she can still complete her casting with remarkable speed. In recent days, Lux has demonstrated remarkable diligence. fully awakening to the reality that her previous techniques were mere embellishments. The so-called light of Demacia was nothing more than a facade, a playful deception crafted by others. Consequently, whenever Ergou visits Lux, she is invariably engaged in crafting magical scrolls using the blood of beasts. Ergou wholeheartedly supports her endeavors, having long recognized the value inherent in these creatures. Aside from the runes extracted from the beasts, he is fortunate to have collected a portion of their blood and hides. Regrettably, during his encounter with the hellish black dragon, he was in such dire straits that he could only retrieve a dragon pearl and a rune, leaving behind the opportunity to create scrolls infused with dragon blood, which would undoubtedly possess formidable potency. Ergou fashioned 3 necklaces from the runes, bestowing one upon each of the 3 ladies. These runes are of superior quality, significantly enhancing their capacity for elemental storage. For instance, Lux, who could originally unleash only 4 ultimate flashes before exhausting her magical reserves, might now be capable of releasing 6 with the augmentation of her rune necklace. While it may seem that this merely allows for 2 additional magical discharges, such increments can yield unexpected advantages on the battlefield. Furthermore, with the elemental spring gifted by Ergou at her side, Lux is poised to become a mobile artillery platform, capable of unleashing an unending barrage of laser fire, a truly terrifying prospect. Ari, too, has begun to exhibit signs of a breakthrough in her priestly realm. If she could attain the status of a war priest before the age of 20, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy, especially considering her illustrious mentor, Priest Leonardo, achieved his war priest title at merely 19. In recent days, Ergou has also been rigorously training the mammoth warriors and the giant crocodile warriors. Before dawn, they are roused from their warm earthen beds, bare-chested and bearing hefty, soaked logs upon their shoulders, as they embark on a 10-kilometer weighted cross-country trek at the behest of their lord. Once their brows glisten with exertion, Ergou leads them back to their territory, where they engage in strength training, lifting the logs in groups of 100. The sheer weight of these brawny warriors serves as their most effective training apparatus. Subsequently, the Lord initiates combat training, focusing on practical confrontation techniques, how to incapacitate an adversary with a single strike, targeting vital points, and the like. However, Ergou soon abandons these lessons. After all, when faced with the mammoth warrior's lengthy blades, is aiming even necessary? A mere summons inflicts injury, and a mere touch spells death. In the face of overwhelming strength, all technique becomes irrelevant. Nonetheless, tactical training remains essential, encompassing maneuvers such as offense, defense, flanking, and encirclement. After all, they are a militia, not a criminal syndicate. It is imperative to cultivate their teamwork and tactical execution skills. Ergou perceives a significant advantage within his troop, the reconnaissance air force. The sky troops of the orcs have long since faded into the annals of history. Throughout the tumultuous world wars, the aquatic, aerial, and insectoid factions within the orc army suffered devastating blows. In the present day, not only the orcs, but the entire Runes continent has predominantly relied on ground forces. The air force is exceedingly costly, and even humanity retains only a fraction of their aerial units as scouts, an asset possessed solely by the mightiest city-states. Thus, when confronting these marauders, he exuded absolute confidence. To imagine an opponent equipped with the full map hack is truly terrifying. Nico ascended to the position of scout captain, tasked with patrolling her territory and overseeing sentry duties. She even possessed her own treehouse, perched atop the tallest Jurassic banana tree. From this lofty vantage point, Nico could survey her surroundings from several meters above the ground. At night, she could transform within her arboreal abode into a large owl, utilizing her exceptional vision to monitor the area. However, as Ergou anticipated, it was not long before Nico relinquished her title due to the tedium and complexity of the role. To his amusement, Timo unexpectedly assumed the mantle of captain. What business does a head chef have as a scout captain? Ergou chuckled. Boss, Timo replied with a cheerful grin, I am a warrior, and I possess a telescope. As he spoke, Timo produced a small telescope encrusted with jewels. Ergou found the telescope oddly familiar, as if he had seen it before. The Lord of Guever Castle possessed an identical one. His eyes began to dart around in thought, but before he could voice anything, Timo exclaimed, Boss, this telescope was gifted to our village by the Lord of Guever Castle, inscribed with words. It cannot be given to you. Ergou felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Did he truly appear so avaricious? Even before he could speak, his thoughts had been discerned. Moreover, could he truly take from his own subjects? Alas, how dull. Captain Timo, reporting for duty. As Ergou lingered in his reverie, Timo suddenly saluted, earnestly declaring, Chapter 112. The Future's Tale. Ergou, along the banks of the Seine, enlisted 18 amphibious frogmen led by Tam. As the last remnants of the orc aquatic faction, they were also musicians skilled in song and instrument. He intercepted a convoy of human slave traders, liberating a group of 30 ratmen slaves, natural sharpshooters who would become the marksmen of Fontainebleau. Thus, the initial combat formation of Fontainebleau began to take shape. Cavalry, 7 mammoth knights, led by James, towering at 5 meters. Infantry, 16 crocodile warriors led by Recton, 12 mastiff warriors, 13 mammoth warriors, and 18 frog warriors. Archers, 30 ratmen warriors. Mages, lurks, wielding the limitless powers of the elemental spring. Priests, Ari, the sole priest, possessed of the indomitable thunder of madness. In the realm of the dual practitioner, lordly Ergou, a priest warrior, and the foremost combatant under the starlit sky, Mao Qiu, for summoned giants towering at 10 meters each for a duration of 5 minutes. The battle contingent of Fontainebleau City comprised a total of 100 individuals. Soon after, Ergou led the Imperial Crocodile clan, the Mammoth clan, and the Mastiff warriors to sweep through the bandits on the plains, prompting the assembly of thousands of robbers who launched an assault on Fontainebleau City. The militia of 100 clashed with thousands of ogres, gnomes, the enigmatic black-robed strategist, and colossal fire lizards. Following the conclusion of the battle, they established dominance over the wasteland. The mysterious black-robed figure, a member of the reclusive Phoenix clan, Isabella the Fire Phoenix, sought to aid Ergou on the condition that the gnome clan be spared. Ergou consented, provided that tribute was offered punctually. As the gnome clan's stronghold lay not far away on the first towering peak of the wasteland, Eight-Faced Mountain, this confrontation yielded gnome technology, enabling the extraction of mineral elements from the red earth, ushering Fontainebleau City into the Steel Age. The human slave traders sought vengeance, and with the assistance of strategist Isabella, they cunningly defeated the human slave caravan. In their second attempt for retribution, with the support of the temple, a great battle ensued in Fontainebleau City. As the Phoenix priest, Ergou faced the human dragon knights, relying on Mao Qiu and his own hand-to-hand combat to vanquish the adversary, thereby uplifting the morale of his forces. Post-war negotiations resumed. Riais paid a visit, and together with Ergou, they ventured into the subterranean world, where Ergou seized control, expanded military resources, and integrated the lost orc tribes. The crown of the Harpy Queen, forged from 7th-dimensional metal, granted Ergou numerous spatial rings. He participated in the Ionian Elemental Olympics, rallying the Thorn of Revival, Flower Elves, and others. Upon his return, he encountered peril overseas, befriended Nami, and incurred the wrath of the sea folk, ultimately finding refuge on wealthy Light Island, where he met numerous necromancers, and, leveraging his extensive knowledge of necromancy, became their spiritual leader, leading a contingent of flower elf mages, mermaid mages, and necromancers back to his territory. He fostered prosperity within. The realm transitioned from the Steel Age into the Age of Magic. He took part in the national priest competition and traveled to Shurima, where he uncovered the massacre by a slave caravan in Moonstream Town, swiftly eradicating them and incurring the enmity of Shurima. In a daring venture on the Giant God Peak, he encountered Leona and Diana, subsequently joining the Darkin tribe as an external member. By an unexpected turn of fate, ancient Shurima was revived, leading to the downfall of the ancient Emperor Azir and the retrieval of the Sun Disk. The ingenious inventor Heimerdinger took residence in Fontainebleau City, marking the transition from the Age of Magic to the Age of Energy Weapons. As the Void threatened invasion, they delved into the Void realm, encountering the Voidborn and embarking on various adventures. The Third Void War erupted, concluding this chapter.